In a tidy room, a lone figure lay on the bed, clutching his head as he rolled about restlessly. My head hurt so much. He did not know how much time had passed before the splitting pain finally faded and the memories belonging to this body surfaced one after another in his mind. At the same time, his own soul was fusing with the memories in his mind. So I have transmigrated. Lin Chen let out a bitter laugh. A moment ago, he had still been leisurely strolling about on Blue Star on a weekend when he suddenly saw a child dashing across the road. He had rushed forward out of instinct to save the child, only to be sent by fate to this world instead. From the original owner's memories, he learned that this world had once been very similar to Blue Star, but 300 years ago, everything changed. Now it could only be called the era of martial artists or the era of talents. In that fateful year, countless spatial rifts suddenly appeared all over the planet. Innumerable ferocious beasts poured out from those tiers in space, emanating a mysterious substance that caused the Earth to expand to several hundred times its former size. At first, humanity's thermal weapons were still effective, but as time went on, the concentration of that mysterious substance in heaven and earth rose, further corroding and disrupting the structure of hot weapons until they could no longer function and turned into mere scrap metal. Humanity was suddenly thrust back into an age of cold steel, utterly no match for the ferocious beasts, surrendering vast territories without a fight. Later, through the efforts of scientists, humanity discovered that the mysterious substance could be harnessed by the ferocious beasts. There was no reason it could not be used by humans as well. Thus, the profession of the martial artist was born. They trained their bodies, absorbed vital energy, and shattered the physical limits of human flesh. At the same time, humanity's innate talents began to awaken. Every person possessed a cultivation talent, and a portion of humanity even awakened additional gifts, talents aligned with the sword, the blade, fire, ice, and more. Relying on these unique talents and the strength of martial artists, humanity slowly reclaimed portions of land, built cities, and resisted the beasts, though most of the world remained under the beast's dominion. In this world, the cultivation path for martial artists began from martial apprentice, then martial artist, martial master, grand martial master, and so on. Talents were graded from F at the lowest, then EDCBAS. Beyond that, Lin Chen's inherited memories knew nothing more. In this world, once a person reached the age of 15, they could purchase a talent stone to reveal their cultivation aptitude. Other types of talents required specialized talent stones for examination. The original owner had turned 15 and excitedly bought a talent stone, then returned to his room to test himself, only to discover that he possessed the lowest grade talent. In this world, that was almost a verdict that he would never become a martial artist. At that moment of utter despair, his chi surged chaotically and his heart was overwhelmed. He died on the spot, giving Lin Chen the chance to take over this body. Damn it, this grade talent. Anyone who got stuck with the most trashy grade would fall into despair unless they were the chosen child of destiny, the protagonist of the story. Knock, knock, knock. A sudden knocking sounded at the door. Lin Chen, how are you? A slightly rough, booming voice came from outside. Hearing the voice, Lin Chen immediately reacted. The noise he himself had made when he first transmigrated and clutched his aching head must have attracted the attention of his neighbor, Uncle Wang. It's nothing, Uncle Wang, I just slipped and fell in the living room. I'm fine now. Lin Chen hurried to open the door and replied quickly, otherwise with Uncle Wang's temperament, he might just barge in. All right then. If anything happens, remember to come find me. I'm still a martial artist after all. Standing at the threshold, Uncle Wang Zhong, carefully examined Lin Chen. Only after confirming that he was truly unharmed did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. Just then a translucent interface suddenly appeared before Lin Chen's eyes. Human Wang Zhong. Cultivation talent grade. Vaguely he sensed that he could copy this talent and fuse it with his own. What is going on? Lin Chen was momentarily at a loss. At first glance he thought it was an illusion, but after carefully confirming it he realized it was truly there before his eyes, not some hallucination. A golden finger. No, this should be the talent I awakened upon transmigrating. Staring at the interface, Lin Chen thought for a moment and recalled the piercing headache from before, so that had been the process of his talent awakening. After hastily seeing Uncle Wang off, Lin Chen returned to his room and began to study this newfound talent in earnest. Once he had recorded Uncle Wang's talent and carefully examined the interface, he came to understand its abilities. Within a radius of 5 meters around himself, he could view other people's talents and even copy and fuse them with his own. However, he could only perform a copy and fuse operation once per month. He then shifted his attention to himself. Very quickly an interface displaying his own information appeared before his eyes. Human Lin Chen. Talent grade. Having confirmed that he could copy talents, Lin Chen swiftly devised how to use this ability. First, he had to copy the cultivation talent of a true genius to raise his own. Otherwise, with this grade cultivation talent, he might train his entire life and still fail to reach the level of a martial artist. Without becoming a martial artist, life in this city would be extremely harsh. Lin Chen's parents had both been martial artists, but 2 years ago they died at the claws of ferocious beasts, leaving him alone. Fortunately, their legacy and the help of Uncle Wang had carried him through those bitter days. He now lived in a small city called Jiangqing. The city had a population of about 300,000, among whom there were more than 3,000 martial artists, roughly one martial artist in every 100 people. Martial artists bore the responsibility of clearing ferocious beasts within and outside the city's borders, and thus enjoyed privileges far beyond the reach of ordinary people. Lin Chen, now 15 and having tested his talent, was eligible to attend one of the 5 academies in Jiangqing. For ordinary people, if they wished to leave Jiangqing for larger cities in the future, they first had to pass the academy's selections and then rely on the military's routes to travel to other cities. The inheritance left by his parents was enough to support his living expenses for several years. For an ordinary person, the legacy of martial artists was extremely generous, though for martial artists themselves, it would not be considered much. During the martial apprentice stage, I can still scrape by on their legacy, but what about later? Without the strength of a martial artist, I'll end up doing menial work. After all, this era belonged to martial artists. He had to become one. Having made up his mind, Lin Chen left home to wander the city in search of talents. Inside the city, along the bustling streets, people came and went. Most were ordinary folk, some were martial apprentices, and only a tiny fraction were true martial artists. The martial artists exuded a powerful aura. When ordinary people drew near, their breathing grew rapid, as if they were bearing a tremendous weight. How did he know this? Lin Chen had personally sidled up to martial artists in order to check their talents and had experienced it for himself. A great talent. Great talent. A great talent. Great talent. After circling around for quite some time, Lin Chen still had not found anyone with great talent or higher. He was unwilling to waste his once-a-month opportunity on another great talent, so he could only keep searching. Thinking it through, he knew that a martial artist with great talent could already advance to martial master without any bottlenecks. In Jiangqing, Grand Martial Master was already the ceiling of power, and their talents were probably only around great. There's no way I can take the initiative to approach those martial masters just to copy their talents. With 300,000 people in the city, even if there were individuals with great talent looking for them one by one, would be far too slow. The best approach was to go to an academy and search for highly gifted geniuses there. Jiangqing had 5 major academies. To enter the first academy, one had to display their talent and have it rated at a grade or above, as well as pay a hefty tuition fee. The other academies only required money to enroll and learn. As things stood, his only real option was to go to an academy. He had originally hoped that he might be some child of destiny, bumping into someone with grade or higher talent just by wandering the streets, and thereby achieving his goal. That hope was clearly wishful thinking. Third Academy, Training Ground number 3. Each of you possesses some talent for cultivation, but if you wish to become true martial artists, you must temper your bodies with the body forging art until you can wield the strength of 1,000 jin. Most of you who come here will never become full martial artists, but attaining the level of a martial trainee is still within reach. Martial trainees mark the very beginning of the martial path. Even at the lowest rank, they live far better than ordinary people. A middle-aged man was in the midst of lecturing a group of trainees. The students below listened with utmost seriousness. None of them came from great clans, and their talent was limited. Their only path was to learn the body-forging art here at the academy. Lin Chen was naturally among them. He had already been at the academy for a week, and every single day a tutor would come to teach the body-forging art and demonstrate its 18 movements on the spot. Because Lin Chen had transmigrated into this world, the fusion of souls had granted him exceptional memory. Within this brief week, he had already mastered the 18 movements, yet due to his poor innate talent, his cultivation efficiency remained abysmally low. Lin Chen could no longer wait to copy a better cultivation talent. By the time the tutor finished demonstrating the body forging art, the trainees began to leave one after another. Some crowded forward, paying the tutor for personal guidance on their techniques. Crouching dragon emerges from the abyss. The blade light struck from below like an enraged dragon emerging from the sea, first entering the empty door under Zhao Zhen's rib, tearing apart his protective yuan power, piercing through his chest, and exploding the blade. Li Qiu came from an ordinary family. Since his household lacked the extra funds to send him to the first academy, he could only enroll in this third academy instead. Upon arriving, he immediately displayed the level of a true genius, becoming a martial trainee in only half a month. The academy head took him in as a disciple and kept him close for personal guidance. The reason Lin Chen had come to the academy today was precisely because he had heard that Li Qiu, in order to prepare himself to become head of the academy in the future, would be coming to instruct the trainees and win their hearts. He intended to copy Li Qiu's talent. Having already experienced in grade cultivation talent, he knew that such cultivation was simply too miserable to endure. As long as he could copy a good talent, no matter how much time he had to spend, it would be worth it. At that moment, a burst of cheering rose from within the academy. Li Qiu is here. That genius Li Qiu, the one taken in as the academy head's disciple, actually came to our training ground number 3. I can hardly believe it. Isn't Li Qiu always studying at the academy head's side? Why would he come to training ground number 3? One student after another looked at Li Qiu with eyes full of admiration tinged with a trace of jealousy. After all, Li Qiu was likely a goal they could never hope to reach in their entire lives. Lin Chen also spotted Li Qiu. Blending into the crowd, he slowly edged closer to him, and when he was within 5 meters, he activated his talent copying ability. Human Li Qiu. Cultivation talent grade. After recording and copying this, Lin Chen suppressed the excitement in his heart. He ignored Li Qiu's showy display and did not dare to fuse the talent on the spot. It was his first fusion after all. He had to be cautious, for no one could predict what might happen. Squeezing his way out of the crowd around Li Qiu, Lin Chen did not linger for even a moment and rushed home. The Third Academy's management was not strict, as long as one did not cause trouble, for the academy trainees were free to come and go as they pleased. No one found his departure at that moment suspicious. Back home, he shut his door tightly and took every precaution. He absolutely could not allow Uncle Wang to be drawn over again. Fused. Boom. A mysterious power surged through Lin Chen's body, washing over him. The pain was comparable to what he had endured when he first transmigrated and awakened his talent. Excruciating to the extreme. After all, fusing a talent, upgrading a talent, was akin to restarting one's life. That it hurt so much was only natural. No matter how severe the pain, he had to endure it. This was his defiance of fate. Fortunately, the torment was brief and far shorter than the time it had taken when he first awakened his talent. When the pain receded, it was replaced by a wave of indescribable comfort, a pleasure that seemed to thrill his. Lin Chen immediately checked his talent. Human Lin Chen. Cultivation talent grade. Confirming that his cultivation talent had risen to grade, he could not help but grow excited. Before this success, he had constantly feared failure, afraid that talent copying was nothing but a dream. Now he was no longer bound to grade talent. This proved that his copying ability was real, that his future would not be shackled by innate aptitude. The pinnacle of martial cultivation was no longer just a fantasy. Now let's test the cultivation effect of a grade talent. Starting from the first movement, Lin Chen began practicing the body forging art inside his room. The body forging art consisted of 18 movements in total. Performing the entire set took around half an hour, and only by executing all 18 would one obtain the maximum tempering effect. If the full set yielded an effect of 1, then giving up halfway might produce only a tenth of that. The more movements performed, the greater the benefit. Soon Lin Chen completed all 18 movements. As he finished the last one, a surge of heat welled up within his body, slowly tempering his flesh. This flow of heat is several times stronger than before when I had grade talent. Back then, after all 18 movements, I could barely sense a trace of warmth. If not for my strong spirit, I would have suspected I'd learned a fake body forging art with no effect at all. Lin Chen was very satisfied with his current grade talent. No wonder Li Qiu had managed to attain a strength of 100 gene and become a martial trainee in just half a month. Once the internal heat finished tempering his body, Lin Chen began a second round of the body forging art. When the third round of the body forging art ended, sweat poured from Lin Chen's body, carrying with it black impurities expelled from his flesh. After 3 rounds, Lin Chen could no longer continue. Practicing the body forging art consumed bodily energy, and at his current level, he could perform it only 3 times a day. After bathing, Lin Chen left home and found a restaurant downstairs known for its large portions. There he devoured food, ravenously replenishing his energy. After his meal, Lin Chen strolled through the streets again to see if there were any good talents he could copy. Although the 1-month interval had not yet passed, nothing stopped him from searching in advance. Meanwhile, walking also helped him digest the food and restore his strength. Why are they all such low-level talents? Not a single special talent among them. An hour later, Lin Chen scratched his head as he looked at the people filling the street. A great talent. Great talent. A great talent. Great talent. Forget it. My body has mostly recovered. It's time to head home and continue cultivating. 1 month later. In a small grove within the Third Academy, Lin Chen stopped his training for the day. This was the place he had found for cultivation after stepping into the level of martial trainee. Once he reached that stage, practicing at home would have been no different from demolishing the house. After resting a while and recovering his strength, Lin Chen left the academy and headed to a shop in the city that specialized in buying and selling vicious beast meat. The stock at home was nearly exhausted, and he intended to purchase more to replenish his supply. You're here, Xiao Chen. Today you're in luck. We just caught a gale rabbit. It's only a lowest rank vicious beast, but the heart's blood hasn't been drawn yet. Want to take a look? As soon as Lin Chen reached the shop entrance, the owner spotted him, hurried over with a greeting, and introduced the beast. The academy's curriculum included an introduction to the heart's blood of vicious beasts. Such blood was saturated with powerful energy and consuming it, while practicing the body forging art, could greatly accelerate the tempering of the body. Normally, it was impossible to purchase a whole beast that still contained its heart's blood. Only by hunting in the wild or within the holdings of great clans could one obtain such blood to aid cultivation. Very well then, wrap up this Gale rabbit for me whole. Having thought it through, Lin Chen decided to take the entire beast heart's blood and all. With that single purchase, he spent nearly 1/3 of the inheritance his parents had left him. When the owner finished packing the Gale rabbit and handed it over, Lin Chen looked at the beast, and a scene appeared before his eyes. Vicious beast Gale rabbit. Bloodline talent great. Speed talent great. Lin Chen suppressed his excitement and sent 5,000 yuan to the boss, quickly taking away the entire swift wind rabbit. Would you like to copy the Flevel speed talent? Lin Chen, without any hesitation, chose to copy it, immediately integrating it into himself. Boom. Just like before when he integrated his cultivation talent, a great pain surged through his body, but this time the pain was brief and feeble. Soon, within 10 minutes, the pain in his body subsided, and a wave of pleasure washed over his mind, indicating that the integration was complete. With a thought, he began to check his talents. Human Lin Chen. Cultivation talent level. Speed talent level. Confirming that he possessed the speed talent, Lin Chen eagerly began testing the power of his speed talent in the room. After activating the speed talent, Lin Chen's figure moved, transforming into an afterimage that collided with the wall of the room. He covered his head where he hit the wall, regretting his foolishness. How could he test it in such a small room? Now it was already evening, and Lin Chen extinguished his desire to go outside to test his speed talent. He turned to deal with the swift wind rabbit, collecting its heart's blood and starting to stew the meat in the kitchen, planning to replenish his energy after completing his cultivation. Lin Chen consumed the heart's blood of the ferocious beast to see how much it could enhance his cultivation speed. The heart's blood transformed into a surge of energy, beginning to refine his body as he performed the body tempering technique. Soon after finishing the 18 movements of the body tempering technique, Lin Chen carefully felt the changes in his body and instantly felt that the 5,000 yuan spent was worth it. Just this heart's blood from the lowest level ferocious beast can triple my cultivation speed. Oh, what about the heart's blood from a mid-level ferocious beast? What an astonishing cultivation speed. No wonder many people with poor talents can quickly become warriors, Lin Chen sighed. He consumed the heart's blood of the ferocious beast again and continued to cultivate. In the blink of an eye, several hours had passed. At this moment, Lin Chen realized that he could not continue his usual cultivation as it would damage his foundation. However, Lin Chen, who had consumed the heart's blood of the ferocious beast, felt that he could still cultivate because the energy consumed during cultivation came from the heart's blood and did not deplete much of his own bodily energy. Then I can fully utilize the heart's blood of the ferocious beast to cultivate the body tempering technique multiple times, accelerating the refinement of my body and quickly stepping into the realm of warriors. Lin Chen said excitedly. No wonder in Jiang City heart's blood from ferocious beasts is hardly seen for sale. All warriors, and even martial apprentices, need it for cultivation, sweeping it clean off the market. After a night of cultivation, the next day before dawn, Lin Chen could no longer suppress his excitement and wanted to test his speed talent. He arrived at the small woods of the academy, where there was still no one around. Seeing this, Lin Chen began to test his speed talent. Activating the Flevel speed talent, his figure instantly turned into an afterimage, rushing into the distance. Such speed! It could probably rival that of an average warrior, Lin Chen exclaimed. Moreover, this talent would not disappear with the increase in cultivation and could improve alongside it. Lin Chen understood that cultivation was everything. Only by enhancing his cultivation could he better utilize his talents. In just 1 month, I will be able to copy talents again. During this month, I need to temper my body and strive to reach a strength of 500 gene. I also need to see if I can find some heart's blood from ferocious beasts to accelerate my cultivation. With a clear goal in mind, Lin Chen felt more motivated in his training. In addition to his own cultivation, he also checked the talents of others. Apart from Li Qiu, who possessed a D-level cultivation talent, no one else had a D-level talent. There was also a chubby boy named Lin Yuan who had an A-level cultivation talent and an F-level sword technique talent. With no good talents for Lin Chen to copy, if he couldn't find anything, he would have to settle for the F-level sword technique talent to enhance his attack power. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed, and Lin Chen surpassed his goal, achieving a strength of 600 gene, having already walked more than halfway on the path of a martial apprentice. Today, news spread within the academy that the 5 academies of Jiang City, in conjunction with the military, had cleared a wild area. The wild area was left with only the descendants of ferocious beasts and fierce beasts. The 5 academies would hold a trial in this area, with the first prize being the heart's blood of a mid-level ferocious beast, and of course other rankings would also have considerable rewards. Upon hearing this news, the students began rushing to the academy to confirm its authenticity. When they arrived inside the academy, it was already filled with students. An instructor stepped onto the stage, and after pausing for a moment the surroundings fell silent. I know you are here to confirm the news about the wild trial. I can clearly tell you that it is true, but only martial apprentices can participate, and it's best to have a strength of 500 gene to gain good rewards. Those below 500 gene are advised not to participate as it is easy to die in the trial. The instructor looked at everyone in the hall and spoke. Thank you, instructor. Thank you, Academy, for giving us this opportunity. This time I will definitely gain a lot. Sai, if my strength is below 500 gene, I won't participate. Only by staying alive can there be a future. The crowd below displayed a myriad of emotions, some fearful and leaving while others were extremely excited. Soon Lin Yuan approached Lin Chen. Lin Chen, you haven't formed a team, yet come join me in signing up for the group trial. Although my strength is only 400 gene, I have a talent for sword techniques, and my battle power is not inferior to others. If we participate in the trial together, we will surely gain a lot. Lin Yuan persuaded. Lin Yuan, you haven't invited anyone else, right? Sorry, I'm not used to teaming up with others. Lin Chen politely declined Lin Yuan's invitation. Alright then. Lin Yuan showed a look of regret and turned to invite others. This is a great opportunity to copy talents in the wild trial. It will gather all the talented martial apprentices from the 5 academies. The 3rd academy has a genius like Li Qiu. I believe other academies have similar talents. Lin Chen muttered. After everyone finished signing up and left, Lin Chen stepped forward to register with the instructor. After a brief registration of information, he signed a life and death document, as one cannot blame the academy for dying in the wild. After signing the life and death document, the instructor informed Lin Chen that they would gather at the academy entrance at 6 o'clock in the morning 3 days later, where instructors would take them to the wild. In the span of 3 days, Lin Chen did not waste any time. Instead, he purchased an alloy saber and some provisions to prepare for the upcoming trial. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the morning of the 3rd day, Lin Chen arrived promptly at the academy gate, where around 20 people had gathered. A teacher surnamed Zhou was checking the registration list, verifying each individual's information. There were also several buses similar to those from his past life, said to be purchased at a high price by the academy in Jiang City for military use, capable of running on elemental energy. Get on the bus, we are departing. After confirming attendance with a roll call, teacher Zhou waved his hand and called out. Lin Chen slowly approached teacher Zhou in the boarding line, recalling the results of his earlier investigation. Human Zhou Tai. Cultivation talent grade E. Fist technique talent grade F. Indeed, those capable of becoming teachers possess decent talents, and a grade cultivation talent and a grade fist technique talent suggest that teacher Zhou is among the top practitioners in Jiang City. The journey continued in silence, and about an hour later the bus crossed the city gates and arrived in the wilderness. The area was overgrown with weeds, and the trees were tall and dense, concealing numerous dangers. However, within 5 kilometers of the city, it was relatively safe, as this area was regularly cleared of beasts, making the likelihood of encountering dangerous creatures very low, so there was no need to worry about safety. As the bus made its way through the wilderness, of valleys soon came into view. Get off, this is the destination for our trip. Teacher Zhou pointed towards the valley ahead and explained. Isn't this the 3rd academy that ranks at the bottom? Perhaps we should change it to the 5th academy and relinquish the name of the 3rd academy. As soon as they got off the bus, a sarcastic voice with a hint of mockery came from behind. Lin Chen looked back and saw a tall, thin young man from the 1st academy speaking. The members of the 3rd academy looked displeased, but none of the hot-headed ones stepped forward to retort. After all, they were facing the disciples of the 1st academy, who had the confidence to speak. Zhao Feng, clean up your mouth, and come compete with me if you dare. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, someone from the 2nd academy interjected. This person was tall and slender, carrying a curved saber at his waist, his eyes gleaming with sharpness. Zhao Feng, you don't think being called a saber technique genius will allow you to defeat me, do you? Zhao Feng scoffed, his gaze fixed on Zhou Hao. The tension between the two escalated instantly, prompting the surrounding students to quickly disperse, fearing to get caught in the crossfire. Enough! A low shout silenced everyone. A middle-aged man in military uniform stepped out from the valley, casting his gaze over Zhao Feng and Zhou Hao. If you have the energy, go hunt beasts in the wild. This is not a place for your academies to squabble. Seeing this, Zhao Feng and Zhou Hao quickly restrained their auras, ceasing their conflict. The middle-aged man snorted coldly and looked around. Not everyone is here yet. For now, you can move around in place. Once everyone arrives, we will enter the valley to begin the trial. After saying this, he ignored the crowd and walked into the valley. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. This was a golden opportunity to copy talents. He could move around freely without raising suspicion. Grade E cultivation talent. Grade E cultivation talent. Grade D cultivation talent. Grade E cultivation talent. After a round, Lin Chen discovered that most from the 1st academy had grade E talents, with only a few possessing grade D talents. Lin Chen felt a bit regretful, as he had not found the talent he particularly needed. Just then he caught sight of Zhou Hao, who was resting against the wall at the valley entrance, never parting with his saber. Lin Chen's heart stirred. Since Zhou Hao dared to compete with Zhao Feng, a genius from the First Academy, he clearly had confidence based on the earlier confrontation, and with his saber always at hand, he must possess saber technique talent. With this thought, Lin Chen took the opportunity to claim he wanted to see the situation inside the valley early, moving towards the entrance. When he was 5 meters away from Zhou Hao, he focused his mind, and the interface appeared. Human Zhou Hao. Cultivation talent grade E. Saber technique talent grade E. With dual grade E talents, possessing grade E saber technique talent certainly allows him to challenge Zhao Feng. Seeing the grade E saber technique talent, Lin Chen did not hesitate to copy it immediately. With the temporary grade D cultivation talent being sufficient, the grade E saber technique talent could enhance his combat prowess, helping him gain more rewards in this trial. Having made up his mind, Lin Chen walked past Zhou Hao with an indifferent expression, as if he was merely passing by. Upon returning to the Third Academy's group, he found a large rock to hide behind, avoiding others. Fusion. Pain surged through Lin Chen's body as a mysterious power transformed him. 10 minutes later, the pain subsided. Lin Chen focused his mind and checked his talent status. Human Lin Chen. Cultivation talent grade D. Speed talent grade F. Saber technique talent grade E. Once the saber technique talent fusion was complete, Lin Chen immediately picked up his saber, instantly feeling a difference. Previously, his saber felt lifeless in his hands, but now it seemed to come alive. Without any deliberate training, a gentle swing revealed how to maximize the power of this strike. This is the difference that having a talent makes. It's like two different worlds. No wonder they are so rare. It seems grade F fist techniques are not too shabby either. Lin Chen felt that with his grade E saber technique talent, he could dominate in the realm of martial apprentices. If he learned some saber technique manuals, he might even be able to contend with martial artists. Soon students from other academies arrived one after another. Once all personnel were present, it wasn't long before the middle-aged man who had entered the valley earlier announced the start of the trial. Before the trial commenced, he also announced the rewards for this trial. The first prize consists of 3 portions of a mid-level beast's heart blood and 100,000 in prize money. The second prize is 1 portion of a mid-level beast's heart blood and 100,000 in prize money. The third prize is 3 portions of a low-level beast's heart blood and 50,000 in prize money. The 4th to 10th places receive 1 portion of a low-level beast's heart blood and 10,000 in prize money. Rankings are determined by points. Each beast's special part can be brought back in exchange for points. The trial duration is 3 days, during which everyone must stay in this valley. Although there are no beasts present, it is still very challenging for a group of martial apprentices. Everyone enter the valley one by one. A teacher stood at the valley entrance and said, "Swish, swish, swish." The students from the First Academy entered the valley first, their figures gradually disappearing from sight, followed by the Second Academy, then Lin Chen's Third Academy, and lastly the Fourth and Fifth Academies. Once Lin Chen entered the valley, he quickly became separated from the others. Aside from those who had formed groups beforehand, everyone else dispersed rapidly. Although the trial area was limited to within the valley, it seemed quite expansive. Lin Chen stood in a tree, unable to see the end of it at a glance. The trees within the valley are even more lush than those outside. Soon, within less than half an hour of entering the valley, Lin Chen encountered his first ferocious beast, a rapid wind rabbit that he was familiar with. Lin Chen gripped his alloy war knife, gazing at the rapid wind rabbit about 5 meters ahead of him. Whoosh! The rapid wind rabbit suddenly exerted itself and launched an attack on Lin Chen. Lin Chen chose not to evade. With the strength granted by his grade knife skill talent, he was confident he could slay it in a single strike. A crack echoed from the rapid wind rabbit. In an instant, Lin Chen's blade flashed, cleaving the rapid wind rabbit in two. Too weak, he shook his head at the rabbit's attack. He then took one of the rabbit's left ears as proof of his kill. 1 rapid wind rabbit can be exchanged for 1. Rabbits could be said to be the most numerous ferocious beasts in the wild. After all, in the absence of spiritual energy, rabbits can generally give birth to 5 to 8 litters a year, with each litter containing 6 to 8 offspring. In this era, they are even more abundant. Before long, the sun set in the west, and night was approaching. Lin Chen also needed to rest. He found a good spot on a massive tree with branches thick enough for a person to lie down and rest. Resting in the tree at night, one only needed to be cautious of serpentine ferocious beasts. For humans, the night is a paradise for ferocious beasts. Human vision is affected by darkness, while ferocious beasts are far less influenced. Thus, humans are more likely to be attacked by ferocious beasts at night, and as descendants of these ferocious beasts, the wild animals naturally inherit this trait. In the tree, Lin Chen opened his pack and counted various materials from the beasts, totaling 35 points. This harvest could be considered moderately above average. At this rate, he could hardly compete for a top 3 position, but he hoped to at least make it into the top 10. Time passed quickly, and the entire night slipped by. The next day Lin Chen killed another rapid wind rabbit beneath the tree. After roasting it and filling his stomach, he went on to hunt other ferocious beasts. As for the prepared dry rations, he had long discarded them. In this vast valley, as long as one had strength, food would not be in short supply. On the outskirts of the valley, after a day's hunting yesterday, the weaker beasts had already been cleared out by the students, while the stronger beasts were no fools, understanding to avoid danger and retreating to the valley's center. To secure a place in the top 10, or even aim for the top 3, one must head towards the valley's center. Once decided, Lin Chen charged towards the center of the valley, encountering only relatively weak ferocious beasts along the way, easily dispatching them one after another. Just as Lin Chen collected the fangs of a lone wolf, faint cries for help reached his ears. "Help! Someone help me!" The ground also trembled, a characteristic of a group of ferocious beasts on the move. It seems a small group is encountering a pack of ferocious beasts. Lin Chen analyzed the tremors on the ground. After pondering for a moment, he dashed towards the direction of the cries for help. Do not misunderstand, he was not going to rescue them, but rather for the points. The value of a pack of ferocious beasts generally far exceeds that of other beasts. If he could eliminate this pack of ferocious beasts, it would ensure his place in the top 10. With his great speed enhancement, Lin Chen soon arrived at the scene of the cries for help. The area was open and a dozen wild boars were besieging 3 people who were struggling to fend off the boars' attacks back to back, while 2 others lay on the ground clearly dead. "It's that kid Lin Yuan." Lin Chen immediately recognized the rounded figure wielding an alloy sword. However, Lin Yuan was also battered and in a dire situation. Lin Chen was not surprised by Lin Yuan's predicament. Even if they huddled together with their strength, it wouldn't help. Just one powerful ferocious beast could easily scatter them. Thus, the instructor's warning about not participating without at least 500 pounds of strength was genuinely for their own good. Lin Chen charged in with his knife, activating his speed talent and instantly arriving behind the wild boars. Whoa! With one strike, he knocked the outermost wild boar out of the encirclement, causing it to roll aside and let out a cry of anguish. The wild boar struggled several times, but could not rise, evidently doomed. The remaining wild boars, hearing the cry, turned to prepare to attack Lin Chen, the unwelcome guest. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan also heard the wild boar's cry and looked back excitedly. Upon seeing Lin Chen, the flicker of hope in his heart was instantly extinguished. Lin Yuan knew that both he and Lin Chen had just entered the martial apprentice realm, and Lin Chen was at most only slightly stronger than him. Lin Chen's arrival would be of no help, merely providing a meal for the wild boars. "Lin Chen, hurry and leave. These wild boars are not something you can handle," Lin Yuan shouted at Lin Chen. Lin Chen felt a slight warmth in his heart upon hearing this, but the knife in his hand showed no mercy as he attacked the wild boars. Although saving them is merely a matter of convenience, Lin Yuan's reminder indicated that he was not a white-eyed wolf. There was no need to fear a betrayal. Each of these wild boars possesses the strength of about 500 pounds as martial apprentices. Lin Chen, with his knife skill and speed talents, could kill these wild boars without injury. Swish! Lin Chen pushed his knife skills to the limit, the blade instantly slicing through the wild boar's neck, killing it with one blow. No matter how the wild boars attacked, Lin Chen, relying on speed comparable to a warrior's, could always evade their strikes at the last moment, as if toying with them. Every strike from Lin Chen yielded results. It was either a one-hit kill or a severe injury. "Is this Lin Chen?" Lin Yuan stared wide-eyed, utterly shocked. Before long, Lin Chen had cleared all the wild boars, not a single drop of blood on him, elegantly and calmly approaching Lin Yuan and the others. "Are you guys all right?" We're fine," Lin Yuan and the others stammered nervously. The scene before them struck them with immense impact as the former classmates now slaughtered ferocious beasts as if they were merely chickens. "The fangs of these wild boars belong to me. You have no objections, right?" Lin Chen said with a smile. "No objections." None dared to object. Lin Chen had saved their lives by killing these wild boars, and the fangs were rightfully his spoils. Seeing this, Lin Chen also began to collect the wild boar fangs. "I suggest you leave quickly. After all, you only have one life. As long as you are alive, there will be opportunities to obtain the heart's blood of other ferocious beasts." While collecting the fangs, he advised Lin Yuan and the others. After speaking, Lin Chen prepared to leave and head towards the center of the valley. "Lin Chen, wait. I have news about a ferocious beast about to break through to a stronger level," Lin Yuan called out, conflicted. Hearing this, Lin Chen became interested and turned back. "There is a mountain python in the valley about to break through to the rank of a ferocious beast located to the northwest. The first academy has already gathered to attack it." Lin Yuan quickly relayed the information he knew. "All right, I understand. You all should leave early." Lin Chen stood atop the tree, gazing northwest. A ferocious beast on the verge of breaking through would be worth at least 500 points. With those 500 points, claiming the first place would be assured. Lin Chen first returned to the valley entrance, exchanging the points from yesterday and the recent harvest for a total of 110 points. The instructor skillfully registered it, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes, but he didn't say much more. After recording the points, Lin Chen turned and walked toward the valley heading northwest. Lin Chen's figure quickly disappeared into the forest. The reason he chose to exchange points first was to avoid being hindered by beast materials during the competition for the mountain python, as well as to prevent being injured if he failed to seize it. This way, he had a safety net. Lin Chen activated his speed talent, moving rapidly as the surrounding scenery flew by in reverse. The mountain python should be in the depths of the valley, about to break through to a fierce beast level. The First Academy won't easily take it down. As he walked, Lin Chen analyzed the situation. Meanwhile, in the northwest direction of the valley, on a piece of ground trampled beyond recognition, dozens of giant trees lay scattered, their broken trunks marred with shocking compression marks. A heavy stench of blood filled the air, and the ground was soaked in dark red blood. A giant python over 10 meters long coiled in the center of the clearing, a deep bone visible wound on its abdomen, blood gushing out as it breathed heavily and rapidly, clearly on the brink of death. Indeed, it was the mountain python. Surrounding the mountain python, two groups of people stood in a standoff, swords drawn, the First Academy and the Second Academy. Zhao Feng, this mountain python was discovered by our Second Academy first. You from the First Academy are shamelessly intercepting us. Zhou Hao's right hand rested on the hilt of his curved blade, his gaze sharp as he fixed it on the tall, thin youth across from him. Zhao Feng chuckled, flicking non-existent dust off his robe. Discovered first. Zhou, how is your brain function? Is this valley owned by your family? Whoever gets it first owns it. Don't you understand this principle? You. Zhou Hao's companions from the Second Academy showed signs of anger and were about to step forward. Zhou Hao raised his hand to stop them, coldly staring at Zhao Feng. So you're determined to snatch it? Snatch. Zhao Feng spread his hands, looking innocent. I'm just here to train with my junior brothers, and happened to encounter a dying mountain python, wanting to help it find relief. How can this be called snatching? The students from the First Academy laughed. Zhou Hao's face was as dark as water, yet he maintained his composure. He glanced at the numbers on both sides. The First Academy had 15 people, while the Second Academy only had 9, making a heated confrontation disadvantageous for his side. However, the mountain python was worth nearly 500 points, enough to secure first place, so there was no way he could give up. Since we can't come to an agreement, let's follow the rules. Zhou Hao slowly drew out his curved blade, its blade reflecting a chilling glint under the sunlight. You and I shall duel. Whoever wins claims the mountain python. Zhao Feng's smile slightly faded, a hint of apprehension flickering in his eyes. Zhou Hao's swordsmanship talent ranked among the best of the younger generation in Jiang City. Though he was not afraid, he had no guarantee of victory. Duel? Zhao Feng's eyes shifted, smiling. Why should I duel you? Our First Academy has more people, we can just overwhelm you. As soon as he finished speaking, the students from the First Academy drew their weapons, surrounding the mountain python along with the members of the Second Academy. Swish! At that moment, a figure rushed toward the barely alive mountain python. Who is it? Zhao Feng and Zhou Hao's expressions changed simultaneously. The newcomer was none other than Lin Chen, who had hurried to this location. Ignoring the shouts of the two, Lin Chen activated his swordsmanship talent, merging man and blade as he struck precisely at the mountain python's vital spot. Thud! The blade sank into flesh, and the mountain python had no strength left to struggle. Its massive body twitched a couple of times before completely collapsing to the ground, lifeless. The mountain python, which was about to die anyway, was effortlessly dealt with by Lin Chen. The scene fell silent. Everyone stared dumbfounded at this boy who had appeared from nowhere, daring to snatch food from the jaws of the First Academy and Second Academy, leaving them momentarily speechless. Lin Chen expressionlessly cut off the python's gallbladder and fangs, checking if the fierce beast had any heart's blood, as it was possible for a beast about to break through to become a fierce beast to possess heart's blood. Unfortunately, Lin Chen discovered that this one had no heart's blood. Who the hell are you? Zhao Feng was the first to react, his face turning red with anger as he yelled, daring to steal from my First Academy. Lin Chen stored the gallbladder and fangs, lifting his head to glance at Zhao Feng, his expression calm. Is this valley owned by your First Academy? This was precisely Zhao Feng's earlier statement returned intact. You. Zhao Feng trembled with rage. He had been used to dominating the younger generation of Jiang City, but never had he been mocked like this. Looking for death? Zhao Feng shouted angrily, stepping forward to attack Lin Chen. Lin Chen moved his feet, activating his speed talent to flee quickly. Wanna run? Zhao Feng gritted his teeth and pursued. Zhao Feng! A cold shout rang out, and Zhou Hao stepped in front of Zhao Feng, blocking him with his curved blade against Zhao Feng's longsword. What do you mean by this? Zhao Feng's eyes were bloodshot. Zhou Hao's expression was calm, but the corners of his mouth slightly lifted. Nothing, just wanting to spar with you. You. Zhao Feng was so angry he couldn't speak, but Zhou Hao's strength was evident. He couldn't defeat him in a short time. Meanwhile, the guy who had stolen the mountain python had already taken advantage of the gap to disappear into the dense forest. Bastard! Zhao Feng cursed vehemently. Give chase. We must find that kid. The students of the First Academy hurriedly pursued the direction Lin Chen had vanished, but there was no trace of him. Zhou Hao sheathed his blade, watching Zhao Feng's frantic demeanor, feeling oddly pleased. Zhao Feng, and he smiled and cupped his hands, turning to leave with the students of the Second Academy. Only Zhao Feng remained standing, staring at the direction Lin Chen had left, his face ashen, chest heaving violently. "He'll remember you," he gritted his teeth, speaking each word slowly. Lin Chen fled at full speed through the woods until he confirmed that no one was pursuing him, then slowed down, leaning against a large tree to catch his breath. He looked down at the gallbladder and fangs in his arms, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. "The mountain python is in my hands now." Although he had offended Zhao Feng, as long as he didn't confront him directly during this trial, Zhao Feng couldn't do anything to him. "With these 500 points plus the previous 110 points, I now have a total of 610 points. Securing first place is already in my grasp. Next, I can find a place to cultivate in this valley and wait until the trial ends before heading out." Lin Chen contemplated. With only one day left, Lin Chen did not linger in the valley, but ventured to the outskirts. Having already secured the first place, he saw no need to hunt fierce beasts that would not aid his cultivation. In the outskirts, Lin Chen sought an open area to prepare for his cultivation. Though he lacked the assistance of blood from fierce beasts, food was plentiful in the valley. While Lin Chen was cultivating, the competition within the valley was becoming increasingly fierce. In pursuit of more points, everyone stopped hunting fierce beasts and directly seized materials from weaker martial disciples. Although the academy had explicitly forbidden students from killing each other, no student had yet been reported as having been killed by another. After all, no one knew if there were other martial artists lurking around secretly observing the trial. In the blink of an eye, the outdoor trial was about to conclude. During this period, Lin Chen successfully repulsed 4 waves of student attacks and obtained a plethora of materials from fierce beasts. It's time to head back. Lin Chen stood atop a tree, watching the sun rise in the east, knowing the trial was about to end. He leapt down, activating his speed talent, and headed towards the point exchange at the valley entrance. At the valley entrance, the atmosphere was bustling with voices as students returned one after another. The same instructor was still recording points, but now there was another instructor tallying points and rankings beside him. Zhang Sen 15 points. Li Si 18 points. Wang Mozi 20 points. Soon the impressive Zhao Feng emerged from the valley, beginning to exchange his points. Zhao Feng 468 points. Upon hearing his point total, a satisfied smile crept across Zhao Feng's lips. Although he had lost the mountain serpent to an unknown kid, he had recovered many materials from other students through sheer strength, and his total points still surpassed all others. Wow, the crowd was in an uproar. 468 points. This number far exceeded what ordinary students could imagine. Most people had scores between 50 and 100, with only a few surpassing 200. Senior brother Zhao Feng will definitely secure first place this time. Does that even need saying? With senior brother Zhao Feng's strength, I personally witnessed him take on 3 ironback wolves alone. That scene was just 468 points. Who can compare? Senior brother Zhao Feng is mighty. First Academy is mighty. The students from First Academy began to cheer as Zhao Feng was one of them, and this achievement was naturally a pride of First Academy. Zhao Feng nodded slightly, turning his gaze towards the Second Academy's team, his eyes landing on Zhou Hao, raising an eyebrow in provocation. "Zhou Hao, how many points did you get? Aren't you just shy of 300? Zhou Hao's expression remained calm as he stepped forward, placing his materials bag on the statistics table. The instructor counted for a moment and reported, "Zhou Hao 426 points. Not bad." Zhao Feng scoffed. "Unfortunately, it still can't compare to mine." Zhou Hao ignored his taunts and calmly replied, "Zhao Feng, do you think you've won?" Zhao Feng frowned. "What do you mean?" Zhou Hao surveyed the surroundings and declared, "If I remember correctly, the points for the mountain serpent are 500. Whoever obtains the mountain serpent is first. No matter how powerful you are, can you surpass the points of the mountain serpent?" At these words, the crowd erupted once more. "Mountain serpent? That's a fierce beast on the verge of breaking through. Who could have taken down the mountain serpent? It's impossible. That creature's combat power is nearly equivalent to that of a martial artist. Who among us could slay it alone?" Could what Zhou Hao said be true? The crowd murmured, their eyes darting between Zhao Feng and Zhou Hao. Zhao Feng's expression darkened as a glint of cold light flashed in his eyes. He certainly knew about the mountain serpent being snatched. It was the most humiliating thing he had experienced in the past 2 days. "Zhou Hao, stop being so sarcastic." Zhao Feng gritted his teeth. "The mountain serpent was taken by some clueless fool in a surprise attack. Do you think he can survive to bring the materials back? Our people from First Academy have been searching for him, if he dares to show up." "Oh, is that so?" A calm voice emerged from the team of the Third Academy. Everyone turned to the sound, and it was Lin Chen who had just returned strolling towards the statistics table with ease. It was indeed Lin Chen. Zhao Feng's pupils constricted sharply as he recognized the figure immediately. It was this person who had seized the mountain serpent while he and Zhou Hao were at odds. "It's you." Zhao Feng growled, his hand already resting on the sword hilt. Lin Chen did not even glance at him, walking straight to the statistics table and placing his materials bag on the table. "Lin Chen, 3rd Academy." He announced his name. The instructor responsible for the statistics immediately began to count. After a long while, the instructor took a deep breath and announced the score. Lin Chen, 976 points. Silence. A deathly stillness. 976 points. This number struck like a heavy hammer on everyone's hearts. Upon hearing the score of 976 points, Zhao Feng's eyes glinted with malice as he stared at Lin Chen. "I've remembered you." When Lin Chen turned to meet Zhao Feng's gaze, Zhao Feng's lips curled as he enunciated slowly, as if he wanted to engrave the name in his bones. Lin Chen, however, remained indifferent. "Oh." Just one word. "Oh." That word was more piercing than any insult, making Zhao Feng's face flush with anger. "Let's go." Zhao Feng flicked his sleeve and led the members of 1st Academy away. The statistics for the trial points concluded. As expected, Lin Chen secured 1st place, obtaining 3 portions of mid-level fierce beast blood and 100,000 in rewards. These resources were sufficient for him to cultivate to the martial artist realm. Time flew by, and it had already been a week since the trial ended. In this week, Lin Chen used a portion of mid-level fierce beast blood. The speed of his cultivation was vastly improved compared to before. After a week of cultivation, Lin Chen had raised his strength to 750 gene, with just 250 gene needed to reach the martial artist realm. Once he reached the martial artist realm, he could exchange for a technique to absorb elemental energy to train his body. Without reaching the martial artist realm, one would still be at the bottom level in Jiang City. Becoming a martial artist was essential. Cultivate. As long as I become a martial artist, I will have the strength to protect myself. If the Zhao family targets me, I will also have the power to resist. Lin Chen clenched his fists, murmuring to himself. 1 month later. Since the last time he consumed a portion of a mid-level fierce beast's heart's blood to enhance his cultivation, Lin Chen had not stepped out of his room. The warriors of the Zhao family, following Zhao Feng's orders, originally intended to teach Lin Chen a lesson, planning to break an arm or a leg. Who would have thought that Lin Chen had been staying at home for an entire month? If it weren't for the ability to sense that Lin Chen was at home, they would have thought he was afraid of the Zhao family's retaliation and had already fled. 2 days ago, in his room, Lin Chen had begun to challenge the bottleneck of a warrior possessing level cultivation talent, which meant he was guaranteed to break through to the level of a warrior. During the breakthrough, Lin Chen felt a powerful force surging from his body, more intense than ever before, as his body began to undergo a transformation. After an unknown amount of time, when the transformation of his body was complete, Lin Chen realized he had successfully broken through to the warrior level. As soon as he broke through to the warrior level, Lin Chen noticed that he was being watched. After 2 days of observation, he identified the warriors from the Zhao family, 2 individuals taking turns to monitor him. After all, private fighting among warriors is strictly prohibited within Jiang City, a hard and fast rule set by the military, and even the Zhao family dared not openly violate it. They could not dare to intrude into his home, and could only watch him, waiting for him to appear. If it's only surveillance, it indicates they still fear the military regulations and do not dare to act directly within the city, Lin Chen calmly analyzed. However, once I leave the city, it might not be so simple. Now that he had broken through to the warrior level, they would never have expected him to achieve it. Now they were in the light while he was in the dark. The initiative was in his hands. For now, I won't concern myself with them. I have my own matters to attend to. After breaking through to the warrior level, the physical training method from the academy is no longer beneficial for my cultivation. Next, I need to buy a cultivation technique suitable for warriors. Lin Chen tidied up his home, changed into a set of inconspicuous black clothing, and went out. He did not plan to head to the 3rd Academy, but was instead preparing to visit the branch of the Four Seas Merchants Association in Jiang City. If he went to the 3rd Academy to study the cultivation technique, the news of his breakthrough to the warrior level would be impossible to keep hidden. The Four Seas Merchants Association is a large commercial organization that spans human cities, emphasizing the confidentiality of customer information. By purchasing the cultivation technique here, Lin Chen's breakthrough to the warrior level would not be disclosed. Four Seas Merchants Association, Jiang City Branch. This is a magnificent 3-story building located in the bustling center of Jiang City's Warrior Street. This area is where warriors conduct their activities. Ordinary people without the strength of a warrior cannot. Lin Chen strolled casually around the city, found a suitable corner, activated his speed talent, and quickly shook off the Zhao family warriors who were watching him. Upon reaching the entrance of the street, he found 2 warriors guarding the entrance. Lin Chen stepped forward, exuding the aura of a warrior. Upon sensing this, the two guards did not obstruct him and allowed him to enter. Once inside, Lin Chen headed straight for the Four Seas Merchants Association. Upon entering the association, a female staff member approached him. "Welcome to the Four Seas Merchants Association, young master. May I ask if there is anything you wish to purchase? Do you have any physical training methods or manuals for warriors?" The staff member smiled. "Young master, our Jiang City branch has low-level energy training methods and yellow-grade manuals on the second floor. Please follow me to choose." Lin Chen followed her up to the second floor, arriving at a dedicated manual exhibition area. The shelves in the exhibition area were neatly arranged with numerous manuals, each covered by a transparent protective shield, allowing only the cover's description to be seen. Upon reaching the manual exhibition area, the staff member stated, "Our association offers low-level energy training methods for 50,000, while yellow-grade manuals range from 300,000 to 1 million. Hearing this, Lin Chen was astonished. No wonder warriors spend so much money. Some manuals are something that a warrior could never afford in their lifetime. It'll take one low-level energy training method and a fierce beast guide." Glancing at his balance, Lin Chen could only grit his teeth. "All right." The staff member smiled and said, "The low-level energy training method is 50,000 and the fierce beast guide is 20,000, totaling 70,000. Lin Chen nodded, taking out the 100,000 he earned from the trial and paid 70,000. He spent 70,000 in one go, but thankfully he had the reward of 100,000 for being first in the trial. Otherwise, he would have been left longing for it. After completing the payment, Lin Chen took his items, but did not leave the association. After breaking through to the warrior level, the alloy battle knife he had bought previously could no longer conduct energy and was practically obsolete. With the remaining 30,000, Lin Chen purchased an energy weapon that could channel energy. After spending all the money he earned from the trial, Lin Chen reluctantly left the association. Hunt fierce beasts and make money. After this visit to the association, Lin Chen's mind was filled with this single thought. Back at home, the first thing Lin Chen did was open the energy training manual and study it carefully. The energy training method differs fundamentally from the physical training method practiced during his apprentice days. The energy training method guides the energy of heaven and earth into the body through specific breathing techniques and meridian pathways, refining the energy of heaven and earth into energy stored in the dantian, which is then used to temper the body. Warriors first temper their skin, followed by their muscles, and finally their bones. Higher-level warriors must temper their blood. Following the instructions in the manual, Lin Chen settled cross-legged, adjusted his breathing, and began to attempt guiding energy into his body. Boom. With level talent, streams of energy from heaven and earth were guided into his body, entering the dantian under the influence of the energy training method, where they were refined into energy. This energy then surged from the dantian, circulating over his skin, beginning the process of skin tempering. As the energy acted upon his skin, a tingling sensation accompanied by waves of pain washed over him. Lin Chen understood this was a necessary process of skin tempering, and he could clearly feel his strength gradually increasing, a sense of unprecedented fulfillment flooding his heart. In the following days, he practiced the energy training method during the day and studied the fierce beast guide at night, preparing for his upcoming outdoor expedition. He planned to acquire a disguise-type talent for use in the wild. With such a talent, as long as he did not provoke fierce beasts he could not handle, he could consider the wilderness as another home. Moreover, the Fierce Beast Guide recorded that certain fierce beasts possess special talents, such as strength enhancement, defense enhancement, and elemental talents. If he could replicate these talents, it would greatly enhance his strength. Zhao family, if you want to keep an eye on me, go ahead. When I return from the wild, it won't be certain who is watching. The next morning at dawn, Lin Chen rose early. Having already selected his target beast from the bestiary last night, he now headed to the academy to consult reference materials, specifically to locate where the desired ferocious beast could be found near Jiangxing. As he descended the stairs, Lin Chen caught sight once more, out of the corner of his eye, of the martial artist tailing him. It seemed they had not reported their loss after he'd shaken them off several days earlier. Otherwise, they would never resort to such crude surveillance again. A cold smile flickered across Lin Chen's mind, though his expression remained calm as he walked out of the residential complex toward the Third Wu Academy. Inside the library of the Third Wu Academy, Lin Chen strode directly to the second-floor section on geographical distribution and retrieved the bestiary detailing ferocious beasts native to the Jiangxing region. Soon he finished reviewing the Academy's bestiary on local fauna, and among the beasts he sought only one matched his criteria, the illusory light-scale lizard, reportedly inhabiting the mountainous forests southeast of Jiangxing. 80 li southeast of the city, Lin Chen silently committed the location to memory. Closing the tome, he returned it to its shelf, then wandered the aisles once more, confirming no further useful intelligence before departing the library. Upon leaving the academy, the martial artists resumed their pursuit. Lin Chen walked at a measured pace toward the city gate. His objective was clear: reach the forest 80 li to the southeast, locate the illusory light scale lizard, replicate its innate talent, and then slay ferocious beasts in the wild using their heart blood to advance his cultivation. As for the two martial artists shadowing him, a faint icy curve touched Lin Chen's lips, a glint of cold resolve flashed in his eyes. Let them follow, if they wish. It will serve as a perfect test of my combat prowess at this martial realm. Meanwhile, the middle-aged martial artist trailing Lin Chen noticed his direction, toward the city gates, and hastily activated his communicator to report to Zhao Feng. Young master, that boy is leaving the city. A pause of 2 seconds echoed across the line, then Zhao Feng's voice came through. Chill and venomous, are you certain? Certain. He left the academy straight for the gate. No sign he intends to return home, the man murmured low. He appears to be heading out for field cultivation. Excellent. Zhao Feng's tone held a sharp edge of excitement. Follow him, don't let him slip away. I'm on my way. Understood. After ending the call, the man resumed his pursuit, waiting for Zhao Feng and the other martial artist monitoring Lin Chen to arrive. At the Zhao residence's secondary courtyard, Zhao Feng set down his communicator, a vicious grin spreading across his face. At last, he's left the city. For an entire month, he'd station watchers day and night near Lin Chen's residence, biding his time for precisely this opportunity. Within Jiangxing's walls, private duels were strictly forbidden. Even the Zhao family dared not openly defy the military's edicts. But beyond the city walls, that was another matter entirely. An orphan with no backing. What consequence would there be if he perished in the wilderness? Zhao Feng rose to leave, when a deep, resonant voice halted him from behind. Stop! Zhao Feng froze, slowly turning. A broad-shouldered, imposing middle-aged man stood in the doorway, hands clasped behind his back, gaze piercing like twin blades. It was Zhao Feng's father, Zhao Zhen, patriarch of the Zhao clan. Father! Zhao Feng's voice wavered. You've sent men to shadow that academy youth again. Zhao Zhen's tone was calm, yet beneath it surged an overwhelming aura of authority, compelling Zhao Feng to lower his head instinctively. That youth humiliated me during the trial. I merely wished to teach him a lesson. A lesson? Zhao Zhen scoffed. You've had him watched for a full month, for a mere lesson. Zhao Feng, do you truly believe the Zhao clan's power exists solely for your reckless whims? Zhao Feng clenched his jaw, silent. I offer you 2 paths, Zhao Zhen raised 2 fingers. First, withdraw your men. End this affair here and now. Second, since you've already invested so much effort, see it through to its conclusion. Dispatch those 2 men to eliminate him outright in the wild. Eradicate him permanently. Zhao Feng lifted his gaze, eyes flashing with ruthless determination. Father, you mean? An orphan with no lineage. His death in the wilderness will draw no inquiry, Zhao Zhen stated coolly. But choose wisely. Once action is taken, there is no turning back. Zhao Feng gritted his teeth, the image surging forth. Lin Chen seizing the mountain-devouring serpent during the trial, and that dismissive, effortless, oh. Proceed. Zhao Feng's voice turned glacial. Order Zhang Hu and Zhao Si to finish him in the wild. Zhao Zhen cast one final glance at his son, then turned and exited the chamber without another word. Zhao Feng withdrew his communicator and dialed Zhang Hu. Zhang Hu, the plan has changed. Once that boy exits the city, rendezvous with Zhao Si, and strike immediately in the wild. No need to wait for me. Understood, young master, Zhang Hu replied, voice grave. Beyond the city gate, Lin Chen had already stepped outside Jiangxing. Glancing back at the gate, a subtle, knowing smile curved his lips. 2 figures emerged from within the gate, following at a distance of roughly 50 meters. They followed in. Lin Chen's mind chilled with quiet amusement. He neither quickened nor altered his course, continuing steadily southeastward, deliberately slowing his pace to grant his pursuers opportunity. He could easily have evaded them. His frank speed talent granted explosive acceleration. Yet he chose to wait, to discern precisely what the Zhao clan intended. Along the way, he crossed an open meadow and entered a sparse woodland. Behind him, the 2 shadows closed in, distance shrinking from 50 to 30 meters. Lin Chen halted, turned, and fixed his calm, unblinking gaze upon the path behind him. Have you grown weary of trailing me so long? Silence hung thick among the trees. Moments later, 2 figures stepped from behind the trunks, both martial artists at the initial realm matching Lin Chen's own cultivation tier. Sharp instincts, boy. Zhang Hu grinned, revealing yellowed teeth. Pity, they won't save your life. Lin Chen regarded them, expression serene. Did Zhao Feng send you? Since you know, we'll spare the preamble. Zhang Hu drew a short blade from his waist, its steel gleaming coldly in the sun. The young master declared, beyond these walls, this forest shall be your grave. Li Si slid 2 daggers from his sleeves, crouching low, coiled like a leopard moments before the pounce. Lin Chen swept his gaze across the clearing, confirming absolute seclusion. No witnesses, no bystanders. So be it. His hand drifted to his belt, drawing forth the alloy battle blade, slow, deliberate, as he advanced toward them. Perfect, time to test this blade on you. Human Zhang Hu, cultivation talent rank E. Human Zhao Si, cultivation talent rank E. Good, two unremarkable martial artists. A glimmer of killing intent flashed in Zhang Hu's eyes, looking for death. Before his words faded, his figure had already shot out the short knife accompanied by a fierce blade wind aimed directly at Lin Chen's face. At the same time, Li Si's figure flickered as he attacked from the side, two daggers coming down one after the other working in tandem, with Zhang Hu to seal off Lin Chen's escape route. The two martial artists coordinated seamlessly, clearly not their first time teaming up to kill. A flash of brilliance appeared in Lin Chen's eyes as his speed talent activated in an instant. His figure transformed into a residual shadow, evading the attacks of the two and countering with a slash at Zhang Hu. What a... Zhang Hu's pupils suddenly constricted, not expecting Lin Chen to be so fast. He hurriedly retracted his knife to block, only to hear a clang as metal met metal, sparks flying. Zhang Hu was knocked back 3 steps, his arms slightly numb, disbelief filling his eyes. A martial artist, he exclaimed. You broke through to become a martial artist. Li Si's attack also missed, stopping 5 meters behind Lin Chen, equally astonished. The intel showed that Lin Chen was merely a martial apprentice. How could he possibly break through to a martial artist? Surprised too, Lin Chen stood holding his knife, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. Your information is too outdated. Zhang Hu's expression darkened. The gap between a martial apprentice and a martial artist is vast. If Lin Chen were just a martial apprentice, the two of them together would have a high chance of success. But now that Lin Chen was a martial artist, things became tricky. Lin Chen didn't give them a moment to breathe. Both his speed and knife talents activated simultaneously as he shot out once more, this time targeting Li Si instead of Zhang Hu. Choosing the softest persimmon to squeeze, eliminating one first would make the rest easier. Clang! Lin Chen severed Li Si's dagger with a single strike, splitting him in two along with his very being. The might of one strike was astonishing. What a... Zhang Hu was horrified at what he saw and turned to flee back into the city. Lin Chen turned back, arriving behind Zhang Hu in the blink of an eye and slashing down. Clang! Zhang Hu could only turn to defend, and another clang of metal echoed as his short knife was knocked aside, blood flooding from his palm as he was sent flying. Seeing this, Lin Chen pursued Zhang Hu with his knife. A flash of blade light. Uff! Zhang Hu clutched his neck, his body slowly kneeling to the ground, blood oozing between his fingers, disbelief in his eyes. A single strike to kill. Thus both men perished. Lin Chen crouched down to search the two, carefully finding only 2 anonymous bank cards and some worthless items. After simply dealing with the traces, he continued towards the southeast. As for the corpses, there was no need to worry. It wouldn't be long before ferocious beasts came to help Lin Chen dispose of them. The knife technique and speed talents are so formidable. For martial artists with such special talents, fighting against basic martial artists like Zhang Hu and Zhao Si is as easy as slicing through vegetables. Lin Chen pondered while on the move. 80 miles southeast of the city, deep in the mountains and forests, Lin Chen stood atop a tall tree overlooking the endless dense forest below. This was already the outermost edge of human activity in Jiang City. Further in lay the territory of ferocious beasts. The air was thick with a damp, decaying smell mixed with a faint hint of blood. Occasionally low beast roars echoed from the distant mountains and forests, reverberating through the dense woods, sending chills down one's spine. This should be the area. Lin Chen recalled the information he had read in the academy library, noting that the illusory light-scale lizard is a ferocious beast that prefers to inhabit damp, dark places with ample water, adept at using its camouflage talent to blend into the surrounding environment and ambush prey. Lin Chen began to search the area for the illusory light-scale lizard, channeling his energy from his dantian, spreading it across his skin to form a nearly invisible protective layer. This was the simplest method to mask one's aura after entering the realm of martial artists, generally undetectable by ferocious beasts of the same level. The purpose of this journey was to find the illusory light-scale lizard to replicate its talent, not to hunt ferocious beasts. With the replication talent, as long as a ferocious beast was within 5 meters of Lin Chen, it would be unable to escape the detection of the replication talent. Time passed second by second. Lin Chen traversed the mountain forest for nearly an hour successfully, avoiding several formidable ferocious beasts, yet he had not discovered any trace of the illusory light-scale lizard. Is the intel incorrect? Lin Chen frowned in thought, preparing to change direction to continue the search, when suddenly he paused. On the ground ahead there was a small patch of inconspicuous slime glimmering faintly under the dim light. Lin Chen crouched down, dipped a finger into the slime, and brought it to his nose. A faint fishy odor wafted up. This is the bodily fluid of the illusory light-scale lizard. Lin Chen's heart sank, following the direction of the slime to continue tracking. After walking for about a quarter of an hour, Lin Chen reached the edge of a small swamp. The swamp wasn't large, only about 100 meters wide, but the water's surface was covered with a thick layer of green duckweed obscuring the situation below. Since the slime vanished here, the illusory light-scale lizard must be near this swamp. Lin Chen stood at the swamp's edge, scanning the surroundings as he began to search systematically. Soon a line of text appeared before Lin Chen's eyes. Ferocious beast, illusory light-scale lizard, bloodline talent, a level, camouflage talent, a level. Found it. Lin Chen's heart trembled, his gaze fixated on the spot where the text appeared. There in the center of the swamp lay what seemed to be an ordinary stone. Lin Chen quickly chose to replicate the camouflage talent, retreating from the area to find a safe place to prepare for the fusion of talents. It was the illusory light-scale lizard. It lay there, its body enveloped in a faint glow, perfectly blending into the surrounding environment. Without the detection of the replication talent, Lin Chen would never have noticed it. Lin Chen quickly chose to replicate the camouflage talent, retreating from the area to find a safe place to prepare for the fusion of talents. After all, the process of replication is swift, but fusing talents takes time and induces intense pain. Attempting to fuse in such conditions would be tantamount to seeking death. Lin Chen exited the swamp area and found a relatively concealed cave nearby. After carefully checking to confirm there was no danger, he sat cross-legged inside the cave. Fusion. With a thought, a mysterious power acted upon Lin Chen, once again beginning to transform his body. As with previous fusions, excruciating pain surged over him like a tide, engulfing his entire being. But Lin Chen had grown accustomed to this pain. He gritted his teeth, remaining silent, allowing the power to wash. This fusion took longer than any before. After about a quarter of an hour, the intense pain gradually receded, replaced by a refreshing sensation. Lin Chen opened his eyes, focused his thoughts, and checked his talents. Human Lin Chen, cultivation talent, level, speed talent, level, knife technique talent, a level, camouflage talent, a level. I've gained another talent. The corners of Lin Chen's mouth lifted slightly. Now, he possessed 4 talents, 2 of which were a level 1 level, and his cultivation talent was the level. Such a configuration among the younger generation in Jiang City was likely unmatched. He stood up and tried to activate the camouflage talent. Lin Chen's body was soon enveloped by a faint glow, distorting the light and rendering his form vague, as if merging with the surrounding environment. Not bad. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. Although it was merely an A-level camouflage talent, it was sufficient for the wild. As long as he didn't expose himself, ordinary ferocious beasts would find it hard to detect his presence. Next, it's time to hunt ferocious beasts and obtain heart's blood for cultivation. A glint of brilliance flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. With the camouflage talent, his safety in the wild had greatly increased, allowing him to delve deeper into ferocious beast territories, hunt more ferocious beasts, and acquire more heart's blood. 2 days ago, in his room, Lin Chen had begun to challenge the bottleneck of a warrior possessing level cultivation talent, which meant he was guaranteed to break through to the level of a warrior. Lin Chen leaned against the tree trunk, closing his eyes to rest. However, the figures of the 2 Zhao family warriors involuntarily surfaced in his mind. Zhang Hu and Zhao Si are dead. The Zhao family should have discovered it by now. A cold smile crept across Lin Chen's heart. He had dealt with it simply before leaving, but with the Zhao family's power, it wouldn't be long before they traced it back to him. Zhao Feng, what will you do? Lin Chen opened his eyes, looking towards the direction of Jiang City, a glint of cold light flashing in his gaze. No matter what you do, I will respond accordingly. In Jiang City, Zhao family. What a... Zhang Hu and Zhao Si haven't returned. Zhao Feng sat in his study, his face dark and frightening. He had already sent people to wait at the city gate for a whole day, yet he had not seen the figures of Zhang Hu and Zhao Si. Young master, should we send someone out of the city to look for them? The steward asked in a low voice. Zhao Feng gritted his teeth. Find them. Immediately send people to search in the southeast direction. Yes. 2 hours later, the dispatched men returned, bringing back the corpses of Zhang Hu and Zhao Si. The 2 corpses were carried into the Zhao family's backyard, their belongings looted clean, with fatal wounds inflicted by blades. Killed with a single strike. Zhao Feng stood before the corpses, his complexion ashen. Who did this? Young master, judging by the wounds, it was done by a master with a blade, and their strength is at least at the warrior level, reported a Zhao family warrior after inspecting the bodies. A warrior. A trace of disbelief flashed in Zhao Feng's eyes. That Lin Chen is just a martial apprentice. How could he possibly kill 2 warriors? Could it be that someone else intervened? The steward cautiously suggested. Zhao Feng fell silent for a moment and took out a communication device to report to his father. Father, something has happened. On the other end of the line, Zhao Zhen's voice was calm and cold. I understand. I have already seen the bodies of Zhang Hu and Zhao Si. The person who killed them used an ordinary alloy warblade, but their blade technique is fierce and their speed is extremely fast. Father, do you mean? That Lin Chen is very likely already a warrior, Zhao Zhen said indifferently, and he possesses special talents in speed and blade techniques. Zhao Feng gasped in shock. Special talents. In Jiang City, warriors with special talents are as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns, and each one is a target coveted by all major powers. Impossible. How could that country bumpkin have special talents? Zhao Feng gritted his teeth. No matter what, this person must be eliminated. He already knows that our Zhao family wants to kill him, but leaving him alive is a hidden danger. Zhao Zhen's voice remained calm. Father, I will go personally. Zhao Feng's eyes brimmed with murderous intent. No need, Zhao Zhen vetoed his son's suggestion. Your most important task now is to cultivate. Through the martial arts competition in half a year, you will go to the big city. As for Lin Chen, I will arrange for someone to watch at the city gate. As soon as he returns to the city, we will take action. What if he never comes back? Then we wait for him to return, Zhao Zhen said calmly. A kid at the early stage of a warrior, how long can he survive in the wild? The ferocious beasts of the mountains will collect his corpse. Zhao Feng nodded, his murderous intent slightly abated. Remember, do not let this matter escalate. What if he never comes back? Then we wait for him to return, Zhao Zhen said calmly. A kid at the early stage of a warrior, how long can he survive in the wild? In the following week, Lin Chen had no idea that the Zhao family had set up an elaborate trap at the city gate waiting for him to walk into it. However, he could guess that the Zhao family would not let things rest. They are probably waiting for me at the city gate, Lin Chen sneered inwardly. Then let them wait, I will stay in the wild a little longer. In that moment, Lin Chen embarked on a week of frenzied hunting in the mountains. Using his disguise talent to approach the ferocious beasts, he unleashed his blade technique talent to launch sneak attacks. With the enhancement of his blade technique talent, Lin Chen was practically invincible among warriors except for those with special talents. In this manner, he quickly obtained a large amount of low-level ferocious beast heart blood. One might say it's exhilarating to strike and steal in the moment, and to keep stealing is to keep being exhilarated. Lin Chen seemed tireless hunting in the mountains every day during this week. His backpack was filled with crystal vials containing heart blood. Low-level ferocious beast, heart blood, 56 portions. This haul was enough to make any power in Jiang City envious. It must be noted that on the market, one portion of low-level ferocious beast heart blood could sell for 50,000 yuan, and it often had a price without a market. Lin Chen's harvest this week, just counting the low-level heart blood, was worth over 2 million. I've struck it rich. Lin Chen looked at his fully packed backpack of crystal vials, grinning from ear to ear. However, he quickly calmed down. No matter how much heart blood he had, if it wasn't converted into strength, it was just a pile of dead things. It's time to find a place to enter seclusion and cultivate. On the evening of the 7th day, Lin Chen found a hidden cave in the mountains. The cave was not large, but was enough to accommodate one person, with the entrance obscured by dense vines, making it hard to detect from the outside. Lin Chen crawled into the cave, disguised the entrance a bit, and after confirming it was safe, he finally felt at ease. I will cultivate here. He took out several portions of low-level ferocious beast heart blood from his backpack and placed them before him. Lin Chen sat cross-legged and consumed one portion of low-level ferocious beast heart blood. The warm liquid entered his abdomen, instantly transforming into a stream of pure energy that surged within him. Lin Chen closed his eyes, activating the nascent soul refined body technique, guiding this energy to temper his skin. With a level cultivation talent and the aid of the ferocious beast heart blood, the cultivation speed was astonishing. He could clearly feel his skin becoming tougher and more elastic under the refinement of the nascent power. As time slowly flowed by, night fell, and the sounds of beast roars came from outside the cave. Lin Chen remained oblivious, immersed in his cultivation. The second, third, fourth portions. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. In these 3 days, Lin Chen consumed 24 portions of low-level ferocious beast heart blood, and the tempering of his skin was complete. Clenching his fists to feel the power within him, he had already reached 3,000 pounds of strength, stepping into the mid-stage of a warrior. In these 3 days, he used 24 portions of heart blood, and still had 32 portions left. Now, continuing to cultivate and use up these heart blood, he wanted to see how far he could break through. Lin Chen consumed the remaining 36 portions of beast heart blood over 4 days. He clenched his fist and exerted force. He assessed his physical strength, approximately 5,000 jin, and realized he had reached the mid-stage of the martial cultivator realm, verging on its late stage. A pity, the heart blood of low-tier ferocious beasts has run out. Lin Chen glanced at the empty crystal vial, a faint sense of lingering desire in his gaze. Combined with his Class D cultivation talent, the heart blood of ferocious beasts accelerated his progress dramatically. Even among Jiangxing's elite clans, where other Class D martial cultivators existed, none could afford such lavish training. 56 portions of beast heart blood per week. 3 weeks remain until my next talent replication. Next time, I shall replicate a cultivation talent. Should it ascend 1 tier, the efficacy of my heart blood training will surge once more, and my cultivation breakthrough will accelerate accordingly. Lin Chen contemplated this as he rose and stretched his limbs. The cave was too cramped. He decided to venture outside, to walk and to hunt more ferocious beasts to replenish his heartblood reserves. Activating his concealment talent, a faint luminescent aura shimmered across his body, rendering him nearly indistinguishable from the surrounding forest. This was his greatest advantage in the wild. Over the coming 3 weeks, he would remain outdoors, honing himself until the next replication window opened, then return to the city to seek a higher-tier talent for replication. Emerging from the cave, Lin Chen strode deeper into the mountain forest. He had already explored most of this range and knew that to the northwest lay a region teeming with mid- and late-stage low-tier ferocious beasts. Roar! A deep, guttural bestial roar echoed ahead before he had even walked a li. Lin Chen halted mid-step, his gaze sharpening. Combat! He approached cautiously, not recklessly, but instead employed his concealment talent to slip forward in utter silence. Parting a thicket of shrubs, he beheld an open clearing where 7 or 8 figures battled a massive ironback rhinoceros. The ironback rhinoceros, a late-stage martial cultivator-level beast, possessed thick armored hide and prodigious strength, while a mature specimen could exert 8 to 9,000 gene of force, far surpassing ordinary late-stage martial cultivators. Yet these 7 or 8 fighters were no ordinary cultivators. At their helm stood a middle-aged man wielding a long spear, each thrust precise and lethal, carving crimson gashes across the rhinoceros's hide. The others fought with seamless coordination, some distracted, some restrained, others delivered decisive strikes. Lin Chen did not disturb them, pausing instead 5 meters from the battlefield, his eyes sweeping over the group. Lines of text flickered into view before his eyes. Human Han Tai, cultivation talent class D. Human Lu Cheng, cultivation talent class. Human Wang Wu, cultivation talent class. Another class D cultivation talent. Lin Chen was mildly surprised. In Jiangxing, class D cultivation talent ranked among the elite. Only Li Qiu of the 3rd Academy possessed it. To encounter another here was unexpected. As Lin Chen prepared to withdraw, the middle-aged leader spoke. Push harder. We'll finish this ironback rhinoceros, and today's mission is complete. Zhao family has set no modest price, 5 million for a latest-stage martial cultivator-level beast corpse. Zhao family. Lin Chen froze, his eyes narrowing slightly. Captain Han, what does the Zhao family need so many beast corpses for? Asked a young martial cultivator mid-strike. Rumors say their young master is preparing to break through to the martial cultivator realm, and requires vast quantities of beast heartblood for auxiliary cultivation. Han Tai drove his spear through the rhinoceros's foreleg and replied coolly, we're not the only team they've hired. 3 others are scouring the mountains for beasts. No wonder the Zhao family reigns supreme in Jiangxing. Their generosity is legendary. Indeed, 5 million for a latest-stage low-tier beast means each of us walks away with hundreds of thousands after this job. Amidst their banter, their strikes never faltered. With a final agonized bellow, the ironback rhinoceros Han Tai sheathed his spear, stepped forward, and deftly extracted the beast's heartblood, sealing it within a specially crafted crystal vessel. Handle this with utmost care. It's what the Zhao family specifically demanded. Captain Han, with so much heartblood, can Zhao Feng possibly consume it all alone? Someone asked curiously. Han Tai cast him a glance and replied flatly, what isn't meant to be asked, shouldn't be asked. The man shrank back silent. Lin Chen remained motionless, watching the group depart. His expression gradually hardened into icy resolve. The Zhao family, amassing heartblood en masse. A thought flashed across his mind. Zhao Feng preparing to break through to the martial cultivator realm. Unlikely. He was already at the peak of the martial disciple realm. Heartblood could aid such a breakthrough, but hiring 4 teams simultaneously was excessive. It's not just Zhao Feng. Lin Chen analyzed calmly. As Jiangxing's foremost clan, the Zhao family boasted numerous martial cultivators, and among its youth Zhao Feng was hardly the sole prodigy. Such mass procurement of heartblood served either to cultivate a new generation, or else, could it be Zhao Zhen himself breaking through? Zhao Zhen, patriarch of the Zhao family, was rumored to stand at the martial master realm. Should he attempt ascension, he would indeed require an ocean of cultivation resources. Regardless, my path now lies opposite the Zhao family. A glint of frost pierced Lin Chen's eyes. He himself had reached the latest-stage martial cultivator realm, just 1 step shy of the martial master realm. Yet the Zhao family's strongest cultivator stood at the grand martial master level. Confronting them head-on without first attaining parity would be suicide. Direct confrontation is impossible, but I can collect interest first. A subtle smile curved Lin Chen's lips as a plan crystallized: intercept the Zhao family's hired hunting teams in the mountains. This would both weaken the Zhao family's resource acquisition and replenish his own heartblood reserves, a dual victory. But caution is paramount. I must ensure the Zhao family remains unaware I still live. Lin Chen did not act hastily. Instead, he continued hunting beasts in the mountains, while quietly tracking the Zhao family's contracted teams. Time slipped by like mist. 3 weeks later, inside the cave, Lin Chen sat cross-legged, his entire being radiating an intense, surging aura. He had just concluded a 6-hour cultivation session. His dantian brimmed with qi threatening to overflow, his bones tempered by relentless qi refinement gleamed with a translucent jade-like luster. One final step remains. Lin Chen opened his eyes, murmuring softly. He stood at the threshold of the martial master realm, the 10th Azanjan benchmark, separated by only the thinnest veil. Yet that veil resisted easy piercing. Breaking through to the martial master realm demanded absolute perfection in bone tempering, followed by K-channel unblocking throughout the meridian network, enabling flawless qi circulation. This process required an ocean of energy. Even my Class D cultivation talent proves insufficiently swift. After brief reflection, Lin Chen resolved he would replicate a higher-tier cultivation talent. Though he had recently discovered class bloodline talents among ferocious beasts in the mountains, Lin Chen dared not replicate or fuse them. Humans advanced through cultivation talents, beasts relied on innate bloodline talents. Until he fully grasped this distinction, fusion remained perilously forbidden. Over the past month, he has hunted numerous fierce beasts along with the spoils from the Zhao family's hired team, leaving him with a total low-level fierce beast heart blood 120 portions. This harvest is enough to make any latest-stage martial artist envious. The effectiveness of low-level heart blood has diminished significantly for me now. He needs intermediate or even advanced fierce beast heart blood to quickly break through to a martial master. He made a decision. Return to the city and sell these low-level fierce beast heart blood, purchasing a knife technique manual to cultivate. Returning to Jiang City, there are 2 routes. One is through the military department's passage, but that requires identity registration, and the Zhao family will surely get the news. The other is to sneak in using his disguise talent to avoid everyone's notice. Lin Chen chose the latter. The Zhao family probably thinks I'm dead in the mountains. Lin Chen's lips curled slightly, revealing a dangerous arc. Let them keep thinking that. He packed his belongings, activated his disguise talent, and quietly left the cave. Meanwhile, in Jiang City, Zhao family. In the study, Zhao Feng sat in a high-backed chair, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the table. Still no news, he asked. The steward bowed, saying, "Young master, the people sent out have searched the southeast direction for 50 miles 3 times without any discoveries." That Lin Chen. Speak. He probably died in the mountains. The steward cautiously stated his conclusion. A kid in the initial stage of martial arts staying in the mountains for a month without any supplies and facing fierce beast threats has almost 0 chance of survival. Zhao Feng fell silent for a moment, the corners of his mouth slowly rising. He's lucky to die in the mountains, saving me the trouble of doing it myself. The steward chuckled. What the young master said is true. That kid was ungrateful, and his death is well-deserved. All right, recall the personnel. Zhao Feng waved his hand. It's been a month. It should come to an end. In Jiang City at the South City Gate. The sky had darkened, and the guards at the city gate were changing shifts. Lin Chen stood 100 meters away under a large tree, calmly observing the situation at the city gate. 2 guards, both at the initial stage of martial arts. On the city wall, several auras could be felt, likely patrolling martial artists. Ordinary guards, no one from the Zhao family. Lin Chen observed for a quarter of an hour, confirming that there was no trace of the Zhao family's martial artists. It seems the Zhao family has indeed given up waiting, thinking he died in the mountains. Very good. Lin Chen leaped down from the tree, activated his disguise talent, and his figure became almost completely invisible in the night. Quietly approaching the city wall, he found a blind spot in the guard's line of sight. With a light push on the ground, he leaped over the city wall like smoke. The advantages of his grade speed talent were fully revealed in this short-distance burst. He landed soundlessly. Lin Chen glanced back at the city wall, a slight smile on his lips. Jiang City, I have returned. He adjusted the brim of his hat, tightened his coat, and blended into the crowd in the night. Next, he would look for advanced resources, or find opportunities to enhance his cultivation talent. Sihai Commerce Association, Jiang City Branch. A month ago, he spent all his savings here on the Yuan Force Body Refining Method and Yuan Force Battle Soldiers. A month later, he returned with 120 portions of low-level fierce beast heart blood. Welcome to Sihai Commerce Association. As soon as he stepped through the door, a fair-skinned female clerk greeted him with a professional smile. But when her gaze swept over Lin Chen, a hint of confusion flashed in her eyes. This person seemed somewhat familiar, but she couldn't pinpoint what was off. Lin Chen understood this was the effect of his disguise talent. His appearance hadn't changed, but his aura and presence had been blurred by the talent subtly blending with the surrounding environment. I need to sell some items, Lin Chen stated directly. Young master, please follow me. A dedicated appraiser will evaluate and purchase them. The female clerk gestured for him to follow. Arriving at the counter, Lin Chen took out all 120 portions of heart blood for sale, then discreetly activated his probing. Human Sun High. Cultivation talent a grade. Appraisal talent grade. Lin Chen's heart stirred. This was the first time he had seen a non-combat special talent. It seemed this elder was a professional appraiser responsible for evaluations at the association. In total, 120 portions totaling 6 million. Would you like to sell? Sun Hai quickly analyzed. Good, put it on account. I take me to the second floor to purchase a manual. Lin Chen nodded. Hearing this, Sun Hai revealed a satisfied smile, taking out a golden card from under the counter and handing it to Lin Chen. This is the VIP card for Sihai Commerce Association. Holders enjoy a 10% discount for any purchases at this association's branches. He explained clients who sell over 5 million in goods automatically upgrade to VIP status. Lin Chen took the card, glanced at it, and tucked it into his pocket. He followed the female clerk's footsteps to the place he had longed to reach last time. We have 3 choices for yellow-grade middle-tier knife technique manuals, she introduced excitedly. The first is whirlwind knife technique, characterized by swift strikes that flow like the wind, ceaseless and relentless. Priced at 380,000. The second is stone-shattering knife technique, known for its great power, each strike capable of breaking stone. Priced at 420,000. The third is dragon swimming knife technique, emphasizing the combination of body movement and knife skills with unpredictable changes. Priced at 450,000. Lin Chen pondered for a moment and asked, "Can I see a brief introduction?" "Of course," the female clerk replied, taking out a sample book and flipping to the corresponding page to hand it to him. Lin Chen quickly browsed through it. Whirlwind knife technique focuses on speed suitable for defeating enemies through rapid strikes, but lacks follow-through. Stone-shattering knife technique is fierce and domineering, but requires immense strength with poor flexibility. Dragon swimming knife technique integrates body and blade, possessing both speed and variation, but demands a high level of knife talent from the cultivator. He'll take the dragon swimming knife technique and 2 portions of intermediate fierce beast heart blood. Lin Chen made his decision. All right, the clerk noted the request. Dragon swimming knife technique costs 450,000 and 2 portions of intermediate fierce beast heart blood at 60,000 each, totaling 120,000. Totaling 570,000 after the 10% discount, it's 513,000. Just right, with the VIP card I can save a bit more. Lin Chen smiled slightly. Lin Chen received the items, confirming they were correct, and asked, "The association should have training rooms available for rent, right?" "Yes." The female clerk nodded. "There's a dedicated training area on the first floor, and the training room charges 1,000 per hour, providing uninterrupted yuan force for 24 hours. VIPs can enjoy a 20% discount. Rent for 3 days," Lin Chen said without hesitation. "All right, please follow me." The training room, approximately 20 square meters in size, is constructed from special materials that can withstand attacks at the warrior level without damage. In the center of the room, there is a meditation mat, and in the corner a weapon rack holds several practice iron knives. Lin Chen closed the door and hung a "Do Not Disturb" sign outside. For the next 3 days, he aims to cultivate the flowing dragon blade technique to a minor success. Sitting cross-legged, Lin Chen did not rush to practice the sword, but instead took out the manual for the flowing dragon blade technique and studied it carefully from start to finish. The flowing dragon blade technique consists of 3 forms. The first form, crouching dragon, emerging from the abyss, an upward sweeping motion, unexpected and attacking from an unguarded angle. The second form, dragon roaming the 4 seas, a curved slicing cut, the blade moves erratically and is unpredictable. The third form, dragon soaring 9 heavens, a downward cleave with a momentum like a rainbow, determining fate with a single strike. The 3 forms are intricately linked, progressing from low to high, from simple to complex, each containing a unique intent of the blade. Lin Chen closed his eyes, mentally simulating the techniques and trajectories of each form. At this moment, his A-level blade talent came into play. The obscure text in the manual automatically transformed into clear images in his mind. The point of force for each strike, the direction of every inch of the blade, became incredibly clear. So that's how it is. Lin Chen opened his eyes, stood up, and took the iron knife from the weapon rack. He did not directly practice the complete technique, but started from the basics of grip and swing. Each strike was performed with precision, and each form was practiced repeatedly. Outside the training room, time passed slowly. Inside, Lin Chen was immersed in his own world, oblivious to the passage of time. 3 days later, boom. The blade struck the testing post in the training room, producing a loud crash. The post shook violently, leaving a deep cut on its surface. Lin Chen stood panting, sweat dripping down his cheeks. But his eyes sparkled with excitement. "I did it. The flowing dragon blade technique, minor success. In just 3 days, I have cultivated a mid-grade yellow-level technique to minor success. If this gets out, it would surely embarrass all the blade masters in Jiang City. To be clear, an ordinary warrior typically requires at least 3 months to cultivate a mid-grade yellow-level technique from initiation to major success. Yet I achieved minor success in just 3 days. Knock, knock, knock. A knocking sound came from outside the training room. Lin Chen put down his knife, frowning slightly. He had hung the do not disturb sign, so he thought no one would bother him. Opening the door, he found the female attendant who had welcomed him before standing outside. Young master, I apologize for the interruption. The attendant slightly bowed, her expression respectful. The branch leader wishes to see you. The branch leader. Lin Chen's heart became vigilant. He had no connections with the Seahai Commerce Guild. Why would the branch leader want to see him? Did the branch leader mention what it was about? I'm just a clerk. Why, I do not know. The attendant replied truthfully. Lin Chen pondered for a moment. The Seahai Commerce Guild was a large interregional commercial group with a reliable reputation. They would not damage their own brand. Moreover, in Jiang City, the branch leader of the Seahai Commerce Guild held a higher status than the head of a courtyard. If they wanted to harm him, they wouldn't need to go through such trouble. Lead the way. Lin Chen made his decision. Seahai Commerce Guild, 3rd floor. Unlike the noise of the 1st floor and the elegance of the 2nd, the 3rd floor featured a quiet corridor with several closed wooden doors on either side. The attendant led Lin Chen to the end of the corridor and stopped in front of an ornate wooden door. Branch leader, Mr. Lin has arrived, she said softly. Please come in. A low and gentle voice came from inside. The attendant opened the door and stepped aside. Lin Chen entered the room. This was a study with bookshelves lining all 4 walls filled with various books and scrolls. In the center of the room stood a large mahogany desk, behind which sat a middle-aged man. The man appeared to be in his 40s with an elegant demeanor, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, looking less like a warrior and more like a teacher. However, Lin Chen was not deceived by his appearance. Anyone capable of holding the position of branch leader in a city was certainly not an ordinary person. Lin Chen approached the desk and discreetly activated his probing. Human Shen Wanjun. Cultivation talent C level. Metal element talent E level. Lin Chen's heart jolted. Clevel cultivation talent. A level metal element talent. A clevel cultivation talent far surpasses the average genius in Jiang City, something that is rare and hard to come by. While he was contemplating how to replicate a clevel cultivation talent, it seemed his thoughts had manifested. Without hesitation, Lin Chen chose to replicate the clevel cultivation talent. My surname is Shun. Please have a seat, Mr. Lin. Shen Wanjun gestured for Lin Chen to sit, his gaze lingering on Lin Chen's face for a moment. Branch leader Shen, what is it that you wish to discuss with me? Lin Chen, after replicating your talent, spoke directly. I see that you appear to be about 15 or 16 years old, and you've reached the latter stage of warrior cultivation. You're an exceptional talent and not affiliated with the other prominent families in Jiang City. Thus, we would like to invite you to join our Seahai Commerce Guild. Shen Wanjun stated honestly. I apologize, branch leader Shun, but I do not wish to join any organization at this time. Lin Chen did not hesitate to refuse. He possessed the ability to replicate talents. His talent would continue to upgrade. Once he joined the guild, they would inevitably learn about his talent. Eventually, when his talent and cultivation realm did not match, he could perhaps deceive them once or twice, but could he continue to hide it indefinitely? Joining the guild would eventually lead to exposure, and trouble would follow. Are you sure? Shen Wanjun expressed surprise. After all, joining Seahai Commerce Guild was something many warriors in Jiang City envied. Although he did not understand, he showed respect. Absolutely, Lin Chen replied solemnly. Very well, I know you will eventually go to a big city. In Jiang City, aside from the military, we can also send people to big cities. 3 months from now, our guild will transport goods to Haiqing, and we'll be sending a group of people there. Shen Wanjun said. Branch leader Shen, are you saying you can send me to Haiqing? Lin Chen asked excitedly. Yes, consider it a good connection. You can think of it as an investment from me, a merchant. Shen Wanjun smiled. All right, I will come back in 3 months. Thank you, branch leader Shen. Lin Chen expressed his gratitude. After saying that, Lin Chen cupped his hands in respect and indicated that he was leaving. After leaving the study, Lin Chen told the female attendant to renew the training room for another month. Upon returning to the training room, he hung the do not disturb sign outside and began to merge his talents. Boom. The long-lost pain surfaced again, as if his entire body was being torn apart. Lin Chen gritted his teeth tightly, determined not to make a sound. 10 minutes later, Lin Chen felt a comfortable energy strike his soul. Exhaling slowly, he focused his thoughts and began to check his talents. Human Lin Chen. Cultivation talent C level. Speed talent F level. Blade technique After upgrading his cultivation talent, Lin Chen could clearly feel the difference. With a Crade cultivation talent, he effortlessly drew the spiritual energy from the world around him, his cultivation progressing with remarkable speed. Lin Chen did not waste any time and took out the heart's blood of a mid-level fierce beast that he had previously purchased, which he intended to use upon breaking through to become a martial master. Mid-level fierce beasts are comparable to human martial masters, their heart's blood containing energy and life essence far beyond that of low-level fierce beasts. Now that his talent had just transformed into Kraid, it was the perfect time to break through to become a martial. As Lin Chen swallowed the blood, the violent and pure energy erupted within him, surging to every part of his body. Had he still possessed the previous grade cultivation talent, he would have had to expend significant mental effort to absorb this energy, ultimately only managing to take in about half of it, while losing the rest. Now with a Kraid cultivation talent, the turbulent energy seemed to encounter a natural sovereign upon touching his inner strength, rapidly becoming gentle and being efficiently guided, split and refined, merging into his Danshin's energy vortex and surging forth along the route of the vitality body refinement method, beginning the final and most thorough tempering of his bones. A series of faint yet clear sounds echoed from within him. It was the sound of bones being scrubbed by pure energy, impurities being expelled, and the structure being further reinforced, the surface of his bones glowing increasingly with a lustrous sheen. The energy from the first heart's blood was quickly absorbed. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Chen swallowed the second portion. The energy erupted again, but this time Lin Chen's sensations were entirely different. When his bones had been tempered to a critical point, resonating with a sound akin to the clash of metal, the inner strength within him seemed to respond to some kind of call, no longer satisfied with flowing through skin, flesh, and bones, but instead launching an assault towards a deeper, more essential level. His blood. Martial Master Realm Blood Exchange. The inner strength became like the finest carving knife and the hottest furnace, beginning to seep into his veins, acting upon every drop of blood. The impurities, fatigue, and mundanity in the old blood were gradually burned away, replaced with new blood, vibrant with pure inner strength and life essence. This process was painful and lengthy, akin to being in a furnace, with every part of his body enduring the agony of burning and remolding. In the cultivation chamber, fine dark red beads of sweat began to emerge from Lin Chen's skin, the expelled old blood and impurities. At the same time, his aura was steadily rising, akin to a slumbering fierce beast slowly awakening, a weighty and fierce momentum spreading around him. His strength was growing wildly, charging towards the threshold of a martial master. 10,000 pounds of force. How much time had passed? Boom. A dull heartbeat akin to a drum clearly resounded in the silent cultivation chamber. Lin Chen suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze ablaze with brilliance, as if electric arcs were coursing through. Gently rising, a series of crisp cracks echoed from his bones as they stretched, containing explosive power that he casually directed with a punch towards a nearby testing post. He did not use any inner strength, only the purest physical power. Bang! With a loud crash, the testing post, capable of withstanding the full force of a normal late-stage martial artist strike, was deeply dented, its surface covered in a web of cracks. Strength exceeds 12,000 pounds. Lin Chen felt the surging power within him, along with the fresh, vibrant blood that radiated a faint golden glow, stirring a sense of grandeur in his heart. Martial Master early stage, I did it. It's time to settle some old scores. Lin Chen's gaze turned cold, a hint of murderous intent emerging. Zhao Feng, the instigator of it all, was about to pay the price. The Zhao family may be powerful, but with his disguised talent and current status as a martial master, Lin Chen was no longer the easily manipulated martial apprentice he once was. Lin Chen washed off the expelled filth from his body, changing into a clean black outfit. With his disguised talent operating quietly, his figure became blurred in the light, and his aura completely concealed, resembling an ordinary person without any cultivation. Under the night sky of Jiang City, the lights twinkled. Lin Chen, like a ghost, blended into the shadows, stealthily heading towards the Zhao family estate. With his martial master level cultivation and a great disguised talent, he moved through the eaves and shadows, as if entering a realm devoid of witnesses. Occasionally, a patrolling team of the Zhao family passed by, completely unaware that a deadly assassin lay concealed just 5 meters away. The Zhao family estate was vast, filled with pavilions and grandeur. Lin Chen, like a raccoon cat, climbed over high walls, avoiding several sentries, and made his way directly to the inner courtyard, heading towards Zhao Feng's residence, Ting Taoxian. This information was what he had intentionally inquired about previously, combined with his observations of the Zhao family's layout. Inside Ting Taoxian, the lights were bright. Zhao Feng was drinking with 2 of his trusted confidants, his expression somewhat gloomy. "Young master, are you still troubled by that?" Lin Chen, one of the confidants, flattered. "That brat must have long been fed to a fierce beast with no bones left." Zhang Hu and Zhao Si's deaths might have been caused by encountering a powerful, wandering fierce beast, or perhaps it was others from the other families acting in secret. "Yes, young master, didn't the master say that the hunting team we hired has been intercepted in the mountains? Their methods are clean and swift, as if targeting our Zhao family. It's possible that the Zhou family, Li family, or those jealous families are secretly scheming." That Lin Chen, a mere peasant, how could he have this capability? Zhao Feng downed his drink and slammed the cup onto the table. Humph. He got off easy. Died too quickly. As for the other families, my father is already investigating. If we catch any evidence. Before he could finish, the candle flames in the room flickered violently, as if stirred by an unseen wind. Who? As a peak martial apprentice, Zhao Feng was alert and immediately felt a chill barking in a stern voice. His two confidants also stood up, cautiously scanning the doors and windows. However, outside the door there was only silence, with the sound of the night wind rustling through the leaves. Young master, it might be the wind. One of the confidants sighed in relief. Puff, puff. Two barely noticeable sounds of air being sliced echoed the sound of lethal weapons cutting through the air faster than the perception of a martial apprentice. Both confidants felt a thin line of blood appear at their throats, their eyes filled with confusion and terror as they fell limply to the ground. What? Zhao Feng's face turned pale with horror, his hair standing on end, instinctively trying to activate his protective talismans and shout for help. But a shadow, as if emerging directly from the wall's darkness, appeared in front of him in an instant. The shadow's face was indistinct, but the pair of icy-cold eyes were vividly imprinted in Zhao Feng's final vision. Fast. Incomprehensibly fast. Faster than any martial artist he had ever seen. A flash of blade light appeared like a tragic moonlight blooming in the night. Zhao Feng felt a chill at his neck, all strength and sound instantly drained from him. He clutched his throat, blood gushing from his fingers, staring in disbelief at the blurred shadow before him. The last image that flashed through his mind was that of the boy in the Trial Valley who had taken the mountain serpent and casually uttered, "Oh, it's you." His lips moved, but no sound came forth, filled with endless regret and fear as his consciousness sank into eternal darkness. Lin Chen looked at Zhao Feng's fallen body, his expression devoid of any fluctuation. He quickly searched the room, sweeping away valuable and portable items, as well as Zhao Feng's jade pendant that might signify his identity. Next, he intentionally used Zhao Feng's sword to leave behind intentionally similar wounds on the bodies of the two confidants, resembling those from the ambush on the Zhao family's hunting team, mixed wounds of slashes and stabs intended to mislead. Having completed all this, Lin Chen did not linger. He activated his disguise talent to the extreme, his figure melting into the darkness, silently slipping through the window and disappearing into the thick night, vanishing beyond the layers of the Zhao family's courtyards. Moments later, the Zhao family's patrol team rushed to Ting Tao Xian, the site before them, sending shivers down their spines. Young master. The piercing alarm echoed throughout the Zhao family estate, soon rousing the entire Zhao family, lights blazing and chaos ensuing. Zhao Zhen arrived on the scene first, looking at his son's still warm body and the forged wounds, his face ashen, exuding a terrifying pressure of a great martial master that silenced everyone around him. Investigate. Conduct a thorough investigation. Zhao Zhen's voice was like the coldness of the abyss, full of endless killing intent. The storage ring on Feng is missing. Valuables have been robbed, and they deliberately left such misleading wounds. It's a provocation. It's a provocation against our Zhao family. Head of the family, these wounds are somewhat similar to those of the members of the hunting team we were ambushed by in the mountains. One of the confidants responsible for investigating the ambush incident reported in a trembling voice. The Zhou family. Li family. Wang family. Zhao Zhen gritted his teeth, flames of fury blazing in his eyes. It must be that someone among them realized that we were collecting heart's blood in large amounts, guessed something, and even had the audacity to infiltrate our estate and kill my son. Good. Very good. Send orders to increase our numbers. Keep a close watch on those families. Furthermore, offer a bounty of 100,000, no, 500,000. Collect any clues about tonight's intruder. I want them to pay blood for blood. No one connected this clean, decisive assassination, clearly done by a skilled hand, with that martial apprentice boy Lin Chen, who was supposed to have died in the mountains. In the eyes of Zhao Zhen and all the Zhao family members, this was clearly a brutal retaliation and warning from a rival family targeting the Zhao family's recent actions. Meanwhile, the real killer Lin Chen had already returned to the hidden inn near the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce. He shed his black garments, washing away any faint traces he might have left, appearing merely as an ordinary traveler. Watching the commotion faintly emanating from the direction of the Zhao family outside the window, his expression remained calm. The first interest has been collected, he murmured to himself, devoid of any pleasure from vengeance, only a deep, tranquil calm. Zhao family. If you cease your pursuit here, perhaps you can last a little longer. But if you continue to entangle yourselves. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, a cold light flickering. Before Haiching, I wouldn't mind playing with you a bit longer. The next day, Lin Chen awoke from his slumber. Last night, Lin Chen infiltrated the Zhao family's estate using his disguise talent, dealt with Zhao Feng, ignored the consequences of his actions, and went back to his room to sleep after ensuring that no one had noticed. Last night Lin Chen infiltrated the Zhao family's estate using his disguised talent, dealt with Zhao Feng, ignored the consequences of his actions, and went back to his room. Members of the great families in Jiang City were on high alert, as every family had the potential to be suspected. Lin Chen headed towards the outskirts of the city, having exhausted his resources during his breakthrough to the martial master level, and he needed to seek out suitable talents in the wild for replication. Have you heard? The genius young master of the Zhao family, Zhao Feng, was killed last night in his own estate. Really? Is that true? Who has the ability to come and go freely in the Zhao family? Absolutely true. The son of my third uncle's neighbor works as a guard for the Zhao family, and the news spread before dawn. I heard he died a terrible death with 2 guards also having their throats slit and all valuables robbed. They must have provoked someone formidable. Old Master Zhao must be going mad. Who wouldn't be? It said that the head of the Zhao family smashed a wooden table in anger on the spot. Now the Zhao family is under lockdown, searching everywhere, and even offering a reward of 500,000 for clues. I think it's largely because the Zhao family has been too tyrannical over the years, provoking the wrong people. It might even be a joint effort by other families. Chill. Be cautious with your words. Do you want to get yourself killed? Rumors spread like a plague, with all sorts of speculations and fantasies emerging. Some said it was revenge from a rival family, others claimed it was an enemy Zhao Feng made while outside, who hired a master, and some even concocted bizarre tales of vendettas and love affairs. Yet no one cast their gaze upon the ordinary-looking young martial artist among the crowd, whose aura was calm, as if he were merely an early riser going about his business. As Lin Chen walked along the road, he could hear martial artists in the city discussing Zhao Feng's death, highlighting how significant this matter had become. Upon arriving at the city gate, not only had the guards increased, but there were also Zhao family martial artists keeping a watchful eye on every martial artist exiting the city. With his disguised talent at hand, it may pose a challenge to conceal himself from those at the martial master level, but it was a trivial matter against martial artists at lower realms. Lin Chen easily departed Jiang City, heading north towards the Shattered Star Basin. The Shattered Star Basin, located about 150 miles from Jiang City, got its name from the landscape's depression, which reflected the starlight at night like scattered silver. The vegetation there was relatively sparse, and due to the unique soil, it was home to numerous ferocious beasts adept at burrowing, possessing strong defenses, or exhibiting special earth type and healing talents. Previously, during his research at the Academy Library and the Sihai Chamber of Commerce, Lin Chen had noted records mentioning a mutated iron-lined earthworm beast appearing at the edge of the Shattered Star Basin, suspected of having the rare rapid healing talent. If I could replicate that healing talent combined with my enhanced physique after blood exchange, my survival ability and sustained combat capability would undergo a qualitative leap. A glimmer of anticipation flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. This talent may not enhance combat power directly like attack-type talents, but in the perilous wilds and in future more intense battles, it could play a crucial role. Lin Chen did not rush excessively on his journey. It was necessary to retain some strength in the wild, as hiding one's abilities was essential. He maintained the speed appropriate for a martial master as he proceeded. After the breakthrough to martial master and the blood exchange, Lin Chen could distinctly feel his vitality surging with vigor, brimming with energy, and experiencing no fatigue during long-distance travel. His control over Yuan power also became increasingly refined. The efficient cultivation instincts brought about by his clever talent allowed him, even while on the move without actively cultivating, to passively absorb the thin spiritual energy in the air, slowly, yet steadily solidifying his realm. Occasionally encountering low-level ferocious beasts that were foolish enough to attack along the way, Lin Chen could easily dispatch them, using only his formidable physical strength and precise strikes, collecting their heart blood and materials along the way. After breaking through to martial master, the heart blood of low-level ferocious beasts had minimal effect on him, but accumulating a little could still be exchanged for some money or used to trade for other resources. 2 days later, Lin Chen arrived at the edge of the Shattered Star Basin. The terrain before him suddenly dipped, forming a vast bowl-shaped depression. The basin was not entirely flat, but rather filled with hills of varying heights, exposed gray-brown rock layers, and sparse bushes. The air was dry with stronger winds and sands quite different from the mountainous and forested terrain surrounding Jiang City. According to the records, that mutated iron-lined earthworm likes to lurk in the western part of the basin, where the soil is relatively moist and close to the underground river. Lin Chen recalled the information and ventured deeper towards the western side of the basin. Here the ferocious beasts indeed tended to be earth-dwelling or defensive in nature. Lin Chen quickly encountered several waves of attacks. A group of cracking beasts resembling pangolins, but with menacing bone spines on their backs, suddenly emerged from the ground to attack, boasting considerable strength and tough hides. Lin Chen executed the first move of the Dragon Dance Blade technique. Hidden Dragon emerges from the abyss, sweeping the blade upwards to easily break through their defenses and slay them one by one. Most of these ferocious beasts were low-level, mid, or late stage, providing limited practical honing, but they allowed Lin Chen to become more adept in applying martial master-level power. He also encountered a mid-level, early-stage rock-armored violent bear, which was immensely strong and had astonishing defense. Ordinary swords could hardly inflict harm. Lin Chen employed the second move of the Dragon Dance Blade technique. Dragon roams the seas, curving the blade to avoid its thickest armored front, targeting its joints and eye sockets. After some effort using superior speed and exquisite blade techniques, he managed to wear it down and collected a portion of mid-level ferocious beast heart blood. Not bad, just what I need to solidify my cultivation. Lin Chen contentedly stored this heart blood away. As he hunted ferocious beasts, he also meticulously searched for traces of the iron line earthworm. This ferocious beast was elusive, lurking underground for years, making it exceedingly difficult to detect. Lin Chen could only search by observing for irregular minor bulges on the ground, signs of recent soil disturbance, or the special scent of its secreted mucus, as well as using his replication talent to check for its presence within 5 meters underground. After 3 days of searching in the western part of the basin, having hunted over 10 various ferocious beasts, he discovered 3 iron line earthworms, but their healing talents were all at the lowest grade. Lin Chen did not want to waste a monthly opportunity replicating in grade talent. That would be too much of a loss. Moreover, since it had not yet been a month, Lin Chen was still unable to replicate fused talents. Thus, Lin Chen could only continue hunting ferocious beasts in the basin to collect their heart blood for cultivation while searching for a higher grade healing talent iron line earthworm. Time passed quickly and a month had gone by. During this time, Lin Chen found several iron thread earthworms, the highest healing talent being a grade. If he couldn't find any higher grade talents, Lin Chen would have to settle for this grade healing talent. Throughout this month, he did not cease his training. By now, Lin Chen had reached the mid-stage of martial master with strength amounting to 50,000 pounds. Utilizing the minor accomplishment of the Dragon Blade technique, his power could reach 70,000 pounds, no small feat among martial masters. One day, after dealing with a fierce beast that was about to drink at the riverbank, Lin Chen felt a slight tremor in the ground as he collected its heart's blood. This tremor was not caused by a group of fierce beasts moving together. It felt as if a battle was occurring. Following the sensation of the tremors, Lin Chen passed through a dense forest where he suddenly came across a pitch-black cave entrance approximately 2 meters in diameter, with uneven edges and a depth that seemed bottomless. A chilling damp breeze mixed with a faint fishy smell and a peculiar fragrance slowly wafted out from the cave. A cavity formed by a collapse. Lin Chen felt a surge of caution and did not approach recklessly. He first observed from a distance, noticing that the soil at the cave's edge was very new, indicating a recent collapse. The strange fragrance was refreshing, causing a subtle activation of the primal energy within him. Is there a treasure? This thought quickly surfaced. Anything that could evoke a response from his primal energy was surely no ordinary item. However, the fishy smell also indicated that fierce beasts might reside within the cave, possibly being the culprits behind this collapse. Wealth and danger often go hand in hand. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Chen decided to investigate. He fully activated his camouflage talent, blending almost entirely with the surrounding gray-brown environment, silently approaching the cave's edge and crouching down to look inside. The cave sloped downward, becoming gentle after several dozen feet. The interior was extremely dark, but Lin Chen's eyesight, refined by his primal energy, allowed him to see in the dark. He vaguely saw that the cave floor was not solid ground. It seemed that an underground river flowed beneath with the sound of water trickling. Beside the underground river, there was a natural stone mortar on a protruding dry platform, which should have contained treasures, but was now empty, merely retaining the lingering peculiar fragrance as proof of its previous existence. Next to the mortar lay the corpse of an iron thread earthworm, now devoid of life, but fortunately the body was intact. Lin Chen hurried over to examine it using his replication talent. Fierce beast iron thread earthworm. Bloodline talent grade. Healing talent grade. Earth affinity a grade. What a windfall. Lin Chen exclaimed excitedly after duplicating the talents. This place must have been discovered by others who killed the fierce beasts for treasures. They must have gone deeper. Lin Chen pondered as he looked towards the depths of the cave. Fusion. Without further ado, he quickly initiated the fusion, increasing his combat power, and could then explore what treasures lay further within. Lin Chen could clearly feel the optimization and reorganization of his blood production capacity, cell division speed, and tissue repairability undergoing tremendous changes. Amidst the pain was a tingling sensation of rebirth, as if every cell was rejoicing. This time the fusion was more focused on vitality than any previous attempt. An hour later the fusion was complete. Lin Chen opened his eyes, his gaze imbued with divine light and a lingering aura. He casually sliced a deeper wound on his arm than during previous experiments. Before blood could even flow, the muscles on both sides of the wound began to automatically seal, and flesh granules grew and intertwined at a visible speed. In just a few breaths, the wound healed, leaving only a faint white scar, which quickly vanished. This is great healing. Truly formidable. Lin Chen's confidence surged. With such a talent, as long as he wasn't instantly destroyed at a vital point, he was practically invincible. Now it's time to explore deeper and see what treasures are attracting that group. Lin Chen stood up, stretching his limbs as a fighting spirit ignited in his eyes. At that moment, the tremors intensified, indicating a battle was occurring inside. Lin Chen fully activated his camouflage talent, disguising himself, and swiftly moved deeper, discovering traces of fierce battles along the way. The deeper he went, the more pronounced the tremors became, and the more battle traces appeared. Soon a group of figures appeared before Lin Chen. Lin Chen hid in the shadows, observing carefully. It's the people from the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce. Upon seeing President Chen, Lin Chen realized they were here seeking opportunities. President Chen and others were battling a group of fierce beasts. Leading the charge was President Chen, who faced off against the leader of the fierce beasts, both being figures at the level of great martial masters of battle. Lin Chen could not intervene in. The remaining members were resisting the attacks of the other fierce beasts. At that moment, a figure emerged from underground, an elder who also appeared to be a great martial master. President, we've got the items, let's go. The elder hurried to President Shen's side, passing the items to him. Suddenly, a giant armored fierce beast burst forth from the depths of the cave, its aura far surpassing that of a great martial master, emitting a mental pressure that caused all faces to change. Even Lin Chen, hiding at a distance, could not escape this mental pressure and felt his body grow heavy. What have I stirred up? This is clearly a top-tier fierce beast, superior to advanced fierce beasts, comparable to a human at the master realm. President, this is a top-tier fierce beast. Well, hold it off. You go ahead. I entrust my family to you. The elder's face turned grim. We leave together. Shen Wanjun gritted his teeth, saying with difficulty. After all, these were his companions, and he couldn't let anything happen to them, needing to ensure that most of them got away. No, without someone to hold it back, none of us can escape. With that, the elder immediately used a secret technique, his aura rising, barely able to resist the armored fierce beast. Go. Seeing this, Shen Wanjun also calmed down, directing the others to leave, with the elder being the last barrier against the fierce beast. At that moment, another armored fierce beast appeared in the direction the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce was fleeing towards, its aura slightly weaker than the previous one, but still far surpassing that of an advanced fierce beast, essentially a half-step top-tier fierce beast. You all go, I'll hold this one off. Shen Wanjun could only say to his subordinates. Without waiting for a response, he too activated his secret technique to confront the fierce beast. In these battles, Lin Chen could clearly see that Shen Wanjun and the fierce beast were evenly matched, while the previous elder was merely able to withstand the fierce beast's attacks. Time flowed slowly. Shen Wanjun and the elder's auras began to wane as the duration of the secret technique was nearing its end. Once the technique expired, they would fall into weakness, completely unable to resist, and at that point both would be doomed. Seeing that the other members of the Chamber of Commerce had already escaped, the two no longer fully resisted the fierce beast's attacks and fled with all their might. Shen Wanjun fled in a hurry with fierce beasts in pursuit, quickly leaving them far behind. Seeing the figures of the beasts shrinking in the distance, he felt relieved, and his pace began to slow down. Suddenly, the secret technique's time was up, and the backlash hit him. Shen Wanjun felt a wave of weakness surge from within, causing him to stumble backward. Shen Wanjun could only pray to the heavens, now hoping that after he fainted, no fierce beasts would appear to devour him. Just before he lost consciousness, a figure appeared before him. I'm not dead. This was Shen Wanjun's first reaction upon waking from his coma. Logically, he should have perished in the belly of a fierce beast. Could it be that his subordinates saved him? Shen Wanjun thought again that the figure he saw before losing consciousness must have been the one who saved him. Opening his eyes, he realized he was in a fierce beast's cave. Although he was injured, he could still sense someone outside the cave. It must be his benefactor. President Chen, you're awake. A familiar voice called out. Following the sound, Shen Wanjun saw Lin Chen, whom he had tried to recruit not long ago. Lin Chen, my young friend, you saved me. Although it was a question, his tone was very firm in believing that Lin Chen was the one who rescued him. Yes, I saw you fainting in the forest and brought you to this cave. The fierce beast outside has already been killed by me, so there shouldn't be any fierce beasts coming here for now, Lin Chen said. Thank you, Lin Chen, my young friend. If you hadn't brought me here, I would have surely become another fierce beast's meal by now. Shen Wanjun expressed his gratitude. It was just a coincidence, Lin Chen smiled. He originally did not want to get involved in such matters as fierce beasts comparable to master-level beings were beyond his capacity to handle. When the fierce beast appeared, Lin Chen had already fled the scene, watching from a distance. Who would have thought that Shen Wanjun would run in his direction and faint not far from him? He couldn't just stand by and do nothing, especially since Shen had promised to take him to Haiqing. Moreover, saving Shen Wanjun would allow him to connect with the Sihai Chamber of Commerce without joining, providing a refuge should he decide to eliminate the Zhao family in the future. Shen Wanjun sat cross-legged, taking out healing pills to recover from his injuries. Suddenly appeared. Lin Chen was certain that Shen Wanjun possessed the legendary storage equipment. When he brought him to the cave, he had not noticed anything on him except for 2 bags. He had previously speculated it was a storage bag, and now that Shen Wanjun produced healing pills seemingly out of thin air, he was certain it was indeed a storage bag. I don't ask for much, saving your life, and receiving a storage bag in return isn't too much to ask. As Shen Wanjun healed, Lin Chen thought to himself. Shen Wanjun seemed to sense Lin Chen's thoughts and smiled, saying, "This is a storage bag made from the skin of fierce beasts with spatial attributes, or crafted by warriors with spatial abilities using fierce beast skins." "So it means the materials possess spatial power, or the maker has spatial power," Lin Chen responded. "Yes, that's the understanding." Shen Wanjun smiled at Lin Chen. Over the next 2 days, Lin Chen went out early and returned late, hunting fierce beasts to train, while Shen Wanjun focused on recovering from his injuries. Although he couldn't train properly at night, with Shen Wanjun present, it wasn't a waste of time. During their conversations, Lin Chen also gathered insights about the powers in Haiqing and much knowledge unavailable in Jiangqing. For instance, the realms above that of great martial masters, the combat power possessed in Jiangqing, and that in Haiqing, as well as the cultivation environment available in Haiqing. "Lin Chen, my young friend, my injuries are nearly healed. I plan to return to Jiangqing for a bit of recovery and then head straight to Haiqing. Remember, there will be a visit to Haiqing in 2 months for the Chamber of Commerce. Until we meet again in Haiqing." Having nearly recovered, Shen Wanjun said just before leaving. Before departing, he gifted Lin Chen a storage bag from his person and floated away. After Shen Wanjun left, Lin Chen eagerly opened the storage bag using the method Shen had described earlier. Inside there were 10 gold cards, 10 portions of high-grade fierce beast heart blood, and a manual. Upon opening the manual, he discovered it was an advanced energy refining technique, making this gift exceedingly precious. Each gold card was worth 1 million, totaling 10 million, and the 10 portions of high-grade fierce beast heart blood couldn't be bought in Jiangqing. Moreover, the most important thing was this advanced energy refining technique, which was impossible to find in Jiangqing. Only members of major powers in large cities like Haiqing had the opportunity to learn it, while ordinary people had no chance. "Now I owe President Shen a favor," Lin Chen murmured to himself, holding the manual and gazing in the direction Shen Wanjun had left. With the advanced energy refining technique and 10 portions of high-grade fierce beast heart blood, he was confident he could break through to the great martial master realm in 2 months. By then the Zhao family would be of no concern. Lin Chen was filled with self-assurance. In 2 months, if he found 2 more good talents, he could easily dominate in the great martial master realm. Time passed silently in training, and another month slipped by. Inside the cave, Lin Chen sat cross-legged, and compared to a month ago, his aura was significantly stronger. With the existence of the storage bag, Lin Chen was able to collect fierce beast heart blood on a large scale, without fear of being unable to carry it away. Combining the heart blood he collected with the advanced fierce beast heart blood gifted by President Shen, he had already reached the late martial master stage, with a strength of 80,000 gene, enough to rival an average great martial master. At this moment, Lin Chen's brow was tightly furrowed, his eyes filled with a hint of regret and understanding. His dragon blade technique had reached great mastery half a month ago, and in the past half-month Lin Chen had focused on refining his sword technique. Regrettably, the dragon blade technique still fell short of perfection. No matter how Lin Chen trained during the past half-month, even daring to engage in life-and-death battles with several advanced fierce beasts comparable to human great martial masters for a breakthrough, he could not pierce through that last layer of barrier. When the sword technique reached its peak, he felt something was missing, lacking that spirituality, that harmony and continuity of the Tao rhythm. It seems the issue lies not in hard training, but in the talent itself. Lin Chen sheathed his sword and exhaled a long breath. He recalled the smoothness of his previous training compared to the current stagnation, and the contrast made his heart clear. An A-level sword technique talent may just be the limit of reaching perfection in the dragon blade technique. To achieve completeness, one must either invest time or enhance their talent using strong talent to drive the sword technique to perfection. In the future, when cultivating more advanced sword technique manuals, he must elevate the level of his sword technique talent. Talent determines the ceiling. Since he gained the ability to replicate, he has felt this more deeply. There are a few days until the next opportunity to replicate. This broken star basin is vast, perhaps Lin Chen's mind started to become active. Enhancing sword technique talent is a long-term goal, but replication opportunities are rare. Since he couldn't find suitable targets for more advanced sword technique talents for now, why not strengthen other aspects first? Strength is always one of the most fundamental elements in actual combat. The saying "one strength breaks 10,000 laws" is not mere words. If I can replicate a strength talent combined with my late martial master cultivation and the might of the fully realized dragon blade technique, the resulting destructive power will be terrifying enough to compensate for that slight imperfection in my technique. With this thought settled, Lin Chen set a new goal and walked out of the cave where he had stayed for a month, delving deeper into the more dangerous core area of the basin, searching for powerful, fierce beasts with strength talents. Days later, Lin Chen discovered his target in a dense forest. A gigantic gorilla nearly 3 meters tall with shoulders as broad as small hills covered in long dark brown fur resembling steel needles, exuding the aura of a mid-level beast on the verge of breaking through to a higher level. The sound of its fists pounding on its chest resonated like drums, causing loose stones around to tumble down. At this moment it had just hunted down a beast and was dragging it towards its den. Lin Chen followed closely behind, fully activating his disguise talent, seeking an opportune moment to replicate, as his goal was to copy the talent, not to hunt the beast. Seeing the gorilla about to enter its den, Lin Chen quickened his pace, positioning himself within 5 meters of the beast before it entered. Beast: Wild Giant Gorilla. Bloodline talent D grade. Strength talent D grade. Berserk talent E grade. D grade strength talent. This is the one. Lin Chen's eyes lit up as he immediately copied it. Noticing that the wild giant gorilla had not detected him, it entered the den, and Lin Chen turned to leave the area, returning to the cave where he had resided for the past month. Fusion. This time the fusion was different. Lin Chen could feel the changes in his body as every inch of his muscles was being torn apart and then restructured in a more robust, resilient, and explosive manner. His bones emitted a subtle creaking sound under the strain, becoming denser and capable of withstanding greater power output. Blood flowed like a mighty river, providing a surging force for the new energy engine. Accompanying this was intense pain in his body, even more severe than before. Pain. It was a pain akin to being torn apart. Yet amid the anguish surged the exhilarating and rapid growth of power. Half an hour later the fusion was complete. Lin Chen closed his eyes, feeling the power within him, as if he could hear the sound of blood flowing in his body. Clenching his fist, he threw a punch. Thud. A muffled sound echoed as a shallow fist imprint appeared on the rock wall, spiderweb-like cracks spreading from it. This power has increased by 5 times. Originally my strength was 80,000 pounds, and with the activation of the D-grade strength talent, I now possess 400,000 pounds of power. Lin Chen calculated his strength. Now, even if he considered only his strength, he was not weak among Grand Martial Masters, but he was still limited to strength alone and could not compare with martial artists of the Grand Martial Master realm in other aspects. Though the Dragon Dance Blade technique is not yet perfected with the D-grade strength talent, it is enough for me to sweep through most opponents within the Martial Master realm and even contend against ordinary Grand Martial Masters. Next, I will fully hunt high-level beasts comparable to Grand Martial Masters to obtain their heart's blood. Within the next month, I will break through to the Grand Martial Master realm and then return to Jiang City to accompany the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce to High City. Lin Chen gazed towards Jiang City. The matters regarding the Zhao family were not necessarily resolved, and there were military personnel in Jiang City, perhaps hiding individuals with higher-level blade talent or other special talents. Now that he had greatly improved his strength and possessed the disguise talent, he just needed to plan carefully. It was not impossible to borrow someone's abilities. As time slowly passed, Lin Chen took advantage of his healing and strength talents to challenge high-level beasts, exhausting them to death. Apart from those beasts with special talents, all high-level beasts in this basin had been eradicated by Lin Chen, and he had harvested plenty of heart's blood sufficient for him to cultivate to the Grand Martial Master realm. Finding an absolutely concealed dry cave deep within the mountains, Lin Chen set up multiple alarms and disguises. He could finally process his gains in peace, preparing to use this heart's blood to break through to the Grand Martial Master realm. The Martial Master realm focuses on tempering the skin, flesh, bones, and blood, primarily the exterior. However, the Grand Martial Master requires tempering from the outside in refining the internal organs to unlock the treasures of life within. After consuming the heart's blood, a surge of energy more powerful than his own erupted forth, prompting Lin Chen to immediately begin cultivating using the Advanced Vitality Refinement Method. Guided by the Advanced Vitality Refinement Method, the heart's blood provided a massive amount of energy, consciously offering the energy for blood transformation. 1 portion, 2 portions, 3 portions. After an unknown number of portions of heart's blood were consumed, Lin Chen's body no longer transformed blood, but began to delve deeper within. The energy torrent, imbued with warmth and vitality, no longer merely flowed through the meridians or tempered the surface, but began to penetrate into the deeper organs. First was the heart, the core of the engine. Energy surged in, and the heart beat more powerfully and solidly, each thump like a drum pumping out blood that became increasingly vibrant and hot, brimming with greater vitality and energy. Next was the liver, the center of detoxification and metabolism. As energy washed over it, the liver, like a dusty gem, was polished anew, radiating a gentle luster, significantly enhancing its functions of detoxification, blood storage, and qi regulation. Lin Chen could sense that the subtle Dan poison and even impurities from food left over from past battles and cultivation were being rapidly decomposed and expelled. Then came the spleen, the source of transformation. The energy nourished the spleen, making it robust, greatly increasing its efficiency in converting nourishment into qi and blood, solidifying his foundation and enhancing his potential. Lungs, the organs of respiration. The energy refined them, causing the alveoli to expand and contract more powerfully, improving the efficiency of absorbing the world's qi, complementing the C-grade cultivation talent. Kidneys, the place of essence, storage, the foundation of life. The energy warmed them, enveloping the kidneys like a hot spring, filling them with vitality, harmonizing yin and yang, enhancing his hearing and vision. Even his bones seemed to receive further nourishment, becoming more resilient. The tempering of the 5 organs fostered an unending cycle of life. The 6 bowels were also strengthened significantly, improving the efficiency of the entire digestive, absorption, and excretion system as his body truly began to move towards the immaculate body. This was a process of rebirth. The impurities and toxins deep within the body were expelled by the advanced energy, transformed into foul-smelling black liquid through the pores, and eliminated from the body. Lin Chen's aura soared, his strength grew wildly, and the very essence of life underwent a leap. After an unknown period, the foul odor in the cave was gradually replaced by a fresh, natural fragrance. Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes, his gaze radiant, as if electric light flowed within. His skin gleamed like jade, exuding a healthy, rosy glow. I've broken through to the Grand Martial Master realm, living for 300 years. Now I am also a prominent figure in Jiang City. Lin Chen smiled. Even more to his surprise, after tempering his organs, his 5 senses became extremely sharp, able to hear distant insect chirps and discern even the slightest changes in the air's scent. His abilities in detoxification, recovery, and endurance had qualitatively improved. Now if he were to be injured again, the effects of his D-grade healing talent would be even better, because the internal environment of his body was cleaner and more vibrant. Grand Martial Master. This is the power of a Grand Martial Master. Lin Chen felt the surging power and vitality within him, his heart filled with ambition. With his current strength coupled with various talents, he was definitely not weak among Grand Martial Masters. Even in Jiang City, a Grand Martial Master was considered top-tier combat strength. The head of the Zhao family, Zhao Zhun, was merely a Grand Martial Master. It's time to return to Jiang City. Lin Chen washed away the dirt on him and changed into clean clothes. With his strength sufficient, some matters could perhaps be approached differently. The agreement with the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce to head to High City was also imminent. Having devised a plan, Lin Chen did not linger in the cave. He stored the remaining heart's blood and some precious materials from the ferocious beasts into his storage bag, then turned and departed the cave, heading towards Jiang City. Returning from the Shattered Star Basin, Lin Chen did not use his disguise talent this time. Instead, he made his way back to the city via the main road, not even avoiding the crowd. Passers-by marveled at Lin Chen, but none dared to act, for it was known that he had already broken through to the realm of martial artists, and having survived in the wild for so long without incident clearly demonstrated his formidable skills. Is that Lin Chen? Someone exclaimed in shock. The Zhao family's bounty has not been revoked yet. Is there still a chance now? Are you foolish? Lin Chen was already a martial artist 3 months ago, having stayed in the wild for 3 months. Think about it. Everyone looked at Lin Chen, waiting to see if anyone would test him. Should Lin Chen find himself at a disadvantage, they would all rush in for the Zhao family's bounty. At that moment, 2 figures appeared before Lin Chen, the infamous Sword and Blade brothers from outside the city. One wielded a sword while the other brandished a knife, who both were skilled martial artists. It was rumored that the 2 of them, when working together, could slay intermediate ferocious beasts comparable to martial masters. Lin Chen faced a tough battle, lacking the combat power of a martial master against these 2. Gentlemen, what brings you here? Lin Chen asked, observing their talents. Human Zhangzhua. Cultivation talent E. Swordsmanship talent F. Human Zhangyu. Cultivation talent E. Knife skill talent F. It's nothing, just borrowing your head for a bit. Without giving Lin Chen a chance to respond, the 2 attacked. One on the left with a sword, and the other on the right with a knife. They charged at Lin Chen. Facing their assault, Lin Chen advanced, instead of retreating, finding their movements as slow as snails in his eyes now that he had reached the realm of a great martial master. Lin Chen did not exert much force. It was as if he had just stepped into the martial master realm, yet with a punch and a kick he sent both men flying several meters away. After rolling on the ground a few times, the two stopped, exchanged glances, and hurriedly retreated in the opposite direction, already 10 meters away in the blink of an eye. The two had survived in the wild for so long precisely because they could escape quickly. Lin Chen did not expect them to be so decisive, realizing after one exchange that they were outmatched and fleeing rapidly. His foot, which was preparing to strike again, slowly lowered. So, they lost. The two who could team up to challenge a martial master just ran away like that. Lin Chen is at least in the late martial artist stage, if not already having broken through to the martial master realm. After defeating the two, Lin Chen surveyed the crowd around him. We were just passing through. Seeing this, the crowd hurriedly fled. It was clear that Lin Chen in the martial master realm was not someone they could easily provoke. Sir, we've spotted Lin Chen's whereabouts outside the city. At that moment, someone had already arrived at the city gate to report to the Zhao family's martial artists. Lin Chen, you mean the one with the bounty from our Zhao family? Zhao Rui exclaimed, gripping the reporting martial artist tightly. It is Lin Chen, no mistake. There are already people outside preparing to take action. The martial artist gripped by Zhao Rui was extremely frightened and hurriedly added. Upon hearing this, Zhao Rui exchanged glances with several other Zhao family martial artists. Let's go. I want to see how this Lin Chen has made my cousin Zhao Feng so concerned. A group of people followed behind the Zhao family, ready to watch the show. Zhao Rui, at just 18 years old, had already reached the initial realm of a martial master and was highly regarded in the Zhao family. His character was arrogant, filled with both envy and jealousy towards his cousin Zhao Feng. Regarding Zhao Feng's death, he undoubtedly felt a hidden glee, believing that his opportunity had come. The group quickly arrived in front of Lin Chen. Stop! Zhao Rui stepped forward, blocking Lin Chen's path, his face displaying unmistakable gloom and scrutiny. Lin Chen, do you dare to come back? Lin Chen continued walking, not even glancing at him, as if Zhao Rui were merely an annoying presence, and proceeded on his way. Impudence. Ignored like this, Zhao Rui was enraged, feeling as though he had lost face in front of everyone. With a cold snort, Zhao Rui unleashed his initial martial master aura, his right hand forming into an eagle's claw, striking with fierce wind directly toward Lin Chen's shoulder. I'm asking you a question. Are you deaf? Kneel and respond to me. Zhao Rui struck with 7 parts of his strength, intending to crush Lin Chen's shoulder blade, as a warning, establishing his authority in front of everyone, and venting his displeasure over the resurrection of the dead. Many onlookers exchanged glances, some displaying expressions of schadenfreude or pity. The Zhao family was powerful, and Zhao Rui was notorious for his arrogance. Lin Chen had just defeated the Sword and Blade brothers, so a spectacle was expected. However, the next scene left everyone wide-eyed in disbelief. Facing the fierce claw strike, Lin Chen did not even turn his head. Just as Zhao Rui's claw was about to touch his shoulder, Lin Chen's left hand casually swept back. The motion was unremarkable, devoid of any hint of confrontation. Crack! A crisp sound of bone cracking rang out, sending shivers down the spine. Oh! Following that was Zhao Rui's heart-wrenching scream. He staggered back as if struck by lightning, clutching his right arm, which hung limp and grotesquely bent, cold sweat instantly covering his forehead, his face turning pale. His right hand from wrist to elbow had been completely shattered by that casual sweep. It was broken cleanly. The crowd was silent. Everyone was stunned, unable to believe their eyes. Zhao Rui, the second heir of the Zhao family, a martial master in the initial stage, had his arm disabled by Lin Chen with a mere flick of his hand. Lin Chen then slowly turned around, his voice indifferent, the dog of the Zhao family barking too loudly and moving too unruly. This time it's just an arm. Next time you dare extend your claws, it won't just be your arm that's broken. Lin Chen's tone was flat, yet carried an undeniable cold authority, combined with the nonchalance with which he disabled Zhao Rui, creating a stark impact that halted the other Zhao family martial artists who had been itching to move in their tracks, leaving them only able to glare at him in a mix of anger and fear. You dare hurt me. The Zhao family will never let you go. I will have you dead. Zhao Rui trembled in pain, his eyes filled with resentment and madness, shouting hoarsely. Oh! Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, a half-smile playing on his lips. I'm waiting. But for now, don't block my way. After saying this, he ignored Zhao Rui's frantic shouting like a stray dog, and the group of Zhao family martial artists who dared not speak. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, filled with awe, curiosity, and fear, he walked through the city gate, heading towards his own home. It was only after his figure disappeared around the corner of the street that the city gate erupted into commotion. My God! Was that Lin Chen? How could he be so powerful? He just defeated the Sword and Blade brothers, and now he casually disabled Zhao Rui's arm. He disabled Zhao Rui so easily. Zhao Rui is a martial master. What is Lin Chen's cultivation level? This is going to cause a stir. Zhao Rui is one of the Zhao family's prized possessions. The Zhao family won't let this go easily. Quick, go report to the family. Lin Chen isn't dead, he has greatly increased in strength and has disabled Zhao Rui at the city gate. News spread like wildfire, swiftly reaching the ears of all factions in Jiang City. Lin Chen returned to his small home, which he had left 3 months ago. Everything remained unchanged except for a layer of dust covering surfaces. After giving the room a simple clean, Lin Chen sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes to regulate his breathing. Having entered the city so ostentatiously and crippled Zhao Rui's arm, the Zhao family would definitely not let it go easily. The reason Lin Chen acted so flamboyantly and crippled Zhao Rui was to establish authority, declaring that he was no longer a soft persimmon to be squeezed at will, to probe the Zhao family's reaction to his return from death, now significantly stronger, and most importantly, he needed a reason. A reason that would prompt the Zhao family to take the initiative against him, allowing him to claim self-defense and even counterattack. Now that Lin Chen's strength was sufficient, it was time to settle some old scores in a more direct manner. But in Jiang City, he must at least adhere to some rules to avoid incurring public wrath. The death of Zhao Feng would eventually be investigated by the Zhao family. Instead of passively waiting, it was better to take the initiative to create conflict, weaken the Zhao family within a controllable range, and seize benefits. Sure enough, within less than an hour, the door to the room was kicked open, revealing Zhao Mang, the Zhao family's steward, whose menacing presence was that of a late-stage martial artist. Known as a fierce enforcer from the Zhao family's branch, he was known for his violent temperament and unwavering loyalty to the Zhao family. Behind Zhao Mang, a group of people rushed in, instantly filling the entire room. Lin Chen, I advise you to sever your own hands and follow me back to the Zhao family to await the family head's judgment. Don't think that just because you've broken through to the martial artist realm, you can challenge the Zhao family or dare to lay hands on young master Zhao Rui. The family head is merciful and may spare your worthless life as long as you become a servant of the Zhao family, the others from the Zhao family echoed. Are you done talking? Lin Chen opened his eyes, staring directly at Zhao Mang, speaking in a calm tone. Lin Chen, what do you mean? Given you a chance, and you still don't cherish it, you insist on making us act. Zhao Mang cracked his knuckles, the sound of bones cracking echoing. Fool, you are really a fool. Are you truly a member of the Zhao family? Lin Chen said with a hint of mockery at the corner of his mouth. What did you say? Zhao Mang exploded in anger, not expecting this kid to remain defiant even at death's door. I said you are foolish. Lin Chen stood up, brushing off non-existent dust from his clothes. I am wanted by the Zhao family, don't you wonder why? I've been out in the wild for so long, uncertain of my strength, and you come charging in like mad dogs, biting indiscriminately. Sending someone like you who only knows how to bully others is Zhao family's way of showing they have lost face, or do you think I, Lin Chen, am still the soft persimmon you can knead at will? With each sentence Lin Chen spoke, Zhao Mang's expression grew darker until his face was as red as a liver, veins bulging on his forehead. Sharp-tongued little beast. Seize him. I want to tear his mouth apart. Zhao Mang could no longer hold back, roaring angrily as his latest martial artist aura exploded, resembling a raging bear lunging at Lin Chen with a punch that howled through the air, aimed directly at Lin Chen's face. Zhao Mang was determined to first cripple this kid's ability to resist, and then take his time. Zhao Mang's thoughts were good, but he underestimated Lin Chen's strength. Facing Zhao Mang's punch, Lin Chen showed no intention of dodging and directly countered with a punch of his own. The two fists collided. Oh! Zhao Mang's arm twisted from the impact, stumbling back 2 or 3 steps, clutching his arm in pain. Come on, everyone, follow me. Zhao Mang shouted angrily. Lin Chen stood calmly, retracting his fist and surveying the crowd. The advance of the others immediately halted, filled with hesitation. If you don't, are you waiting for punishment from the family? Zhao Mang urged the group. Seeing this, the Zhao family members had no choice but to harden their heads and charge forward, with Zhao Mang following closely behind. Seeing the crowd's attack, Lin Chen merely activated his great speed talent, and to the others, he became a fleeting shadow. Bang, bang, bang. The group was sent flying, leaving only Zhao Mang standing alone in front of Lin Chen, his left fist raised ready to strike. After dispatching the rest of the Zhao family members, Lin Chen turned to face Zhao Mang. With just a glance, Zhao Mang froze in place, unable to move. Seeing Zhao Mang so cowardly, Lin Chen suppressed the urge to make a move and stood with his hands behind his back. Get lost, go back and tell Zhao Zhun to keep his dogs in line. If you come back to make noise, I wouldn't mind personally going to the Zhao family to discipline him. The last word came out like thunder, exploding in the ears of the Zhao family martial artists. They snapped back to reality and dared not hesitate any longer, hurriedly dragging the stunned Zhao Mang away, fleeing in a distressed manner, leaving behind a mess and a broken door. Lin Chen watched their panicked retreat with a profound gaze. Now the Zhao family can't sit still anymore. The real big fish should be coming out soon. Returning to the Zhao residence, Zhao Meng and the others were all pale shaken and reported the incident with embellishments and omissions. Naturally, they described Zhao Meng's defeat as Lin Chen's cunning ambush and ruthless methods, exaggerating Lin Chen's disrespect to portray him as arrogant and utterly dismissive of authority. Zhao Jin sat at the head of the family council, his expression dark as if water could drip from it. The core members of the Zhao family seated below were all silent. Zhao Meng was urgently sent for treatment, but judging by his injuries, he would likely lose an arm and his condition was not much better than Zhao Rui's. With Zhao Rui losing an arm, although it could be reattached, it would undoubtedly affect his future martial path. The loss of the younger generation of the Zhao family made him feel like his heart was bleeding. Family head. That Lin Chen little beast is too much. First he crippled Rear outside the city, and now he openly commits murder within the city, severely injuring our Zhao family's direct line. It's simply lawless. One elder who was on good terms with Zhao Meng and equally hot-tempered slammed his palm on the table, angrily asking for battle. Family head, this boy must have some strange ability. Just a few months ago, he was merely a martial apprentice. After surviving an attack outside the city, he returned and could cripple the latest martial artist Zhao Meng with a single move. This is not something that ordinary fortune can explain. He must have relied on some special talent to stand out in the trials and seize the mountain snake. It now appears that this talent is extraordinary, and there may even be more than one. Another more rational elder analyzed a flicker of greed and caution in his eyes. Zhao Jun listened to the discussions, his fingers slowly tapping on the armrest of the Zeton wood chair, producing a dull thud sound. He did not respond immediately. The fury in his eyes was gradually replaced by a deeper, colder calculation after the initial surge. Special talent. More than one. He murmured, rapidly recalling all information about Lin Chen. All signs pointed to a shocking and incredibly tempting possibility. This child possessed at least 2 or possibly more battle-related special talents. And the level of talent was not low. If they could capture him, use pills to erase his memory, and turn him into a family servant once he broke through to the great martial artist realm, the Zhao family would be unstoppable in Jiang City. This thought ignited fiercely within him like a wildfire. But soon another more pressing matter concerning the rise and fall of the Zhao family doused this fire like cold water, forcing him to suppress the impulse to immediately gather experts and crush Lin Chen with overwhelming force. Silence. Zhao Jin suddenly raised his head, his eyes shining brightly, and a great martial artist's pressure instantly enveloped the room, causing all discussions to cease. That Lin Chen must be eliminated. The secrets he possesses must also be unearthed. Zhao Jin's voice was cold, carrying an undeniable resolution, but not now. Family head. Everyone was confused. Zhao Jin slowly stood up, walked to the window, facing away from the crowd, his voice lowered, yet filled with a chilling fervor and solemnity. Have you all forgotten what is the top priority for our Zhao family right now? Everyone stiffened, then suddenly remembered something, their expressions becoming exceedingly solemn. The plan for breaking through by the ancestor. Someone muttered. Indeed. Zhao Jun turned around, scanning every person present. The ancient blood refinement and fusion method discovered in the secret realm in the wild has been confirmed effective after months of verification. Although the pseudo-high-level heart blood, refined from the heart's blood of numerous low and mid-level ferocious beasts, is slightly inferior in purity and Tao rhythm compared to genuine high-level heart blood, the total energy it contains is sufficient to cause a qualitative change. Zhao Jun paused, a nearly fanatical light flickering in his eyes. In these past few months, we have spared no expense to covertly acquire and hunt, even feigning cooperation with several families, all to gather enough low-level heart blood right. Now we have prepared 70% of the materials. At most within a month, we can gather the minimum amount required for the secret method. He continued, at that time, through the method's fusion, we can at least refine 3 portions of blood essence that can rival the heart blood of top-tier ferocious beasts. As long as the ancestor consumes it and enters seclusion to break through, we will have over 70% certainty to shatter the shackles and step into the realm of the Grandmaster. Grandmaster. These 2 words reverberated like thunder in everyone's hearts. In Jiang City, the great martial master is already at the pinnacle. If a Grandmaster emerges, the Zhao family will truly unify Jiang City, even gaining the qualification to extend its reach to broader regions and negotiate with those genuine forces that have Grandmasters overseeing them. This is an opportunity that could change the family's fortune for a century. In comparison, Lin Chen's personal grudges and the secrets he may possess seem less pressing. But Master Lin Chen is now a grave threat. Shall we just let him roam freely in the city? What if he roam freely? Zhao Jin scoffed, a cold glint in his eyes. He has incapacitated 2 of my Zhao family members. How can we let this matter rest? Send my orders from this day forth. No one in the Zhao family is allowed to provoke Lin Chen actively. Lift the surveillance at the city gates and within the city. What? The crowd was even more confused. On the surface we will lower our flags and appear weak. Zhao Jin said cunningly. This young man with his rapid rise in strength is in a moment of pride and arrogance. The more we retreat, the more he may let his guard down. At the same time, secretly send people to closely monitor the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce. Lin Chen can quickly source resources and obtain information through them. The Four Seas Chamber is most likely his contact. Before the ancestor breaks through, all matters should prioritize stability and secrecy. Let him be for a few days. If he is sensible, he will remain quiet until he leaves Jiang City. If he doesn't know the limits and still tries to stir trouble, Zhao Jin's tone turns severe. Once the ancestor achieves Grandmaster, crushing him will be as easy as squashing an ant. At that time, all the secrets he holds will be ours, the Zhao families. As for now, all energy must be devoted to collecting heart blood and preparing for the final stage of the secret method. Send the word down. The transactions with those families can allow for some compromise and double the commission for the hired hunting teams to ensure the last 30% of materials is gathered within a month. During this period, anyone who dares to create extra troubles and jeopardize the ancestors' grand plan will face the harshest family discipline. A chilling killing intent spread, and everyone bowed respectfully, saying we will strictly follow the master's orders. Under Zhao Zhan's will, this massive machine of the Zhao family swiftly changed its direction of operation. On the surface, conflicts with Lin Chen abruptly ceased, and even previous minor frictions were handled discreetly. In the small courtyard on the west side of the city, Lin Chen quickly sensed this change. The more aggressive counterattack from the Zhao family he anticipated did not come. Even the sense of being watched that had previously surrounded him vanished without a trace. The Zhao family members he occasionally encountered on the street surprisingly ignored him, hurriedly avoiding him. When things are amiss, there must be something unusual. Lin Chen stood in the courtyard looking at the door that had been hastily repaired after being kicked, and his gaze slightly focused. Zhao Zhan is not someone who would tolerate humiliation, and the Zhao family is not known for accepting losses. Such restraint only indicates they have more important matters to attend to, leaving no room for other concerns, or perhaps they are brewing a larger scheme to let the Zhao family temporarily suppress their hatred for the direct line being disabled. Their intentions must be significant. Lin Chen's mind raced, combining the information he previously intercepted regarding the Zhao family's hired hunting teams. A vague conjecture surfaced in his mind. The Zhao family's relentless collection of large quantities of heart blood from ferocious beasts is certainly not just for cultivating their juniors. What exactly do they want to do with this heart blood? Lin Chen decided to visit the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce. On one hand, he wanted to sell some of the accumulated ferocious beast materials for resources and information suitable for great martial masters. On the other hand, with Shun Wanjun already in High City, he wanted to see when the new president would head there. When he stepped into the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce again, he could distinctly feel that the atmosphere inside was somewhat subtle. The same female clerk attended to him, but her attitude was more respectful than before, even carrying a hint of unnoticeable caution. After completing the transaction, Lin Chen requested to meet the new president. After a moment, he was led to the familiar study on the third floor, but unlike before, the person sitting there was no longer Shen Wanjuan, but a clean-cut young man. Upon seeing Lin Chen enter, the middle-aged man stood up, expressing gratitude. Brother Lin, I am Shun Ming, the nephew of Wanjun uncle. He transferred me here when he left Jiang City. Please feel free to instruct me if there's anything you need. Brother Shen, you're too polite. I came primarily to confirm when the chamber will depart for High City and to inquire about a few matters. Lin Chen said, cupping his fist. Shen Ming pondered for a moment before saying, I'm sorry, Brother Lin. We were supposed to head to High City next week, but due to Uncle Wanjun's departure and my arrival, part of the goods was exchanged in advance, so we won't be going until next month. Alright then, let's plan to go to High City next month. By the way, the Zhao family seems unusually quiet lately. Do you know if they are plotting something significant? Lin Chen's gaze was fixed on Shen Ming. Shen Ming's voice dropped lower, a glint of sharpness flashed in his eyes that belied his age. My uncle previously investigated the Zhao family's large-scale acquisition of heart blood from ferocious beasts and found some vague clues. It is known that about a year ago the Zhao family discovered a nearly shattered secret realm in the wild. After they entered, the secret realm broke apart, and my uncle suspects their collection of heart blood from ferocious beasts might be related to the gains from that secret realm. I will keep an eye on the Zhao family within the chamber's capabilities, but the chamber maintains a neutral stance and cannot directly intervene in local disputes. This is the ancestral rule, I cannot break it. Shen Ming continued, handing Lin Chen a small jade talisman. This is a communication talisman. If you find yourself in a situation where you cannot handle it, you can urgently contact me. The chamber can provide protection, at least in terms of ostensible favoritism. If there is anything important, I can also quickly inform you through the communication talisman. Lin Chen took the talisman feeling deeply moved. Although Shen Wanjun he had left connections and clues behind. This investment and goodwill were not insignificant. And the clues about the secret realm gave him new speculations about the Zhao family's plans. Could it be that the Zhao family discovered some ancient relic from which they obtained a method or treasure that required massive amounts of heart blood to activate? Thank you, President Shen, and thank you, young Master Shen. Lin Chen solemnly put away the talisman. As for the Zhao family, I will handle it appropriately. I wonder if President Shen has mentioned how the ancestor of the Zhao family is faring. Shen Ming's eyes flickered, and he whispered, the Zhao family's ancestor has been in seclusion for over 10 years, and I cannot ascertain the exact situation. But my uncle suspects that whatever the Zhao family is plotting may be related to this ancestor's breakthrough. Grandmaster. Indeed. The last thread of doubt in Lin Chen's heart unraveled. The Zhao family's restraint is to buy time for their ancestor's breakthrough to Grandmaster. And the massive amount of heart blood required is the key to the breakthrough. I understand now. Thank you once again. Lin Chen stood up to take his leave. Leaving the Sea-High Chamber of Commerce and walking on the way home, Lin Chen felt increasingly tense instead of relaxed after hearing the news. With his current strength, he was no match for a Grandmaster. A Grandmaster has truly birthed spiritual power which can be projected outward. Without special means, martial artists below the Grandmaster realm cannot resist it at all. 1 month. The Zhao family needs a month to gather the materials. Meanwhile, my scheduled trip to High City with the Sea-High Chamber of Commerce is also about a month away. Lin Chen looked up towards the Zhao family mansion, which appeared calm on the surface, but beneath that calm was a volcano ready to erupt. Time is tight. A flicker of cold light flashed in his eyes, and the corner of his mouth curled into a chilling smile. However, it works out perfectly. Before leaving Jiang City, he must leave a souvenir for the Zhao family, and by the way, see what this so-called ancient secret method is really worth. Half a month slipped away between his fingers. During these 2 weeks, Lin Chen, utilizing his disguise talent, explored everywhere except for the array warning zone. He could not enter, but he found no trace of the Zhao family's ancestor. Therefore, his plan to ambush the Zhao family ancestor came to nothing. However, this did not mean he had no gains. Apart from the Zhao family ancestor, he had discovered the strength of the other Zhao family members. Aside from Zhao Zhen, there were 2 martial artists at the Grandmaster level in the Zhao family, and from the comparison of their auras, they posed no threat to Lin Chen. Lin Chen had also attempted to track the transport team of the heart blood from the fierce beasts hunted in the wild to find their final destination. Unfortunately, he failed as well. Once the team entered the areas of the Zhao family mansion that had protective arrays, they were only allowed through after being checked by a Grandmaster-level Zhao family martial artist. Lin Chen was unsure if his agreed disguise talent could fool the careful scrutiny of a Grandmaster. The Zhao family indeed operates meticulously. It seems that the heart blood of fierce beasts is crucial to them, protected without a leak. After another failed attempt, Lin Chen pondered in his room. However, Lin Chen was not anxious. He had yet to use the communication talisman provided by Shen Ming, which indicated that the Zhao family's true results had not yet emerged. Lin Chen did not believe other families did not have spies within the Zhao family. But with the current results not ready, exposing the spy would be a gamble. On this day at dusk, an unexpected boom. A wave of indescribable, overwhelming energy erupted suddenly from the central area of the Zhao family mansion, soaring into the sky. The clouds in the sky seemed to be partially dispersed. In the city, any martial artist with keen perception noticed the abnormality of the Zhao family. Soon that energy wave vanished, flashing past in an instant. The Zhao family members activated their protective arrays in time upon discovering the energy's release, but it was still a moment too late, allowing the energy to spill out for just an instant. In that moment, it startled all martial artists in Jiang City with sharp senses. Ordinary martial artists did not care, thinking that someone from the Zhao family must have broken through to Grandmaster or obtained some rare treasure, which was not something ordinary people could participate in. Just because ordinary martial artists did not care did not mean the other families in Jiang City were indifferent. If the Zhao family advanced further, Jiang City would be dominated by the Zhao family alone, and one could imagine what would happen to their own families. Lin Chen suddenly opened his eyes from his quiet contemplation, and in a flash he appeared by the window, his gaze like lightning directed towards the Zhao family. The level of energy contained in that wave far exceeded the advanced heart blood of fierce beasts he had consumed before, even more powerful and violent than he had imagined, possibly reaching the level of top-tier fierce beast heart blood. It seems this was the Zhao family's scheme, using this treasure to allow their ancestor to break through to Grandmaster. After all, as a Grandmaster, everything he was doing against the Zhao family paled in comparison. Almost simultaneously, the major families in Jiang City sensed this energy wave and paused their actions to look towards the direction of the Zhao family mansion.
The heads of various families immediately ordered their spies to investigate the situation of the Zhao family. At the residences of the Zhou family, Li family, Wang family, and others, suppressed gasps of surprise and urgent discussions echoed. At the top of an inconspicuous gray stone tower in Jiang City, a man who had been meditating with eyes closed, his aura like that of a withered tree, slowly opened his eyes. There seemed to be stars shimmering in his gaze as he looked towards the Zhao family, his brow slightly furrowing as he muttered to himself. Using quantity to stack quality, mixed and impure, yet the momentum has formed. The Zhao family is quite fortunate and bold as well. This man was Qin Shanhe, the Grandmaster stationed in Jiang City. He clearly recognized the essence of that energy wave and was quite surprised by the Zhao family's mastery of such secret techniques, but he did not take further action. As long as it does not violate the military's iron laws and does not harm Jiang City fundamentally, he generally does not interfere directly in the rise and fall of family powers. However, this pure energy wave was not only detected by the martial artists of Jiang City, it also attracted the attention of top-tier fierce beasts in the wild. 300 miles northwest of Jiang City, deep in a death marsh shrouded in gray mist year-round, a pair of crimson vertical pupils as large as a house slowly opened. The pupils reflected the distant direction of Jiang City, filled with greed, desire, and a hint of wariness. Hiss! The scent of top-tier blood food. No, it is the condensation of the essence of kind. Humans can actually create such a thing. A low, hoarse voice echoed in the depths of the marsh like the sound of stones grinding together. This was a top-tier fierce beast that had survived for countless years, the shadow phantom leopard. Its body was not particularly large, but it was entirely black as ink, seemingly capable of absorbing all light, moving silently, a favored creature of shadows and death. Its bloodline talent had reached grade with strength comparable to latest-stage human grandmasters, making it one of the rightful overlords of this region. The energy aura comparable to top-tier fierce beast Heartblood was irresistibly enticing to fierce beasts of the same tier, not only capable of significantly enhancing strength, but potentially facilitating bloodline evolution. The Shadow Phantom Leopard was intelligent. It knew there was a military grandmaster stationed in Jiang City, making a direct assault extremely risky. Moreover, although that wave was enticing, it seemed to be singular. Or was there more? Cunning humans. Gathering place. A calculating light flashed in the vertical pupils of the Shadow Phantom Leopard. It raised its head and let out a silent roar, a peculiar wave emanating from it, spreading out in all directions. The next day, Lin Chen received a message from Xinming. The Zhao family obtained a secret method in a wilderness secret realm called Blood Refinement Fusion Method, which can merge the blood of low-level ferocious beasts into that of higher-grade ones. Just yesterday, the Zhao family succeeded in merging to create a blood essence comparable to that of a top-tier ferocious beast. According to the Zhao family, a single blood essence can increase the chance of talented Grand Martial Masters entering the Grandmaster realm by 20%. The effectiveness of blood essence depends on talent. Those with good talent do not need it to steadily enter the Grandmaster stage, while only those with lesser talent require blood essence to assist in their breakthrough. All the major families in Jiang City are now keeping an eye on the Zhao family, waiting for them to merge more blood essences comparable to that of top-tier ferocious beasts, hoping to take advantage of the situation. In the next few days, the atmosphere in Jiang City became eerie. The city fell silent due to the Zhao family's blood essence, and the usually arrogant and domineering young masters seemed to have vanished. Outside the city, the ferocious beasts that had previously remained fixed in their territories began to move, frequently crossing their usual ranges and wandering about, growing anxious. Low-level ferocious beasts began to consciously migrate and gather toward Jiang City. Initially, their numbers increased sporadically, but soon the city guards and hunters noticed something was wrong. What's going on? The iron-toothed wolf pack from Haifeng Ridge has made its way to the southern marshes. Damn it. The bone-eating ants from the rocky eastern beach have also increased in number, almost catching us off guard. Something's off. Very off. The unusual gathering of ferocious beasts quickly raised alarms among the various forces in Jiang City. The guards on the city walls multiplied several times and patrol frequencies doubled. Each major family recalled their disciples who were out training, strengthening their defenses. A sense of oppressive anticipation like a mountain storm brewing enveloped the entire Jiang City. An animal tide. Is an animal tide coming? Panic began to spread among the common people and some low-level martial artists. Jiang City was not unfamiliar with animal tides. Each event had been incredibly tragic. In the military department at the Qingstone Tower, Grandmaster Qin Shanhe stood atop the tower, his gaze seemingly piercing through the city walls, seeing the increasingly evident movement of ferocious beasts in the wilderness. Behind him stood several Grand Martial Master generals with imposing auras. Grandmaster, the abnormal movements of ferocious beasts are evident, and there is indeed a trend toward forming an animal tide. But what's strange is that most of the gathered beasts are low-level, mid-level ferocious beasts are rare, let alone high-level ones. It seems something is driving them from behind, testing the waters. A stern-faced general reported. Qin Shanha slowly said, testing is true. But the purpose I fear is not to attack the city. Not to attack the city, the generals questioned in confusion. Qin Shanha offered no explanation, merely gazing toward the Zhao family's direction, a glint of understanding in his eyes. A commoner is innocent, but possessing jade brings trouble. The commotion caused by the Zhao family has attracted friends from the wilderness. Send orders down to strengthen the defenses at all gates and activate the outer warning formations. If the animal tide takes shape, the priority is to repel it without needing to pursue deeply. Additionally, send someone to the Zhao family to inform Zhao Zhan of the trouble he has stirred so he is aware. The military will defend the city, but will not protect the treasures of his family. Understood. In the Zhao family residence, the atmosphere in the conference hall was tense. Zhao Zhan's face was grim as he sent off the messenger from the military department. Inside the hall, the faces of the clan elders were also not pleasant. Head of the family, what does the military department mean by this? Is the abnormal behavior of the ferocious beasts caused by our Zhao family? One elder expressed dissatisfaction. What use is there in discussing whether we caused it or not? Another elder said worriedly, the key is that our ancestor is in closed-door cultivation at the most critical moment and cannot be disturbed. The blood essence has just successfully merged, and its aura leaked unexpectedly, attracting such calamity. If the animal tide truly erupts and impacts Jiang City, alarming the ancestor. Zhao Zhan raised a hand to halt the discussions, his eyes gleaming with cold light. What is there to panic about? It's just some lowly beasts being driven. With Grandmaster Qin presiding, the animal tide will not amount to anything. The thing behind it fears Grandmaster Qin and is merely using these cannon fodder to test the waters. It does not dare to come personally. He paused and gritted his teeth, saying, the plan remains unchanged. Accelerate the merging of the remaining materials. We must have the ancestor consume it and break through to Grandmaster before the animal tide poses a real threat or before the thing behind can no longer restrain itself. As long as the ancestor achieves Grandmaster, all crises will resolve themselves. Moreover, that lurking beast might even become the first supplement after the ancestor stabilizes his realm. Send orders. All martial artists of the family must enter a state of highest readiness. Let the hired rogue cultivators and vassal families handle the probing outside the city. Our people will do everything possible to ensure the ancestors' closed-door cultivation and subsequent refining. The Zhao family operated like a machine, tightly wound and beginning to function at high speed and in secrecy. At this time, Lin Chen also received a message from Shun Ming confirming that the recent movements of ferocious beasts outside the city were being controlled by a top-tier ferocious beast, with the goal being the same as other families' blood essence. Top-tier ferocious beasts, though I do not know what talent they possess being able to become top-tier in the wilderness, I believe they must have exceptional talent. If I could replicate this talent. Lin Chen looked at the information sent by Shun Ming, his eyes shining with excitement. But soon he calmed down. Top-tier ferocious beasts are comparable to grandmasters possessing not low intelligence, and they are cunning and cautious. They drive low-level ferocious beasts to test the waters while staying hidden in the background and would never easily risk entering the range of Jiang City, especially not approaching a city guarded by a grandmaster. The chance is slim, but not non-existent. Lin Chen's mind raced. If the animal tide arises, the situation will inevitably be chaotic. If that top-tier ferocious beast truly covets the Zhao family's refined blood essence, it may very well seek an opportunity amidst the chaos. And perhaps I could take advantage of this chaos to fish in troubled waters. Moreover, after breaking through to Grand Martial Master, my talent replication seems to have been upgraded, with the replication distance increasing from 5 meters to 20 meters, a fourfold increase. With this 20-meter distance, there is a chance for manipulation. The Sihai Chamber of Commerce on Shun Ming's side is probably eyeing the blood refinement fusion method. After all, this is a money-making golden egg. The Zhao family's blood essence likely consists of more than one portion. The attitude of Grandmaster Qin from the military department is also worth pondering. Lin Chen felt that an invisible net was tightening, and the center of the storm was the Zhao family, the blood essence that could create grandmasters. Lin Chen ceased to venture out, continuing his cultivation. The dragon walking blade technique flowed in his heart. Though limited by talent, he had not yet achieved perfection. He could continue to practice. Every bit of strength gained is foundational. Now he just needed to wait for the right moment to arrive. A storm is brewing. While the murkier the water, the bigger the fish that could be caught. Lin Chen gazed out the window where dark clouds gathered in the sky, and in the far wilderness faint oppressive roars of beasts could be heard. The number of fierce beasts outside the city is increasing, forming an initial shape of a beast tide. The martial artists within Jiang City can only be forced to stay inside the city, avoiding lingering in the wild. Time quietly passes in this tense atmosphere. Roar. On this day, many roars of fierce beasts echoed from outside the city, growing closer, their sounds like thunder, awakening the entire Jiang City. On the city walls, the military had already made arrangements. The soldiers tightly gripped their weapons, breathing heavily, gazing at the rising dust on the distant horizon. Form the formation. Hold the defense. The calm command of the military leader resounded atop the well-trained military martial artists quickly took their positions, their spiritual energy illuminating various sections of the city wall, intertwining to form a semi-transparent defense barrier imbued with a murderous aura. Crossbows were strung, and heavy crossbows calibrated their cold blades, aimed at the outside of the city. On the rooftops of the prominent families, such as the Zhao, Zhou, Li, and Wang families, figures stood, their breaths deep, gazing complexly toward the outside. They are the top combat force of Jiang City, but at this moment no one volunteered. Instead, they sent their family martial artists to assist in the city's defense. Everyone was waiting and observing, biding their time. Master Qin from the military has yet to appear, and the main forces of each family are merely watching from the sidelines, sending only inconsequential martial artists. They are all eyeing my Zhao family. Zhao Jin stood atop the highest stargazing pavilion of the Zhao family, his expression as dark as water. He could sense those subtle gazes from all directions, filled with schadenfreude and greed. Head of the family, should we send some people to the city? An elder of the clan quietly inquired. Send whom? Zhao Jin coldly interrupted. The military's duty is to defend the city. The martial artists of my Zhao family have more important tasks. As for the city's defense, with Qin Shana here, the sky won't fall. Send the order down. All martial artists of my Zhao family are forbidden from stepping out of the mansion without my command. Remain on high alert internally. Yes. The dust outside the city finally approached. The dark mass of the beast tide surged toward Jiang City like a flood breaching a dam. Leading the charge were countless low-level fierce beasts with blood-red eyes and exposed fangs. Iron-claw wolves, hyenas, corrupted mice, hard-skinned wild boars. Release arrows. With this command, arrows rained down from the city walls like locusts, the sound of them slicing through the air, tearing the atmosphere apart. The arrows, infused with spiritual energy, easily pierced the hides of low-level fierce beasts, creating bursts of blood. The heavy crossbows emitted a dull roar, their bolts as thick as an arm, transforming into deadly black light, plowing through the charging beast horde, carving out bloody paths. However, the sheer number of fierce beasts was overwhelming. Those in front fell, but the ones behind trampled over their fallen comrades, continuing their charge as if endless. Soon the vanguard of the beast tide reached the base of the city wall, beginning to claw, bite, and even ram their bodies against the wall, scrambling up the steep surface. The formations on the city wall flickered urgently, absorbing the impact. Sword and shield soldiers advance. Spearmen thrust. Spiritual energy attacks cover the area below the city. The military martial artists displayed remarkable skill and combat ability. They formed battle formations, their spiritual energies interconnected seamlessly, combining offense and defense. Blade light shone like snow, spears shot forth like dragons, and various spiritual martial techniques intertwined and flickered atop the walls, slaying and knocking down the fierce beasts that climbed up. Blood quickly stained the city walls, the intense smell of blood inciting the beasts to become even more frenzied, increasing the pressure on the defenders. The battle had entered a fever pitch from the very beginning. The fierce beasts were using the lives of low-level beasts to exhaust the martial artists' resources and At the top of the military's blue stone tower, Master Qin Shana stood with his hands clasped behind his back, calmly observing the slaughter on the city walls, seemingly indifferent to the performance of the various clans, showing no signs of intervening. As long as no intermediate or higher-level fierce beasts joined the battle in large numbers, and the city was not in imminent danger, he would not act lightly. To the west of the city, Lin Chen stood on a rooftop, gazing towards the city walls. The thunderous cries of battle and the roars of beasts were clearly audible, and waves of energy collisions continuously surged. He could see clearly that although the military martial artists were valiant, their numbers were no match for the fierce beasts, and many were beginning to show signs of fatigue. The defense line on the city walls was starting to show signs of weariness. And throughout this time, the top combat forces of the various families had yet to appear, maintaining an unknown confrontation. This attack from the fierce beasts was merely a test from a top-level fierce beast. Just as the top combat forces of Jiang City had thought, deep in the wilderness, there were two top-level fierce beasts. One top-level fierce beast was the Shadow Phantom Leopard, which as a neighbor of Jiang City was naturally aware of Master Qin Shana, so it invited another top-level fierce beast, the golden armored horned python, possessing the strength of an early-stage master. The two top-level fierce beasts gazed at the distant shadows on the Jiang City walls, cold and greedy.
Shadow, are you sure there is enough blood essence in that city for us to advance further? Hiss. You cannot be mistaken about that fluctuation. It is pure and immense, although there are some mixed auras. Its essence is extremely high, sufficient for our use. The Shadow Phantom Leopard replied slowly. One portion may not be enough for me to break through, but if there are two portions, and we split them, it will be enough for you to stabilize your realm, and for me to reach that threshold. Moreover, from my observations, there is likely more than one portion of that thing. Humans are cunning, and there is a master stationed in the city. The golden armored horned python expressed some concern. Thus we need to join forces. The Shadow Phantom Leopard's eyes flashed with cunning. Next time we will not use these cannon fodder for testing. We will launch a simultaneous assault from the east and south, creating chaos, directly targeting the source of the energy fluctuation, the area slightly west of the city center. A human master may be able to fend off one, but he cannot withstand two. As long as we create enough chaos and seize the blood essence, we can escape before he catches us. What if the human master joins forces with other strong individuals in the city? The golden armored horned python still had concerns. Rest assured, the humans are not united. Moreover, they only have one master and cannot stop both of us. The Shadow Phantom Leopard paused. The golden armored horned python fell silent for a moment, feeling the alluring fluctuations faintly emanating from the direction of Jiang City, and finally, its greed overcame its caution. Good. We will join forces. But when it comes to the blood essence, I want the first pick. The golden armored horned python proposed a condition. The Shadow Phantom Leopard's eyes flashed with a hint of barely perceptible scorn, responding readily agreed. Once we succeed, we will distribute based on contribution. 1 week later, we strike simultaneously. Hiss. It's a deal. The intentions of the two top-level fierce beasts reached an agreement, and the terrifying killing intent and greed intertwined, like an invisible dark cloud slowly enveloping Jiang City. On the city walls, after nearly 2 hours of fierce battle with countless corpses left behind, the tide of fierce beasts finally receded like a retreating tide. The frenzy of the low-level fierce beasts was worn down by blood and death, and the driving force behind them seemed to have temporarily ceased its oppression. The city walls were strewn with corpses, rivers of blood flowed, and the defending soldiers also suffered significant casualties, each one injured and weary. The crisis was temporarily averted, but the oppressive atmosphere in the air grew heavier. Everyone knew this was just the beginning, a trivial test before the real storm arrived. The military quickly began to treat the wounded and repair the city walls, the atmosphere solemn. The observers from the various families silently withdrew, but the clandestine contacts and conspiracies were surely becoming more frequent. The next day, as the morning sun began to rise, sunlight poured into the atmosphere, dispelling the ominous shadows left by the fierce beasts of yesterday. The cleaning of the city walls continued, as there remained too many corpses of low-level ferocious beasts that needed to be dealt with by the warriors. The warriors who participated in the battle could harvest a portion of the heart's blood from the fallen beasts. The siege by the ferocious beasts posed both danger and opportunity. As long as one could survive the battle against the beasts, the rewards would be substantial, far exceeding those of ordinary times. At Lin Chen's home, an unexpected visitor arrived, a steward from the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce, holding a token from Xin Ming with a respectful demeanor. Young Master Lin, President Shun has matters to discuss that are of great importance. It's inconvenient to communicate through messages. Please come to the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce for a conversation. Lin Chen took the token from Xin Ming without much conversation, allowing the steward to lead the way as he quietly left the room to head towards the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce. Lin Chen knew that this visit at such a time must be for something significant, possibly related to the ferocious beasts outside the city and the Zhao family. Upon re-entering the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce, he was directly led to a more secluded, quiet room on the 3rd floor. Inside the room, calming incense burned, and the furnishings were simple, yet emanated a wave of formation fluctuations that isolated the interior from the outside. Xin Ming had long been waiting here. As Lin Chen entered, he immediately stood to welcome him, his usual shrewd smile replaced by a serious expression. Young Master Lin, I apologize for the impromptu invitation, but the situation is urgent. I hope for your understanding. Xin Ming personally poured tea for Lin Chen, getting straight to the point. President Shun is being overly polite, but has there been a new development regarding the Zhao family? Lin Chen took a seat and directly asked. Xin Ming took a deep breath and lowered his voice, saying, to be honest with you, young Master Lin, after the beast tide retreated yesterday, the military dispatched powerful martial masters to explore the wilderness and discovered not one, but 2 top-tier ferocious beasts attacking the outer city. If Jiang City has no other master-level combatants apart from the military, the blood essence of the Zhao family may not be preserved and could be seized by the beasts. 2 beasts. Is the information reliable? Lin Chen asked. I obtained the information from the military. It cannot be wrong.
Shen Ming replied, currently the military and the ferocious beasts should have reached an understanding. The military will intercept one top-tier ferocious beast, but they will be powerless against the other, which will directly assault the Zhao family to seize the blood essence. After all, the two top-tier ferocious beasts do not share the same agenda. This provides the military with an opportunity to act, otherwise they would have to abandon Jiang City. Lin Chen pondered for a moment, and said indeed, two beasts comparable to masters are beyond Jiang City's ability to resist. The military can only give up on the Zhao family as this predicament was caused by them. They must handle it themselves. Young Master Lin, the reason for inviting you here is to discuss a collaboration regarding the Zhao family's secret technique, as the ferocious beasts will not attempt to seize it. Shen Ming finally revealed his true intentions. The secret technique that merges the blood essence. This is the lifeblood of the Zhao family. Are you planning to eliminate the Zhao family? Lin Chen exclaimed in surprise. During the next siege by the ferocious beasts, both top-tier beasts are likely to mobilize together. The military will intercept one while the other will rush to the Zhao family to seize the blood essence. The Zhao family will surely resist, resulting in a significant loss of their strength. At that time, we can seize the secret technique without issue. The military has already communicated that if the secret technique is obtained, they will need to share it with them. Shen Ming's gaze was firmly fixed on Lin Chen, the implication being clear. Lin Chen maintained a calm expression, lifting his teacup for a gentle sip, and did not respond immediately. Shen Ming's words confirmed many of his suspicions and clarified the true intentions of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce. They were not after just one or two portions of blood essence, but the mother hen that lays golden eggs, the secret technique itself. What Shen Ming valued in him was likely his displayed combat strength, far exceeding his apparent cultivation level, as well as any potential special investigative or stealth abilities. Given the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce's capabilities, they must have long since investigated his combat strength. Our Chamber of Commerce has already contacted other martial masters of the Jiang City to join forces. They will block the Zhao family or any unexpectedly appearing martial masters. The rest will depend on us. Young Master, your current strength makes you a formidable opponent among martial masters, so the chance of acquiring the secret technique is high. Seeing Lin Chen remain silent, Shen Ming continued to disclose information. Shen Ming paused and threw out a heavier chip. I know that you prefer to act independently and do not like being constrained. This collaboration does not require you to follow my orders. We can be allies, each taking what we need. If you assist me in obtaining the secret technique, the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce will fully support you in your journey to Haicheng and provide all reasonable resources you require. Moreover, he lowered his voice laced with temptation. Once the secret technique is in hand, you can naturally review and copy it first. With your abilities, the low-level and mid-level heart's blood obtained from hunting beasts would not need to be sold cheaply or left unused. You could handle it yourself, obtaining higher-tier cultivation resources. How significant would this be for your martial arts path? Furthermore, after the success of our plan, those heart's blood raw materials in the Zhao family's vault that were not used in time, or even the already refined blood essence, may very well include your share. Lin Chen lightly tapped his fingers on the table, seemingly weighing his options. Shen Ming's proposal indeed struck at his needs. That secret technique would for him personally serve as an efficient resource converter, significantly enhancing the efficiency of utilizing his hunting gains. Moreover, the support that the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce represented by Shen Ming could provide in terms of intelligence channels and post-operation handling was something he could hardly achieve alone. Most importantly, he had already planned to act amidst the chaos, and collaborating with the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce would provide him with an additional safeguard and a potential ally. All right, I agree, but I will act alone on that day. If I obtain the secret technique, I will contact you through the message. Lin Chen looked at Shen Ming and nodded. This is the most detailed map of the Zhao family estate, as well as the areas where the chamber suspects the blood-refining locations and the storage of the secret technique. Shen Ming took out a piece of parchment from his storage bag and handed it to Lin Chen. Good. Lin Chen finally nodded. However, President Chen, let me be clear, if the secret technique is not obtained, do not blame me. Shen Ming said firmly. Young Master, rest assured, whether we succeed or not, the chamber will provide a reward. Shen Ming spoke with certainty, knowing that someone like Lin Chen must be given enough trust and respect. If that is the case, let us cooperate happily. Lin Chen raised his cup. To a happy cooperation. Shen Ming raised his cup, in return a flame of determination igniting in his eyes. The secret meeting continued for about half an hour, finalizing some details and emergency contact methods. Lin Chen did not linger long at the chamber, quietly returning home with the first batch of brief intelligence regarding the recent personnel movements and material transports of the Zhao family provided by Shen Ming. Time quietly flowed by in a stifling wait and practice, and a week had passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Chen had already returned to Jiang City for a month, able to replicate and enhance his talents once again. During this time, he had been unreservedly cultivating in his own quiet room, utilizing the heart's blood he obtained from the wild. He knew that this was an opportunity. The stronger his power, the greater the chances. Lin Chen could only exert all his effort in his cultivation. Thanks to the formidable Crade cultivation talent, Lin Chen had now touched the bottleneck of the mid-level martial master, his strength becoming increasingly refined and vigorous, with vitality surging within his organs, hinting at a faint glow. With a bit more cultivation, he could naturally break through. However, Lin Chen knew that with his current strength, even if he exerted all his power combined with his talent and sword techniques, his attack power could barely surpass the limits of a martial master and reach that of a grandmaster, but in all other aspects he was still inferior to a grandmaster. In this upcoming contest, Lin Chen could only rely on his replication talent, praying that a top-tier fierce beast possessed a talent that would greatly aid him. As long as he could replicate and merge with the sword, Lin Chen was confident that he would achieve everything he desired in the contest. The time of the lunar eclipse was approaching, the skies dark as ink, devoid of stars and moon, setting the perfect stage for slaughter and chaos. Suddenly, a beastly roar, 10 times more ferocious than before, erupted simultaneously from the east and south of Jiang City. The terrifying sound wave, mixed with an overwhelming aura of ferocity, crashed against the walls of Jiang City like a physical tsunami. This time there was no probing charge from low-level fierce beasts. The beast tides surged like two black torrents of steel, interspersed with numerous mid-level fierce beasts, and even faintly a few terrifying auras belonging to high-level fierce beasts flickered and dashed towards the city walls. The true general assault had begun. At the same time, two enormous black shadows suddenly tore through the night sky above Jiang City, descending at a speed surpassing sound. To the east, a massive shadow of a leopard as black as ink and seemingly capable of swallowing light stood suspended in the air. It was the shadow phantom leopard. Its size was not exaggerated, but every inch of muscle contained explosive power, with smooth lines radiating a beauty of ultimate speed and danger. Its crimson vertical pupils coldly gazed down at the human city below, releasing the pressure of an early grandmaster without reservation, causing many low-level soldiers on the city wall to turn pale, nearly suffocating. To the south, the enormous body of the golden armored python, covered in dark golden scales, coiled in the air like a moving mountain, its light yellow vertical pupils swirling with greed and ferocity, also exuding the terrifying aura of an early grandmaster. With the appearance of two top-tier fierce beasts joining forces, an overwhelming pressure engulfed Jiang City, plunging it into unprecedented panic. An elderly yet thunderous voice echoed from the military's stone tower. In the next moment, an old man clad in a simple gray robe, not very tall, appeared in the sky over Jiang City, as if teleporting, confronting the two top-tier fierce beasts from a distance. It was Qin Shanhe, the grandmaster stationed in Jiang City. Standing with his hands behind his back, he did not unleash a shocking aura, but simply standing there felt like an ancient, eternal divine mountain, firmly resisting the terrifying pressure brought by the two top-tier fierce beasts, even subtly exerting a counter-pressure. The unfathomable aura of a late grandmaster was like an endless abyss beneath a calm sea, causing the pupils of the shadow phantom leopard and the golden armored python to slightly contract. A human grandmaster. Indeed not easy to deal with, the shadow phantom leopard communicated telepathically, its voice icy. "Proceed as planned," responded the golden armored python, its body slightly arching, preparing to strike. "An old man in the late grandmaster stage thinks he can stop us both." The shadow phantom leopard growled provocatively at Qin Shanhe, its form suddenly flickering. Swish! Its figure vanished instantly, leaving only a faint black afterimage in its place. The speed was so fast that the naked eye could not capture it. In the next moment it appeared 100 feet to the left of Qin Shanhe, a paw swung out, and 5 black blades, tearing through space, silently sliced towards Qin Shanhe. Qin Shan's expression remained unchanged, his right hand formed a sword, finger gently pointing. A sword, chi condensed as if it were substantial and imbued with the heavy essence of a mountain, materialized from thin air, accurately colliding at the intersection of the 5 blades. Boom! A dull explosion of energy erupted in the high sky, the aftermath scattering large swathes of clouds below. The shadow phantom leopard's attack failed, and its figure once again disappeared like a ghost launching an assault from another tricky angle. Its attack was not characterized by absolute power, but its elusive speed and unpredictable angles made it a headache for any opponent. Qin Shan's sword fingers continued to tap, streams of sword chi crisscrossed, defending flawlessly, yet for a moment, he could not easily capture the true form of the shadow phantom leopard, becoming entangled by its incredible speed. Hiss! The golden armored python seized the opportunity, its massive mouth opening wide, unleashing a torrent of dark golden venom concentrated to the extreme, and exuding a nauseating stench and terrifying corrosive power sweeping towards Qin Shanha like a waterfall. It turned its body, no longer paying attention to the aerial battle, its enormous form transforming into a streak of golden light diving straight towards the western direction of Jiang City, towards the Zhao family residence. Its target was clear to seize the blood essence while the shadow phantom leopard entangled Qin Shanha. The golden armored python is coming down. The target is the Zhao family. Stop it. The military leaders on the city wall and the powerful figures from various families turned pale. They could watch the military battling the tide of fierce beasts, but if a top-tier fierce beast were to breach the walls and enter the city, the consequences would be unimaginable, especially with such a clear target aimed directly at the Zhao family. Within the Zhao family residence, alarm bells rang incessantly, and countless formation lights shot into the sky. Zhao Zhun's eyes widened in fury as he shouted, "Activate the protective array. All martial masters follow me to confront the enemy. The ancestor is at a critical moment. We must not." Outside the city, the tide of fierce beasts, under the pressure of top-tier fierce beasts, madly crashed against the city walls, greatly increasing the burden on the defenders, making it impossible for them to muster enough strength to intercept the diving golden armored python. The entire Jiang City was suddenly plunged into a chaotic and bloody sea. High-altitude grandmaster confrontations, the tide of beasts attacking the city, and the sudden assault of top-tier fierce beasts led to a complex and intricate situation among various forces. At this moment, on the roof of a small courtyard in the west of the city, Lin Chen's figure stood quietly, blending into the darkness like a ghost. His gaze did not first turn towards the chaotic Zhao family or the diving golden armored python, but was firmly locked on the center of the battle high above, where the shadows of the shadow phantom leopard and Qin Shanha flickered with incredible speed. Crade's speed talent. Truly terrifying. Lin Chen was shaken in his heart. The speed of the shadow phantom leopard was more than 10 times faster than his grade speed talent. It was practically like teleportation. If it weren't for Qin Shan's profound realm and rich experience to counter the cleverness with strength, he would have long since suffered losses. This was precisely the talent he had long desired. The distance is too far. Lin Chen's brows furrowed tightly. The effective range of his replication talent was currently 20 meters, while the aerial battlefield was more than 1,000 meters from the ground. He simply could not get close. At that moment, a sudden change occurred. Perhaps due to the prolonged stalemate, the shadow phantom leopard seemed to be enraged, or maybe it aimed to create a better opportunity for the golden armored python. For some unknown reason, the shadow phantom leopard suddenly unleashed its power. It let out a sharp screech, its body engulfed in a surge of black light, and its speed dramatically increased. No longer merely evading, it took the risk of closing the distance and directly absorbed a fierce sword chi from Qin Shanha. Its body trembled violently, dark purple blood oozing from the corner of its mouth, but it used the force to rebound, moving like a true black flash, instantly breaking through Qin Shan's sword chi barrier, diving down towards an area to the west of the city, close to the battlefield. Its target seemed to be a section of the city wall below, which was slightly weakened due to the senior generals being dispatched to defend the golden armored python, aiming for an inside-outside attack to completely tear apart the defensive line. Disrupting the military's plans, it prepared to rush to the Zhao family to seize the blood origin essence. Every person or beast had their own schemes, and the trajectory it dove down on happened to pass just less than 100 meters diagonally above Lin Chen's room. Moreover, due to the injury from absorbing the sword chi and the high-speed dive, its aura and protective demonic power momentarily experienced significant turbulence and fluctuation. In that instant, its form briefly exhibited an almost imperceptible stagnation as it adjusted its direction to attack the city wall. Now is the time. Lin Chen's eyes sparkled with determination without a hint of hesitation. He activated his disguise talent and grade speed talent to their utmost limits. His entire being transformed into a shadow more insubstantial than the shadow phantom leopard itself, bursting forth from the rooftop. Not retreating, but charging towards the side of the diving shadow phantom leopard at an almost vertical angle. Lin Chen channeled all his yuan power into his legs and movement technique, elevating his speed to its absolute limit, akin to a flying fish swimming upstream, precisely calculating the trajectory of the shadow phantom leopard. 100 meters, 80 meters, 60 meters, 40 meters, 20 meters. The crimson vertical pupils of the shadow phantom leopard instantly captured the movement of this, and a flash of offended rage and confusion crossing its gaze. With a casual, almost mocking cruelty, it swung one of its front claws, unleashing a dark claw wind capable of easily tearing apart a grand martial artist, sweeping towards Lin Chen as if swatting a fly. In its eyes, this was merely the desperate struggle of an ant that was out of its depth and driven mad by fear. Yet this casual strike sent chills throughout Lin Chen's body, the breath of death bearing down upon him. But he did not slow his charge, his eyes focused only on the increasingly closer dark beast shadow. 20 meters. Copy talent activate. Beast Shadow Phantom Leopard Bloodline Talent Grade Speed Talent Crade Shadow Talent Grade. Copy. Crade Speed Talent. The moment the torrent of information surged into his mind, Lin Chen had no time to check anything else. That terrifying claw wind had already arrived. Puff. Lin Chen's hastily condensed Yuan power shield shattered like paper, and his protective inner armor groaned under the unbearable weight. The degrade healing talent activated spontaneously, but it still could not fully counteract this terrifying force. His entire being was hit as if struck by a heavy hammer, his chest visibly caving in, several ribs cracking with a painful crunch, a mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of internal organs spraying forth, and he plummeted like a kite, with its string cut falling faster than when he ascended towards his own room below. Boom. Lin Chen's body embedded deeply into the ground, dust and smoke swirling. The Shadow Phantom Leopard cast a casual glance, confirming that the ant's aura had faded to the brink of extinction, and paid it no further mind. Its main target was the city wall and restraining Qin Shanha. If the opportunity arose, it would also personally seize the blood origin essence from the Zhao family. It let out a long howl, pouncing towards the city wall, engaging in battle with the responding guards. In the sky, Qin Shan's brow seemed to twitch slightly as he cast a glance at the direction Lin Chen was falling, but the golden armored python had already charged into the city, and the Shadow Phantom Leopard was creating chaos. He had no time to spare, pointing his sword once more, the sword chi, like a dragon, relocking onto the Shadow Phantom Leopard. No one noticed that beneath the ruins of the destroyed guest room, Lin Chen, who had nearly turned into a bloody mess, gritted his teeth, in agony, activating his degrade healing talent. The degrade healing talent was operating with unprecedented efficiency, crazily repairing the horrific injuries. The broken bones were reconnected by an invisible force, and the shattered internal organs struggled to mend under the nourishing vitality. After an unknown duration, perhaps only a few dozen breaths, Lin Chen felt that the injuries within his body were mostly healed. Lin Chen immediately got up and returned to his room. The earlier scene had surely been witnessed by someone. If it was discovered that Lin Chen had withstood a blow from the Shadow Phantom Leopard and survived, it would undoubtedly create further trouble. Inside the room, Lin Chen held his breath. Fusion. Crade Speed Talent. Boom. This time the fusion did not bring about a drastic change in muscles and bones, but rather a deeper connection involving neural reactions, spatial perception, and even a certain rule of speed. It felt as if every cell in his body was being accelerated, the transmission of neural signals quickening several times, and the perception of air resistance becoming exquisitely detailed, even allowing him to vaguely see those invisible lines that hindered speed. The pain was equally intense, but compared to the severe injuries to his body, this transformation, touching the essence of speed, made his mind waver. The fusion process was silently and violently taking place within his body. Outside the ruins, the sounds of battle cries, beast roars, and energy explosions were deafening, and Jiang City had transformed into a battlefield of Azura. Towards the Zhao family, golden light intertwined with various Yuan power glows the screeching of the golden armored python, mixed with the furious shouts of the Zhao family's experts, indicating that the battle had evidently entered a fevered stage. In the sky soared chi, crisscross shadows flickered, and the battle between Qin Shanha and the Shadow Phantom Leopard remained fiercely unresolved. Time flowed amidst bloodshed and chaos. For Lin Chen, every second was both torment and rebirth. When the last bit of pain from the fusion receded like a tide, replaced by a strange feeling of being as light as a swallow, as if a mere thought could break the constraints of space, Lin Chen suddenly opened his eyes. In his gaze it seemed as if a flash of lightning flickered, too quick to be captured. Lin Chen activated his Crade Speed talent, slightly moving his fingers, and in the next moment his fingers appeared to have a double image, a remnant caused by the speed being too fast. With a slight exertion, his body left behind streaks of afterimages in the room, as if it had no weight. Crade Speed talent fusion successful. Feeling the entirely different speed power flowing within him, Lin Chen's lips curled into a cold and bloody smile. Now, it's time for the roles of hunter and prey to switch. He looked towards the Zhao family, stealing a glance at the high-altitude battlefield, but ultimately decided to go to the Zhao family to deal with the golden armored python and claim his spoils. With a flicker of his figure, the room was left empty, only a trace of imperceptible breeze passing through. Lin Chen, with Crade Speed talent, had already acquired the means to truly stir up the storm in this chaotic battlefield. Above Jiangqing, the aftershocks of a master-level battle raged across the heavens. Beyond the city walls, a monstrous tide roared with earth-shaking fury. Yet the true epicenter of the storm had already shifted deep into the Zhao family manor. The once magnificent Zhao family manor now lay in ruins, a slaughterhouse incarnate. Pavilions and terraces crumbled to dust, artificial hills and waterside pavilions collapsed into rubble. The ground was pocked with smoking craters corroded by vile energy strewn with severed limbs and the corpses of Zhao clan martial cultivators. A thick miasma of blood mingled with the acrid venom exhaled by the golden-armored horned serpent, nauseating, suffocating. At the manor's core stood an ancient altar built from black monolithic stones inscribed with primordial runes, the site of greatest carnage. At the altar's center, the jade cauldron, meant to hold the blood source essence, stood empty, its surface webbed with jagged fissures. Surrounding the altar, 7 or 8 elite Zhao clan grand martial cultivators, including Zhao Zhen himself, stood in a tight circle, their chi-weakened bodies wounded, shielding an elderly man at their center, his hair wild and white, his face withered like ancient bark, yet his eyes burning crimson as fresh blood. That elder was Zhao Xiangang, the long-secluded patriarch of the Zhao family. His frame hunched, his skin cracked like weathered bark, yet within him surged a terrifying volatile aura, swelling like a tempestuous sea one moment, flickering like a dying candle the next. This aura far surpassed that of ordinary grand martial cultivators at their peak, brushing against some ineffable barrier, yet faltering just short of breakthrough. Blood trickled from his lips, his chest torn open, revealing a ghastly wound, deep enough to expose bone glowing with a sickly, dark golden venomous light. Clearly he had suffered grievously in direct combat with the golden-armored horned serpent. Half-step master. He had consumed the first batch of blood source essence to forcibly shatter the threshold into mastery, but fell agonizingly short. Though granted power far exceeding even peak grand martial cultivators, he failed to crystallize the unique spiritual force of true masters. Worse, his premature emergence from seclusion left his foundation dangerously unstable, his current state dire. 5 batches of blood source essence had been prepared. When the golden-armored horned serpent appeared, its gaze locked upon them. The Zhao family hastily secured the remaining 4. Yet 2 were seized by the beast. Opposite them, the golden-armored horned serpent coiled its colossal form atop the ruins, its dark gold scales shimmering coldly under the ambient glow of spiritual energy. Its pale yellow vertical pupils burned with satiety and rapacious hunger, fixed unblinkingly upon Zhao Xiangang at the altar's heart and upon the ancient bone fragment clutched tightly in his hand, neither metal nor jade, etched with blood-red sigils, the original scripture of the blood-forging fusion art. In his final moments, Zhao Xiangang had drawn this artifact from a hidden compartment at the altar's core and now guarded it with his life. HSSSS. Old human, surrender the bone fragment, and this sovereign shall spare your wretched lives. The serpent spoke in human tongue, shrill grating laced with condescending menace. It sensed the fragment's residual resonance, akin to the blood source essence, yet infinitely more profound and arcane. Its value without doubt eclipsed all else. Beast, you raised my manor, slaughtered my kin, stole my treasures, and now you dare covet our ancestral secret art. Delusion. Zhao Xiangang roared, voice raw with fury, his crimson eyes blazing with madness and bitter despair. He had stood but one step away from mastery. Had this brute not ambushed him, had time permitted proper preparation, he would have succeeded. Now not only had his ascension failed, his foundation shattered. Worse still, his family's most sacred legacy hung on the precipice of loss. Formed the Xiangang demon-subduing formation. Zhao Zhen bellowed, blood streaming from his mouth. The surviving Zhao grand martial cultivators rallied. Drawing upon their last reserves of qi, they darted into precise positions. Beams of radiant energy erupted from their bodies, interlocking instantly to weave a thick, oppressive crimson dome around the altar, shielding Zhao Xiangang at its heart. This formation, the Zhao family's ultimate cooperative technique, greatly amplified defense and containment. Obdurate fools. The serpent's eyes flared with murderous intent. No more words wasted. Its massive body coiled violently, its barbed tail, like a mountain-splitting axe, slammed downward toward the crimson dome. Simultaneously, its jaws gaped wide, unleashing another concentrated torrent of dark gold venom, aimed precisely at the same point. Boom. Hiss. The dome convulsed violently, its crimson light pulsing erratically. Zhao Zhen and the others, channeling the formation, each choked back a groan, faces draining, paler fresh blood welling at their lips. Though mighty, the formation strained under duress. The cultivators were already gravely wounded, and the serpent's full-force assault pushed it to the brink of collapse. At most 3 more strikes, then the formation will shatter. A clan elder whispered in utter despair. At that critical instant, some 30 zhang from the battlefield, a section of ruined rockery shimmered faintly, space itself rippling subtly. Lin Chen materialized, not emerging but coalescing from shadow, perfectly camouflaged, his presence utterly undetectable. His gaze swept the battlefield with icy clarity, assessing the situation in an instant. The Zhao family's defeat was inevitable, annihilation imminent. The golden-armored horned serpent, having seized the blood source essence, surged with renewed might. Meanwhile, the shadowy panther remained entangled with Qin Shanha, unable to intervene. The timing is ripe. Lin Chen's mind stirred. With a silent pulse through the communication talisman nestled in his robe, he dispatched a terse message to Shun Ming. Within seconds, several figures, ostensibly locked in fierce combat, with scattered mid-tier ferocious beasts breaching the manor, suddenly slowed their attacks, movements weakening, as if drained of strength, clearly nearing exhaustion. Among the Zhou and Wang clansmen confronting the serpent, several coordinated strikes, meant to harass and support, strangely veered off target or became inexplicably entangled with suddenly surging beasts. The pressure on the serpent visibly slackened. The golden-armored horned serpent, supremely perceptive, instantly sensed the sudden fatigue among its human reinforcements. Though puzzled, such an opportunity could not be squandered. Its eyes blazed with savage triumph. With a deafening shriek, it channeled the lion's share of its power into the next assault. Break! Its tail venom, and even its horn blazed with searing golden light, converging into a single cataclysmic torrent of dark gold destruction, slamming into the crimson dome, now dimmed to near extinction. Crack, boom. Like shattering crystal, the dome exploded outward. Zhao Zhun and his comrades vomited blood, hurtling backward like broken puppets, crashing into crumbling walls, fate unknown. Zhao Xinggang, standing at the altar's heart, bore the brunt, blasted heated by the residual dark gold spurt. He flew backward like a rag doll. His chest caved in, bones shattered beyond count, while the blood-etched bone fragment slipped from his grasp, arcing high through the air. The fragment. The serpent roared with elation, its thick forked tongue lashing out to seize the relic. Yet, just as the tongue neared the fragment, a figure appeared. Faster than lightning, more elusive than a phantom, materializing without warning directly in the fragment's trajectory. As though he had always stood there. Lin Chen. His features remained deliberately blurred by his innate camouflage talent. Yet he no longer concealed his aura entirely, the unmistakable resonance of an early-stage Grand Marshal cultivator layered with a razor-sharp, instinctively threatening edge. Even the serpent sensed danger. Most astonishing was his speed. The preceding burst had momentarily blanked even the serpent's perception. Lin Chen reached out and caught the blood-etched bone fragment cleanly in his palm. Warm, ancient, resonant. It was the authentic scripture of the blood-forging fusion art. Seeking death. The golden-armored horned python was instantly furious at having its prey snap. It didn't even care to check on Zhao Xinggang's fate. Its massive head abruptly turned towards Lin Chen, its scarlet tongue flickering, and a murderous intent almost solidified in its dark golden vertical pupils. A mere ant of a Grand Martial Master dares to snatch from the tiger's mouth. The golden-armored horned python let out a soul-piercing shriek, its mouth agape, no longer spewing scattered venom, but condensing into a dark golden beam as thick as a thumb, radiating a wave of destruction, shooting towards Lin Chen as if teleporting. At the same time, its massive tail, like a steel whip, silently swept in from another direction, cutting off Lin Chen's escape route. This strike contained its master-level power and deadly poison, vowing to obliterate this ignorant ant along with its secret techniques. However, faced with this deadly pincer attack, Lin Chen showed no fear in his eyes, instead a fervent battle intent ignited within him. The recently merged Clevel speed talent surged within him, roaring and galloping, elevating his perception and control of speed to an entirely new realm. Come at me, Lin Chen shouted as his figure suddenly became ethereal before the golden-armored horned python's attack could land. Clevel speed talent, explosion, swish. Two remarkably clear afterimages were left behind at the original spot. One afterimage was pierced and corroded away by the dark golden beam, while the other was swept into light points by the massive tail. And Lin Chen's true body appeared like a ghost, materializing 10 zhong away to the left of the golden-armored horned python. What a... The python's vertical pupils suddenly contracted in disbelief. How could this ant's speed be so fast? This is beyond what an ordinary Grand Martial Master could possess. It is even comparable to the previous Shadow Phantom Leopard's normal speed. Before the golden-armored horned python could react, Lin Chen moved from its left. With the battle knife in hand, the blade hummed as he executed the third form of the dragon, ascending 9 heavens knife technique, slashing from top to bottom. With this strike, Lin Chen had already activated his level power talent to enhance it. Roar! A wound appeared on the body of the golden-armored horned python, far exceeding the damage it received from the Zhao family's previous attacks. And how dare you injure me? The golden-armored horned python roared in fury, turning its massive mouth to unleash a spray of venom. Lin Chen pushed his Clevel speed talent to the limit, transforming his figure into a series of elusive flashes of light, dodging this strike. Then the knife followed his movements, rapidly weaving around the massive body of the golden-armored, horned python, flashing. The knife light was like a cold moon, like a startled swan, like a bone-crawling maggot, specifically targeting the weaker defensive areas and the wounded spots of the python. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The sharp knife energy left behind deep and shallow white marks on the hard, dark golden scales of the golden-armored, horned python, occasionally breaking open previous wounds, drawing out a few strands of dark golden blood. The golden-armored horned python was enraged, its massive body thrashing wildly, employing various methods that completely flattened the already damaged surroundings, causing the ground to crack and dust to rise. However, Lin Chen's speed was simply too fast. Like a slippery dragon, he always managed to avoid the attacks just before they landed, and even when occasionally swept by a fierce wind, he could rapidly recover thanks to his level healing talent and strong physique. Lin Chen, relying solely on his speed, tightly entangled the golden-armored horned python, preventing it from leisurely pursuing others, escaping easily, or diverting attention to assist the shadow phantom leopard that might be caught in a fierce battle in midair. Roar! Despicable human! You only know how to hide and dodge. Have the guts to fight me face to face. The golden-armored horned python shrieked in rage, possessing master-level strength and defense, yet it couldn't strike this exceedingly annoying fly, instead constantly harassed, its wounds, though not fatal, severely interfering with its intention to escape the battlefield. In the distance, Zhao Zhun and others who had just struggled to rise from the ruins, witnessing this scene, along with the hidden experts from the Shenzhou and Wang families watching from the shadows, were all dumbfounded. Who is that? Such terrifying speed! How can he entangle the golden-armored horned python? Early stage Grand Martial Master. How is this possible? Is that the hidden trump card of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce? Or? Shen Ming's eyes sparkled with brilliance, and he was profoundly shocked. Lin Chen. His speed is more than 10 times faster than reported. Is this his trump card? Clubble speed talent. In the high sky, Qin Shanhe, who was engaged in a fierce battle with the shadow phantom leopard, seemed to extend a strand of perception towards the entanglement below. His eyes, usually calm, flashed with a trace of subtle surprise. Meanwhile, the shadow phantom leopard, after once again clashing hard with Qin Shanhe, took advantage of the force to break away, its scarlet vertical pupils instantly locking onto the swift, ghost-like figure, entangling the golden-armored, horned python below. Hiss! Is that the ant from earlier? He didn't die. It seems he has some skills. The battle still raged on, with smoke and dust filling the Zhao family's battlefield, the aftershocks of the fierce clash of Yuan force and demon power yet to settle. Although Lin Chen's harassment could not inflict fatal damage, the continuous disturbances and stings drove the golden-armored horned python insane as its massive body twisted and destroyed more ruins, yet it could never catch that slippery loach. Relying on his speed advantage, Lin Chen continuously wore down the golden-armored horned python. Whenever the python sought to escape the battlefield, Lin Chen would appear in front of it, executing a full-force strike, which would inflict even more severe damage if ignored, forcing the golden-armored horned python to suppress its escaped thoughts and defend against Lin Chen's onslaught. Hiss! Ant! You have angered this king. The golden-armored horned python hissed, its pale yellow vertical pupils filled with a killing intent that nearly solidified. The golden-armored horned python took a deep breath, its abdomen visibly swelling, its dark golden scales standing on end. A chilling wave of destruction began to gather. Clearly it was about to use a certain life-consuming yet immensely powerful innate divine ability, vowing to obliterate this annoying speed-type opponent along with the surrounding space. However, just at this critical moment, an unexpected change occurred. High above, the master Qin Shanhe, who was originally engaged in a fierce duel with the shadow phantom leopard, was suddenly forced to slightly shift his body by a devious and cunning claw strike imbued with shadow corrosive power. A trace of cunning flashed in the scarlet vertical pupils of the shadow phantom leopard, which unexpectedly chose not to expand its gains, but instead with a quick flick transformed into a blurred black line that blended into the night, no longer entangling with Qin Shanhe, and instead swiftly fled towards the northwest away from the Zhao family's battlefield, disappearing in the blink of an eye. It escaped. No, it seems more like drawing the tiger away from its mountain lair or retreating after achieving a certain goal. Qin Shanhe frowned, glancing at the fleeing shadow phantom leopard, then at the violently gathering energy point in the Zhao family's battlefield and the exceptionally swift figure. After a brief contemplation, he surprisingly did not pursue the shadow phantom leopard, but instead, like teleportation, he swiftly descended towards the Zhao family's battlefield. Clearly in his judgment, a top-tier ferocious beast like the golden-armored horned python rampaging in the city posed a greater threat, and the shadow phantom leopard's escape also felt suspicious. The master descended, his oppressive aura like a collapsing sky, Despite Qin Shan's attempts to restrain himself, the vast and unfathomable presence still caused everyone on the battlefield to gasp for breath. The golden armored python, poised to unleash its innate divine abilities, suddenly froze in place, feeling the overwhelming latestage master pressure that sent shivers through its very soul as endless fear and urgency replaced its vertical pupils. It had no doubt that once this human master made a move, it would be doomed. In the blink of an eye, the instinct for survival overrode everything else. The golden armored python sharply turned its head, gazing toward the direction the shadow phantom leopard had fled, releasing a sharp, urgent cry imbued with a unique resonance. That was the signal they had agreed upon. In the next moment, it swiftly coiled its tail around a portion of its blood essence and hurled it like a cannonball toward the northwest, the direction in which the shadow phantom leopard had escaped at an astonishing speed. Shadow, follow. According to our agreement, help me escape. The intent of the golden armored python transmitted with its cry. Hiss. In the northwest sky, the vanishing black suddenly paused, then swiftly returned at an even faster pace. The figure of the shadow phantom leopard flickered back like a ghost, swallowing the dark golden light that had shot toward it, temporarily storing it within its body, a flash of satisfaction briefly appearing in its crimson pupils. It glanced at the rapidly descending Qin Shanha and cast a sidelong look at Lin Chen, who was momentarily stunned by this sudden turn of events, a glint of mockery and decisiveness flashing in its eyes. Go! The shadow phantom leopard growled lowly, no longer lingering. Its surrounding black light surged, increasing its speed not for an attack, but to charge fiercely toward the golden armored python, which was about to unleash its divine abilities. In an instant, as it approached the golden armored python, its pitch-black shadow spread like a living entity, enveloping half of the golden armored python's massive body. In the next second, a scene that shocked everyone unfolded. The golden armored python, shrouded in shadow, found its enormous body rapidly becoming blurred and transparent, as if it were about to merge with the darkness. This was an application of the shadow phantom leopard's class shadow talent, short-range shadow assimilation, capable of carrying objects while stealthing. Although the consumption was immense and the range limited for a creature of the golden armored python's size, it was sufficient to create an opportunity for escape. Want to leave? Qin Shanha had already descended to a height of 100 feet above the battlefield. Seeing this, he snorted coldly, extending his finger like a sword, unleashing a gray sword chi that had been honed to perfection, capable of cutting through heaven and earth, aimed at the writhing shadow. Uffed! The shadow twisted violently, emitting a painful and furious shriek from the golden armored python, as large dark golden scales and blood rained down from the shadow, clearly indicating it had suffered significant injury. Yet that shadow ultimately contracted violently, like a droplet of water sinking into the earth, vanishing from sight in an instant, leaving only a faint ripple of shadow and a metallic scent in the air. The two apex ferocious beasts managed to escape under Qin Shan's very nose, employing mysterious means at the cost of the golden armored python's severe injury. Everything happened too quickly, from the shadow phantom leopard luring the enemy away to Qin Shan's arrival, followed by the transaction between the two beasts and the shadow's escape, all occurring within the span of just 2 or 3 breaths. By the time everyone reacted, the battlefield was left in disarray, with spilled python blood and the gradually dissipating shadow fluctuations. Qin Shanha hovered in midair, his brow slightly furrowed, his spiritual sense instantly extending 100 miles, yet he could only capture 2 faint and chaotic auras that were rapidly drifting away, their direction indiscernible, clearly indicating that the shadow phantom leopard had employed some means to interfere with tracking. Quite cunning, he remarked nonchalantly, choosing not to pursue further. For him, repelling the ferocious beasts and protecting Jiang City was the primary duty. Chasing after the 2 top-tier ferocious beasts that were intent on fleeing was unnecessary, especially since one of them excelled at stealth. He glanced down below, pausing for a moment on Lin Chen, who stood holding his blade with a fluctuating aura, his expression seemingly contemplative, yet he said nothing further. With a flicker of his form, he headed towards the city wall, where the morale of the beast tide had plummeted due to the departure of the apex ferocious beasts, making it the perfect time to counterattack. As Qin Shanha departed, the suffocating pressure of the master dissipated. The Zhao family battlefield fell into an eerie silence, with only the crackling of flames and the moans of the injured. Lin Chen let out a slow breath, suppressing the turbulent blood caused by the high-speed battle and the recent upheaval. He gripped his battle knife and the crimson bone fragment tightly, silently lamenting the missed opportunity. Just a moment more. If he could entangle them a little longer until Qin Shanha arrived, the golden armored python would undoubtedly be unable to escape, and he might have had a chance. However, having obtained the bone fragment of the blood refining fusion secret method and forcing the golden armored python to flee severely injured, he had achieved his primary goal. Just as he prepared to examine the bone fragment,
and then meet up with the people sent by Shin Ming to deal with the aftermath. Stop. A feeble yet filled with resentment and madness roar echoed. In the ruins, the Zhao family ancestor Zhao Xuangan with a sunken chest and a fading aura was being supported by a few battered Zhao family master warriors struggling to stand. All of them had bloodshot eyes fixating intensely on Lin Chen, or rather precisely on the crimson bone fragment in his hand, their gazes filled with greed, hatred, and unwillingness, almost transforming into tangible flames. Return my Zhao family's inherited secret method. Zhao Jin shouted hoarsely, his voice trembling from pain and agitation. After this conflict, the Zhao family had their estate destroyed, their elites killed or wounded almost to extinction, the ancestor gravely injured, and on the brink of death, their greatest reliance, the blood essence, had been seized, leaving only 2 portions, and now even their last hope for a comeback, the secret method bone fragment, was in the hands of another. How could they possibly accept this? Moreover, you must have blood feuds with both my Fenger and Mang's deaths. Today, you shall not escape. Another elder of the Zhao family echoed sternly, having long attributed all the blame for the family's decline to this sudden mysterious culprit. Despair and madness from their losses drowned their last shreds of rationality. Fellow practitioners of Jiang City, Zhao Jin suddenly turned toward the shadows among the ruins where figures of the Zhou family, Wang family, and other powerful forces who had previously watched from the sidelines were now quietly gathering, his voice filled with incitement. This man has an unknown origin, seizing treasures amid chaos, and is likely related to the blood incident of my Zhao family. The secret method in his hand belongs to my Jiang City's Zhao family. How can outsiders lay their hands on it? I implore you all to assist my Zhao family capture this villain and reclaim the secret method. My Zhao family is willing to share the benefits of the secret method with all of you. Zhao Jin, seeing his family's strength greatly diminished and unable to confront Lin Chen alone, sought to rally the other forces present under the guise of justice and interests to rob him. Calculating these families' greed for the secret method, he also bet that they would harbor caution toward this suddenly appearing, unpredictably swift stranger willing to join forces. Indeed, some stirrings and whispers arose from the shadows around them. The experts of the Zhou and Wang families exchanged glances, looking at the bone fragment in Lin Chen's hand, then at the Zhao family members in dire straits, their faces revealing hesitation and calculation. The people arranged by Shin Ming were mixed in among them, frowning, secretly signaling to Lin Chen that the situation was dire and advising a retreat. Lin Chen halted his steps, slowly turning around to face the remaining Zhao family members led by Zhao Xingan and Zhao Zhen, along with the ill-intentioned gazes surrounding them. The disguise on his face remained vague, but his eyes were as cold as ancient ice, sweeping across the crowd before finally landing on the seemingly mad Zhao Zhen. Return what? Lin Chen's voice was calm, devoid of any ripples, yet it carried a chilling coldness. The Zhao family hired assassins to kill me first, and then they repeatedly provoked me. The calamity today is all due to your Zhao family's greed and arrogance, which attracted ferocious beasts and led to your own destruction. This secret technique was seized from the jaws of a ferocious beast. When did it become your Zhao family's exclusive possession? Lin Chen stepped forward, the sharp, murderous intent cultivated through countless bloody battles mixed with the pressure of a beginner great martial master, released without reservation, causing some weaker cultivators around him to momentarily struggle to breathe. As for sharing, Lin Chen curled the corner of his mouth into a mocking arc. Do you think that you, the withered bones in the grave, are worthy, arrogant, looking for death? Everyone attack together and kill him. Retrieve the secret technique. Lin Chen's disdain ignited the last frenzy of the Zhao family members and the greed of some others nearby. Zhao Zhen roared, charging forward with 2 other lightly injured great martial masters from the Zhao family, alongside several peak martial masters who were death warriors. Ignoring their injuries, they burned their essence blood, unleashing their final strength as they pounced on Lin Chen from multiple directions. Meanwhile, figures from the Zhou family and Wang family around also stirred, seeming ready to make a move. Faced with this near-siege situation, a cold light suddenly surged in Lin Chen's eyes. Since you are seeking death, I shall send you Zhao family on your final journey. With the full burst of Clevel speed talent, Lin Chen's figure instantly vanished. No, it wasn't disappearing, but rather moving so fast that countless overlapping afterimages were left in the eyes of the onlookers. Each afterimage wielded a shadow blade, unleashing an incredibly sharp blade light. The Dragon Flow Blade Technique. Dragon swims across the seas. The blade light cascaded like a waterfall, yet it was also cunning and strange, striking from impossible angles. Puff, puff, puff. The first 3 Zhao family death warriors who charged forward didn't even touch the hem of Lin Chen's clothes before their throats were cut by the ghostly blade light that flashed past their eyes wide as they fell to the ground.
Zhao Zhen and another great martial master from the Zhao family roared, unleashing their trump card, joint martial skill attacking from left and right. However, to Lin Chen, who possessed clever speed, their attacks revealed countless flaws. Lin Chen's figure swayed slightly, as if foreseeing the future, slipping through the gaps of the two's attacks. The shadow blade drew a tragic arc in the air. Crouching dragon emerges from the abyss. The blade light struck from below like an enraged dragon emerging from the sea, first entering the empty door under Zhao Zhen's rib, tearing apart his protective yuan power, piercing through his chest, and exploding the blade energy, instantly shredding his heart. Zhao Zhen's forward-charging figure suddenly froze, his eyes crazily, solidifying, turning to dead ash filled with endless unwillingness and resentment as he fell back to the ground. The attack of another great martial master from the Zhao family missed, feeling horrified. Just as he was about to change his move, a blur crossed his vision, and Lin Chen's figure appeared like a ghost at his side, striking a palm against his back. With the explosion of level power talent, the mighty and domineering yuan power surged into him, shattering his heart veins. This great martial master spat out blood, collapsing forward breathless. In the blink of an eye, the last counterattack strength of the Zhao family was obliterated by Lin Chen with thunder. Only Zhao Xuangan, who was being supported and barely alive, remained, along with several Zhao family martial artists around, who were paralyzed with fear, slumped on the ground. The previously restless experts from the Zhou family and Wang family, upon witnessing Lin Chen's ferocity and decisiveness in killing, especially his ghostly speed, turned pale, their feet seemingly nailed to the ground, no longer daring to take a step forward. Shen Ming's people seized the opportunity to shout, "This is the grudge between the Zhao family and this heroic man, we need not interfere." Others quickly echoed, rapidly distancing themselves. Lin Chen paid no heed to those fair-weather friends, gripping the blood-dripping shadow blade, step by step approaching Zhao Xuangan, who was discarded on the ground, gasping in despair. You. Zhao Xuangan looked at Lin Chen, who approached like a god of death, and his eyes were finally replaced with boundless terror. He wanted to beg for mercy, to curse in anger, but could only emit a strange wheezing sound. "Zhao family, this is the end." Lin Chen's voice was cold, his hand raised as the blade fell. The blade light flashed, and the once mighty ancestor of the Zhao family in Jiang City had his head severed, blood staining the scorched earth beneath. Those crimson eyes remained wide open in death, reflecting the final scene of the family's downfall. Lin Chen sheathed his blade, not even glancing at the bodies of the Zhao family strewn across the ground, his gaze sweeping over the surrounding crowd, who were rendered speechless in fear, and finally landing on the direction where Shen Ming's trusted aide was hidden, giving a slight nod. Then he collected the storage bags of the Zhao family members, and in a flicker transformed into an imperceptible breeze, chasing after the general direction where the shadow phantom leopard and the golden-armored horned python had escaped. Although he knew the hope was slim, he still wanted to try tracking down the severely injured golden-armored horned python. A top-tier ferocious beast was irresistible temptation, filled with treasure. However, just as he expected, the shadow phantom leopard was clearly adept at hiding and counter-tracking. The aura in the wilderness outside the city was chaotic, and although the beast's tide had retreated, traces still remained. Lin Chen chased for 100 miles, and apart from discovering a few scattered dark golden scales and coagulated blood clots, he could find no exact trace of the golden-armored horned python. The shadowy fluctuations also completely dissipated in the world, leaving no trace to be found. Standing atop a desolate hill, Lin Chen gazed at the vast wilderness, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes, but it was soon replaced by determination. "The monk can run away, but the temple will always be there. We shall meet again." He touched the blood-colored bone fragment in his chest pocket and felt the power of the newly acquired clever speed talent flowing within him. The gains from this battle on the Zhao family's battlefield were astonishing, and he had also obtained the infinitely potential blood-refining fusion secret technique. The Zhao family's hidden danger had been completely eradicated. It was time to leave this place of turmoil and head towards a broader and more exciting stage. 70 miles northwest of Jiang City, in a secluded valley by a creek, several clusters of bonfires quietly burned in the deepest darkness before dawn, illuminating faces that were either weary, excited, or vigilant. This was the safe rendezvous point previously arranged by Shen Ming. When Lin Chen's figure, like the night wind, quietly appeared at the edge of the bonfire's illumination, the several sentinels from the Four Seas Merchant Association immediately tensed their bodies, weapons half drawn. Once they saw the blurred face of the newcomer and sensed that familiar aura, they relaxed slightly, though their eyes still bore an unmistakable awe. Some of them had participated in the prior Zhao family battlefield's support, and had personally witnessed how the figure before them had brazenly acted under the pressure of a master, and how he had decisively ended the Zhao family's last breath with thunderous methods. "Young Master Lin," Ming swiftly emerged from a simple tent, though his face bore the fatigue of a long night of travel and tense planning, yet his eyes shone with astonishing brightness. He waved off others and personally led Lin Chen into the tent. The tent was simply furnished, containing only a low table and 2 mats. Ming set up a simple soundproof barrier, and then, unable to hide his excitement, looked at Lin Chen, his gaze lingering momentarily on his blood-stained robes and the ancient blood-colored bone fragment in his hand. "Young Master Lin, are you all right?" Ming suppressed the tumultuous thoughts within him and first asked. When he received the news from his subordinates, he was also shocked by the final turn of events on the Zhao family battlefield, especially Lin Chen's near-provocative action against the master and his brazen annihilation of the remaining Zhao family members, giving him a fresh, even somewhat fearful recognition of this collaborator's courage and strength. "No harm, just a few minor injuries." Lin Chen shook his head, casually placing the battle blade aside and sitting cross-legged. The level healing talent had been operating quietly. Combined with his powerful physique, those external wounds and internal shocks had already healed quite well. He directly placed the blood-colored bone fragment on the low table, pushing it toward Ming. The bone fragment felt warm to the touch, and under the light filtering through the tense seams from the campfire, the blood-red runes on its surface seemed to flow slowly, emanating an ancient and mysterious aura. Ming's breathing instantly became heavier as he held his breath, carefully picking up the bone fragment, sensing and examining it with great caution. Although he could not immediately decipher the profound ancient runes inscribed upon it, the unique rhythm of energy and the aura that resonated with the blood essence left no room for doubt. This was precisely the blood refinement fusion secret method that the Zhao family had risked their extinction to protect. "It really is. Truly it." Ming's voice trembled slightly, and overwhelming joy and sense of accomplishment surged within him. With this item, his future in the Four Seas commerce was secured. He might even surpass the starting point of his uncle Shen Wanjuan from back in the day. "Congratulations, President Shen. May your wishes come true," Lin Chen said calmly as he poured himself a cup of water. Ming took a few deep breaths, forcing himself to calm down. He carefully placed the bone fragment before him, not putting it away, but looking at Lin Chen with a serious expression. "Young Master Lin, I cannot express my gratitude enough for your great kindness. If it weren't for you, this secret method would have been nearly impossible to obtain. I, Ming, and even the Jiangxing branch owe you a tremendous favor." He paused and continued, "According to our agreement, you may preview and copy this secret method first. I have prepared a quiet room and the necessary writing supplies. You may proceed at your convenience. Once you have completed the copying, I must send this item via the most confidential channels to the headquarters for identification and archiving. Rest assured, all the terms we agreed upon the Four Seas commerce will never go back on. Regarding the journey to Haiqing, I have made the necessary arrangements. In 3 days, a select merchant team from the Four Seas commerce will depart from Jiangxing to Haiqing to transport a batch of important supplies. You may accompany them as a guest, and all your identity documents will be fully prepared, ensuring absolute safety and discretion." Lin Chen nodded. Ming's arrangements were meticulous. Instead of rushing due to obtaining the secret method, he proactively mentioned allowing Lin Chen to copy it first, demonstrating sincerity. "Thank you for your arrangements, Manager Shen. There is no need to find another quiet room. This place will suffice." Lin Chen set his gaze fixed on the bone fragment. Lin Chen picked up the bone fragment again, his mind sinking into it. The inscribed characters were not mere ordinary text, but an ancient divine script imbued with the essence of the... Lin Chen picked up the bone fragment again, his mind sinking into it. The inscribed characters were not mere ordinary text, but an ancient divine script imbued with the essence of the Tao, accompanied by a spiritual transmission of intent. For ordinary martial artists viewing it would be like reading celestial scriptures, requiring extensive time to ponder and even special methods to decipher. However, for Lin Chen, who possessed the copying talent, the process was significantly simpler. The copying talent quietly activated, targeting not the talent itself, but the information carried by the bone. An invisible wave swept over the bone fragment, meticulously imprinting all the rune structures, divine essence flow, and spiritual imprints, transforming them into a unique stream of information that could be directly understood, stored deep within Lin Chen's consciousness. This was not mere memory, but a deeper level of mastery, as if this secret method had been cultivated through years of hard work. The entire process took merely the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. To outsiders, it appeared as though Lin Chen was simply staring at the bone fragment for a moment. When Lin Chen opened his eyes again, a look of understanding flashed across his gaze. The complete content of the blood refinement fusion secret method, including material ratios, heat control, elemental energy guidance, rune imprinting, and even some ancient concepts of blood refinement contained within, were now clearly engraved in his mind. Indeed, this method was profound. It could refine the mixed low-grade heart blood into its purest essence, integrating and purifying it. Its core lay in a unique blood refinement rune and the corresponding elemental energy operation methods. Although the blood essence produced was inferior to natural high-grade heart blood, in terms of spirituality and Tao essence, its total energy and ease of absorption were indeed remarkable. For individuals, it was an efficient resource converter, and for organizations, it was a strategic means of accumulating foundational strength. Alright, Lin Chen placed the bone fragment back on the low table, his expression calm, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. Xin Ming was slightly taken aback. So soon. He had expected Lin Chen to require several hours if not longer to comprehend and record. However, considering the numerous, incredible aspects about Lin Chen, he quickly came to terms with it, attributing it to the latter's extraordinary talent or some special method. Indeed, young master is exceptional. Xin Ming praised, no longer asking further questions, as he carefully stored the bone fragment in a specially crafted jade box filled with sealing runes. Completing this action, he felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted, his expression relaxing considerably. Young Master Lin, here is your reward. Xin Ming took out a finely crafted storage bag and pushed it towards Lin Chen. Inside are 10,000 low-grade spirit stones as well as the Xian-grade guest token from our 4C's commerce. With this token, you can enjoy an 85% discount on purchases at any branch of the 4C's commerce, receive a 5% markup on the sale of items, and access certain intelligence resources of the commerce for protection. Additionally, I have included a brief report on the power distribution, local customs, and recent developments in Haicheng, which I hope will be useful to you. Spirit stones are a higher form of hard currency than gold and silver, containing pure elemental energy, which can be directly absorbed by martial artists for cultivation and are the primary currency for high-level transactions. 10,000 low-grade spirit stones is already a considerable sum for individual martial artists. The Xian-grade guest token is an acknowledgement from the 4C's commerce of important partners, far exceeding the value of spirit stones. Lin Chen did not hesitate, accepting the storage bag and confirming its contents with a sweep of his spiritual sense before putting it away. This reward, combined with the previously agreed support, was quite generous and reflected the sincerity of the 4C's commerce. Moreover, Xin Ming lowered his voice with the Zhao family's downfall. Although their family treasures were largely destroyed in the turmoil and divided among various forces, our commerce also managed to acquire some items amidst the chaos. He took out another slightly smaller storage bag. Inside are the remnants of the Zhao family's secret warehouse, untouched by the 2 top-tier ferocious beasts, including over 200 low-grade heart blood materials, more than 30 medium-grade heart blood materials, and even 3 well-preserved high-grade ferocious beast heart blood. These must have been the inventory prepared by the Zhao family for subsequent refining. According to our agreement, these should belong to you. There are also some copied scriptures of techniques and martial arts passed down from the Zhao family. Though not top-tier, they may serve as a reference. As for other gold and silver treasures, real estate, and shops, they are quite entangled. It would be difficult for you to handle them alone, so I took the liberty of converting them into 20,000 low-grade spirit stones and included them in the previous bag. Lin Chen's heart stirred as he accepted the second storage bag. This unexpected delight was even more valuable, especially those 3 high-grade ferocious beast heart blood and the dozens of medium-grade heart blood, which were precisely what he needed for his current cultivation. The accumulation of the Zhao family was indeed substantial. Xin Ming's actions fulfilled the agreement, while also doing him a personal favor, handled without any flaws. Thank you for your trouble, Manager Xin. Lin Chen stored the storage bag away, feeling quite satisfied with this harvest. With these resources combined with the blood refinement fusion secret method, he had ample assurance for his initial cultivation resources upon arriving in Haicheng. I will cover this 1,000 spirit stones on your behalf. This is the pass document and token of guest identity. Oh, please keep it safe. Upon arriving in Haicheng, you can use the guest token to find my uncle I will cover this 1,000 spirit stones on your behalf. This is the pass document and token of guest identity. Oh, please keep it safe. Upon arriving in Haicheng, you can use the guest token to find my uncle Xin Wanjuan at the Haicheng branch, and he will assist you with the follow-up arrangements. Lin Chen took the document and token and nodded. See you in 3 days. The matter was settled, and the two engaged in a brief exchange about the subsequent situation in Jiangxing. The demise of the Zhao family had become an established fact, and the vacuum of power and resources they left behind would inevitably incite fierce competition among families like the Zhou and Wang, while the military would also seek to rebalance the factions. However, all of this was irrelevant to Lin Chen, who was about to depart. Xin Ming also needed to stay behind to handle the affairs of the branch and stabilize his position in light of the potential new appointments from the headquarters, leveraging his contributions from offering secret techniques. As dawn approached, Lin Chen stood up to bid farewell. He needed to thoroughly digest the gains from this trip within the next 3 days, stabilize his cultivation, and tentatively attempt the blood refinement integration secret technique. Upon leaving the valley, Lin Chen did not return to his dilapidated courtyard in Jiangxing, but but instead sought a more secluded cave in the wilderness. Setting up a warning system, he began to tally the final gains from his journey to Jiangxing. Cultivation, early stage, grand martial master, firm foundation, internal organs, shining. Talent, level cultivation, level speed, level strength, level healing, a level swordsmanship, a level disguise. Techniques, essence, strengthening method, drifting dragon sword technique, major achievement, blood, refinement, integration, secret technique mastered. Resources, 2 portions of blood essence, 3 high-level beast heart blood, over 30 mid-level, over 200 low-level, about 30,000 low-grade spirit stones, and a Xian-level guest elder status, and associated rights from the Four Seas Merchants Guild. His gaze finally fell upon the blood refinement integration secret technique. A glimmer of anticipation flashed in Lin Chen's eyes as he took out 10 portions of low-level beast heart blood, and according to the secret technique he had just mastered, he began to mobilize his essence to outline the arcane blood refinement rune, starting his first attempt at refining. The process was not complex, but it consumed a great deal of mental energy and required precise control over his essence. Fortunately, Lin Chen possessed clever cultivation talent with a robust mental force, allowing him to manipulate his essence with finesse. An hour later, under the influence of the rune, the 10 portions of low-level heart blood gradually fused and purified, ultimately transforming into a small drop of crimson, of viscous liquid that exhibited a significantly stronger energy fluctuation. It's done. Lin Chen felt the energy of this drop of blood essence. Although it fell far short of high-level heart blood, its purity and total energy were roughly equivalent to 3 portions of ordinary low-level heart blood, and it was even easier to absorb. The efficiency had tripled. This was merely a preliminary attempt. If his techniques became more refined and the materials were of higher quality, the effects could improve further. Indeed, it is a good thing. Lin Chen contentedly swallowed the drop of essence, feeling its pure energy rapidly disperse, replenishing his depletions from the past few days while nurturing his body. Lin Chen had a premonition that with this method combined with his hunting abilities, the speed of his cultivation would elevate to another level in the future. In 3 days, with the heart blood left behind by the Zhao family, Lin Chen had already broken through to the mid-stage of Grand Martial Master. After the breakthrough, Lin Chen focused on consolidating his realm, while occasionally attempting to refine blood essence. On the morning of the 3rd day, the light of dawn was faint. Lin Chen donned a set of ordinary guest elder attire provided by the Four Seas Merchants Guild, and with a slight adjustment to his appearance using his disguise talent, he appeared much more ordinary as he awaited the departure of the merchant group bound for Haicheng. A convoy consisting of dozens of specially modified cargo vehicles and over 100 elite guards was ready to set out with the Four Seas Merchants Guild emblem embroidered on their flags. The leader of the group, Manager Han, was a middle-aged Grand Martial Master with a dark complexion and steady gaze. Upon seeing the credentials Lin Chen presented, he immediately invited him respectfully into the spacious and sturdy central carriage. Lin Guest Elder, the journey will take about a month, and there may be some obstacles along the way. But rest assured, we will do our utmost to ensure your safety. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to command us. After briefly reporting the itinerary, Manager Han withdrew, leaving Lin Chen alone. The carriage started slowly moving along the wide official road toward the east, toward the legendary city of Haicheng, a place known for its prosperity, opportunities, and dangers. Lin Chen sat inside the carriage, lifting a corner of the curtain to glance back at the receding silhouette of Jiangxing. This was the city he had traversed, to endured life and death, rapidly rose, and personally buried a family. In the light of the rising sun, it appeared blurred and distant. There were no grand emotions, only a sense of calm. The journey to Haicheng was unexpectedly peaceful during its first half. The convoy traversed hills and plains, crossing numerous rivers. Occasionally they encountered some low-level beasts or small bands of bandits, but they were easily dealt with by the experienced guards of the guild, requiring no intervention from Lin Chen. Lin Chen spent most of his time in the carriage in quiet cultivation, occasionally disembarking to stretch his limbs and observe the scenery along the way. The carriage provided by the Four Seas Merchants Guild was spacious and comfortable, equipped with a simple gathering array. Although its effects could not compare to a dedicated cultivation room, it was sufficient for daily training. During this time, Lin Chen consolidated his mid-stage Grand Martial Master cultivation and tempered his internal organs. He discovered that the clever speed talent not only brought a surge in linear speed, but also included improvements in neural reflexes, dynamic vision, and agility in small spaces. Combined with his original A-level swordsmanship talent, both his sword-drawing speed and the speed of changing techniques had undergone a qualitative leap. He even began to integrate certain insights from his speed talent into the drifting dragon sword technique, adding an extra layer of swiftness to the already agile and unpredictable style. In addition, he also tentatively attempted the blood refinement integration secret technique, practicing with the low-level heart blood from his storage bag. As his techniques became more adept, the efficiency of the refining steadily improved, resulting in higher quality blood essence, providing him with stable cultivation support. The 3 portions of high-level beast heart blood and 2 portions of blood essence remained untouched for now, reserved for critical moments or when he needed to break through bottlenecks. The tranquil days of cultivation lasted for over 20 days, and the convoy had traveled thousands of miles away from Jiangxing, entering a steep mountainous area known as Falling Eagle Gorge. According to Manager Han, after passing through this gorge and traveling for another 5 or 6 days, they would be able to catch a glimpse of Heiqing's silhouette. However, this place was characterized by high mountains and dense forests with treacherous terrain that had always been turbulent. Not only did fierce beasts roam here, but it had also been a site for strong individuals to ambush travelers, so the guild remained especially vigilant whenever passing through. On this day in the afternoon, the convoy was moving through the narrowest segment of the gorge, flanked by towering cliffs on both sides. The beasts pulling the carts were not ordinary horses, but a gentle low-level beast known as Pack Mountain Beast, strong and steady, making it ideal for long-distance hauling. The guards drew their swords and readied their crossbows, cautiously scanning the deep woods on either side and the narrow sky above. Lin Chen, sitting inside the carriage, faintly sensed an unusual sense of oppression. Something is amiss. Lin Chen frowned slightly. It was too quiet. Not only were there no sounds of birds, beasts, or insects, but even the sound of wind passing through the gorge felt deliberate. There is an ambush. Lin Chen instantly judged, but he did not immediately raise the alarm. He wanted to see whether this ambush was aimed at the convoy, or if there were other motives at play. At the same time, he also wanted to test the results of his cultivation over this period. Indeed, just as the front of the merchant convoy rounded a bend, the rear had yet to catch up, causing the formation to become slightly loose due to the natural terrain. Roars, howls, hisses. The deafening beast roars suddenly erupted from above the cliffs on both sides and from the dense forest ahead. Countless shadows surged like a tide of darkness from all directions, instantly blocking the front and rear paths of the merchant convoy, encircling them from above. Leading the charge were dozens of intermediate fierce beasts: ironback wolf, ghost-faced mountain demon, poison scale python. Among them were even 3 advanced fierce beasts with an aura particularly heavy, comparable to latestage or peak great warriors. A fully crimson flame-armored rhinoceros with a single horn on its head, a torn wind eagle with a wingspan exceeding 5 zhang and claws like hooks, and a shadow snake, lurking in the shadows, appearing and disappearing. Enemy attack. Form a circle. Protect the goods and the carts. Manager Han's furious shout rang out immediately, carrying a hint of barely perceptible anger. The merchant guards, well-trained, remained composed despite the surprise, quickly tightening their formation to shield the carts carrying important goods, and the cart where Lin Chen was located in the center, with sword and shield bearers outside, and archers inside, the brilliance of their elemental power illuminating as they formed a defensive formation. However, the attacking beasts were too strong, too numerous, and their attacks were organized. Though the guards were valiant and individually strong, they soon found themselves in a bitter struggle against the beast horde led by 3 advanced beasts, compounded by the disadvantage of terrain, and casualties began to appear. Manager Han, being a mid-level great warrior, was desperately resisting the fierce assaults of the flame-armored rhinoceros, already stretched thin and in perilous danger. We can't wait any longer. Inside the cart, Lin Chen sighed. The Four Seas Merchant Association had treated him well, and this journey was crucial for him to reach the Sea City smoothly. For both public and personal reasons, he could not stand by. Whoosh! A blade of light like a streak of silk sliced out from the cart's window without warning. The top of the cart exploded with a loud bang, wooden fragments flying as a blue figure emerged like a feather with no weight, landing lightly on the top of a nearby cargo cart. It was Lin Chen. Holding a battle knife, his clothes fluttering, his expression calm, with no overwhelming aura bursting forth, yet the gaze that swept across the battlefield caused all fierce beasts that met his eyes to instinctively feel a chill. Master. Manager Han, locked in fierce combat with the flame-armored rhinoceros, caught a glimpse and felt a shock in his heart. The speed, power, and precision of that strike clearly surpassed the realm of great warriors. Could this young guest elder, whom Manager Shun had specifically instructed to treat with respect, actually be such a young master? No, it seemed different. But his strength was undoubtedly far beyond that of an ordinary peak great warrior. The torn wind eagle, wounded and angered, circled in the sky, keeping a close watch on Lin Chen, but dared not dive down easily for the moment. Roar! The flame-armored rhinoceros, seemingly feeling slighted, abandoned Manager Han, aimed its crimson horn at Lin Chen, dug its hooves into the ground, nostrils exhaling hot white vapor, and charged forward with a rumble. Wherever it passed, the ground cracked, the air distorted, its might was terrifying. Faced with this blow capable of collapsing a small mountain, Lin Chen, however, did not dodge or evade, merely taking a slight breath. Kraid's speed talent activate. Everyone felt a blur before their eyes as Lin Chen's figure seemed to stretch and become indistinct, then instantaneously solidified, shifting 3 feet to the side, precisely avoiding the sharp horn and arriving at the side of the flame-armored rhinoceros. At that moment the knife in Lin Chen's hand moved. There was no brilliant blade light, no whistling wind, only a gray thread honed to perfection, moving faster than thought, could react, quietly slicing through the minuscule gap in the crimson armor on the flame-armored rhinoceros' neck. Sizzle! A faint sound of slicing emerged. The rushing flame-armored rhinoceros' massive body suddenly stiffened, confusion and disbelief filling its crimson eyes. A thin line of blood appeared at its neck, swiftly expanding, and in the next moment hot blood erupted into the sky like a fountain. Its heavy body continued forward due to inertia for a few steps, crashing to the ground with a thunderous noise, sending dust flying, convulsing twice before falling silent. With a single strike, the advanced fierce beast, the flame-armored rhinoceros, was killed. The entire area fell into instant silence. Both the merchant guards and the attacking beast were stunned by this horrifying scene. That was a fierce beast known for its tough skin and flesh, renowned for its defense and strength. How could this seemingly young figure in green easily slaughter it, as if it were a chicken? Hiss! The shadow snake let out an angry hiss, its body tensed up before it transformed into a black line, darting back into the depths of the forest from whence it came. The torn-winged eagle also let out a long cry, flapping its wings rapidly, not looking back as it soared into the clouds, disappearing in an instant. With the leader dead and 2 fleeing, the remaining fierce beasts immediately fell into disarray, still attacking instinctively, yet having lost their previous order and ferocity. The morale of the merchant guards soared as they launched a counterattack under Manager Han's command, quickly either killing or dispersing the remaining fierce beasts. The battle ended abruptly. The canyon was thick with the smell of blood, the ground littered with the corpses of fierce beasts, and guards the moans of the injured rising and falling. As Manager Han directed the treatment of the wounded and assessed the losses, he quickly walked toward Lin Chen, a look of relief and deep awe on his face, as he bowed, saying, "Thank you, guest Elder Lin, for your timely assistance. If it weren't for you, this merchant convoy of the Four Seas Merchant Association would have suffered heavy losses today, perhaps even facing total annihilation. I cannot express my gratitude adequately, and on behalf of everyone in the association, I thank you, guest elder." "Manager Han, you are being too polite. It is my duty." Lin Chen returned the gesture, yet his gaze remained sharp, scanning the cliffs on both sides and the dense forest ahead, his brow slightly furrowed. "Manager Han, do you feel that this attack is somewhat suspicious?" Lin Chen asked directly. Upon hearing this, Manager Han's look of relief faded, replaced by seriousness. He glanced at the surrounding guards who were busy and lowered his voice, saying, "To not hide it from you, it is indeed suspicious. Though Falling Eagle Canyon is not peaceful, such a scale of fierce beasts has not been seen before. It is clear someone knew our route and specifically ambushed us. There were also observers hiding earlier. Perhaps they ordered a retreat upon realizing the situation was untenable." Lin Chen asserted, his gaze directed toward the direction where the shadow snake and torn-winged eagle had fled, deep in thought. When Lin Chen made his move earlier, he had vaguely sensed a very obscure gaze sweeping across the battlefield from a certain shadow high up in the canyon, especially after he killed the flame-armored rhinoceros. That gaze seemed to flash with a hint of surprise, and, weighing options, then quickly vanished. That was definitely not the gaze of a fierce beast. An observer. Manager Han's expression changed, his eyes flickering as if he thought of something, but ultimately, he could only smile wryly and shake his head. This, perhaps, is due to the association's growing business inevitably offending some people, or some things are too eye-catching. But it has implicated you, guest elder. He did not continue, clearly having some concerns or knowing details not convenient to disclose to Lin Chen, the guest elder. Seeing this, Lin Chen did not press further. The internal affairs of the Four Seas Merchant Association were not his concern. As long as it did not affect his journey to Sea City, he would not meddle further. "Manager Han, you may handle it as you see fit. I am a bit fatigued and will return to my cart to rest," Lin Chen stated, ignoring Manager Han's attempts to retain him and his hesitations. His figure swayed before he returned to his cart with the damaged roof. Lin Chen needed to recuperate. Although he had only made one strike, the effort to create a deterrent effect had also been considerable. More importantly, he needed to contemplate the intentions of that hidden observer and whether this matter was related to him. Manager Han watched Lin Chen's retreating figure, his expression complex. This guest elder Lin's strength far exceeded expectations, utterly unfathomable. Manager Shen had only mentioned that this person was important and that they must ensure his safety, but he did not mention he was so formidable. Today's events would likely not conclude simply. He must immediately report back to Manager Shen and the headquarters. Manager Han collected his thoughts and began directing his subordinates to expedite the clearing of the battlefield, treating the wounded and reinforcing defenses. This place was not suitable for long stays. They must quickly pass through Falling Eagle Canyon. High above the canyon, behind a rock shrouded in shadow, the space rippled slightly as a figure cloaked in black robes and wearing a featureless mask slowly emerged. Gazing down at the merchant convoy that was reorganizing below, especially at the damaged cart, the gaze beneath the mask was unfathomable. There are such formidable experts beside the target. The intelligence was severely flawed. The speed and attack power comparable to that of a master. The plan has changed. The person in black murmured to himself, his voice hoarse and dry like two pieces of rusty iron scraping together. This matter needs to be reported to the master immediately. The Four Seas Merchant Association. That item will not be so easily obtained. With his words falling, the figure in black melted into the shadows, disappearing completely as if he had never existed. Within the canyon, the merchant convoy set off again. Their speed significantly increased as they raced towards the direction of High City. However, after this event, the atmosphere within the team had clearly grown heavier, with the guards becoming more vigilant, frequently casting looks towards Lin Chen's cart, filled with awe and curiosity. Inside the cart, Lin Chen sat cross-legged. High City hasn't arrived yet, and trouble has already come. It seems that the ships of the Four Seas Merchant Association are not so easy to board. But that's what makes it interesting, doesn't it? Lin Chen's lips curled slightly, a sharp glint flashing in it. The merchant convoy passed through the last majestic pass, and the vast, boundless azure suddenly filled their vision. It was not the ocean but the sky. A layer of faint flowing azure sky reminiscent of rippling water enveloped High City year-round. It was said to be the manifestation of the ancient giant protective array Han Hai Tian Mu, which also gave the city its name. The city walls towered over 100 feet, constructed from deep-sea iron, mixed with yuan magnetic stone, gleaming with a hard metallic luster. Runes flickered upon them, emanating a disquieting wave of energy. Lin Chen, we have arrived at High City, came the voice of Manager Han, filled with a respectful sense of relief from outside the cart. Lin Chen gazed at this far grander and more profound city than Jiang City, a ripple passing through his eyes before he regained his composure. Here would be his new starting point. The merchant convoy entered the city, smoothly unloading and settling goods at the Grand Cargo Yard of the Four Seas Merchant Association's High City branch. Manager Han became increasingly respectful towards Lin Chen, personally arranging a secluded and elegant independent courtyard for him to stay, temporarily located deep within the branch's complex, quiet and well protected. After a brief settling in, a maid came to announce that Shun Wanjun requests his presence. Upon seeing Shun Wanjun again, the refined, middle-aged president still exuded charm, but there seemed to be a hint of the deep and dignified aura unique to High City in his brows. He dismissed those around him and personally brewed tea for Lin Chen. Young friend Lin, you have worked hard on your journey. The matter of Falling Eagle Gorge has been urgently reported to me by Manager Han using secret methods. You single-handedly turned the tide, showcasing master-level combat power, which truly surprised Shin and also made him feel ashamed for not arranging things properly, putting you in danger. President Shin, you are being too modest. It is part of my duty. However, the attackers seemed well prepared with a clear target. The Merchant Association must remain vigilant. Lin Chen replied calmly, taking a sip of the tea, which was fragrant and filled with a hint of spiritual energy, not an ordinary product. Shen Wanjin's eyes gleamed as he nodded. I am already aware of this matter and am currently investigating it in secret. High City is deep in water with complex and entangled interests. It is inevitable that someone covets the Merchant Association's wealth or has other motives. Shin Wanjun did not elaborate further and instead smiled. Since you are new to High City, you must be unfamiliar with many things. 3 days from now, the Merchant Association will hold a quarterly auction, which is quite large in scale. Most of the important figures from various forces in High City will be present. If you are interested, you may accompany me to attend both to experience the charm of High City and possibly encounter items of interest. Here is a preview of the auction list. Feel free to have a look. Saying this, he handed a jade slip to Lin Chen. Lin Chen took it, his spiritual sense penetrating and revealing a wealth of information. The auction items were dazzling, categorized into various types, such as pills, weapons, spiritual materials, techniques, and rare objects. This is quite interesting. Lin Chen put down the jade slip. Then I shall trouble President Shan. Haha, young friend, you are being too polite. You are a valued guest of our Merchant Association, and even more so a benefactor of mine. How could it be a trouble? If there is anything you wish to bid on at the auction, feel free to make an offer. The association can initially cover the costs and later deduct it from your guest's salary or share of the collaboration. Shen Wanjun generously offered this, indicating further goodwill and binding. Thank you. Lin Chen did not refuse. He indeed needed to quickly understand High City, and the auction, a place where various forces converged, was an excellent opportunity for observation and acquiring talents. In the following 3 days, Lin Chen rarely went out, quietly collecting publicly available information about the major forces in High City through the channels provided by the Four Seas Merchant Association, cross-referencing with some insider information provided by Shan Wanju, and gaining a preliminary understanding of the outline of this colossal city. 3 days later, as the lights began to shine, the auction venue of the Four Seas Merchant Association was located in the most prosperous area of High City Center, a grand building that spanned a vast area and resembled a giant cauldron. Tonight it was resplendent with lights, numerous carriages and mounts parked in front, while elegantly dressed powerful warriors flowed in endlessly. Lin Chen entered with Shen Wanjun through the VIP passage, directly arriving at a well-positioned private room on the 3rd floor. The private room was spacious, decorated luxuriously, yet elegantly. The front featured a one-way transparent crystal wall, allowing a clear overlook of the massive circular auction stage below, surrounded by hundreds of ordinary seats and dozens of similarly sized private rooms. The private room was equipped with soundproofing and spy-proof formations, but with Lin Chen's current spiritual perception combined with his rudimentary understanding of formations, he could sense that this formation primarily defended against external intrusion and was not impervious to those adept at spiritual detection or possessing special means to break through. The auction had yet to begin, but the seats below were already fully occupied with a cacophony of voices. Lin Chen's gaze swept across the various private rooms. Although the formation obstructed sight, and most of the aura, Lin Chen's keen spiritual perception still faintly sensed some profound and powerful energy fluctuations emanating from within certain private rooms. The fluctuations from several of the private rooms even made him feel a bit of pressure, indicating the presence of beings at least at the mid-stage master level. Those should be the boxes of forces such as Tianwu Academy, the Zhou family, the Wang family, the Li family, the Su family, the military, and the Loose Cultivator Alliance. In 3 days, Lin Chen had gained a preliminary understanding of the power distribution in High City. The military was undoubtedly the most formidable, followed by the Alchemists, Weapon Refiners, and Formation Masters associations, collectively known as the Three Associations, and the Tianwu Academy, which was the best for ordinary people to join. Next were the Four Seas Merchant Association and the 4 major families of High City, the Zhou, Wang, Li, and Su families, along with the Loose Cultivator Alliance, an organization within the city. This was the entirety of the visible forces in High City, while those lurking in the shadows were some forces that assisted families in handling unsavory matters. The auction commenced punctually. The host, a spirited old man with a booming voice, introduced himself as Mr. Who, a seasoned auctioneer. The opening items included several fine medicinal pills, rare ores, and exquisite weapons with spirited bidding, though nothing particularly sensational occurred. Lin Chen simply observed, quietly familiarizing himself with the auction process and the purchasing power of the warriors in Haiqing. The next item is rather special. This item was obtained from the edge of an ancient relic crafted from a unique material that is impervious to fire and water and difficult to damage by blades. It features a partially incomplete map, an indecipherable ancient script, possibly a treasure map, though the information is insufficient and its origin is unclear. The starting bid is 5,000 low-grade spirit stones, with each increment no less than 500. Mr. Who signaled to a servant to bring forth a tray on which lay a tattered scroll made of neither gold nor jade, with a dark hue and burn marks along its edges. A remnant map. A murmur of discussion arose in the crowd, yet bidders were few. Such an unclear provenance relic might very well hold no value. In the end, it was purchased by a mysterious person in an inconspicuous box on the 2nd floor for 8,000 spirit stones, their voice a hoarse male's. Lin Chen noted this down, but paid it little mind. The chances of fortune from the remnant map seemed too slim. With his talent for replication, as long as he could live long enough, he could replicate it into greatness. The auction continued, and the atmosphere gradually heated up. A 7-star spirit nourishing flower, which could help a grand martial artist stabilize their realm, fetched a high price of 30,000. A set of inner armor, inscribed with the Gale formation, was bought by the Wang family for 55,000 spirit stones. A bottle of clear spirit jade liquid capable of neutralizing all poisons was taken into the Li family's possession. Lin Chen also made a bid, acquiring a fist-sized piece of meteor iron containing pure stellar energy for 20,000 spirit stones, an excellent material for forging energy weapons or practicing certain special techniques. The next item is a cultivation technique. Mr. Who raised his voice, capturing everyone's attention. The Void Star True Interpretation is a primary cultivation method of a loose cultivator master known as Star River Old Man from hundreds of years ago, channeling the power of the stars to refine the body and spirit with pure and abundant energy, a long-lasting effect, and certain capabilities for spiritual refinement. It is truly a rare top-tier energy cultivation method. The crowd erupted in excitement. A top-tier energy cultivation method is invaluable. Especially for loose cultivators and small factions, it is akin to a treasure of ancestral heritage. However, Mr. Who shifted his tone. This true interpretation has a special method of inheritance carried within a divine intent jade slip, containing a trace of the Star River Old Man's spiritual imprint. The jade slip has restrictions with an oath that it can only be cultivated by oneself, and cannot be taught to others. Currently, this jade slip still has 2 opportunities for comprehension. The starting bid is 80,000 low-grade spirit stones with each increment no less than 5,000. Limited opportunities. The crowd understood, albeit with surprise. Even so, 2 opportunities for comprehension could easily create 2 immensely talented powerhouses or allow a faction to gain core inheritance. 85,000, 90,000, 100,000. The price skyrocketed. Not only the Loose Cultivators Alliance, but also some small families were bidding furiously. The Zhou Wang Li and Su families, as well as individuals from the Four Seas Commerce and Tianwu Academy, did not participate in the auction. Each of their factions possessed top-tier energy cultivation methods and could easily cultivate their own. Lin Chen's gaze was intense. This was exactly what he needed. The Void Star true interpretation, as described, is extraordinary channeling stellar power, which could compensate for the current inefficiency in his cultivation method. 2 opportunities are just right. He could use one, and perhaps reserve the other for a different purpose. The price quickly surpassed 150,000, and the number of bidders gradually decreased, leaving only the Four Seas Commerce, the Su family, and a cold-voiced box on the second floor still bidding. 18,000. From the Four Seas Commerce box, Shen Wanjin's steady voice rang out. 20,000. The cold box showed no weakness. 25,000. Lin Chen calmly called out a price through the formation. Currently, with the rewards gained from slaying the Zhao family, the Commerce's bounty, and his own savings, he had nearly 20,000 spirit stones combined. Additionally, with the privileges and discounts of being a mystic-level guest elder, utilizing 20 or 30,000 spirit stones was not a problem. This cultivation technique he was determined to acquire. This price brought a hush over the room. Jumping directly from 20,000 to 25,000 demonstrated his resolute determination. The cold box fell silent for a moment, letting out a cold snort, and did not bid again. The Four Seas Commerce box, Shen Wanjun slightly shook his head, also ceasing competition. Clearly they recognized Lin Chen's determination and considered that the Commerce did not urgently need this technique, preferring to let him do them a favor. Ultimately, the Void Star true interpretation was bought by Lin Chen for the exorbitant price of 25,000 low-grade spirit stones. The servant quickly delivered the jade slip to the box. Lin Chen checked it for accuracy, paid the spirit stones, and carefully stored the jade slip. The auction continued, with several more rare items appearing, eliciting fierce competition. During this time, Lin Chen continuously projected his senses outward, quietly observing the various boxes, especially when a low-grade earth sword technique manual was snatched up by the Zhou family. At an astonishing price, the overwhelming sharp sword intent emanating from their box left a deep impression on him. The next item is a bottle of Purple Mansion Soul Cleansing Pill, personally refined by the elder of the Li family, a top-grade mystic pill effective for nourishing the soul, enhancing spiritual awareness, and assisting in breaking through spiritual barriers, especially suitable for those stuck at the pinnacle of grand martial artist aiming to break through to the master level. There are 3 pills in total, with a starting bid of 120,000 spirit stones, and each increment must not be less than 10,000. Mr. Who presented a purple jade pill bottle. As soon as the pill appeared, especially regarding the soul and the bottleneck of reaching the master level, numerous heated gazes were drawn, and the bidding heated up again. Lin Chen was also interested in this pill, but it was not an urgent need. Just as he was about to withdraw his senses, suddenly a unique sharp intent, as if capable of slicing through the void and severing causality, emanated from another direction on the 3rd floor. This intent was not directed at anyone in particular, but rather seemed to be the result of a talented individual reacting to the mention of the Purple Mansion Soul Cleansing Pill, their emotions fluctuating, revealing their innate talent and sword intent. Lin Chen's heart trembled as he sharply focused his senses. That was the Su family's box. However, this unmatched sharp intent was evidently sword intent. Moreover, it was an extremely pure, highly advanced sword intent. It was markedly different from the Zhou family's sword intent, yet equally terrifying. His replication talent quietly activated, ignoring the box's barriers and probing formations, instantly bridging the distance, landing on the source of that intent. A young man seated at the main position in the Su family's box, clad in moon-white martial attire with a long sword and an almost enchanting countenance. He looked no more than 16 or 17 years old, his expression aloof, with a flicker of sword light in his eyes, the earlier leaked sword intent originating from him. Human Su Wuya. Cultivation talent B grade. Sword technique talent B grade. Soul talent C grade. B grade sword technique talent. Plus B grade cultivation talent. See great soul talent. Lin Chen's pupils constricted, stirring up stormy waves in his heart. This Su Wuya is undoubtedly a monstrous genius. Moreover, he is in the Su family famous for its array formations and runes. Is he a hidden trump card? Or is there another reason? Without a moment's hesitation, the replication talent locked onto sword technique talent and chose to replicate. Replication B-grade sword technique talent. Suppressing the immediate urge to merge, Lin Chen reigned in all his aura, his gaze returning to calm, yet his heart was already filled with anticipation. The auction continued unabated. 125,000, 140,000, 160,000, 180,000. Ultimately, the Zifu Daihun pill was secured by a representative of the military department for the staggering sum of 220,000. As the auction drew to a close, its grand finale, a rare spatial attribute, or known as Kongming Stone, sparked fierce bidding between the Sea-High Trading Consortium and the Shadow Pavilion, culminating in the latter's acquisition at an unimaginable price. With the auction concluded, the crowd began to disperse. Lin Chen rose from his private viewing chamber preparing to depart, when suddenly his gaze sharpened. He saw the door of the mysterious bidder's chamber, the one who had acquired the tattered scroll, slip open silently. A figure cloaked entirely in gray, whose aura was profoundly concealed, slipped out and vanished swiftly into the throng. Almost simultaneously, Lin Chen sensed at least two hidden gazes lock onto that gray-clad figure. Rather intriguing, he mused inwardly, his expression unreadable as he merged with the departing crowd. This night had yielded extraordinary gains, not only securing a supreme cultivation technique, but also unexpectedly discovering and successfully replicating a grade B saber art talent. High City truly proved to be his land of fortune. Returning to the courtyard arranged by the Sea-High Trading Consortium, Lin Chen activated all protective formation arrays before retrieving the Divine Intent Jade slip, inscribed with the Tai Su Starlight True Scripture. His spiritual consciousness sank deep into the slip, and instantly he found himself adrift within an infinite starfield. A hazy, venerable figure draped in stellar radiance sat cross-legged in the void, his voice resonating like thunder as he expounded the peerless art of drawing down starlight, tempering body and spirit, and opening the stellar acupoints. After a long while, Lin Chen withdrew from contemplation, his eyes shimmering faintly with starlight. He now possessed a preliminary understanding of this scripture, profound, vast, and far surpassing even his highest expectations. Now is the time. Fuse the grade B saber art talent. Within the tranquil chamber, formation runes pulsed steadily, sealing off the interior from the outside world. Lin Chen sat cross-legged, refining his state to absolute peak readiness. Fused. At that mental command, surging energy flooded his limbs, bones, and soul. Unlike the anticipated agony of muscle tearing and bone reformation, this fusion ran deeper, touching the very essence of his being. Lin Chen felt his soul imprinted irrevocably with the mark of the saber. Waves of insight, comprehension, and mastery over the blade surged forth like a torrent, imprinting themselves upon his consciousness and merging seamlessly. A sustained, exquisite ache resonated across his soul. The fusion endured through the entire night. When the first pale ray of dawn pierced the chamber window and fell upon Lin Chen, he slowly opened his eyes. He looked down at his outstretched palm, 5 slender, well-defined fingers. With but a subtle shift of intent, faint, invisible saber energy rippled at his fingertips, emitting a delicate metallic chime. No blade needed. He himself had become a divine weapon poised on the verge of unsheathing. This is a grade B saber art talent, Lin Chen murmured softly. He sensed his command over the saber had ascended to an entirely new realm. Techniques once demanding meticulous calculation and deliberate chi manipulation now flowed instinctively, effortlessly. The ceiling of saber art mastery had shattered wide open before him. As though he were born to wield the blade, as though the saber were an extension of his limbs, the very manifestation of his will. Lin Chen rose, not immediately reaching for the Yuing saber, but standing motionless in the chamber, empty-handed, his posture subtly shifting. First form of the Azure Dragon saber art. Hidden Dragon emerges from the abyss. Second form. Azure Dragon soars across the 4 seas. Third form. Azure Dragon ascends the 9 heavens. All 3 forms unfolded in seamless, fluid continuity. Effortless, unimpeded, utterly refined. The barrier of ultimate perfection crumbled before the grade B talent like parchment pierced by a needle. The Azure Dragon saber art. Perfected. Moreover, Lin Chen distinctly perceived the perfected saber art's true essence resonating and fusing with his formidable spiritual will and surging vital energy. A power transcending mere technique, capable of stirring celestial chi and overwhelming adversaries' minds, was stirring, germinating deep within him. The Tao intent. Lin Chen reflected thoughtfully. He recalled reading in ancient texts that only when one's cultivation of a single Tao reached an exalted level, where spiritual will and martial truth achieved perfect unity, could one draw upon heavenly forces to manifest one's unique Tao intent. Saber possesses saber intent, sword possesses sword intent. Wherever the intent sweeps, enemies may surrender without battle, attacks gain tremendous amplification, and it serves as the very foundation for later comprehending domains. Ordinary martial cultivators typically require attainment of the Grandmaster rank after years of refinement merely to glimpse the threshold of intent. Yet Lin Chen, empowered by the heaven-defying insight granted by his grade B saber art talent, had spontaneously nurtured the seed of saber intent the very instant his saber art reached perfection. Though still faint and unformed, this nascent intent promised a path forward free of bottlenecks, until he attained the rank of saber intent Grandmaster. Grandmasters cultivate spiritual energy, saber intent Grandmasters comprehend intent, and open inner acupoints. Martial kings grasp the higher realm beyond intent. If channeled with qi, a flash of sharp light gleamed in Lin Chen's eyes as he finally drew forth his warblade. The moment it rested in his hand, a profound sense of kinship surged, fluid, intuitive, absolute. The blade seemed to awaken, singing a joyful crystalline note, as obsidian luster rippled along its length. Lin Chen did not execute any formal technique, merely swept it sideways casually. Zheng, a dense, tangible saber energy 3 qi in length, and edged with faint starlight, leapt from the blade, silent, swift, and striking the chamber wall reinforced specifically to withstand full-force assaults from great martial artists. No thunderous impact, only a soft, crisp show. The defensive formation's luminous barrier flickered violently, then dimmed. A smooth mirror-like incision an inch deep appeared upon the wall, its surface flawless edges faintly crystallized. This casual strike delivered without full exertion already surpassed the destructive potency of his previous utmost efforts. Its razor-sharp precision, its condensed density, and the faint yet unmistakable intent slicing through all resistance. In sheer offensive power, this single slash rendered him equal to an ordinary early-stage Grandmaster, and when combined with his grade C speed talent, granting ghost-like mobility, his graded strength talent, delivering terrifying explosive force, and his graded regeneration talent, ensuring relentless endurance, Lin Chen, unleashing his full combat potential, could now hold his own among Grandmasters, and might even contend against mid-stage Grandmasters. Grandmaster rank, not weak. Lin Chen sheathed his blade, gaining clear perspective on his current strength. And this was merely the dawn of his saber intent. Given time, refining and magnifying this saber intent through the profound mysteries of his grade B talent while advancing his cultivation, what heights might his combat prowess ultimately reach? Cultivation rank remains the bedrock. Calm returns swiftly after the initial exhilaration. Strength may transcend rank, but rank itself is the foundation sustaining all power. Without sufficient qi to sustain it, even the most sublime techniques and strongest talents would falter under prolonged use. Moreover, each minor breakthrough beyond the great martial artist rank demanded colossal energy reserves and ever more precise self-mastery. The Tai Su Starlight True Scripture arrives at precisely the right moment. Lin Chen retrieved the divine intent jade slip. The 9 heavens mystic art. This technique can invoke the power of the stars, which is exceptionally rich and majestic, making it ideal for solidifying one's foundation and rapidly accumulating strength. It can be practiced in conjunction with the star power, and when cultivated to a profound level, one's innate energy will carry the essence of the stars, far surpassing that of other practitioners at the same level. Only by cultivating a top-tier energy cultivation method can one be deemed a genius. The top-tier methods produce energy imbued with special attributes vastly exceeding that of others at the same rank. Only practitioners of energy cultivation methods at the same realm can counter each other. After reading this information, Lin Chen no longer hesitated, took a few pills, and after a brief period of adjustment, dispelled the slight fatigue from his fusion talent. Then he solemnly picked up the jade slip of the 9 heavens mystic art. His spiritual power sank into it, and he once again arrived at that boundless starry sky. This time he was no longer just roughly comprehending. He began to follow the teachings in the jade slip and attempted to draw upon the star power from the unseen. In the quiet room, Lin Chen directed his 5 hearts towards the heavens, adopting a peculiar posture, and his breathing became long and profound. As the technique operated, the pores all over his body seemed to open, resonating mysteriously with the celestial energies of the outside world. In the night sky, the invisible star power was drawn down, weaving through the roof and descending gently into Lin Chen's body. At first it was just a trickling stream, but as the technique became more adept, the powerful effects of his clever cultivation talent began to manifest. The descending starlight gradually became visible like a silvery mist enveloping Lin Chen. The starlight entering his body did not bring a violent impact. Rather, it was warm and vast, slowly tempering his bones and skin, nourishing his organs, and ultimately merging into his dantian, combining with his innate energy. The foundation he had built through high-level energy cultivation methods was being solidified bit by the starlight. As time flowed slowly, when Lin Chen opened his eyes again, it was already the next day. Lin Chen could feel that although his cultivation level had not increased after practicing the 9 Heavens mystic art, his foundation had grown stronger and his combat power had risen by 20%. This spirit stone was worth every penny. As for replicating talents, I still need to wait a month. Lin Chen calculated the time. The next opportunity for replication would be in a month. Now he possessed level cultivation, level speed, level swordsmanship, level strength, level healing, and a level disguise. His cultivation talent was level, which might be considered excellent among the young geniuses in High City, but certainly not top tier. Su Wei's level cultivation talent made him envious. If he could elevate his cultivation talent to level, as well combined with the 9 Heavens mystic art, his cultivation speed would truly reach a shocking level, and the realm of Grandmaster would be within reach. Within a month, my primary goal is to cultivate the 9 Heavens mystic art to stabilize and enhance my cultivation, reaching at least the late stage of Grand Martial Master. At the same time, I will familiarize myself with and explore the potential of my level swordsmanship talent and newly born sword intent. Secondly, leveraging the information network of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce, I will keep an eye on targets in High City with high-level cultivation talents or special rare talents. Su Wuye is an excellent target, but he is a genius of the Su family, heavily guarded, so I need to plan carefully and look for suitable opportunities. Perhaps occasions like auctions, the Tianwu Academy martial arts competitions held by various families, and explorations of secret realms are good opportunities to encounter and replicate talents. With the plan set, Lin Chen no longer hesitated and continued with his cultivation. There is no passage of time in cultivation. In the days that followed, Lin Chen secluded himself, aside from occasionally gathering information from the outside world through the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce, and exchanging some resources to aid his cultivation. He spent most of his time immersed in the practice of the 9 Heavens mystic art and honing his swordsmanship. Lin Chen's cultivation advanced at a visibly rapid pace, making his innate energy increasingly pure and refined, imbued with a touch of the vast essence of the stars, while his organs were tempered to a more translucent state, subtly radiating a glow. In terms of swordsmanship, the improvement brought by his level talent was comprehensive. Not only did he elevate the Yulong sword technique to the perfected state of transformation, with every movement executed as a sword strike, but he also began to attempt to integrate the speed of his level speed talent and the ferocity of his level strength talent with the essence of swordsmanship, exploring a fighting style unique to himself. That nascent sword intent, through day and night refinement, gradually solidified. Although it had not fully taken shape, it could slightly influence the surrounding celestial energy within a few feet, imparting an invisible pressure. The identity of a guest of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce provided much convenience, and Shun Wanjun often sent people to deliver reports concerning the movements of young geniuses from various factions in High City that did not involve core secrets. Lin Chen sifted through the information, focusing on those with outstanding talents who might appear in public. Time passed day by day in the enriching cultivation. The next opportunity to replicate talent was drawing nearer. The tranquil cultivation time was interrupted by a faint knock at the door. Lin Chen withdrew from the mysterious state of channeling star power as the silver starlight that surrounded him slowly merged back into his body. More than half a month had passed, and his cultivation had steadily entered the midstage of Grand Martial Master, on the verge of breaking through to the late stage, with his innate energy being pure and vast, carrying the unique penetrating power and gravitas of the stars. More than half a month had passed, and his cultivation had steadily entered the midstage of Grand Martial Master, on the verge of breaking through to the late stage with his innate energy being pure. And Lin Keqing, President Shun requests your presence in the conference hall for a discussion. The respectful voice of a maid came from outside. Lin Chen sensed that it was Shun Wanjun himself who had come, and his aura seemed to carry a weightier seriousness than usual. He tidied his robe and stood to exit. In the conference hall, Shun Wanjun stood with his hands clasped behind him, gazing at a large map of the areas surrounding High City, his brow slightly furrowed. Hearing the footsteps, he turned around, revealing his customary gentle smile, though a trace of worry deep in his eyes was not completely concealed. Lin Xiaoyo, I apologize for interrupting your cultivation. Shun Wanjun gestured for Lin Chen to take a seat. After the maid served some fragrant tea, she quietly retreated and activated the soundproofing formation. President Shun is too polite, but is there something on your mind? Lin Chen asked straightforwardly. Shun Wanjun took a sip of tea and said, there is a private matter, a small issue within the Chamber of Commerce. There is the direct descendant of a powerful elder gifted in talent who has reached the early stage of Grand Martial Master at just 18 and is deeply favored by that elder. This young master recently sought a top-tier energy cultivation method to solidify his foundation and strive for a higher realm. However, he is quite unruly and his contributions to the chamber are insufficient to exchange for the top-tier methods held by the main association. Shen Wanjun looked at Lin Chen. He knows that the young friend acquired the Tai Su Xing Chunjin Jia at the auction and still has one last opportunity for comprehension. That elder reached out through connections to find me, wanting to ask if the young friend would be willing to part with this last chance to transfer it to that young master. In terms of price, it is negotiable, and it will never let the young friend suffer losses. Moreover, that elder holds significant influence in the association, and if a good relationship can be established, it will benefit the young friend's future dealings in Haiqing and within the association. Lin Chen understood in his heart upon hearing this. He had already used the Tai Su Xing Chunjun Jia once, and the effects were excellent. The last chance for comprehension held value for him, as it could potentially be used for trade or gifted to someone close, but currently there was no suitable recipient. If he could exchange it for a substantial resource and befriend a powerful elder in the association, it would undoubtedly be a more advantageous choice. Furthermore, he had previously advanced a considerable amount of spirit stones when he acquired the jade slip, so he could use this to settle his debts. If President Shin speaks, there is no reason to refuse. I wonder how much that elder is willing to offer. Lin Chen asked calmly. Shen Wanjin's smile deepened. That elder is willing to offer 300,000 low-grade spirit stones. Additionally, he has a small piece of Xing Yun Shintai in his private collection, which is a core material for refining top-tier spirit weapons, extremely rare, and he is willing to gift it to the young friend as a token of gratitude. 300,000 spirit stones plus a piece of the invaluable Xing Yun Shintai. This price far exceeds the final transaction price of the jade slip at the auction, demonstrating the elder's sincerity and the importance he places on his grandson. Xing Yun Shintai is a rare treasure that is highly beneficial for him to refine new weapons in the future. It's a deal. Lin Chen nodded decisively, taking out the jade slip. The jade slip is here. President Shen can arrange the handover. Please deduct my previously advanced amount from the spirit stones, and the remaining can be deposited into my guest account. Thank you, President Shen, for the transfer of the Xing Yun Shintai. Young friend is straightforward. Shen Wanjun clapped his hands in delight, carefully accepting the jade slip and taking out a storage ring. The spirit stones and Xing Yun Shintai are all prepared. Please check them, young friend. The advance has been deducted, and the remaining 230,000 low-grade spirit stones have been deposited into the guest token. This is the receipt. Lin Chen took the ring, sweeping his divine sense through it, finding it neatly packed with spirit stones, as well as a fist-sized piece of dark metallic substance covered in natural star cloud patterns, heavy in hand, and emanating a faint gravitational pull, which was indeed the Xing Yun Shintai. Lin Chen was satisfied and put it away. In this way, not only had he settled his debts, but he also made a substantial profit, leaving him in a more comfortable position once again. This first matter is settled. As for the second matter, Shen Wanjin's expression became serious again, mixed with a hint of excitement and gravity. It concerns the fragmentary map from the last auction. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened. The fragmentary map. Is there progress? Not just progress. Shen Wanjun lowered his voice. That fragmentary map is not unique. According to various investigations by our association and scattered information from other channels, it can basically be confirmed that there are 4 copies of that fragmentary map, each pointing to an ancient secret realm entrance known as Yun Wuzhe. One of them appeared at the last auction. Just a few days ago, unknown individuals managed to gather the other 3 fragmentary maps, successfully deciphered the secrets within, and found the exact entrance of the secret realm. Moreover, it is unclear what method they used to forcibly open a crack in that long-sealed secret realm. A secret realm? Lin Chen's eyes gleamed. A secret realm signifies opportunities, inheritances, and treasures, but it also means the unknown and danger. Indeed, and it is the first secret realm to be discovered and opened. Shen Wanjun spoke with a hint of excitement. Yun Wuzhe is located about 3,000 miles southeast of Haiqing, deep within a vast marshland, which is usually extremely perilous, filled with poisonous miasma, and rarely visited by anyone. Without the guidance of the fragmentary map, it would be very difficult to discover the entrance. Now that the entrance has been forcibly opened with a crack, although it is extremely unstable, it can only allow martial artists below a certain cultivation level to pass through, and the number of entrants is limited each time, but the pure spiritual energy and ancient aura emanating from it cannot be faked. There must be great treasures inside. Has the news spread? What has been the reaction of the various families and forces? Lin Chen asked calmly. The first opening of a secret realm holds the greatest value, but it also means that the initial explorers will face the greatest unknown risks.
Naturally, it cannot be hidden. Shun Wanjun forced a smile. Those who obtain the fragmentary map and open the secret realm are said to be a group of formidable and mysterious rogue cultivators. They are quite honest, knowing that they cannot consume this secret realm with just a few of them, and they cannot stop the covetous gaze of the major forces in Haiqing. Thus they released news making the entrance to the secret realm public, but claimed that they had mastered the means to stabilize the entrance and ensure safe entry. With this as leverage, they are selling entry quotas to all who wish to enter. Each person must pay 50,000 low-grade spirit stones or equivalent treasures, and only then will they provide temporary tokens and some safety route information, maintaining a brief stability of the entrance for people to enter. As for whether they live or die after entering, that is up to their own abilities. What a calculation, Lin Chen. This group of rogue cultivators does not have enough strength to monopolize the secret realm, so they use this method to reap maximum benefits, shifting the risks to the later entrance while profiting greatly themselves, and they can continue to observe at the entrance, perhaps picking up some bargains. Now all the major forces in Haiqing are already in motion, Shun Wanjun continued. The military Tianwu Academy, the Zhou Wang Li and Su families, the Rogue Cultivators Alliance, the Shadow Pavilion, and our Sihai Commerce are all planning to send people in. On one hand, it is to explore the secret realm and seek opportunities. On the other hand, it is to investigate the truth and assess the value and danger level of this secret realm. With the first opening, no one wants to fall behind. That group of rogue cultivators is also cunning, claiming that the entrance is fragile, allowing a maximum of 20 people to enter each time, and their cultivation must not exceed the master realm. They open it once a day with quotas given on a first-come, first-served basis, and the highest bidder wins with no favors granted. So President Shin's intention is... Lin Chen had already guessed Shin Wanjun's intention. Shin Wanjun looked at Lin Chen with burning eyes. I want to secure a quota for the young friend. The Yunwu's a secret realm. The first opening is fraught with crises and opportunities. With the young friend's strength, it would be difficult to find an opponent below the master level. Moreover, you are meticulous and possess extraordinary means, greatly increasing your chances of survival and treasure-seeking within the secret realm. Our Sihai Commerce will naturally send an elite team to enter, and if we could rely on the young friend for some support or share resources, it would be even better. Even if the young friend goes alone, obtaining a quota in the name of the commerce is certainly safer and more convenient than dealing with those desperate rogue cultivators. As for the spirit stones, the commerce can advance them for the young friend. Lin Chen pondered for a moment. The secret realm, especially the first opening, is indeed an excellent place for him to quickly acquire resources and seek high-level talent targets. 50,000 spirit stones, while not insignificant, is entirely affordable given his current resources. More importantly, the secret realm will gather the genius elites from all the major families and forces, providing a golden opportunity for him to replicate talents. Moreover, in such a chaotic environment filled with both opportunities and dangers, anything could happen, making it a perfect time for him to acquire benefits and enhance his strength. President Shin's goodwill is appreciated. I will take a quota, and I will cover the spirit stones myself, Lin Chen replied without hesitation. When can we enter? When will the quota be confirmed? Upon hearing Lin Chen's agreement, Shin Wanjun's face revealed joy. Tomorrow at noon is the next opening time. The competition for quotas is quite fierce, but I have already sent someone to arrange it. With the prestige of our Sihai Commerce combined with your strength, securing a quota should not be a problem. You just need to prepare a bit, and we will gather here at the hour of Qin tomorrow. I will personally take you to the entrance. All right, Lin Chen nodded. Here is some peripheral intelligence about Yun Wu Zhe, as well as information on that group of rogue cultivators and the forces and personnel that have been confirmed to enter. Although it is not complete, it is better than nothing. Shun Wanjun handed over another jade slip. Lin Chen accepted it with gratitude. After sending off Shin Wanjun, he returned to his quiet chamber and immersed his mind into the jade slip. Yunwu Marsh, vast and boundless, is perpetually shrouded in a grayish-white toxic mist. Beneath the swamp, dark currents surge, harboring countless venomous insects and savage beasts, along with naturally formed mazes and illusions that deter ordinary martial artists from venturing deep. The entrance to the secret realm is located in a perilous area known as Ghost Sphere at the heart of the marsh, said to have a complex terrain and chaotic magnetic fields. A group of loose cultivators controlling the entrance call themselves the Mist Hidden Sect, led by a figure nicknamed Mist Old Ghost, whose cultivation level appears to be at the pinnacle of a grand martial master, proficient in stealth poison techniques and formations, making them quite difficult to deal with. His subordinates comprise 6 or 7 ruthless characters who are all skilled in bloodshed. The forces that have confirmed their intent to send people in include the military Tianwu Academy, the Zhou family, the Wang family, the Li family, the Su family, the Loose Cultivators Alliance Shadow Pavilion, and the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce. Zhou family's sword prodigy, Wang family's body refinement genius, Su family's formation talent elite from Tianwu Academy. And also people from Shadow Pavilion, Lin Chen said, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. These individuals are all excellent talent pools. Especially the Zhou family sword prodigy, whose swordsmanship talent, being from a family that established itself through the sword path, is likely at least grade, if not higher. Special talents in body refinement, formations, and alchemy each have their unique utilities. As for danger, it comes not only from the secret realm itself, but also from the partners accompanying them. In the face of opportunities that could drive one mad, any agreement feels fragile. I need to make some preparations, Lin Chen said as he stood up, first taking out the Starfallen Divine Iron and examining it carefully. This item contains the power of stars and void, incredibly solid with innate properties of breaking barriers and sharpness, making it excellent material for blade-type weapons. Unfortunately, he currently has neither the time nor a suitable blacksmith to recast it. He carefully stored it away for future use. Finally, he reviewed the intelligence jade slip given by Shan Wanjun, once more particularly focusing on the known special poisonous substances and fierce beasts within Yunwu Marsh, as well as the potential natural hazards, mentally noting them all. The secret realm. Opening for the first time. A glimmer of anticipation and calm shone in Lin Chen's eyes. The next day, at the first light of morning, at the side door of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce headquarters, a square designated for important personnel and material entry was already occupied by several figures standing solemnly. The morning fog had yet to dissipate, adding a touch of solemnity and chill to the square. Lin Chen was still dressed in a blue outfit, carrying the shadow blade on his back, his aura calm, arriving punctual. A glance around revealed that aside from Shan Wanjun standing in front, there were 4 others beside him. 3 men and 1 woman, all appearing to be in their 20s to 30s, each radiating a fierce aura and sharp gaze, clearly elites cultivated by the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce. The leader was a young man around 28 or 29 years old with a resolute face and prominent temples, exuding a thick and refined aura of blood, possessing a cultivation at the mid-level of a Grand Martial Master, slightly surpassing Lin Chen's outward display. Standing there, he emanated an imposing presence, evidently the core of this small team. He was Han Yu, the team leader mentioned by Shan Wanjun, one of the chief guards. To Han Yu's left stood a tall, thin young man with a slightly pale complexion, but exceptionally bright eyes, holding a deep black spear, his aura sharp, with a cultivation at the early stage of a Grand Martial Master. On his right was a burly man resembling an iron tower with bronze-colored skin, carrying a massive steel tower shield on his back, whose breathing hinted at the sounds of wind and thunder, clearly following the path of body refinement, also at the early stage of a Grand Martial Master. The only woman, approximately 25 or 26 years old, had a graceful appearance with an air of scholarly elegance about her. She wore a bulging leather pouch at her waist and several small jade bottles of different colors, exuding a faint herbal fragrance with a cultivation at the pinnacle of a martial master. It seemed she was responsible for alchemy, healing, and some auxiliary scouting within the team. When these 4 saw Lin Chen approaching, aside from the woman, who calmly glanced at him before looking away and gave a slight nod, the other 3, especially the leading Han Yu and the tall spear wielder, displayed a hint of undisguised dissatisfaction and scrutiny, even carrying a touch of coldness. The burly man scratched his head in a simple manner, but his gaze also conveyed some disdain. Shan Wanjun naturally sensed this disharmonious atmosphere. He cleared his throat and stepped forward, saying loudly, "Everyone is here. Let me introduce, this is Lin Chen, a distinguished guest of ours with extraordinary strength, who will accompany you into the Yunwu Marsh secret realm this time." Lin Chen, these are the elites dispatched by our Four Seas Chamber of Commerce, this time Han Yu, Chief Guard, mid-level Grand Martial Master, adept at the water separation stab, extremely strong in direct combat and adaptability. Yang Rue, remarkable in spear techniques, keenly observant. Sher Shan, naturally strong, unparalleled in defense. Lu Qing, proficient in alchemy and toxicology with meticulous thoughts. Within the secret realm, you should support one another, prioritizing the interests of the Chamber of Commerce. I have met Lin Chen. Han Yu was the first to clasp his hands in greeting, his voice deep, courteous, yet bland, lacking warmth. His gaze was electric, scrutinizing Lin Chen from head to toe, seemingly trying to discern what exceptional attributes this guest had to occupy the spot they had worked hard to secure. However, Lin Chen's aura was exceptionally well restrained, apart from the apparent cultivation at the mid-level of a Grand Martial Master, which seemed slightly weaker than Han Yu's. He exhibited few exceptional traits. This made Han Yu feel even more resentful, convinced that Lin Chen obtained the spot through connections or some special deal. "Pleasure to meet you." Yang Rue merely nodded slightly, leaning on his dark spear, his eyes filled with scrutiny and a barely perceptible air of arrogance. Sher Shan chuckled heartily and said in a deep voice, "Hello, Lin Chen," and then fell silent. Lu Qing nodded at Lin Chen again as a form of greeting. Lin Chen is a valued guest of our Chamber of Commerce with unfathomable strength.
He once single-handedly repelled high-level fierce beasts in Falling Eagle Gorge, saving an entire merchant convoy. Having him join this expedition is a blessing for our Chamber of Commerce. Shun Wanjun emphasized Lin Chen's achievements intending to ease the atmosphere. Upon hearing this, Han Yu and the others showed a flicker of surprise in their eyes, which was quickly replaced by skepticism. They had heard of the incident at Falling Eagle Gorge, but rumors often exaggerate, repelling high-level fierce beasts alone. It sounded more like a coincidence or a collective effort. Could someone so young and at the mid-level of a Grand Martial Master possess such strength? They were more inclined to believe that President Shun was creating hype for him. President Shin, you flatter me. It was merely luck. Lin Chen's expression remained calm, treating their cold attitudes as if they did not exist. He had never expected to bond with these people. Once inside the secret realm, whether to cooperate or act independently would depend on circumstances. As long as these individuals did not provoke him, he had no intention of engaging with them. All right, time is pressing. We should set off immediately. I will provide you with the latest updates on the entrance to the secret realm along the way. Shun Wanjun ceased further talk, waving his hand, and several agile horse-like beasts with scales on their hooves were led over, each possessing a single horn on their foreheads. These are the tamed fierce beasts, near Haiching, known for their incredible speed and endurance, making them ideal for traversing complex terrains. The group mounted their beasts, and under Shun Wanjun's lead transformed into several shadows bursting out of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce and racing towards the southeastern city gate. Once beyond the Sea City, the scaled-armored steed unleashed its speed like a bolt. Shun Wanjun guided the mount, while transmitting his voice through internal force, briefing everyone on the latest developments. There has been a change. That band of free cultivators Wuyin men was taken under control by the military command yesterday at dusk. Shun Wanjun's opening words startled the group. Taken under control. The military intervened. Han Yu frowned. Yes. The Yunwu's secret realm is of grave importance. How could a few wanderer cultivators be allowed to monopolize the entrance and extort others? They were hardly powerful, yet dared to behave so. We had intended to wait until after the first exploration before moving against Wuyin men, but who could have expected the military to act so swiftly? Yesterday afternoon, the Wu Wang, overseeing the operation, personally issued the order. A general at the Great Grandmaster level led the detachment with the Wu Wang in attendance, citing disturbing the order and illegally occupying a strategic site. They swept Wuyin men away in a single stroke. Wuyin Laogwei and those who resisted were mostly slain on the spot. The remainder were captured. The secret realm's entrance has now been fully taken over by the military command. A Wu Wang-level powerhouse. A chill ran through them. Above the Grandmaster stood the Great Grandmaster, and above him the Wu Wang. A truly terrifying existence capable of flight and earth-shattering might, the linchpin of every major power. That the military would dispatch a Wu Wang demonstrated how seriously they regarded this realm. What about the entry slots and the spirit stones? Yang Rui could not help but ask. That is precisely the change I wanted to report, Shun Wanjun continued. After the military took over, the Wu Wang personally acted, using formidable arts to reforge and reinforce the realm's entrance and to lay down prohibitive seals. By his judgment, because of the entrance's peculiar energies, once opened it will remain stably accessible for roughly 3 months, after which it will close on its own and await the next convergence of energy tides to reopen. Entry conditions have also been adjusted. The cap remains at the Dao Shi realm. No one above that may enter, but the previous limit of 20 people per day, first come first served, has been lifted. By paying 50,000 lower-grade spirit stones, or equivalent military merit or resources, and passing a simple identity and strength verification, one can obtain a temporary token that permits entry at any time within the 3-month window. The military set the token distribution point at a temporary camp outside the entrance with unified management to maintain order. Thus, although the stone threshold remained unchanged, order prevailed, skirmishes were reduced, and more people were given the chance to prepare and enter. I have already reserved our guild slots through connections. You only need to go to the camp to pay the stones and collect the tokens. Lin Kiking's slot has been arranged as well. Hearing this, everyone harbored different thoughts. The military's intervention curtailed the free cultivators' extortion and chaos, but it also meant competition would be more regulated and fiercer. All the great forces would send their elites, and with the extended time window, more would surely come once word spread. The military knows how to do business. 50,000 stones each. Over 3 months, selling tokens alone will amount to an astronomical sum, Shirshan grumbled in a low, cavernous tone. Maintaining the entrance, setting up the camp, and policing order all consume resources. The military's action is reasonable, Lu Qing analyzed softly. They rode on in silence, each lost in thought, urging the scaled-armored steed to press the pace. Along the way, they passed many other bands of warriors with potent auras, clearly all bound for Yunwuze. The three Thusanli journey took little more than half a day under the steed's swift stride. As the sun slanted west, a vast marsh unfolded before them, an endless expanse of gray-white mist that exhaled a faint metallic sweetness and the reek of decay. This was Yumuze. Even before they approached, the air was heavy with damp toxins and a disordered magnetic field that made them subtly uneasy. Yet from some direction deep within the swamp, there came a faintly discernible energy fluctuation distinct from the rot. Purer, older, and brimming with vitality, it must be where the secret realm's entrance lay. Under Shin Wanjin's lead, they pressed deeper into the marsh for roughly half an hour. Suddenly the terrain opened into a cleared space where numerous tents had been hastily erected and banners fluttered. Most striking was the military command's black banner embroidered with crossed golden blades. Around the camp, soldiers in standard armor patrolled with fierce auras, order maintained with precision. At the clearing's center nearer the deeper marsh, a spatial rift hovered in midair, about 3 zhang high and 2 zhang wide, its edges twisting unpredictably, a prismatic halo flowing along its rim. The rift emitted continuous, powerful spatial ripples. Intricate silver array patterns were etched into the ground, extending to the rift's edge, clearly the stabilizing and restrictive formations laid by the military's Wu Wang. A long line had formed before the rift, filled with warriors who had come to pay spirit stones, receive tokens, and prepare to enter. Many in the queue bore strong auras. Their gazes toward the spatial rift were eager yet wary. Shun Wanjun led Lin Chen and the others past the line and straight to a larger military tent at the campsite. Soldiers guarded the tent's entrance. After verifying Shin Wanjin's identity and credentials, they admitted them. Inside sat a stern-faced, middle-aged officer in Shaowei uniform behind a desk. Rising to greet him, the officer cupped his hands. Chairman Shin, your guild's tokens are ready. 5 people, a total of 250,000 lower-grade spirit stones, or equivalent. Thank you, Zhao Shaowei. Shin Wanjun handed over a storage pouch. Zhao Shaowei accepted it, swept it with his spirit sense, and nodded. From the desk, he picked up 5 dark red talismans, each half a palm in size, neither metal nor with the military insignia on the front and the character Wu on the back, and gave them to Shin Wanjun. These are the realm tokens. A drop of blood will initially bind them. With a token, one may penetrate the entrance's seals. Remember, 1 token per person. Once inside, the token will meld into the body and will automatically separate and be destroyed upon exit. Within the 3-month period, you may enter at any time, but only once. Life and death inside are your own responsibility. The military guarantees no safety. Any disturbance at the entrance will be met with deadly force. Zhao Shaowei announced the rules in a cold, hard tone. Shin Wanjun distributed the tokens to Han Yue, Lin Chen, and the other 5. Lin Chen took his talisman. It felt slightly weighty and thrummed with a faint spatial ripple, and as instructed, he pricked his fingertip and let a drop of blood fall. The blood was swiftly absorbed by the talisman. It flashed once, then resumed its ancient appearance, yet a faint link to him was formed. Very well, you may proceed. Good luck to you. Zhao Shaowei waved them off. Stepping out of the tent, Shin Wanjun paused, looked at Han Yu and the 5, including Lin Chen, and intoned, "Be cautious once you enter. Within the secret realm, opportunity and peril coexist. Sometimes companions are more dangerous than enemies. If a situation cannot be borne, preserve yourself above all. The guild expects your triumphant return. Lin Keqing, take care as well. Chairman Shin, rest assured." Han Yu cupped his fist, his eyes swept over Lin Chen with a flicker of complexity, but he offered no further provocation. "Let us go." Han Yu barked, taking the lead toward the spatial rift. Yang Rui, Shan, and Lu Qing trailed close behind. Lin Chen followed at a measured pace at the rear. When they arrived at the rift, the line had thinned considerably. It was their turn. Han Yu first raised his talisman. It emitted a beam of red light that shot toward the array's luminous curtain. The light curtain rippled open. Han Yu's figure flashed and vanished into the rift. Then Yang Rui, Shan, and Lu Qing followed. When it came to Lin Chen, he too raised his talisman. The red light fired forth. The instant it touched the curtain, he felt a tremendous spatial suction, and the talisman in his hand became a warm current that flowed into the arm holding it. Light and shadow warped before his eyes, time and space seemed skewed. Yet his body was robust, and his spirit steady, and his rank C speed talent granted exceptional dynamic adaptability. These transmigration ripples affected him not at all. The next moment his feet found firm ground. A surge of natural vitality, far denser than the outside world, rushed towards him. Lin Chen raised his eyes and realized he was standing in a strange, slightly hazy realm. Beneath his feet lay soft yet solid black earth, teeming with numerous peculiar plants, some tall, others bizarre, all emitting a faint glow. In the distance, the silhouettes of rolling mountains were obscured by a light, almost eternal mist. Behind him was a slowly rotating, colorful spatial rift connecting to the outside world. Ahead, the four who entered first, Han Yu and his companions had gathered together, warily surveying their surroundings. Further away, faint shadows could be seen moving. Other martial practitioners from different factions who had entered earlier, all maintaining their distance. Han Yu turned around, his gaze sweeping over Lin Chen before settling on the three members of his team. He spoke in a low voice. The situation here is unclear. We must proceed with caution. According to the previous plan by the Merchant Guild, we should cooperate to explore an area together and look out for one another. Lin Chen, what do you think? His question came out somewhat stiffly, clearly not eager to team up with Lin Chen, but the instructions from Shen Wanjun and a basic sense of cooperation compelled him to ask. Lin Chen calmly surveyed the slightly hazy realm before him, then glanced at Han Yu and his team. While cooperation would increase safety, it would also slow down his pace and limit his opportunities to seek out talent, exposing many of his methods that he preferred to keep hidden. Moreover, he was not familiar with these four and did not understand their habits. They might not be reliable in critical moments. Thank you for your kindness, Captain Han. However, I am accustomed to working alone. My style differs from yours and may impede you. It would be better for us to explore separately and seek our own opportunities. If there is an emergency, we can use the communication talismans to contact each other and provide mutual support within our abilities. Lin Chen spoke in a calm tone, yet with an air of undeniable finality. He took out several communication talismans prepared by Shen Wanjun, which could transmit simple messages over a certain distance, and handed them to Han Yu. Upon hearing this, a hint of relief flashed in Han Yu's eyes. He was more than happy to see Lin Chen go off on his own. Taking the communication talismans, he nodded very well. In that case, please feel free, Lin Chen. Be sure to be cautious. The dangers here are unknown. We plan to explore due north where there are rumored traces of ancient architectural ruins. Perhaps we can find the remnants of predecessors. We will contact each other briefly through the communication talismans every 6 hours to confirm our safety. That works, Lin Chen replied without objection. He hadn't really expected to communicate much with them. The communication talismans were more of a formality and a last resort in case he encountered a crisis he couldn't handle and they could assist. Take care, Lin Chen, Lu Qing said softly, her gaze carrying a hint of professional caution. Thank you for the reminder. Lin Chen nodded at her. She was indeed the most rational among the four. Without further pleasantries, Han Yue along with Yang Rui, Shan, and Lu Qing chose the northern path, their figures quickly disappearing into the mist and the strange vegetation. Lin Chen stood still, closing his eyes and elevating his perception to the limit, sensing the flow of elemental energy between heaven and earth. To the east, Lin Chen opened his eyes and looked toward the east where the hazy mist shrouded the mountains, making their contours appear more profound. The fluctuations of vitality coming from that direction seemed more vibrant and lively, brimming with vitality. His intuition told him that greater rewards awaited in that direction. Having chosen his direction, Lin Chen no longer hesitated. The Kraid speed talent activated slightly, and he flew toward the east. He maintained his concealment talent at a lower level of operation to avoid drawing too much attention, blending his aura with the environment as much as possible. Within the secret realm, the light remained in a strange, dark, green, hazy state, making it difficult to determine the exact time. Lin Chen could only estimate roughly based on his biological clock. He proceeded with great caution, not moving quickly, his mind highly focused. The vegetation here indeed differed greatly from the outside world. There were towering trees several meters high, their leaf edges sharp as blades glinting with a metallic sheen, creeping plants resembling ghostly claws exuding a tempting sweetness that instinctively warned Lin Chen of danger, and low shrubs blossoming, with 7-colored flowers continuously releasing pure spiritual energy. Having traveled less than 10 miles, Lin Chen made his first discovery. In a shadowy crevice of a rock wall grew 3 plants, their bodies as translucent as jade, each topped with a berry the size of a longan, bright red as fire. The fragrance emanating from the berries invigorated the spirit and subtly stimulated the blood. Zhu Shui Yu Sui Gua. Given its color and spiritual energy, it must be at least 200 years old. Lin Chen recognized this rare spiritual herb, which had become exceedingly scarce in the outside world. This fruit contains pure vitality and fire attribute spiritual power, serving as a primary material for refining various high-level pills that enhance cultivation, temper the body, and even heal certain special internal injuries. While consuming it directly is less effective than using a pill, it can still significantly replenish vitality and strengthen the physical body. Lin Chen carefully dug out the 3 plants along with part of their roots and placed them in a specially designed jade box for preservation. Such aged spiritual herbs have a faint spiritual consciousness and must be handled with care. Continuing forward in a small moist depression radiating a cool moonlight, he discovered 5 blossoms the size of bowls, their petals intricately layered resembling ice crystals. Yuhua Yulan estimated to be over 100 years old, an excellent choice for nourishing the soul and aiding in spiritual training. Next, on the trunk of a dead giant tree riddled with holes, he found 7 or 8 clusters of Mo Ling Ji, which had an umbrella shaped their bodies pitch black, with hidden golden patterns. Judging by the density of the patterns, they appeared to be around 150 years old, a rare material for refining, detoxifying, and foundational enhancing pills. In just half a day, Lin Chen had harvested over a dozen types of spiritual herbs, many of which would undoubtedly spark contention among grandmasters and even masters in the outside world. This secret realm truly lived up to its reputation. Upon its first opening, countless years' worth of spiritual herbs lay untouched, resembling a vast, uncharted treasure trove. The effects of spiritual herbs are indeed far superior to merely relying on the heart's blood of fierce beasts to enhance cultivation, especially in terms of solidifying the foundation, breaking through bottlenecks, and nourishing the soul. Lin Chen felt a sense of joy within. He possessed the blood-refining fusion method, which primarily targeted the heart's blood, yet some principles of purification and fusion within the runes could surely be adapted to assist in alchemy or more efficiently utilize these spiritual herbs. Even without refining pills, consuming them directly or using them in conjunction yields results far surpassing ordinary resources. Of course, spiritual herbs are often accompanied by danger. Guarding the Zhu Shui Yu Sui Gua was a nest of Shijin ants, each the size of a fist, with hard shells and sharp mandibles, which Lin Chen easily dispatched with his blade energy. In the area where Yu Hua Yulan grew lurked a Huan Shui, she able to blend into water shadows and exhale cold air, which Lin Chen sensed in advance and severed with a single strike. The Mo Ling Ji grew near a nest of Gui Mian Du, which excelled at releasing paralyzing poisonous powder. Lin Chen skillfully avoided the poison and struck with his blade light, like a net, exterminating them all. The strength of these ferocious beasts was generally 1 to 2 levels stronger than their counterparts in the outside world, with more peculiar and bizarre attack methods, evidently nurtured and evolved by long-term existence in this realm rich in spiritual energy and treasures. However, for Lin Chen at present, as long as they weren't a swarm of master-level ferocious beasts or particularly strange and troublesome beings, they posed little threat. The ecosystem here appears to be more complete and aggressive than that of the outside world. While gathering spiritual herbs, Lin Chen observed his surroundings. Lin Chen noticed that some spiritual herbs bore clear signs of being gnawed upon, leaving claw marks or bite marks, evidence of the formidable ferocious beasts native to the secret realm. The first day of exploration was spent in careful searches and occasional battles. Lin Chen did not rush deeper, but advanced in a fan-shaped pattern towards the southeast for about 100 miles. The harvest of spirit herbs over 100 years old had filled a storage bag, the value of which was incalculable. He even found a seemingly 500-year-old earth heart fire lotus, subtly shimmering with spiritual light, growing at the edge of a geothermal crack, guarded by a group of lava fire lizards with strength close to high-level ferocious beasts. Lin Chen did not force his way in, and he noted the location and decided to return when his strength was sufficient or when an opportunity arose. As night fell, Lin Chen found a naturally formed dry cave half covered by vines, set up a simple alert and concealment array as a temporary resting point. Sitting cross-legged in the cave, he took out a few gentle attribute 100-year spirit herbs and consumed them. The pure medicinal power dissolved and was rapidly refined by the 9 heavens mystic art, transforming into pure yuan power, nourishing his organs further and invigorating his vitality. In just one day, he had made a noticeable improvement in his cultivation. No wonder those major powers are so eager about the newly opened secret realms. The resources here are sufficient to produce a large number of experts in a short time, Lin Chen mused. He was still searching in a relatively peripheral area. Oh, what sights would await in the core regions or in the caves and herb gardens left behind by predecessors. Tomorrow I will continue east. According to the flow of yuan energy, the core feeling in that direction is growing stronger. Perhaps I can find the true core area of the secret realm, or the remnants of predecessors. By then, the geniuses of various factions will probably gather there as well. The Blevel swordsmanship talent had already been fused, and next he eagerly desired to replicate a Blevel or even higher level cultivation talent. Undoubtedly, the secret realm is the best place to encounter such top talents. As night deepened, the occasional long howls of unknown ferocious beasts or strange insect chirps from outside the cave heightened the mystery and danger of the secret realm. Lin Chen gripped the shadow blade, calming his mind, and spent the first night in the Yunwu Marsh secret realm in cultivation and vigilance. The next day the light became clear again. Lin Chen concluded his cultivation, withdrew the array, and stepped back onto the path of exploration. He maintained a cautious pace towards the east, the direction guided by yuan energy and starlight. Today's harvest was still abundant. The age of the spirit herbs seemed even higher, and the guarding ferocious beasts were stronger. He even encountered a quake mountain turtle comparable to the early stage of a grandmaster, covered in a thick rocky shell and capable of controlling earth spikes. Lin Chen used his speed to circle around it, testing a few moves before opting to retreat. He was not there to exterminate ferocious beasts. His goal was resources and talents. As he circumvented a dense forest shrouded in faint purple poison mist and climbed a low hill to survey the terrain ahead, he caught a glimpse of a silhouette of broken walls and ruins deep within the mountain range, shrouded in thicker mist, bearing an ancient and desolate style, clearly not formed by nature. Simultaneously, from a valley entrance several miles to his left front came the sounds of intense collisions of yuan power and the roars of ferocious beasts mixed with clear sword cries and deep shouts, indicating that martial artists were fighting against ferocious beasts or among themselves. Finally, "This is getting interesting." Lin Chen stopped, his gaze sweeping across the distant outline of the ruins, and then turning towards the valley where the battle fluctuations originated. He restrained all his aura, his form merging with the mountain wind, quietly advancing towards the valley. Lin Chen moved like smoke, silently arriving near the valley entrance, hiding behind a cluster of broad-leafed fan-shaped peculiar plants, his eyes sharply focused inside the valley. The valley entrance was in disarray, clearly having just experienced a fierce battle. Two ferocious beasts resembling enlarged pangolins, but with dark purple bone spines on their backs, exuding a nauseating sweet poison, the corpses of poison spike land dragons lay sprawled, covered in sword scars, gun holes, and explosive wounds, already dead. From the residual aura, it was evident that both ferocious beasts possessed near high-level strength with tough skin and flesh, and their poison spikes were difficult to defend against, making them quite troublesome. In the air, besides the smell of blood and poison, several different fluctuations of yuan power lingered, clearly distinguishable, evidently coming from different martial artists. One was sharp and fierce, carrying the sound of wind and thunder, indicating a sword cultivator. Another was heavy and robust with the texture of metal clashing, likely a body-refining martial artist, and several other auras that were either light and agile or strange and unpredictable mixed within. His gaze passed over the corpses of the ferocious beasts and looked deeper into the valley. The terrain gradually rose, and at the end a steep gray-black cliff revealed an irregular cave entrance several meters high and about 2 meters wide. The edges of the cave entrance were smooth, showing signs of axe marks, clearly not naturally formed but eroded by vines and time, giving it a somewhat dilapidated appearance. Inside the cave, a faint light seeped through, carrying an ancient, old, yet subtly chilling aura. The outline of the broken walls and ruins came from beyond this cave entrance. Indeed, it is the relics of predecessors, Lin Chen thought, feeling a stir within. This cave entrance must be the entry point. Judging by its scale, the relics inside are likely substantial. However, his gaze did not linger on the relic entrance for long, but instead fell upon the relatively flat ground in front of the cave. There 2 corpses lay. The bodies were different outfits. One corpse was dressed in a blue tight outfit with a silver small sword embroidered on the cuffs, a standard attire for disciples of the Zhou family. A blood hole pierced through the chest, the edges charred black as if killed instantly by some hot domineering finger technique or fist strength, with a lingering expression of shock and disbelief on the face. The other corpse wore a sleeveless short outfit in earthy yellow, exposing strong bronze-colored arms with bulging muscles, clearly a body-refining martial artist from the Wang family. His death was even more tragic. His neck was unnaturally twisted, his head almost turned 180 degrees, eyes wide open, 7 orifices bleeding, clearly having been snapped instantly by someone with absolute power. Both had their weapons half-drawn, and there were slight signs of struggle on the ground beneath them, indicating they had made almost no effective resistance before being killed instantly. Judging by their residual auras, they were both peak martial masters capable of being assigned to guard duty, and their strength would not be weak. The guards are dead. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. These 2 corpses still had warmth, having died within the last quarter of an hour. Evidently, the 2 forces that had previously entered the relics after dealing with the poison spike land dragons reached some kind of agreement, leaving 1 person each to guard the entrance to prevent outsiders from disturbing or subsequent entrants from taking advantage, while the main forces entered the relics. But now the guards are dead. They were not killed by ferocious beasts, nor did they kill each other. Someone has come, and their strength is very strong, at least at the Grandmaster level, skilled in assassination. They killed the guards and also entered the relics. Or, Lin Chen's gaze scanned the surroundings, his perception heightened to the utmost. The valley was silent except for the wind and the faint sounds emanating from the relic cave entrance, as if isolated. There was no sign of ambush. It is a third-party force. Moreover, this third-party force likely arrived only after the Zhou and Wang families entered, using thunderous means to kill the guards before also entering the relics. From the clean and efficient methods, their intent was clear and their actions ruthless, certainly not benevolent. Which faction could it be? The desperate rogues of the Loose Cultivator Alliance? The assassins from the Shadow Pavilion? Or perhaps the military, the Tianwu Academy, or other families sent teams with ulterior motives? In any case, the interior of the relics must no longer consist solely of the Zhou and Wang families. The waters are getting murkier. The clam and the snipe struggle while the fisherman profits. Yet it remains unknown how many fishermen there are. A cold, sharp arc formed at the corner of Lin Chen's mouth. Chaos often signifies more opportunities. He originally intended to investigate the ruins, and now that the gatekeeper is dead, it saves him a lot of trouble. As for the possible existence of 3 or even more factions inside, as long as he is not besieged by master-level experts, he is confident he can maneuver, even seize opportunities amidst danger. Lin Chen did not set off immediately, but first carefully examined the area near the valley entrance. Indeed, in the grass a few zhang away from the gatekeeper's body, he discovered several faint footprints that did not belong to the warriors of the Zhou or Wang families, nor were they like those of the poisonous earth dragon. The footprints were light and spaced oddly, indicating that this individual possessed exceptional lightness of foot and a unique stepping technique. In the air lingered a nearly imperceptible peculiar scent reminiscent of aged ink mixed with a faint hint of blood. This scent did not entirely match the overwhelming and pure force emanating from the wounds of the 2 corpses, but seemed to belong to a third individual, one even more hidden. At least there is one adept in stealth and speed. An assassin. Lin Chen formed a preliminary judgment in his heart. His camouflage talent quietly activated, blending his presence with the dim light and the swaying shadows of the plants around him. He maintained a semi-hidden state, like a ghost walking on the edge of light and shadow, moving toward the deep entrance of the ruins. At the entrance, vines hung down, their touch icy. The moment he stepped into the cave, the light, abruptly dimmed, soon replaced by a faint glow emanating from the depths ahead. The air turned cool and dry, imbued with a rich scent of dust and decay, starkly contrasting the moist and fishy aroma of the outside marsh. Beneath his feet was a smooth stone slab covered with thick dust, faint traces of chaotic footprints visible ahead, belonging to at least 3 groups of people. 2 groups left clearer, denser tracks, while one was relatively sparse light and deliberately avoided the tracks of the other 2. The passage sloped downward, wide and deep, enveloped in silence, interrupted only by Lin Chen's almost inaudible footsteps and the faint sounds seemingly coming from the depths ahead, as if separated by thick walls. It seemed like the muffled sound of energy colliding, or perhaps the shrill screech of metal grinding, unclear to discern. Lin Chen did not rush to pursue, but maintained a vigilant pace, observing both sides of the passage as he proceeded. He discovered some signs of battle, new sword marks and spear impressions on the stone walls, along with some charred burn marks and massive fist impressions evidently left by the 2 groups that had entered earlier, possibly clearing out traps or guards in the passage. However, he found no corpses or bloodstains. They were either cleaned away, or the guards here were not living beings, or they had already been swiftly dealt with by those ahead. After advancing for about a mile, the passage reached its end, revealing a fork. 3 paths diverged in different directions, and the footprints on the ground became chaotic. The footprints of the Zhou and Wang families were mainly scattered across the left and right paths, while the sparse tracks of the third party pointed more toward the middle, though some also spread out to the sides. Have they split their forces? Lin Chen stopped at the fork, enhancing his perception. Faint energy fluctuations emanated from the depths of all 3 passages. The leftmost wave was the most intense, carrying a sharp sword intent and a heavy rumble, seemingly the main battlefield. The middle wave was the most obscure, imbued with a peculiar rhythm that subtly stirred the heart. The right wave was relatively calm, but faintly carried the aroma of medicinal herbs. After a brief contemplation, Lin Chen chose the middle path. The situation on the left was unclear, and rashly getting involved could make him a target. The aromatic herbs on the right might lead to a medicinal garden or alchemy chamber. Though enticing, they could also be guarded by powerful restrictions or sentries. As for the middle path, it seemed that the third party had placed some emphasis there, and the fluctuations were subtle, possibly hiding something more important, or the core control area of the ruins. He moved, his form merging into the shadows of the middle passage, silently advancing. After several hundred steps, he came upon a small stone chamber. In the center of the stone chamber stood a stone platform about half a person's height, completely empty, yet fresh friction marks on the surface suggested something had recently been placed there and subsequently taken away. In one corner of the stone chamber lay a damaged puppet's remnant, neither metal nor stone. At the breakage point, it was cleaved apart by a power of unmatched sharpness that cut smooth as a mirror. Beside the puppet's remnant, there was a small pool of dark red blood that had not fully coagulated, emitting a similar aura to the intense domineering wounds on the gatekeeper, but far more potent and pure. Did someone from the Wang family get injured here? No, the essence of this blood is at least at the great martial master level, and it seems to be the essence of a perfected body refinement. Lin Chen crouched down, carefully sensing. The blood contained powerful vitality, but was rapidly dissipating. Did the leader of the Wang family get injured here in a clash with the puppet and then take the items from the stone platform? But why only bloodstains and no corpses or more signs of battle? Who could have so cleanly and decisively cleaved the puppet? The third party. His gaze swept over the stone chamber, and in the corner of the opposite stone wall, he discovered an extremely subtle gap, nearly blending with the wall's color. If not for his keen perception, it would be difficult to notice. A secret door. Lin Chen approached and gently touched it. The gap was cold, seeming to conceal something solid behind it. Lin Chen did not recklessly attack or search for mechanisms, but pressed his ear against the stone wall, concentrating his perception to the utmost. Beyond the wall lay a profound silence. But just as he was about to give up, an exceedingly faint sound like the crisp clang of metal striking metal seemed to echo from behind countless mountains. At the same time, a familiar, yet strange, unparalleled sharp, intent like a stone thrown into calm water briefly rippled through the space behind the wall before vanishing. This intent is the intent of the sword. Moreover, it is of an extremely high grade. It bore some similarity to the sword intent exhibited by Su Wuya, who possessed of grade sword talent, yet it felt more ancient and weathered, carrying an overwhelming force that sought to obliterate all distinct from Su Wui's more coldly precise sword intent. In the ruins, is there a legacy of swordsmanship? Or is someone carrying a peerless sword? Lin Chen's heart surged, and his eyes burst forth with unprecedented brilliance. Regardless of which possibility, it held a fatal attraction for him. Especially the former. If he could obtain this ancient and domineering sword legacy corroborating it with his great sword talent, his swordsmanship would undoubtedly reach a new level, even enabling him to truly forge his own powerful sword intent. He no longer hesitated and meticulously examined the stone wall. There were no obvious mechanisms or pivots, but the faint runes on the wall seemed to form a fragmented, simple formation focused on concealment and solidity. This formation was ancient and nearly drained of energy, and it appeared to have been partially damaged from the inside, revealing that thin gap and its discordance. Damaged from the inside. Did someone enter before? Is it the one who left this overwhelming sword intent? Lin Chen's thoughts raced. He attempted to inject a thread of stellar energy into the gap, mimicking the cutting characteristic of the fierce sword intent he had sensed earlier, cautiously impacting the weakest point of the formation. A soft sound emerged as the gap slightly widened, the dim runes on the wall flickering hurriedly a few times before extinguishing completely. A long-sealed cold airflow carrying a faint fragrance of ink and a hint of rust surged out from the gap. The secret door has opened. The hidden door silently slid open, revealing a starkly different scene behind it. No longer was there a dark passage or a sealed stone chamber, but rather a spacious natural cave, its dome soaring about 10 zhang high, with peculiar luminous moss clinging to the walls, emitting a gentle soft blue light that illuminated the center of the cave. At the center of the cave stood a pitch-black stone tablet towering 3 zhang high and over 1 zhang wide. The material of the tablet was neither metal nor stone, its surface smooth as a mirror, yet it exuded a subtle metallic sheen that shimmered. What was most striking was the pervasive aura of an almost tangible intent that enveloped the entire tablet from its peak to its base. It was neither killing intent nor ordinary pressure, but a pure, fierce intent, as if it could slice through the heavens and sever the flow of time. Sword intent. Refined, tyrannical, ancient, and solitary. Just gazing at the stone tablet from a distance, Lin Chen felt a slight sting on his skin, as if countless invisible fine blades were cutting through his protective spiritual energy and mental will. The shadowy blade in Lin Chen's hand began to hum uncontrollably, resembling an act of worship, while trembling in fear. The faint sword aura that had just been nurtured trembled violently upon sensing the vast and formidable sword intent, akin to a flickering candle in the wind, nearly collapsing and dissipating on its own. Martial King's sword intent. Lin Chen's heart shook, making an instant judgment. Only an unparalleled powerhouse of the Martial King realm could leave behind such a terrifying and timeless martial truth. This tablet was not only a legacy tablet, but also a trial tablet. The pervasive sword intent was both a protection and a selection, as well as a tempering force. Those who had not reached a certain level of sword mastery, and whose will was not steadfast enough, could not even approach it, let alone comprehend its true meaning. However, at this moment, he was not the only one facing the tablet. About 10 zhang away from the stone tablet, a figure stood with their back to Lin Chen, moving laboriously one step at a time toward the tablet. This person was not particularly tall, but had broad shoulders and a muscular build that strained against their earthy yellow attire. Their exposed neck and arms had a deep bronze hue, with a metallic sheen subtly flowing beneath the skin. With each step taken, the hard rocky ground groaned under the burden, leaving behind shallow footprints edged with spiderweb-like cracks. Surrounded by a thick, dark yellow glow of spiritual energy, it was as though they wore a rocky armor, fiercely resisting the omnipresent terrifying sword intent, producing a harsh grinding sound, like metal being polished. It was a member of the Wang family. Moreover, judging by the intensity of their blood and spiritual energy, this person was the Wang family's body refining genius at the late stage of the great martial master realm, likely having reached a consummate level in body refinement, their blood flowing like a furnace, their physical form extraordinarily strong. No wonder they could withstand the pressure of the martial king's sword intent to reach this point. However, judging by their slow pace and the violent fluctuations of their spiritual energy, they were evidently under immense strain. As if sensing the opening of the hidden door and the new presence, the Wang family genius paused slightly, but did not turn around, merely snorting coldly, their voice echoing like muffled thunder in the cave. Another one looking for death has arrived. Get lost. This legacy belongs to me, Wang Gang. The tone was domineering and unquestionable, filled with the typical arrogance and confidence of a body refining martial artist from the Wang family. Clearly, they did not regard the newcomer as a threat, believing that under the pressure of the martial king's sword intent, apart from someone like them, who specialized in body refinement, with an iron will, no one else could even approach the tablet, let alone compete with them for it. Lin Chen ignored Wang Gang's warning, his gaze entirely captivated by the pitch-black stone tablet. The sword intent emanating from it was like an irresistible delicacy to a glutton. He could feel his level sword technique talent wildly yearning, the faint sword aura resembling a hungry cub voicing a silent roar toward the vast sword intent. Belong to you. That depends on whether you have the ability to reach the end. Lin Chen sneered internally, his gaze sharpening and calming. Lin Chen did not rush forward immediately, but instead paused at the entrance of the hidden door, closing his eyes and focusing to adjust his state. He activated the Tai Su Xing Chunzhan Jie, the star energy coursing through his body, faint starlight subtly emerging around him, complementing the blue glow in the cave. He no longer suppressed the faint sword aura he had just nurtured, instead slowly releasing it. A breath of sharp aura, although weak yet refined and pure, carrying Lin Chen's own, will spread outwards from his center, roughly enveloping a space 3 feet around him. Within this 3-foot radius, the omnipresent pressure of the martial king's sword intent seemed to be slightly pushed away, allowing him to feel a bit more at ease. Indeed, the best weapon against sword intent is one's own sword intent, even if it is just newly sprouted. Lin Chen was resolute in his heart. Although his sword aura was weak compared to the vast martial king's sword intent, it was like fireflies in the presence of the moon, yet fireflies had their own way of existing, sufficient to create a small domain of their own within the endless sea of sword intent. It begins. Lin Chen took a deep breath, his eyes opened, as if gathering sword light. He no longer hesitated and stepped into the area suffused with terrifying sword intent. Boom. It was as if he had stepped into a stormy ocean composed of countless fine blades. The omnipresent sword intent pressed in from all sides, crazily cutting and impacting his protective spiritual energy, physical body, and even his mental will. His skin felt a real stinging pain, as if it were being flayed. In his ears there seemed to be billions of blade sounds, shrieking, piercing through his soul. That domineering lofty will which seemed to eradicate everything hit his mind like a heavy hammer, again and again attempting to make him kneel, to force him to submit, to break him. Humph. Lin Chen grunted softly, his figure swaying slightly, but quickly stabilizing. The 3-foot domain of sword aura around him shone brightly, fiercely resisting the encroaching sword intent from the outside. The star energy within him raged and roared the strength from his level talent, allowing his robust physique to withstand the physical cuts, while his level healing talent was ready at any moment to repair minor injuries, maintaining the sword aura domain with minimal consumption and continuously adjusting the angles and methods of resistance. Lin Chen advanced step by step. His speed was not fast, even slightly slower than Wang Gang ahead, but his steps were extremely steady, each footfall firm and powerful, leaving a clear, smooth-edged footprint on the rocky ground, contrasting sharply with Wang Gang's cracked prints. Wang Gang seemed to sense something, and once again turned his head, slightly glancing back with the corner of his eye. When he saw that Lin Chen not only entered, but was also emanating a momentum that he could not comprehend, yet could faintly resist, the martial king's sword intent steadily following behind him, a clear look of shock and seriousness appeared on his bronze face. The knife's momentum. You actually touched the threshold of momentum. And such a refined knife momentum. Wang Gang's voice was filled with disbelief. As a genius of body refinement from the Wang family, he understood well how elusive momentum was, even he had only brushed the surface of power momentum in his application of strength, far from mastery. Yet this fellow behind him, who seemed even younger, had already formed a semblance of knife momentum. How could this? You should focus on your own path. Lin Chen did not respond, merely saying this lightly, his gaze fixed on the dark stone tablet ahead. While resisting the oppressive knife intent, he poured all his mental focus into perceiving and analyzing the vast knife intent surrounding him. At this moment, his bevel knife technique talent displayed its extraordinary capabilities. Ordinary warriors could only passively resist the knife intent of the martial king, or forcibly memorize and imitate it based on their own understanding. However, Lin Chen seemed to have opened a door directly leading to the essence of knife. The terrifying knife intent that was everywhere in his perception was no longer just pressure and cutting. It transformed into countless clearly visible Tao patterns, numerous trajectories, containing the highest knife principles and vast knowledge regarding the application of strength, the gathering of will, and the invocation of loss. Lin Chen saw how knife intent drew upon the sharp energies of gold and iron in the world, how it turned overwhelming will into tangible attacks, and what lofty and resolute Tao heart was contained behind the intention to sever all. His own knife momentum under the polishing of this vast knife intent not only did not collapse, but like refined iron thrown into a furnace began to grow more refined and pure, with the true meaning of cutting rapidly developing and strengthening. The Tianzhong distance became incredibly long at this moment. Each step felt like a contest of will and knife path against an invisible martial king. Wang Gang forging ahead with his unparalleled physique and refined primal energy advanced step by step, cracking the ground beneath him like a raging bull going upstream, slowly, yet steadily moving towards the stone tablet. He was less than 5 zhang away from the stone tablet. Lin Chen followed behind, using his weak knife momentum as a boat, with his bevel talent as the rudder sailing through the waves. Though lacking the overwhelming aura of Wang Gang, he was far more agile and resilient, and his understanding and absorption of knife intent far exceeded that of his opponent. He was still 7 zhang away from the stone tablet. Time passed little by little. The cave was filled only with the sounds of primal energy clashing against knife intent and the heavy, slow footsteps of the two. The air seemed to solidify, and the pressure grew heavier. Just as Wang Gang struggled to step into a 3 zhang range of the stone tablet, a look of impending success appeared on his face when an unexpected change occurred. The knife intent emanating from the dark stone tablet suddenly became even more violent and concentrated. As if a certain mechanism had been triggered, the majority of the knife intent no longer dispersed to suppress the entire cave, but transformed into an invisible, extremely refined torrent of knife intent crashing down towards Wang Gang, who was closest to the stone tablet, like a waterfall. What? Wang Gang was caught off guard, and the thick layer of dark yellow primal energy armor on his body was instantly torn apart, as if made of paper. He roared fiercely, pushing his body refinement techniques to the limit, his bronze skin gleaming with a metallic sheen, crossing his arms in front of himself, and his entire bodis energy and blood surged, as if set ablaze. Bang! A dull yet extreme boom echoed. Wang Gang was struck as if hit by an invisible giant hammer, his entire body flung backward, spitting out a mouthful of blood mixed with bits of internal organs in midair, with a clear sound of bone fractures coming from his arms. He crashed heavily onto the ground 7 to 8 zhang away, rolling several times before coming to a stop, his breath instantly waning, only able to look at the dark stone tablet with a mixture of astonishment and rage. Evidently, the trial of this stone tablet was not simply about getting close. The closer one got to the end, the more terrifying the knife intense counterattack became. The last 3 zhang truly formed an insurmountable chasm. Almost simultaneously as Wang Gang was sent flying, the concentrated torrent of knife intent that had surged towards him instantly dissipated, returning to a pressure that filled the cave. However, the knife intent within the cave seemed slightly thinner and more chaotic due to the recent explosion. Now was the moment. Lin Chen pushed his speed to the limit, his figure transforming into a blurred blue shadow skimming close to the ground, charging towards the stone tablet with determination. At the same time, he released his knife momentum, which had been initially polished by the martial king's knife intent and had become several times more solid without reservation. No longer just protecting a 3-foot radius around him, it transformed into a condensed, invisible blade cleaving forward to pave the way for him. 7 zhang, 6 zhang, 5 zhang, 4 zhang. As he approached the stone tablet, the knife intent remained terrifying, but Lin Chen's speed was too swift, and his knife momentum was effective, allowing him to charge through 4 zhang in this brief moment, stepping into the final 3 zhang forbidden zone. The moment he stepped into the 3 zhang range, the dark stone tablet trembled again. An even more majestic and refined, terrifying knife intent filled with a hint of anger seemed to awaken like a slumbering ancient beast, transforming into an even thicker and brighter invisible blade, descending upon Lin Chen. This strike was 3 times stronger than the one that struck Wang Gang. Retreat. Absolutely impossible. Fire ignited in Lin Chen's eyes, and rather than retreating, he let out a long roar, pouring all his spirit, will, and primal energy into his knife momentum, charging upwards against the descending invisible blade. It was not about resisting with brute force, but using his own knife momentum to cut through this martial king's knife intense oppression. Using his own understanding of knife to validate this higher realm of knife path. Open for me. In his mental world it felt as if thunder had exploded. Lin Chen's solid knife momentum violently collided with the terrifying knife intent descending from the stone tablet. There was no sound, yet it was more soul-shattering than any sound. Lin Chen's body shook violently, blood oozed from all 7 orifices, and his mind felt as if it were pierced by countless steel knives causing unbearable pain. His surrounding knife momentum fluctuated violently, almost dissipating. Yet he gritted his teeth, his level knife technique talent instantly digesting and absorbing the countless knife principles he had understood earlier, supporting his indomitable will. Lin Chen's knife momentum on the brink of collapse began to actively absorb and fuse with the terrifying knife intent that contained the Tao and principles he understood in a mysterious manner. Like a seedling in a storm, turning rainwater and torn soil into nutrients for growth. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Blood trickled from the corner of Lin Chen's mouth, his figure staggered, but each step was resolutely forward. With every step his knife momentum became more refined and powerful, the true meaning of cutting within it becoming increasingly clear and domineering. Finally, after paying a heavy price with his knife momentum nearly obliterated and reborn, Lin Chen staggered and broke through the last 3 zhang of the deathly forbidden zone, reaching within 1 zhang of the dark stone tablet. Upon arriving here, the terrifying invisible knife intent pressure suddenly lightened. It did not vanish, but became more restrained and profound, as if transforming from a raging sea into a deep starry sky waiting for a fated one to interpret. Lin Chen propped himself up with his knife, gasping heavily, his body drenched in blood, yet his eyes shone brightly, like the most dazzling stars in the night sky, fixating on the dark stone tablet that was so close. The surface of the stone tablet, smooth as a mirror, no longer appeared empty in his eyes, but began to slowly reveal countless fine silver runes that moved as if alive. These runes were indeed formed from the purest knife intent. They combined and transformed, ultimately forming an esoteric and unfathomable knife technique. At the same time, an ancient thought, desolate and domineering, as if transcending endless time and space, resonated loudly in a sea of consciousness. Those who wield the knife in later generations, able to withstand my intent and approach within 3 zhang of my tablet, may learn the first form of my heaven-cutting blade technique. Flow break. Heaven-cutting blade technique. Flow break. Before the pitch-black stone tablet, the air was thick with blade intent, weaving together starlight and bloodlight. Lin Chen leaned on his sword, breathing heavily as he absorbed the first form of the sky-slaying blade technique, the flow break. After receiving the inheritance, Lin Chen raised his head, his gaze cold, as he looked toward the injured Wang Gang not far away. At this moment, Wang Gang was in a state of utter disarray. With fractured arms, a concave chest, and blood continuously oozing from his mouth and nose, his breath was weak. The once domineering arrogance had long vanished, leaving only shock, horror, and the shame and fury of being overtaken by a newcomer, potentially losing the inheritance. Cough. Cough. Wang Gang coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood, staring with bloodshot eyes fixed on Lin Chen, who stood a yard away before the stone tablet. Seeing that Lin Chen had completed the inheritance, the last shred of hope in Wang Gang's heart shattered. The inheritance. That newcomer had truly withstood the final and most powerful blade intent of the stone tablet and obtained the martial king's legacy. And he, Wang Gang, the most gifted talent of the Wang family in this generation, had become someone else's stepping stone, failing at the last moment. Hand over the inheritance. Wang Gang hoarsely yelled, his eyes filled with madness and greed. I found it first. You merely stumbled upon it. Hand it over, and my Wang family can spare your life and even offer you unimaginable benefits. Otherwise, once I recover, I will ensure you meet a gruesome end. Though severely injured, Wang Gang still relied on the prestige of the Wang family and his usual domineering habits, attempting to threaten and entice Lin Chen. Spare my life. A gruesome end. Lin Chen slowly straightened up, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, revealing a cold, piercing smile. Wang Gang, it seems you still don't grasp the situation. Right now you're lying on the ground like a dead dog, and your life and death are in my hands. Lin Chen grasped the hilt of the shadow blade, stepping toward Wang Gang. His steps were light, yet in the silent cave they felt like a stomp on Wang Gang's heartbeat. With each step, he took his aura solidified further. Though his spiritual energy was greatly depleted and his internal injuries not yet healed, the blade intent he had just comprehended, a pure and domineering force, slowly emanated, locking onto Wang Gang. What do you want? Wang Gang felt the blade intent slightly weaker than that of the stone tablet, but far more agile and filled with lethal intent locking onto him, and he finally felt true fear. Wang Gang sensed that the other party truly harbored murderous intent. I am of the direct lineage of the Wang family. If I die here, the Wang family will definitely investigate. In heaven or on earth, there is no place for you to hide. The dead cannot deliver messages. Lin Chen halted 3 yards away from Wang Gang, a distance that was negligible for someone of his clever speed talent. Lin Chen slowly raised the shadow blade, its edge pointing straight at Wang Gang, his voice calm, yet laced with chilling coldness. Don't you want the inheritance? Very well, let me show you. Behold, this is the first form of the sky-slaying blade technique, flow break. This strike he pursued only one intent, to sever. To sever the flow of water, to sever vitality, to sever all obstacles and connections. The true meaning of break. The shadow blade seemed to vanish, or perhaps it transformed into an extension of Lin Chen's arm. He executed a move so simple, an even slice from left to right. Only a thin gray-white line sharpened to perfection, nearly transparent, detached from the blade's edge, silently slicing through the air, heading toward Wang Gang. This line moved faster than Wang Gang could react in his severely injured state, carrying an intent that made his soul tremble. The intent of severing derived from the martial Kingstone tablet, which Lin Chen had just begun to comprehend. Before this strike, he felt as if his connection to the world's spiritual energy was severed, his sense of blood and chi diminished, even his thoughts momentarily stagnated. No. Wang Gang's pupils shrank to pinpricks, his heart letting out a desperate roar. Instinctively, he tried to urge his last bit of blood and chi to cast a life-saving technique or summon a protective treasure. But in his injured state, his reaction was delayed by more than a beat. Swish. A barely audible sound. Wang Gang stood frozen in place, his face contorted with madness, fear, resentment, and disbelief. All frozen. A thin red line emerged from his brow, straight down, slicing past his nose, lips, jaw, neck, chest, and abdomen. In the next moment, his body split cleanly along this red line, slowly sliding apart to the sides. The cut was as smooth as a mirror, with not a drop of blood spilling out, as if all vitality had been utterly severed in that instant of flow break. It was only when the two halves of the corpse hit the ground, organs spilling out, that dark red blood gushed forth like a flood, instantly staining the surrounding ground. Wang Gang, the Wang family's gifted body refinement genius, a latest-stage Grand Martial Master, was instantly killed by Lin Chen with the newly learned Martial King's blade technique, flow break. Until the end, his eyes still held a lingering shock and bewilderment, as if unable to understand why his formidable body refinement frame crumbled like paper before this seemingly ordinary strike. Huff! Lin Chen sheathed his blade, his face slightly pale. The consumption of executing this flow break was greater than he had anticipated, draining more than half of his remaining spiritual energy and placing a heavy burden on his mental will. After all, Lin Chen was still only a Grand Martial Master, yet the effect was terrifying. The severing characteristic of this strike, catching opponents off guard, was nearly a guaranteed kill against peers. This place is not suitable for staying long. With Wang Gang dead here, the Wang family would come looking soon. Moreover, the Zhou family members who had previously entered the ruins, and that mysterious third-party force could appear in this cave at any moment. Lin Chen quickly approached the two halves of Wang Gang's corpse, forcing himself to endure the stench of blood as he began to loot for spoils. First, he took the bulging high-quality storage bag from Wang Gang's waist, forcibly breaking through its faint residual imprint to explore inside. The storage bag had a decent space filled with many items. The most eye-catching was a small mountain of dark red or glistening with a metallic sheen. Crimson blood gold, an excellent material for body refinement, also usable for forging weapons worth quite a bit, easily over 1,000 pounds. Beside it lay several jade boxes containing precious spiritual herbs specifically for refining the body, such as dragon elephant bone tempering grass and golden body fruit, all around 200 to 300 years old. Additionally, there were dozens of bottles of various elixirs, mainly for healing, replenishing blood and chi, and assisting in body refinement, all of decent quality. There were also 2,000 to 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. Amidst a pile of miscellaneous items, Lin Chen discovered a black token, neither metal nor iron, engraved with an ancient Wang character on the front and intricate cloud patterns on the back, faintly pulsing with a bloodline aura. This should be the Wang family's identity token. There was also a slightly aged leather map, seemingly depicting part of the Yunwu marsh area, with some markers on it, one of which seemed to be near these ruins, specially circled with a small knife-shaped symbol beside it. The Wang family truly came prepared. This map. Lin Chen's heart stirred as he carefully memorized the map, and along with the token, crimson blood gold, spiritual herbs, elixirs, and spirit stones, transferred all the valuable items into his storage space. As for Wang Gang's shattered rune-imbued special armor and some scraps, he didn't even glance at them. Having completed all this, Lin Chen gazed at the stone tablet, which stood tall and dark, its blade intense. Lin Chen understood that he had acquired the inheritance of this stone tablet. The blade intent inscribed upon it might gradually dissipate over time, or perhaps await the next fated individual, but that no longer concerned him. Without a hint of nostalgia, Lin Chen turned and walked toward the dark door from which he had come. As he passed by the door, he casually closed it again and activated his chi to slightly disturb the traces at the seam, attempting to delay the discovery. Leaving the dark chamber, he returned to the stone hall with 3 branching paths. The left passage still resonated with faint, intense battle fluctuations, indicating that the Zhou family and possibly a third party were still entangled there. He had already explored the dark chamber of the middle passage. Now only the right passage, from which a faint medicinal fragrance emanated, remained. Spiritual herbs. Just what I need for a large amount of resources to recover and cultivate. Moreover, before exploring the core of the ruins, it was prudent to stockpile more spiritual herbs. Lin Chen's mind quickly made a decision. With a flash of his figure, he slipped into the right passage, which was shrouded in the faint scent of medicine. The passage twisted downward, the light growing dimmer, yet the spiritual energy in the air became increasingly dense, and the medicinal fragrance became clearer. Not long after, a faint glow and the sound of flowing water appeared ahead. Around a bend, he was greeted by a vast hemispherical natural cave. Countless stalactites hung from the ceiling, dripping pearly droplets infused with spiritual energy. At the center of the ground lay a pond approximately an acre in size, its waters crystal clear, shimmering with a faint spiritual light. Surrounding the pond, as well as in the crevices of the cave walls and small patches of earth, were large clusters of spiritual herbs rarely seen in the outside world. Purple-veined Ganoderma. Look at those patterns, at least 300 years old. Ice heart jade lotus. Unexpectedly a 7th grade. Dragon blood ginseng. Such a rich vitality. And over there. That is the main herb for refining the congealed essence, pill starlight grass. So much of it. Lin Chen's eyes burst forth with excitement. This was simply a natural medicinal garden. Moreover, due to the closure of the secret realm, no one had picked them, leading many spiritual herbs to age significantly. The mixed medicinal fragrance in the air invigorated the spirit, with his chi becoming more active. However, he immediately noticed that this cave was not without danger. In the pond, several shadows swam slowly, exuding a formidable aura. In the dark crevices of the cave walls, some vividly colored, evidently toxic snakes and insects lay in ambush. Moreover, beside the spiritual herbs with the densest spiritual energy, fierce guardian beasts lurked, one of which was a toad covered in ice-blue scales lying beside the ice heart jade lotus, its aura unmistakably at the level of a high-grade fierce beast. As expected, heavenly materials and earthly treasures must have extraordinary beasts guarding them. Lin Chen did not feel fear. Instead, he was eager to try. First I will recover, and then begin the harvest. Lin Chen's lips curled slightly as he sat cross-legged behind a dry boulder not far away, taking a few healing and chi recovery pills, beginning to swiftly adjust his condition. Inside the medicinal garden cave, spiritual energy lingered, and the fragrance of herbs was. The pond's surface rippled, reflecting the stalactites hanging from the dome, and the faint light emitted by the spiritual herbs, presenting a scene of tranquil and serene paradise, if one overlooked the few recently deceased, still warm, fierce beast corpses on the ground. Lin Chen stood with his sword sheathed, his breath slightly fluctuating, yet his gaze remained sharp as ever. Dealing with the advanced pinnacle ice-scaled toad and several other intermediate and advanced guardian beasts had not exhausted him too much. Although the recently comprehended flow-severing style consumed a great deal and was not suitable for frequent use, his great swordsmanship talent combined with the perfected dragon-soaring sword technique was more than sufficient to slay these beasts with low intelligence, relying mainly on instinct and talent to fight. Particularly in the application of sword momentum, he was becoming increasingly adept. Often with a press of the sword's momentum, he could disrupt the rhythm of the fierce beasts and seize the opportunity for a killing blow. He quickly dealt with the spoils, carefully collecting the heart blood of the ice-scaled toad and other advanced fierce beasts, and removing valuable materials from their bodies. As for those intermediate fierce beasts, he only took the heart blood, leaving the rest for now. After completing this, he gazed at the rare spiritual herbs filling the cave, a flicker of eagerness crossing his eyes. The rewards here were enough to support his cultivation to the master realm, even more than sufficient. Especially the 7th grade ice heart jade lotus, and those few main herbs over 500 years old, which were truly hard to come by. However, just as he was about to start harvesting, his keen senses detected a faint, subtle movement coming from deep within the right passage. It was not the crawling or low growls of fierce beasts, but rather footsteps that were deliberately softened, yet still difficult to completely conceal. Moreover, it was not just one person. The rhythm of the footsteps varied in weight, evidently belonging to trained human martial artists who were quietly approaching the cave. They certainly arrived quickly. Lin Chen's eyes turned cold. It seemed that besides the Zhou family and that mysterious third party, there might be other latecomers who had entered the ruins. Or perhaps the Zhou family or the third party had dispatched some individuals to explore this fragrant medicinal passage. Regardless of who it was, their intentions were clear: to compete with him for the spiritual herbs filling this cave. Thinking of picking peaches. It's not that easy. Lin Chen scoffed in his heart. Having just undergone a series of battles and comprehensions, although he had consumed a fair amount, he was still in good condition, especially with his newly acquired martial king sword techniques, needing practical combat to hone. Moreover, this was his home turf. Having arrived first, he was familiar with the environment, and had already killed the guardian beasts, gaining a significant advantage. Lin Chen quickly scanned the cave. The cave entrance passage was located on one side of the cave, extending inward in an irregular trumpet shape. The light at the exit was dim, and several massive stalactites that had fallen from the dome were piled up, forming a natural concealment. The center of the cave featured the pond and an open area with spiritual herbs growing along the surrounding rock walls. The terrain was not complicated, but the interplay of light and shadow created many dark areas. Right here, I'll wait for you to come in. Lin Chen made a quick decision. With a flicker of his figure, his Kraid speed talent activated silently, and he blended into the shadows like a stealthy leopard, quietly slipping near the exit of the passage, hiding behind the largest stalactite. This spot offered a good view, allowing him to observe the situation in the passage while being obscured by the shadow of the boulder, making it extremely difficult to detect. He suppressed his aura to the extreme, activating his Grade disguise talent to meld with the surrounding environment, providing Lin Chen with an extra layer of protection. Lin Chen held the shadow blade, keeping the blade close to his leg to avoid reflections. His mental energy spread like an invisible web, quietly extending into the depths of the passage, capturing the increasingly clear footsteps and faint conversations. The fragrance of medicine grew ever stronger. There must be a large number of spiritual herbs ahead. That fool Wang Gang only knows to charge through the middle path, but this herb garden to the right should belong to my Zhou family. A somewhat sharp, excited, and greedy young male voice came through, laced with arrogance. Young Master Zhou Tong, you must remain cautious. This place is a secret realm fraught with unknown dangers. Moreover, that third party's movements have been mysterious. We must be on guard, a more composed, middle-aged male voice reminded. What is there to fear? With you, Uncle Chi, a peak grandmaster of the sword path here, and with us few, as long as we do not encounter a master who can withstand the brilliance of my Zhou family in this relic. The young voice was unconcerned. Hurry up, lest someone else snatches the opportunity. I heard that brash fellow from the Wang family has also entered. What if we run into him? Though Wang Gang is strong in body refinement, our Zhou family sword techniques are not necessarily afraid of him. However, it is always wise to be cautious, the middle-aged man known as Uncle Chi said with a steady tone, though his footsteps noticeably quickened. The sound of footsteps grew nearer, and the blurred figures within the passage became clearer. There were 5. At the forefront was a man in his 40s with a gaunt face, 3 strands of long beard, carrying a long sword with its sheath on his back. His aura was dense and his steps were steady. He was none other than Zhou Zhenghong, one of the leaders of this expedition from the Zhou family, a peak grandmaster with profound swordsmanship. Beside him was a young man in his early 20s with a pale complexion and an air of arrogance in his brows and eyes, clad in fine clothing and wearing a beautifully decorated sword at his waist. His cultivation was at the early stage of grandmaster, clearly the young master, Zhou Tong, a direct descendant of the Zhou family. Behind the two were 3 formidable Zhou family guards, all at the peak of martial masters, to the early stage of grandmaster, wielding sharp swords with vigilant eyes. Look, there's light ahead. Such a rich fragrance of medicine. Zhou Tong was the first to spot the faint glow at the exit of the passage, along with the overwhelming fragrance of herbs, and instantly whispered, excitedly hastening his steps. Young master, slow down. Zhou Zhenghong frowned slightly, but quickened his pace to follow. He too felt quite moved. Such a rich and pure fragrance of medicine likely hinted at an unimaginable quantity and quality of spiritual herbs ahead. The 5 soon reached the edge of the passage's exit, slowing their steps and cautiously looking outside. Upon seeing the spiritual light pool of about an acre within the cave, surrounded by numerous rare spiritual herbs with astonishing ages and diverse varieties on the rock walls, even Zhou Zhenghong, with his calm demeanor, instantly erupted with fervent light in his eyes. Zhou Tong was even more excited, trembling all over, nearly bursting out to rush forward. We've struck it rich. This time we're truly lucky. So many spiritual herbs. All over 100 years old. And there's the Ice Heart Jade Lotus. That's the main ingredient for refining the Ice Heart pill. Huh. Zhou Tong couldn't contain his low laughter. Silence. Zhou Zhenghong snapped in a low voice, his sharp gaze scanning the cave. He noticed the corpses of the ice-scaled toads and other fierce beasts that had perished by the pool, his pupils constricting slightly. The guardian beasts have already been dealt with. Someone has come before us. What? Zhou Tong and the other guards were startled, immediately gripping their swords tightly and looking warily around. The cave was silent with only the sound of dripping water. The corpses still have warmth, they just died not long ago. Where are the others? Zhou Zhenghong spoke in a deep voice, his spiritual sense spreading like a tide to probe the cave. He did not detect any obvious presence of living beings, but his keen intuition as a sword cultivator sent a vague feeling of danger, as if a hidden snake was watching him. Perhaps they dealt with the ferocious beasts and temporarily left. Or, are they hiding in the shadows? One guard whispered. Search. Remain vigilant. Zhou Zhenghong decisively ordered. The opportunity was right before them, and it was impossible to give up because of a hint of fear. Just as Zhou Zhenghong's left foot stepped out of the shadow of the passage, completely exposed to the relatively bright light of the cave, an unexpected change occurred. Lin Chen, who had been as still as a rock, perfectly blended with the shadows, finally moved. Capture the ringleader, first strike at the vital point. This movement was like a long-hidden leopard finally revealing its fangs. His speed was so fast that it left a blurred green afterimage in the air, along with a condensed domineering seemingly capable of severing all ferocious knife aura, erupting like a ferocious beast firmly locking onto Zhou Zhenghong. What a... Zhou Zhenghong's hair stood on end, and his soul nearly fled. He never expected that the attacker was hiding so close at the entrance of the passage. Moreover, the explosive speed surpassed his expectations. Even more terrifying was that knife aura. Although it was not as vast as the previous stone tablet's knife intent, it was purer and more lethal, causing even a peak grandmaster like him, who had immersed himself in the sword path for decades, to feel a pang of trepidation. Be careful, he roared, the long sword behind him instantly unsheathed, transforming into a sharp blue sword light. Without a moment's thought, relying on the instincts honed from years of life and death battles, he thrust at the incoming green shadow. However, Lin Chen's speed was too fast. He simply sidestepped to avoid this strike. His shadow blade had already transformed into a cold gray lightning. Ignoring the defensive sword aura, Zhou Zhenghong hastily set up, striking directly at his throat. Not using flow break was due to its excessive consumption, and against a sword cultivator who was not renowned for defense, employing the perfected dragon play sword technique combined with Kraid's speed and the comprehended knife aura was already deadly enough. Uncle Chi. Zhou Tong was horrified and wanted to save him, but his speed compared to Lin Chen was as slow as a turtle. The guard beside him could only let out an angry roar, thrusting his sword at Lin Chen's back. Clang! At the critical moment, Zhou Zhenghong displayed the formidable strength of a peak grandmaster sword cultivator. In such an unfavorable situation, he surprisingly managed to flick his wrist, bending the sword body of his stabbed sword like a spirit snake, accurately blocking the blade of the shadow blade. The clash of metal echoed, sparks flying. However, Lin Chen's strike was not only fast, but also possessed an astonishing strength. Under the enhancement of grade strength talent combined with the forward thrust, the immense force contained within the blade was like a mountain collapsing and a tsunami. Puff! Although Zhou Zhenghong blocked the blade, that terrifying force traveled through the sword, causing his tiger's mouth to instantly rupture, and the long sword let out a mournful cry, being forcefully shaken out of his hand. Moreover, he himself felt as if struck by a heavy blow. A dull ache surged in his chest, blood churning, staggering backward for several steps, a trickle of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. With one strike, he had knocked the weapon of a peak grandmaster sword cultivator away and injured him. Before Zhou Zhenghong could stabilize himself, disregarding the long sword stabbing from behind, and Zhou Tong's frantic attacks beside him, Lin Chen changed the momentum of his blade, unleashing the dragon play sword technique, dragon roaming the seas, moving with the blade, as if a specter circling around to Zhou Zhenghong's side, delivering a reverse strike aimed at his neck. Fast, ruthless, precise. Without a shred of hesitation, every strike was lethal. Zhou Zhenghong had lost his weapon, and with blood churning, he faced this faster and more cunning strike, completely unable to evade. A flash of despair and madness crossed his eyes. With a furious roar, he unexpectedly advanced, instead of retreating, his fingers like a sword, gathering all his life's cultivation at his fingertips. With a determination to perish together, he pointed at Lin Chen's temple. It was indeed a mutually destructive tactic. Want to exchange lives? You think you are worthy? Lin Chen scoffed. Kraid's speed talent exploded once more, his figure like a fish in water, narrowly dodging that fierce fingersword, while the knife in his hand changed its target. Swish! The blade swept past, blood splattered. Zhou Zhenghong's right hand, which had pointed out, was severed at the wrist. The severed palm flew up, and blood gushed forth. Oh! Zhou Zhenghong let out a piercing scream, the intense pain and blood loss causing him to instantly lose his balance and fall backward. Uncle Chi. Zhou Tong's eyes widened in rage and fear, wildly thrusting that beautifully decorated sword toward Lin Chen's back, trying to force him back. The guard also turned red with rage, recklessly lunging forward. Annoying. Lin Chen did not even look back, executing a reverse strike, with hidden dragon emerging from abyss, the blade light rising from below, accurately striking Zhou Tong's sword. Clang! Zhou Tong felt an overwhelming force surge through, causing his tiger's mouth to rupture, and the beautiful sword flew out of his hand, sending him reeling backward. At the same time, Lin Chen's left leg whipped like a whip, striking fiercely at the chest of the attacking guard. The clear sound of bones cracking echoed. The guard's breastbone caved in, blood spraying from his mouth as he flew backward like a broken sack, crashing against the rock wall, sliding down softly, his life unknown. From the sudden attack to injuring Zhou Zhenghong, sending Zhou Tong flying, and kicking the guard away, the entire process took only 2 or 3 breaths. The 2 guards stationed at the entrance of the passage had not even fully reacted yet. By the time they realized what had happened, their hearts chilled with fear, and they dared not approach, instinctively retreating into the passage. Lin Chen whirled around and pursued the 2 guards who had been paralyzed with terror. Utterly broken by fear, they possessed no capacity to resist, and fell before him with chilling ease. In the next instant, he blurred across the space and stood beside the guard who had been kicked aside, ending his life with a single decisive stroke. Then, gripping his blood-dripping blade, he strode forward, step by deliberate step, toward Zhou Zhenghong, whose arm had been severed and whose face had paled to the hue of bleached parchment, now frantically attempting to stem the bleeding with his lone hand, eyes burning with venomous dread, and toward Zhou Tong, who sat crumpled on the ground, trembling violently, his trousers soaked through with urine. Who are you? What grudge do you hold against the Zhou clan? Zhou Zhenghong shrieked, his voice twisted by agony and terror. None at all, Lin Chen replied, voice calm and level. It is simply that I have claimed this medicinal garden. You should never have come here. As the final word fell, steel flashed once more. Zhou Zhenghong's roar of fury and desperate plea died mid-breath. His head rolled away. Zhou Tong, shattered by terror, wept and slobbered, spare me. Spare me. I am the legitimate heir of the Zhou clan. Name your price. I'll give you anything. All the spirit herbs are yours. Every treasure upon my person is yours. Just spare my life. Oh. Lin Chen pressed the tip of his blade against Zhou Tong's throat. Cold, unyielding, piercing. The legitimate heir. His worth must be higher. Yes. I'll serve as your hostage. My father is a senior elder of the Zhou clan. He'll ransom me without hesitation. Zhou Tong seized the words like a drowning man grasping at reeds, babbling incoherently. A pity. I have no need for such a thing. Lin Chen shook his head, his gaze utterly still, devoid of ripple or regret. He knew well the peril of releasing a tiger back into the mountains. Moreover, having slain both the Zhou clan's legitimate heir and their expedition leader, a grand martial master at the peak of his cultivation, the enmity was irrevocable. To spare or slay made no difference in outcome. The blade swept. Zhou Tong's fleeting hope froze upon his face, then dissolved into bottomless terror and the dull gray of death. Swiftly looting the storage pouches and valuables from Zhou Zhenghong, Zhou Tong and the slain guard Lin Chen did not so much as glance toward the tunnel where the other 2 guards had long since fled into oblivion. This place was no sanctuary. Time was scarce. He must harvest the spirit herbs swiftly and depart. Without delay, he lunged toward the cavern's bounty of rare spirit flora, moving with the focused efficiency of a seasoned apiarist gathering nectar. His jade spade danced. Each herb, a prize capable of igniting bloodshed beyond these walls, was unearthed with meticulous care and sealed within specially crafted jade boxes before vanishing into his spatial storage. The ice heart jade lotus floating upon the pool, the purple-veined spirit fungus clinging to the cavern wall, the dragon blood ginseng rooted deep in the earth. One priceless treasure after another vanished into his possession. Yet just as he harvested halfway, his vigilance slackened, when a stealthy, bone-deep chill struck him like the flicker of a serpent's tongue, an icy, lethal intent, silent and absolute, locked onto him. That killing intent did not emanate from the tunnel nor from the cavern entrance. It rose instead from the depths of the pool itself. Lin Chen's pupils contracted sharply, his body recoiled in explosive retreat. Simultaneously, he unleashed the full force of his blade technique, still only partially recovered, wrapping himself in its shadowed defense. The shadow veil blade crossed before his chest, his gaze sharp as lightning, fixed unblinking upon the deceptively placid, crystal-clear water. The pool split open without sound. A figure black as ink rose slowly, smooth, seamless, disturbingly still. When it fully emerged and revealed its true form, even Lin Chen's ironclad composure faltered, drawing a sharp, involuntary breath. It was a serpent, or rather a colossal python. Yet its form bore no resemblance to any ordinary. Its body was not excessively thick, only the girth of a water barrel, but stretched over 10 zhang in length, sheathed entirely in tightly packed lustrous scales, black as polished jet, each one shimmering with a light devouring obsidian sheen. Its triangular head lifted high, crowned by a pair of vertical, cold, crimson star-like eyes. Minuscule, yet infinitely ancient, fixed upon Lin Chen with utter emotionless predation. Its forked black tongue flickered in and out, emitting a soft, ceaseless hiss that sent shivers deep. Most arresting of all was the single 3-inch-long horn jutting straight upward from its brow. A needle-sharp crystalline black spike, its base threaded with faint pulsing vein-like crimson traceries that radiated an unsettling aura of razor-edged lethality and arcane strangeness. What truly constricted Lin Chen's pupils, however, was not merely its grotesque form or chilling intent, but the overwhelming, volatile, and terrifying aura emanating from it, immense, ferocious, yet subtly unstable, like a storm barely contained. This aura dwarfed even the most formidable spirit beasts he'd faced before, surpassing Wang Gang, whom he'd cleaved apart with his river-cutting technique by several orders of magnitude, reaching into an entirely new tier of existence. It was the oppressive weight of a master-level cultivator. Though the pressure ebbed and surged erratically, as if newly ascended and still unsteady in its newfound sovereignty, the title remained absolute. A master's life essence was fundamentally transformed. A newly ascended apex spirit beast, Lin Chen instantly deduced. No wonder the pool had lain silent while he dispatched guardians and fought the Zhou clan. The depths concealed a behemoth mid-breakthrough. The residual shockwaves of his battle, and the thick, cloying scent of blood, must have disturbed, perhaps even enraged, this freshly ascended beast, desperate to stabilize its realm and replenish itself with vital essence. Without hesitation, his copy talent activated, his gaze locking onto the ink-black horned serpent. Spirit beast, horned inkscale python. Bloodline talent rank C. Speed talent rank C. Strength talent rank C. Stealth talent rank D. Toxin talent rank D. The data flooded his mind, jolting his heart with violent intensity. Rank C bloodline talent, equal to his own current cultivation talent, and paired with rank C speed and strength talents. What did this signify? That though this horned inkscale python had ascended to masterhood via rank C bloodline alone, its speed and strength ranked among the very finest at this nascent stage of mastery. Coupled with its rank D stealth and toxin talents, it was a predator born. No wonder it had lain undetected in the pool's abyss. Its realm remains unstable, fresh from breakthrough. Lin Chen's gaze slowly shifted from the monstrous beast to the fathomless darkness beneath it, the pool's unfathomable depths. For a rank bloodline spirit beast to achieve mastery within a secret realm, this pool must conceal an unimaginable boon. Perhaps a legendary celestial ingredient, or a condensate of millennia of spiritual energy, or, even more likely, the legacy of this ruins master, a cultivation-enhancing artifact. Thoughts ignited like lightning. Fear. No. What surged instead was a ravenous, almost manic exhilaration, instantly eclipsing primal dread of a master-level foe. A master-level spirit beast is not invincible. A flash of glacial fury blazed in Lin Chen's eyes. Freshly ascended realm unanchored. That was its greatest vulnerability. And he possessed rank C speed, perhaps matching its swiftness. With rank B swordsmanship and the newly acquired river-cutting technique of the martial king, his offensive power might yet pierce its defenses. With rank D regeneration, his margin for error widened, giving him time to wear it down strike by strike until it bled into oblivion. Fortune favors the bold. Let us seize it. At the moment Lin Chen's killing intent surged and his battle spirit ignited, the one-horned black-scaled python seemed to have completely lost its patience, or rather was enraged by Lin Chen's unabashed aura of murder and greed. A sharp, piercing hiss erupted suddenly, as if it could tear through the very soul. The massive body of the one-horned black-scaled python shot out, leaving a series of black afterimages in the air. It did not open its mouth to bite. Instead, its black horn, like the sharpest spear, concentrated a dark red glow at its tip, radiating a terrifying force that pierced the void, aimed directly at Lin Chen's brow. At the same time, its thick tail swept quietly from the side, like a black steel whip, sealing off Lin Chen's. Faced with this deadly pincer attack, there was no fear in Lin Chen's eyes. Instead, an unprecedented brilliance erupted. He fully activated his clever speed talent, moving forward instead of retreating slightly, tilting his head to face the incoming horn. With a swish, the black horn grazed his temple, the sharp wind causing his cheek to sting and several strands of hair to be silently severed. Meanwhile, the shadow blade in his hand had already transformed into a streak of gray lightning, not aimed at the horn, but cleaving towards the middle section of the sweeping giant tail. With a clang, the blade met the tail, emitting a tremendous roar akin to the clash of metal. Sparks flew. Lin Chen felt an irresistible torrent of immense force surge through the blade, instantly shattering his grip, blood seeping out as he was jolted backward, his internal energy roiling. Such immense power, truly befitting a top-tier beast with a clever strength talent. Even just having broken through, its strength far exceeded that of an ordinary peak martial master. Moreover, the giant tail of the one-horned black-scaled python bore a wound about a foot long, its black scales shattered, dark red blood flowing out, yet the injury was not deep, clearly indicating its formidable defense. With that single strike, both sides gained a preliminary understanding of each other's strength. Lin Chen's power was slightly inferior, but his speed did not seem to lag behind, while the blade was sufficient to breach defenses. The one-horned black-scaled python had the advantage in strength with extraordinarily strong defense, rapid speed, and the added danger of poison. Its injury seemed to further provoke this ferocious beast. The killing intent surged in its crimson vertical pupils as its massive body twisted, with a flexibility uncharacteristic of its size, lunging again, its giant mouth opening to reveal a row of white interlaced venomous fangs, a stream of dark green poison spraying forth like an arrow aimed straight at Lin Chen's face. Simultaneously, the horn claws and giant tail launched an unending assault from different angles. Lin Chen pushed his movement technique to the limit, combining the dragon blade technique with his clever speed, turning into elusive afterimages within the cave, dodging and weaving around the terrifying beast. Inside the cave, the blade light crisscrossed the python's shadow, surged, booming sounds echoed continuously, and debris flew everywhere. The violent aftermath of the battle stirred the waters of the pool into a tumultuous wave, destroying many spiritual herbs growing at the edges, but Lin Chen could not afford to feel any regret. Once again narrowly avoiding the horn's thrust and the spray of poison, Lin Chen's body leveraged backward, creating several yards of distance as his breath quickened slightly. His gaze fixed firmly on the one-horned black-scaled python that was lunging at him again. Now is the time. Lin Chen's eyes ignited with a brilliant light. He no longer dodged, but instead poured all his recently restored spiritual energy, along with his entire mental willpower, into the shadow blade. In his mind, the flow break principle resonating with his blade intent. He did not execute the complete energy-consuming flow break blade technique. Instead, he concentrated its true meaning into this single strike, transforming it into the most powerful move of the dragon blade technique. Dragon soars to the sky. Sever. Sever the life force. Sever the connection. Sever this beast's arrogant spirit. With a furious shout, Lin Chen merged with the blade light, moving with the blade as it transformed into a dragon, a blade light that was honed to perfection, seemingly capable of slicing through space and carrying the intent to sever. All surged upwards, unerringly aimed at the vital throat. This strike contained his preliminary comprehension of flow break, embodied the full brilliance of his bevel blade talent, and encompassed all the murderous intent and determination he had accumulated through the prolonged battle. PFF. A soft sound like a sharp blade penetrating soft flesh. Time seemed to freeze for a moment. The massive body of the one-horned black-scaled python lunging forward suddenly froze in midair, its crimson vertical pupils filled with fury, anger, and greed, swiftly replaced by endless terror, pain, and disbelief. From its wide-open mouth, a thin line of blood began to creep from deep within its throat, rising up, slicing through its upper jaw, and finally emerging from the base of its black horn on its forehead. Crack! A faint sound of fracturing echoed. A hairline crack appeared at the base of the sharp black horn, rapidly spreading. Hiss! Huh! The one-horned black-scaled python attempted to hiss, but only managed to produce a wheezing noise from its damaged throat. Its massive body began to convulse violently, dark red blood mixed with dark green poison gushing forth like a fountain from its mouth, nose, throat, and even the crack in its horn. Its terrifying aura dissipated rapidly like a deflated balloon. Boom! The 10-meter-long python body crashed heavily to the ground beside the pool, splashing up a storm of water, convulsing a few times before completely falling still. Those once cold and cruel vertical pupils quickly lost all luster, leaving only a dead grayish white. One strike and it was dead. Slain was the top-tier beast that had just broken through to the master level. Huff! Huff! Lin Chen knelt on one knee, propping himself on the blade, his face pale as paper, drenched in sweat, his chest heaving violently, each breath pulling at the severe pain in his lungs. That last strike had nearly drained all his remaining strength and spirit, and his internal injuries had worsened due to the forced exertion. His level healing talent was operating frantically, but recovery would take time. Lin Chen turned his gaze towards the deep pool. To allow a clever bloodline ferocious beast to break through to master level, there must be a treasure at the bottom of the pool. Moreover, the battle had caused too much commotion, and he needed to retrieve the treasure and leave quickly. He swallowed several of the best pills, adjusted his breath slightly, then took a deep breath and leaped into the icy, bone-chilling water, which was rich in spiritual energy. With the starry essence shielding him, he began to dive towards the bottom of the pool. The water was extremely deep, over 100 meters. The deeper he went, the greater the water pressure, and the purer and denser the spiritual energy became, with faint rays of light appearing to seep from the bottom of the pool. After diving for about a stick of incense's worth of time, his surroundings suddenly opened up. The bottom of the pond is not mud, but a flat surface of jade. At the center of the surface, there is a natural spring the size of a bowl gushing forth a milky white viscous liquid that exudes an intoxicating fragrance and overwhelming vitality. Around the spring, the jade has been eroded into a shallow pit, accumulating a thin layer of this liquid. Earth Heart Jade Essence. At least 1,000 years old. No, judging by the concentration and spiritual quality, it might be even older. Lin Chen's heart shook violently. The Earth Heart Jade Essence is the essence of the earth, possessing unparalleled benefits for cleansing marrow transformation, nurturing the soul, and aiding breakthroughs. This is extremely useful even for Grandmaster levels. This small pool is worth far more than all the spiritual herbs I've obtained before. No wonder that single-horned, ink-scaled python was able to break through here. Without hesitation, Lin Chen took out all the jade bottles and boxes he had on him, carefully collecting this immensely precious jade essence. It wasn't until he had scraped the shallow pit clean and filled over a dozen specially made jade bottles that he finally stopped. After collecting the jade essence, his gaze swept toward the spring itself. The spring seemed to connect to deeper veins of the earth, immovable. He noted the location and prepared to leave. However, just as he turned to ascend, a glimpse from the corner of his eye caught sight of something under an inconspicuous piece of jade behind the spring, seemingly pressing down on something that was neither stone nor jade. He swam over, pushed aside the jade, and underneath lay a palm-sized object, dark golden in color, heavy and cold to the touch, its surface engraved with complex and profound runes. A token. The front of the token bore an ancient character that Lin Chen did not recognize, yet it faintly emanated a vast aura that resonated with the remnants of this site. On the back was a simplified map, seemingly depicting the entirety of this misty marsh's secret realm, with a prominent mark resembling an eye at a certain location. Is this a key to the secret realm's nexus, or a key to deeper ruins? Lin Chen's heart stirred. He had no time to examine it closely and quickly tucked away the token. Without further delay, he kicked off with his legs, shooting upwards like an arrow. He soon broke through the water's surface and returned to the cave. At this moment, the cave was in disarray, a bloody stench filling the air. Lin Chen dared not linger, forcing himself to endure his weakness as he quickly swept through the remaining higher-grade spiritual herbs he could take, stuffing them into his storage space. Then, without even having time to deal with the corpses of the Zhou family members, he spotted a narrow crevice on the opposite side of the cave, obscured by vines, which was different from the passage he came through, and dove into it. The crevice was deep and dark, with no indication of where it led. At this moment, Lin Chen only wanted to quickly distance himself from this place of turmoil and find a completely safe spot to recuperate. The dark fissure twisted and plunged deep into the earth, extending into the unknown. Lin Chen struggled to keep his nearly exhausted body upright, relying on the faint sight and perception brought by the starlight elemental energy to stagger forward. He had no idea how long he had walked, maybe an hour, maybe longer. Finally, a glimmer of light appeared ahead, accompanied by the faint sound of flowing water, causing Lin Chen to perk up and quicken his pace. At the end of the crevice was a small underground cave, partially concealed by gigantic stalactites measuring only a few zhang in area, with an underground river flowing along one stone wall, bringing fresh moisture. The cave was dry, although the spiritual energy was not as dense as in the herb garden cave. It was still decent. Most importantly, it was well hidden, with a narrow entrance that was easy to defend and hard to attack. This is it. Lin Chen could no longer hold on, leaning against a smooth stone wall as he slowly slid to the ground. He took out several formation flags and set up simple warning and concealment formations at the entrance of the crevice and several key positions within the cave. Although the effects were limited, it was better than nothing. After completing these, Lin Chen forced himself to focus, first taking out a few of the best healing pills to consume, and then swallowing 2 pills to replenish his vitality and mental energy. Once his condition stabilized and no longer worsened, Lin Chen finally turned his gaze toward the dozen or so specially made jade bottles containing the Earth Heart Jade Essence. The milky white viscous jade essence flowed slowly within the bottles, exuding a gentle yet overwhelming spiritual light and intoxicating fragrance. Just the scent invigorated him, and the starlight elemental energy within him seemed to awaken a bit. 1,000-year Earth Heart Jade Essence. I hope it won't disappoint me. A hint of expectation flickered in Lin Chen's eyes. He took out a bottle, uncorked it, and suddenly a purer and more concentrated aura, as if infused with the very essence of the Earth's vitality, spread throughout the small cave, instantly elevating the concentration of spiritual energy. Carefully pouring out about 1/3 of the jade essence, roughly half a mouthful, he did not swallow it directly, but first enveloped it with his elemental energy and slowly sent it into his mouth.
The jade essence had no taste upon entry, but instantly transformed into a warm, vast, yet extremely pure flow that glided down his throat, quickly dispersing throughout his limbs, organs, and bones. Boom! An indescribable sensation of comfort instantly spread throughout his body. It felt as if, after a long drought, the cracked earth welcomed the source of life. Wherever that warm flow passed, the damaged meridians were nourished, repaired, and widened at a visible speed. The ruptured organs were quickly mended by the gentle, yet powerful vitality. The weary cells, like thirsty sponges, frantically absorbed the life essence within the jade essence, revitalizing themselves. Even the mental exhaustion and injuries seemed to be soothed and nourished, clearing his mind. Indeed, a treasure of heaven and earth. Lin Chen marveled inwardly, not daring to relax. He immediately activated the Taishu Star True Solution, guiding this vast and gentle energy along the route of his cultivation technique to refine it into his own starlight elemental energy. Under the nourishment of the thousand-year jade essence, his cultivation began to recover rapidly and surged toward a higher realm. The barrier of latest-stage Grandmaster was trembling under the impact of this vast and pure energy. Lin Chen did not rush to break through, but instead took a steady approach, using the jade essence's energy to repeatedly wash and temper his body and elemental energy, solidifying his foundation and repairing all hidden injuries. Uncertain how much time had passed, a bottle of jade essence was nearly depleted. The injuries within Lin Chen had largely healed, his elemental energy was restored to more than half, and his spirit was rejuvenated even better than before entering the secret realm. More importantly, his physical body had become more translucent and pure through the jade essence's refinement, his vitality surging like a dragon, a faint jade-like luster flowing beneath his skin. His organs were strong and vibrant. Almost there. It's time to break through to the peak of Grandmaster. Lin Chen's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he took out another bottle of jade essence, this time directly swallowing half of it. An even more overwhelming surge of energy erupted. Lin Chen focused his mind and fully activated his cultivation technique. The starlight elemental energy surged like the mighty Yangtze River, roaring through his expanded and strengthened meridians, launching a final assault on the barrier. Crack! The faint sound of something shattering echoed within him, and Lin Chen's cultivation directly reached the late stage of Grandmaster. Moreover, his foundation was exceptionally solid with no hint of instability. Next, it's time to go out. The Zhou family, the Wang family, and that mysterious third-party force. The competition for the core of the ruins should be reaching a boiling point by now. Lin Chen's gaze became profound and sharp as he stood up, stretched his limbs, and heard a series of cracking sounds throughout his body. His condition had fully returned to its peak, even better than before. He did not leave immediately, but took out another bottle of Earth Heart Jade Essence, consuming a small mouthful, continuing to circulate his energy to solidify his recently achieved breakthrough, aiming to adjust his condition to the most perfect state before facing the external turmoil. In the underground cave, time flowed silently during the meditation. When Lin Chen opened his eyes again, his aura had completely stabilized like a deep pool, concealing turbulent undercurrents beneath its calm surface. With the flawless cultivation of a latest-stage great martial master, every movement exuded a terrifying power that was restrained yet palpable. It's time. Lin Chen rose to his feet, dispelling the surrounding warning formations. He did not know how long he had been in the cave, but he suspected the battle for the core of the ruins must be at its most intense moment. The Zhou family and Wang family had lost important figures, and that mysterious third-party force, along with the martial artists drawn by the commotion, must have gathered at the core. Lin Chen executed his movement technique, resembling a weightless specter swiftly advancing along the slippery rock wall beside the waterway. With his clever speed talent, his figure transformed into an elusive shadow, silently moving forward. About half an hour later, a faint rumbling sound reminiscent of muffled thunder resonated ahead, mixed with shouts of anger, the clash of weapons, and the chaotic sounds of energy explosions. The spiritual energy in the air became exceptionally turbulent and chaotic, carrying a strong aura of slaughter. I've arrived. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened as he completely melded into the shadows, maximizing his camouflage talent, his aura receding to near nothingness as he stealthily approached the source of the sound. Turning around a massive stalagmite, he found himself in a vast, unimaginable giant cavern. The height of the cavern was so great that its ceiling was lost in darkness, obscured from sight. The breadth of the cavern stretched for several miles at a glance. At the center of the cavern stood a towering, dilapidated palace constructed from unknown dark blue stones. Though it had collapsed significantly, the remnants of its hall's columns and corridors still hinted at its former grandeur and majesty. The entire palace was enveloped in a faint golden semi-transparent barrier with countless intricate runes swirling on its surface, exuding a vast, ancient, and indestructible aura which guarded the core of the ruins.
At that moment beyond the barrier, chaos reigned in the battlefield. Hundreds of martial artists were scattered across the vast open spaces surrounding the palace, divided into clear factions filled with vigilance and hostility, having even erupted into small-scale conflicts. On one side, the Zhou family, Wang family, and Tianwu Academy were all present. Aside from these factions, the Loose Cultivator Alliance had gathered around 40 to 50 diverse martial artists. Further afield, there were also some scattered small groups, or lone wanderers. Lin Chen scanned the area, but did not spot Xin Wanjun or Han Yue, unsure whether they had yet to arrive or were hiding. At this moment, all eyes were focused on the faint golden barrier and the dozens of figures frantically. These dozens of individuals hailed from different factions, most being greedy loose cultivators or martial artists from small to medium families who could not suppress their desires or overestimated their strength. They were unleashing their techniques, sword lights and knife shadows, fist winds and palm prints, even talismans, and lightning fire bombarding the barrier like a torrential storm. Boom, boom, crack. The deafening explosions echoed endlessly. The faint golden barrier vibrated violently under the assaults, the runes on its surface flashing erratically, dimming and brightening, creating enormous waves of energy that forced some weaker cultivators nearby to spit blood and fly back. Yet the barrier itself remained solid, its brilliance slightly dimmed, showing no signs of breaking. A bunch of fools. This barrier is an ancient relic connected to the entire secret realms. Earth veins, brute force attacks, are merely a waste of energy. An injured elder from the Zhou family scoffed, his tone laced with disdain. Indeed, observing the patterns of the barrier's runes and their resonance with the palace, there must be a specific method to activate it or a necessary token. The middle-aged instructor from Tianwu Academy slightly nodded, his sharp gaze scanning the barrier's various aspects. Token. That group of loose cultivators, the fog-hidden gate, was eliminated by the military long ago. Even if there was a token, it would have fallen into their hands. Some loose cultivators whispered among themselves, casting glances toward the military's direction. Lieutenant Zhao maintained an impassive expression, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. He was also rapidly calculating in his mind. When the military took over the entrance, they did find some items on the remnants of the fog-hidden gate, but no obvious tokens related to this core barrier were discovered. General Wu Wang merely reinforced the entrance and did not study the core barrier deep within the ruins. Who cares about the token? Since brute force can expend energy, then let's keep attacking. I refuse to believe that with so many of us gathered we can't break open a barrier that has been sealed for who knows how many years. The towering giant from the Wang family, known for his temper, roared as he stepped forward, swinging a massive battle axe the size of a door, striking fiercely against the barrier. Boom! A muffled, thunderous sound echoed, causing the barrier to inwardly cave with an astonishing arc, the runes on its surface exploding wildly, and its brilliance dimmed further. The giant was also pushed back a couple of steps by the recoil, but his fighting spirit surged even more. Seeing that the Wang family's master had personally taken action, and it seemed effective, the others were further invigorated, attacking with increased fervor. For a time, various attacks erupted on the barrier, like fireworks, the roaring sounds causing the entire cavern to tremble slightly. Lin Chen concealed himself in the shadows, watching coldly. Brute force breaking, though clumsy, if the power is concentrated and sustained enough, perhaps it could truly shake the foundation of the barrier and create a small opening. Lin Chen assessed inwardly. However, he did not believe these people could truly break the barrier. The greater likelihood was that they would suffer mutual losses, or that the barrier would trigger some form of counterattack mechanism. Moreover, even if they did break through, the first one to charge and would undoubtedly become the target of all. His gaze swept once more over the palace's main entrance. The door stood 5 zhang high, ancient and heavy, tightly closed. In the center of the door frame, there seemed to be an inconspicuous bullseyed recess, shaped somewhat oddly. The recess. Its shape. Lin Chen's heart suddenly stirred. He quickly retrieved from his storage space the ancient token he had obtained earlier from beneath the water, a palm-sized dark golden object inscribed with complex runes. The outline of the token seemed to vaguely correspond with the recess on the door frame. Furthermore, the token itself exuded an aura similar to that of the ruins, now faintly resonating with the barrier. This token, is it the necessary item? Lin Chen's heart raced uncontrollably. The attacks continued, and the barrier's fluctuations grew increasingly intense. Although the Zhou family, Tianwu Academy, and other factions expressed disdain verbally, they quietly moved forward, preparing to seize the opportunity to snatch it at any moment. The military remained motionless, but their formation had shifted, subtly blocking the best route for advancement. Within the Loose Cultivator Alliance, undercurrents were surging, with many already beginning to guard against one another. Chaos was about to erupt. The opportunity lies when the barrier is violently weakened to its limit, creating an opening, or when the attack triggers some change, and at that moment everyone's attention is focused on the barrier itself. Lin Chen tightened his grip on the token in hand, his inner energy flowing slowly, his clever speed talent ready to unleash its full potential. At that very moment, the towering Wang family warrior seemed to have ignited his true fury. Roaring like a thunderclap, his vital energy surged skyward like billowing war smoke, and his already imposing frame swelled further. His massive axe blazed with a piercing crimson light, revealing he had activated some secret art to unlock latent power. Tear it asunder. He raised the battle axe high with both hands, resembling a primordial titan, cleaving heaven and earth, channeling his entire life strength into a single devastating strike aimed precisely at the most turbulent and dimmest region of the barrier's shimmering dome. The sheer might of this blow brushed against the threshold of mid-realm masterhood. Simultaneously, the two Zhou family masters, the Tianwu Academy mentors, and even Captain Zhao of the military department all flashed sharp glints in their eyes, leaning forward ever so slightly, their spiritual auras locking unerringly onto the barrier ahead. All knew instinctively this strike would likely shatter the delicate equilibrium. Now, in the split second before the axe struck the barrier, and while every soul was riveted by that world-shaking blow, Lin Chen moved. His Class C speed talent erupted at full capacity. His concealment talent simultaneously reached its zenith, warping perception itself. His form flickering between motion and stillness, dissolving into visual distortion and haze. Lin Chen did not charge directly toward the barrier. Instead, he darted like a wraith, his target unmistakable, the unassuming recessed slot above the palace's main gate. The axe descended. Boom! An unprecedented cataclysmic detonation. The pale gold barrier dome contorted violently, groaning under unbearable strain, its surface erupting as countless runes burst and vanished like firecrackers. From the point of impact, a hair-thin fissure, real, undeniable, sprang forth, racing outward for several feet. Though the barrier remained intact, that slender crack signified its inviolable defense had been breached, however infinitesimally. It's broken. The barrier has cracked. Charge. Fortune lies within. The crowd erupted into frenzied chaos. Dozens of martial cultivators nearest the gate, including several peak-level grand martial artists leading independent sects, charged forward with bloodshot eyes, heedless of peril, straight toward the fissure. The elite warriors of the Zhou and Wang clans, along with Tianwu Academy's masters, surged forward almost in unison. Yet in that moment of universal attention, a faint, nearly imperceptible silhouette sliced against the tide, moving at a speed defying comprehension, tracing an eerie arc to appear precisely above the palace's main gate before the recessed slot. It was Lin Chen. Without hesitation, he pressed his dark golden token, its shape perfectly matching the recess, into place. Click, a soft mechanical resonance, not heard by the ears, but echoing deep within every soul. The token slotted seamlessly into the recess, flush and flawless. Instantly. That token is the key. Stop him. Don't let him enter. Kill him. Seize the token. A brief hush shattered beneath a fresh wave of rabid shrieks and murderous intent. Several peak-level grand martial artists from the independent sects, and elite masters from the Zhou and Wang clans and Tianwu Academy, became streaks of afterimage, unleashing lethal strikes aimed directly at Lin Chen hovering above the gate. Masters' spiritual pressure coalesced into an invisible net, instantly compressing and sealing the very space around him. Yet, just as those countless attacks neared his body, the embedded dark golden token blazed with radiant golden light, unlike anything seen before. The ancient character engraved upon it stirred, as if alive, projecting a colossal, ethereal golden silhouette. A figure clad in archaic Taoist robes, crowned with a lofty headdress, face indistinct, yet radiating boundless majesty and awe-inspiring authority, as though standing beyond mortal existence itself. Though only a residual projection, it sent tremors through every soul, even the masters, who faltered mid-motion, their bodies lagging half a beat. Simultaneously centered upon the token, a silver vortex materialized above the gate's lintel, 10 feet across, slowly rotating, its interior swirling with elusive light and pulsing with intense spatial fluctuations. The moment it formed, an irresistible, overwhelming suction pulled Lin Chen, and the token clutched in his hand, straight into its heart. No, it's a teleportation array. Stop him. Now. The masters roared in fury, unleashing every technique at their command. Blade auras, sword, chi, fist imprints, palm winds. And even the Zhou clan master spat a mouthful of refined essence blood to empower his flying sword, all converging upon the silver vortex. Yet every attack dissolved soundlessly upon contact with the vortex's edge, swallowed whole by its shifting luminescence, leaving not even a ripple behind. The vortex spun faster, silver light blazing. Whooshed! In a flash of brilliance it, and Lin Chen within, vanished utterly. Above the palace gate remained only an empty recess, and the fading rapidly dispersing ripples of spatial energy. Damn it. He escaped. What kind of token was that, capable of activating teleportation on its own? What is this ruin, truly? Chaos erupted across the scene. Shock, rage, greed, and bewilderment interwove across every. No one had anticipated that just as the barrier shattered and the ruin's core lay tantalizingly close, a nameless youth, appearing from nowhere, would seize the moment with a strange token and vanish inside via direct teleportation. And judging by the grandeur of that teleportation array and the aura of the final golden apparition, it was no ordinary artifact. The Wang clan's towering warrior, incandescent with rage, brought his axe down hard upon the palace gate, producing a deafening boom. Yet the gate remained unmoved, not even a white scratch marring its surface. The two Zhou clan masters wore expressions black as storm clouds, eyes locked grimly on the vacant recess. The Tianwu Academy mentor stood deep in thought, brows furrowed. Captain Zhao of the military department's gaze sharpened. He signaled his subordinates to heighten vigilance while beginning a meticulous inspection of the gate and surrounding structure. The Independent Cultivator Alliance and other factions stirred restlessly. If someone had entered, immense fortune surely awaited within. Yet though the barrier had vanished, the palace gate remained unervingly impregnable, and without the token the teleportation array reappeared not at all. Meanwhile, Lin Chen, swept into the silver vortex, was undergoing an experience wholly unprecedented. Around him streamed kaleidoscopic, rapidly receding ribbons of colored light. His body felt weightless, hurtling through a tunnel woven entirely from raw spatial energy. The pulling force was gentle yet unyielding, shielding him from the rending chaos of spatial turbulence. Clutched tightly in his hand, the dark golden token pulsed warmly, emitting a soft protective halo that enveloped him completely. The transit lasted mere breaths, or perhaps far longer. When the warped light abruptly stilled and his feet touched solid ground, once more Lin Chen found himself in an utterly unfamiliar place. It was a modest meditation chamber, not especially spacious. Its walls, floor, and vaulted ceiling all crafted from smooth, lustrous white jade, casting a gentle ambient glow throughout the space. Immaculate dustlessness pervaded the room. The air carried a serene, subtle fragrance, reminiscent of sandalwood and aged parchment, and spiritual energy pooled so thickly it coalesced into faint misty veils, each inhalation quickening the vitality of his inner chi. Furnishings were starkly minimal. At the chamber's center sat a simple azure meditation cushion. Opposite it, mounted on the wall, hung a life-sized portrait. Within the portrait stood a middle-aged Taoist master, attired in moon-white cloud-patterned robes with a refined countenance, 3 long flowing whiskers, and eyes calm, yet infinitely deep, as though holding starfields and cosmic voids within their quiet gaze. His hands rested loosely behind his back, his gaze seeming to pierce through the canvas itself, resting directly upon whoever stood within the chamber. At his waist hung a dark golden token identical to the one Lin Chen held. Beneath the portrait stood an antique jade lectern. Upon it rested only 2 objects, a jade slip glowing with soft white light, and a palm-sized crystalline jade tablet, translucent and luminous, its interior swirling with nebulous cloud-like currents. Lin Chen did not immediately reach for the items on the table. Instead, he swiftly surveyed his surroundings, confirming that he was alone in the quiet room with no other exits or dangers. Then he gathered his thoughts and bowed respectfully to the figure in the portrait. Regardless of who this person was, one who could leave behind such a legacy deserved respect. Having completed his bow, he stepped forward, his gaze first landing on the white jade slip. His spiritual sense slowly extended, making contact with the slip. There was no resistance. A vast and tranquil stream of information surged into his mind. Future seekers, those who hold my Tianyun order's decree and arrive here, shall be destined to meet with my Tianyun. The flow of information continued, unveiling a long-buried history and a significant choice regarding the path to the future. The Tianyun sect was once a dominant power with numerous strong cultivators within, and even a martial sovereign presiding over it. This dark golden token, known as the Tianyun Order, is the identity token of true disciples of the Tianyun sect. Those who hold this order possess high authority within the sect, gaining free access to most secret realms, the Hall of Inheritance, and the Scripture Pavilion, making it a core symbol of the sect. However, what flourishes must decline. Many years ago, a terrifying war erupted that swept across the heavens and the earth, with the Tianyun sect being the first to bear the brunt, facing catastrophic destruction. The sect was destroyed, and its powerful cultivators fell nearly to extinction, leading to a near-complete severance of its lineage. This secret realm, affected by the war and eroded by time, became isolated from the main world, gradually hidden within the void until the remnants of its map were discovered by later generations. The keeper of this inheritance and information was the last guardian elder of the Tianyun sect, known by the Tao name Yun Chenzi, who had reached the pinnacle of martial king. At the moment of the sect's destruction and his own grievous injuries, he employed a profound divine ability to seal part of the sect's core inheritance along with this Tianyun order in this quiet chamber, and with his last strength set up restrictions waiting for a fated person to activate the Tianyun order to open it, thus allowing them to receive the final test and gifts. The Tai Su Xing Chun Jin Jie in your hands is one of the treasures of our sect, directly pointing to the realm of Grand Masters with boundless mysteries. Since you have obtained it, it is fate. However, on the path of martial arts, after reaching the pinnacle of Grand Master and touching the threshold of the Tao, the path ahead varies from person to person with no fixed patterns. In this information, Yun Kenxi's thoughts carried a hint of nostalgia and solemnity. Ordinary martial artists with limited talent and insufficient comprehension often choose to follow the mature martial arts left by predecessors step by step to condense martial Tao True Dan and open inner landscape, which may lead to becoming a martial king. However, without a solid foundation, they cannot ascend to the highest realms of martial arts. Even if they later create martial arts in subsequent realms to make up for it, what is missed, and it cannot be fully compensated without a great opportunity. Yet there are always exceptionally talented individuals in the world whose talent, comprehension, disposition, and opportunities are all top-notch. Such geniuses at the pinnacle of Grand Master often find themselves unsatisfied with the paths taken by predecessors. They take the true meaning of martial Tao they comprehend as the core, combining their own talents, experiences, and insights into the laws of heaven and earth, drawing from numerous strengths, ultimately creating their own martial arts. Creating one's own martial arts is tailored specifically for oneself, perfectly aligning with one's own. Breaking through to Martial King with this method results in a higher quality martial Tao True Dan, a broader and more stable inner landscape, an incredibly solid foundation, and immense potential for the future, with great hope of reaching Martial Emperor and even glimpsing higher realms. This is the path of the strong. Creating one's own martial arts is immensely difficult with a success rate of 1 in 10. A slight misstep could lead to the destruction of one's foundation, resulting in death and the obliteration of one's Tao. However, once successful, the sky is the limit, gaining respect among peers. The inheritance I leave here has the first is the martial art Tianyun Hakiju, along with accompanying martial techniques and insights that I have cultivated throughout my life. This method can directly lead to the realm of Martial King and is one of the core inheritances of the Tianyun sect. If you feel that your talent is limited and lack the confidence to create your own martial arts, you may practice this method step by step to break through to Martial King without major issues. However, the end of this path generally leads to the mid-stage of Martial King, and it becomes incredibly difficult to advance further. The second part consists of my understanding of creating one's own martial arts, key points, taboos, as well as summaries of both successful experiences and failures from predecessors who attempted to create their own martial arts. Within this jade slip, there exists a special spiritual imprint I have set which can assist you in improving your clarity of insight, while creating your own martial arts, helping you to avoid some risks. However, the key still lies within you. Additionally, the information flow paused slightly, pointing to a peculiar jade pendant on the table, which emanated swirling clouds and mist. This item is called the Wu Dao Yun Pei, a rare artifact of our sect. Wearing it can slightly enhance your comprehension efficiency regarding the laws of heaven and earth and the true meaning of martial arts during cultivation and enlightenment, providing minor assistance in creating your own martial arts. This pendant is gifted to a fated person. The choice is yours. You may opt for stability and practice my Tianyun Hakiju steadily, achieving Martial King. Or take a risk using Tai Su Xing Chun Jin Jia as the foundation, attempting to integrate what you have learned, understood, and your inherent talents to create your own supreme martial art, striving for a glorious future. No matter what choice you make, since you have entered here with the Tianyun order, it signifies a bond with the Tianyun sect. Behind this quiet chamber, there is a one-way teleportation array that, when activated by the Tianyun order, can transport you 100 miles outside the entrance of the secret realm, helping you avoid external disturbances. The spiritual energy in this quiet chamber is concentrated from the core of the secret realm. Cultivating here yields twice the result with half the effort. After 3 days, regardless of your choice, the chamber will automatically close, and the teleportation array will activate. Future visitors, be careful. The lineage of the Tianyun sect does not end here. The information flow concluded here. Lin Chen slowly withdrew his spiritual power, opening his eyes, his gaze flickering with uncertainty and his heart surging. Martial King, creating one's own martial arts. The path of the strong, the way of the mediocre. Yun Kenxi's words struck him like thunder, opening a door to a higher and broader realm of martial arts. It turns out that after Grandmaster, the true geniuses walk the path of creating their own martial arts. Meanwhile, those who cultivate the martial arts of predecessors to break through have already lost their potential, creating an insurmountable gap among peers. creating one's own martial arts. Lin Chen whispered, a fierce flame gradually igniting in his eyes. He possessed the talent of replication, able to continuously acquire more powerful abilities. His starting point far exceeded that of ordinary people. If even he did not dare to attempt creating his own martial arts, how many others in this world would dare? The way of the mediocre is not what I seek. In an instant, Lin Chen made a firm decision in his heart. However, he also understood that this matter could not be rushed. Creating one's own martial arts requires profound accumulation, exceptional comprehension, a clear understanding of oneself, and an opportunity. He had just reached the pinnacle of great martial master, and there was still some distance to grandmaster. The most important thing now was to digest what he gained from the secret realm, enhance his strength, and then leave this place of turmoil. He turned his gaze toward the white jade slip containing the Tianyun Haki Ju and the key points for creating one's own martial arts, as well as the Wu Dao Yun Pei. Although he did not plan to primarily cultivate the Tianyun Haki Ju, the insights on martial king-level cultivation, the methods of utilizing spiritual energy, and the experiences and taboos regarding creating one's own martial arts contained within it were immensely valuable references for him. The Wu Dao Yun Pei was even more of a treasure for assisting in cultivation and comprehension. As he picked it up, its warmth cleared his mind. Upon attaching it to his waist, he immediately felt that the surrounding spiritual energy seemed to become more congenial, and his thoughts appeared to become slightly more active. Although the effect was weak, with persistence, it would surely be beneficial. Then he once again immersed his spiritual power into the white jade slip, this time focusing on reading the sections regarding creating one's own martial arts, as well as the critical descriptions and precautions for breaking through to martial king in the Tianyun Haki Ju. Vast information was quickly absorbed, understood, and memorized by him. Yun Shinzi, the guardian elder, truly deserved to be at the pinnacle of martial king, with insights that were profound and enlightening, allowing Lin Chen to gain clarity on his future path. The quiet room was rich in spiritual energy, complemented by the Wu Dao Cloud Talisman, making it an excellent place to consolidate one's cultivation, attempt to integrate what one has learned and lay the foundation for future self-created techniques. The outside world must be in chaos at this moment, so it is the perfect opportunity to focus on improving oneself. He sat cross-legged on the azure mat. The mat seemed to possess a spirit of its own. The moment he sat down, a warm and peaceful aura flowed through him, helping him to quickly calm his mind and enter a deep state of cultivation. As the nine heavens mystic art operated, the starlight-infused power surged, rumbling through the expanded and resilient meridians. The Wu Dao Cloud Talisman at his waist emitted a faint glow, resonating with the spiritual energy of the quiet room. In his mind, the insights brought by his Bevel Knife technique, talent, the essence of the Heavenly Cloud Majestic Aura technique, and the true meaning of the Heavenly Blade techniques, severing flow along with his Clevel speed and strength talents and the remnants of vitality from the Earth's core jade marrow. All this information floated, collided, and merged like stars in the sea of his consciousness. Lin Chen did not rush for results. He quietly comprehended, sorted, and integrated. His cultivation steadily improved, and his mastery of the peak realm of a great martial master became increasingly harmonious. Time flowed quietly in this secluded inheritance room. The 3-day period was rapidly approaching. The 3 days passed in an instant amid deep cultivation and insights. On the azure mat, Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes. His aura was harmoniously refined, and his cultivation at the late stage of a great martial master had been thoroughly solidified, even faintly touching upon the hazy barrier leading to a higher realm. He stood up, stretched his limbs, and the joints of his body crackled with crisp sounds. The flow of his energy surged like a mighty river, the power contained within startling even himself. It was time to leave. Lin Chen took one last look at the image of the guardian Yun Shinzi on the wall and bowed respectfully once more. The inheritance this time was akin to a rebirth. Though he would not primarily cultivate the Heavenly Cloud Majestic Aura technique, the experience, gifts, and the expectations and calmness left by this senior had deeply etched themselves in his heart. He walked to the back of the quiet room. The originally smooth jade disc, at the moment his thought activated the Heavenly Cloud token at his waist, silently revealed a silver light circle approximately 2 meters in diameter. The space within the circle slightly distorted, precisely the one-way teleportation array mentioned in Yun Kensi's message. Without hesitation, Lin Chen held the Heavenly Cloud token and stepped into the light circle. The familiar sensation of slight weightlessness and spatial traversal washed over him, but this time it felt more stable and swift than when he entered. In the blink of an eye, as the light and shadows shifted, he found himself standing on solid ground. The fresh air, imbued with the unique dampness of the marsh and the scent of vegetation, filled his nostrils, while faint sounds of distant beast roars and wind reached his ears. Lin Chen quickly scanned his surroundings. He was on a relatively dry highland located at the edge of the Yunwu Marsh about 100 miles from the previous entrance to the secret realm known as Ghost Encounter. Looking up, he could vaguely see the vast marsh shrouded in light gray mist in the distance, and further beyond the energy residue fluctuations above the direction of the secret realm entrance, indicating that the fighting there had not yet fully subsided. I have emerged, Lin Chen thought firmly. The teleportation array left by Yunshinzi was indeed reliable, directly sending him to a relatively safe area, avoiding the murky waters at the entrance of the ruins. At this moment, holding the Heavenly Cloud token, he could clearly sense a subtle connection between this token, the core quiet room deep within the secret realm, and the entire secret realm. With this token, he might find it easier to locate the entrance to the secret realm in the future and perhaps possess some degree of authority over the secret realm. After all, this was the token of a true disciple of the Heavenly Cloud sect. However, now was not the time to delve deeper. He carefully stored the Heavenly Cloud token and turned his gaze towards the deeper parts of the Yunwu Marsh. The exploration of the relics at the core of the secret realm had likely become a complete mess due to his first arrival and departure via teleportation, and it might even erupt into a greater conflict. In the short term, it would no longer be an ideal place for exploration. The Yunwu Marsh is vast and boundless. The secret realm is merely a small part of it. The first opening has accumulated countless years of resources which certainly do not exist solely within that relic. Lin Chen looked towards the depths of the marsh, his eyes gleaming with determination. He had just broken through and urgently needed more resources to solidify his cultivation, as well as seek opportunities to prepare for his future breakthroughs to master and even attempt to create his own techniques. This vast, relatively undeveloped Yunwu Marsh was the perfect hunting ground. Moreover, that mysterious force, the Shadow Pavilion, along with other elites entering the secret realm, are likely scattered throughout the marsh seeking their own opportunities. Perhaps I might encounter some interesting talents. Lin Chen's lips curled slightly. The cooldown time for his talent replication was less than half a month. Before that, he needed to find a suitable target. Lin Chen adjusted his appearance with the disguise talent, making himself look ordinary and somewhat weathered, like an experienced lone mercenary or adventurer. He suppressed his aura to that of a novice great martial master, not too eye-catching, but enough to deter ordinary people from easily provoking him. With everything prepared, he discerned the direction and chose the northeast, different from the entrance of the secret realm and the area he had previously explored. According to the information he had previously obtained and the sparse markings on the Wang family's tattered map, that direction seemed to hold rumors of other auxiliary facilities or medicinal gardens of the ancient sect Heavenly Cloud sect. Although their authenticity was hard to determine, it was worth investigating. Along the way, he remained highly vigilant. The dangers of the Yunwu Marsh extended far beyond fierce beasts, yet he had encountered no threats. Of course, his gains were considerable. Although he had not encountered treasures as miraculous as the Earth's core jade marrow again, he had found a significant number of spiritual herbs over 100 years old, and even discovered 3 plants of soul-nourishing ghost orchid, which had long been extinct in the outside world, in a shadowy canyon, each over 400 years old. Guarding them were a group of illusory sound bats skilled in mental impacts, swiftly eliminated by Lin Chen with his fierce blade technique combined with speed. He also conveniently dealt with a few unseeing high-level fierce beasts, collecting their blood and materials. Now facing these high-level fierce beasts, unless they were like the unique horned ink-scaled python with top-tier talents or special abilities, they posed little threat to him. Combat was primarily used to hone his newly acquired strength and speed, familiarizing himself with his rapidly increasing power. After 2 days of such progress, he had ventured 1,000 miles into the marsh. The surrounding mist seemed to have thickened the light dimmer, yet the spiritual energy grew increasingly vibrant, imbued with an ancient rhythm. That evening, Lin Chen passed through a deadwood forest shrouded in faint purple toxic mist, where the terrain suddenly descended into a vast basin completely enveloped in gray-white mist. At the edge of the basin stood several broken stone tablets covered in moss and vines, upon which faint ancient runes similar to those on the Heavenly Cloud token could be discerned. There are traces of ruins. Lin Chen's spirit lifted as he approached to observe. The stone tablets had weathered significantly, but he could still discern characters such as Dan Pu and Jean. Dan Pu. Could it be a medicinal garden left by the Heavenly Cloud sect? Lin Chen speculated in his heart. He attempted to infuse a trace of spiritual power into the stone tablet, and brought the Heavenly Cloud token closer to sense it. The stone tablet showed no reaction. The Heavenly Cloud token only slightly warmed up, providing no further guidance. It seemed that the restrictions here might have completely failed, and perhaps a special method was needed to activate them. Regardless, this basin shrouded in thick mist was certainly not simple. He refrained from recklessly entering. The color of the mist was strange, and when his spiritual sense probed into it, it felt like a cow sinking into the sea, his perception was greatly diminished, and it subtly gave him a sense of danger. He walked around the edge of the basin searching for an entrance or safe path. Reaching the northwest corner of the basin, the mist seemed to thin slightly, revealing a narrow, trampled trail leading into the fog. The traces were very fresh, less than a day old, and there were clearly more than one person. The footprints were chaotic and varied in depth, indicating that a considerable number of people had entered the basin from here not long ago. Someone went in ahead of time. Which force could it be? Lin Chen crouched down to carefully examine the footprints. The styles of the footprints differed, not standardized. There were leather boots, straw sandals, and even marks left by bare feet, with sizes and pressure points varying, showing that these individuals might differ in cultivation level, habits, and even race. Lone cultivators, or a temporary alliance of multiple small forces. Lin Chen frowned. Given the density and chaos of the footprints, the number of people likely exceeded 20, and several of the footprints were very deep, with the surrounding soil crumbling, indicating that their owners possessed great strength, possibly peak, great martial masters, or even stronger body refiners. There were also a few footprints that barely left a trace on the soft marsh ground, clearly belonging to individuals with high lightness skills or concealment abilities. A complex team with formidable strength had also fixed their sights on the basin, suspected to be a medicinal garden ruin. Should he quietly follow them, waiting for the right moment to act, or seek another path? Or perhaps wait for them to come out? Lin Chen pondered for a moment, a hint of decisiveness flashing in his eyes. In the face of opportunities, how could one hesitate? Since someone was scouting the path, it would save him the trouble of exploring. Concealing all his aura, he activated his disguise talent to its utmost limit, his form blending seamlessly with the gray rocks and mist at the basin's edge, silently following the fresh trail into the mysterious thick fog. Thick fog hung like a curtain, obscuring vision and suppressing perception. Lin Chen, like a true specter, swiftly moved towards the source of battle sounds, following the chaotic traces left by the front line. As he delved deeper, the fog seemed to thicken, and the sweet metallic scent became more pronounced, carrying a faint, peculiar fragrance of medicinal herbs that stirred his blood. The ground beneath his feet transformed from muddy swamp to hard black slate, marked by scorch marks inscribed with intricate runes of the same origin as the Qingyun sect, though more complex and largely faded. The sounds of battle grew clearer, not only the clashes of weapons and the roaring blasts of spiritual power, but also the furious roars, mournful cries, and the sharp buzzing and piercing sounds emitted when certain mechanisms were triggered. Turning around, a massive collapsed alchemy furnace shrouded in fog, a relatively open area, suddenly appeared ahead. The fog here was slightly thinner, revealing a crumbling structure built of dark red giant stones half embedded into the mountain wall. The architectural style resembled that of the core palace of the previous ruins, but on a much smaller scale, more akin to an independent hall or cave. At this moment, the already damaged bronze door of the building was fully ajar, and fierce battle fluctuations surged out from within. Lin Chen did not approach the door immediately. Instead, he shifted his form and silently scaled a nearby broken wall, looking inward from a higher vantage point, using the fog and debris for cover. The interior space was larger than it appeared from the outside, seemingly employing some form of spatial formation. At this moment, the hall was in disarray, with signs of battle scattered everywhere. On the ground lay a dozen corpses in disarray, dressed in various attire, clearly belonging to different factions, each death more gruesome than the last. The air was thick with the stench of blood-charred flesh, and an even stronger, strange medicinal aroma, mixed with dozens of different herbs emanating from the center of the hall. There stood a massive alchemy furnace towering over 10 feet high, entirely crimson, with 3 legs and 2 ears, its surface adorned with cloud patterns and flames. Beneath the furnace, the ground fire had long been extinguished, yet the furnace still radiated a scorching heat and faint spiritual light. Scattered around the furnace were 7 or 8 jade vials and boxes of varying sizes and materials, some already damaged, with pills rolling out, emitting an enticing glow and fragrance. Surrounding the furnace and these pills, approximately 20 people were engaged in fierce, close combat. They were clearly divided into 4 distinct groups. The largest group, about 7 or 8 people, was dressed in ragged attire with fierce auras typical of scattered cultivator alliances, led by a bald giant wielding a double-bladed battle axe with a single eye and a savage, scarred face. This man had reached the peak of the Grand Martial Master level, exuding overwhelming vitality and employing ferocious techniques. The second group consisted of only 5 individuals, but each bore a solid and harmonious presence, forming a subtle battle formation, evidently the warriors of the military. The leader was a young lieutenant with a stern expression, wielding a long spear, also at the peak of the Grand Martial Master level, exhibiting a fierce spear technique that could contend equally with the bald giant. They seemed more interested in the furnace itself, attempting to approach.
The third group consisted of 3 individuals dressed in black robes, their faces obscured by the shadows of their hoods, their forms flickering unpredictably, employing strange and sinister techniques, targeting weaknesses in the chaos to snatch away isolated pills, clearly assassins from the Shadow Pavilion. The final group consisted of only 2 individuals, yet they drew the most attention from Lin Chen. One was an elderly man and the other a youth. The elder, around 60 or 70 years old, had gray hair and a gaunt face, but his hands were exceptionally steady and fair, his 10 fingers flicking to produce strands of vibrant green spiritual power, which were not attacks, but seemed alive, attempting to wrap around the furnace and several well-preserved vials on the ground. His cultivation level was evidently at the early stage of a master. Moreover, the nature of his spiritual power was gentle and rich, imbued with a strong medicinal fragrance, clearly a Dan master. The youth following closely behind him appeared to be around 17 or 18 years old, handsome, with lively eyes, holding a peculiar weapon resembling a pestle, at the early stage of a grand martial master, vigilantly guarding the elder's flank against approaching disturbances. From their attire and demeanor, they did not resemble individuals from the major families of Haicheng. Could they be from the Four Seas commerce or a hidden sect of alchemists? Danxiao sect. It's the eccentric youth from the Danxiao sect and his disciple. In the chaos, someone recognized the elder's identity and exclaimed, "Danxiao sect, the reclusive sect renowned for its alchemy. They've actually come too. Elder Yu is a master-level alchemist. The pills he covets are certainly not ordinary. Seize them." Recognizing the elder's identity only stirred up greater greed among the crowd. The Danxiao sect is known for its mastery of alchemy, and any pill valued by its master-level alchemists would be priceless. The chaotic battle intensified. Boom. Just as several attacks were about to hit their targets, the massive crimson furnace suddenly trembled. The cloud patterns and flame engravings on the furnace's surface suddenly erupted with blinding red light. A scorching, wildly violent crimson flame akin to a volcanic eruption surged forth from the furnace's mouth, and openings instantly engulfing a 3-meter radius around the furnace. Not good. The furnace's restriction. Retreat. This sudden backlash from the furnace's restriction instantly threw the situation into chaos. The searing heat swept through the hall, causing some scattered lower-grade pills on the ground to turn to ashes in the flames, making many gasp in distress. At the moment, the furnace erupted in flames as everyone recoiled in shock and their senses were disrupted by the heat and light. Lin Chen moved. His target was not the furnace, nor the most obvious pills being watched by everyone on the ground, but rather the rows of jade racks built against the walls on both sides of the hall, most of which were already bare and covered in dust. In his earlier observation, Lin Chen had noticed that although these racks appeared to have been thoroughly ransacked, their material was remarkably capable of withstanding the passage of time. More importantly, in several inconspicuous corners in the crevices between the racks and the walls, and even beneath a collapsed rack pressing on a stone slab, there were faint glimmers of spiritual light obscured by dust. His first target was the innermost rack on the left side, tilted and pressed down by a half-collapsed dome's rubble. As he rushed past the gentle breeze he created barely stirred the dust. Lin Chen's hand had already penetrated the gap between the rubble, gently wrapping the 3 ice-blue spiritual herbs resembling orchids with frost flowers naturally crystallized on their leaves, pulling them up by their roots and stowing them into a jade box. They felt icy to the touch with a restrained medicinal fragrance, clearly over 500 years old. This was Ice Spirit Star Orchid, a treasure for refining high-grade ice attribute pills or cultivating certain special cold attribute techniques. Without pausing for a moment, he shifted his form, lunging towards a flat jade box pressed closely against the wall, almost blending into the shadows. The surface of the jade box was thickly coated in dust, but Lin Chen's senses caught a hint of an extremely subtle, soul-nurturing fluctuation emanating from within the box. With a flick of his fingertip, the jade box opened in response, revealing 3 pills the size of Longan, with a chaotic hue seemingly swirling with mist inside. Spirit Nurturing Mist Pill, a top-grade Xian-level pill specialized in treating soul injuries and enhancing spiritual perception, invaluable for occupations like alchemists and formation masters that require high spiritual acuity. Collecting the jade box, Lin Chen's gaze turned sharp as he swept towards the back of the furnace. "Junior, dare to snatch food from the tiger's mouth." A furious shout echoed like thunder. It was the old monster from the Danxiao sect. Although he was resisting the pill fire, the master-level perception was incredibly keen. How could Lin Chen's strangely swift figure and his quick actions of collecting treasures escape his notice? Especially the Ice Soul Star Orchid and the spirit-concealing mist pill being taken away left him heartbroken, as these two were immensely beneficial for his alchemy. The old monster disregarded the purple-gold gourd and waved his right hand. Several green threads shot forth like venomous snakes, swift as lightning, ensnaring towards Lin Chen. Before the threads even arrived, a sense of binding and stagnation enveloped the area. A master-level expert having birthed spiritual power could initially draw upon the forces of heaven and earth. At the same time, the rough-bald giant noticed what was happening here. Although he had lost an arm and his body was charred, his ferocity remained unyielding. With a single red eye glaring at Lin Chen, he exclaimed, "Drop the spirit medicine." He even swung the remaining axe, unleashing a fierce axe aura to block Lin Chen's retreat. The military officer and the remaining two from the Shadow Pavilion also temporarily ceased their actions, casting cold gazes over. In an instant, Lin Chen became the target of everyone's ire. Facing the enraged attack of a master-level expert and the interception from a peak grandmaster, there was no fear in Lin Chen's eyes. Instead, a glint of sharpness flashed. "You want what I possess? Then let's see if you have the ability." Lin Chen not only did not retreat, but instead, using his forward momentum, charged towards the encircling green threads like a ghost. The shadow blade emerged half an inch from its sheath, a strand of refined, flow-cutting sword intent contained within the blade, gently slicing through. Swish! The resilient green threads infused with the master's primal energy were unexpectedly severed by this strand of sword intent. The old monster let out a muffled groan, his eyes flashing with astonishment. How could his greenwood binding technique be broken by a grandmaster? Taking advantage of this momentary gap, Lin Chen, like a teleportation, appeared at the side of the bald giant's axe aura, neither dodging nor evading. With his left hand clenched into a fist, the Kraid power talent erupted violently, infused with the resplendent light of stellar primal energy, and he struck fiercely at the side of the axe aura. Boom! The axe aura shattered upon impact. The bald giant struck heavily, spewed blood, and was sent flying, his eyes filled with disbelief at how much strength this guy possessed. With the rebound force, Lin Chen's figure turned even faster, heading towards the crack in the wall behind the pill furnace. He had already decided to take the gamble. What lay beyond the crack felt far more important to him than the Ice Soul Star Orchid and the spirit-concealing mist pill. Block him! Everyone attacked together. The old monster, the military officer, and others were both shocked and furious, each launching attacks, like a torrential downpour, towards the back of the pill furnace. However, Lin Chen's speed was too swift. Amidst the attacks and the chaos, he had already rushed to the crack, lacking the time to search for mechanisms. He directly aimed his fingers like blades, urging the flow-cutting true intent to its peak, fiercely stabbing at the edge of the crack. Crack! The wall emitted a sound of being unable to bear the load. The crack expanded, revealing a hidden compartment a foot square. Inside the compartment, there was no dazzling treasure glow, only a grayish, neither gold nor jade, ancient ring and a thin, dark-colored bone fragment. Without even taking a glance, Lin Chen grasped the ring and the bone fragment, stowing them away. Meanwhile, the attacks from behind had already arrived. Suddenly turning around, the shadow blade fully emerged from its sheath, the blade light swirling like a galaxy, dispersing the initial attacks. However, more attacks had already overwhelmed him. Puff! Lin Chen trembled violently, the protective primal energy shattered instantly, and he was left with several deep wounds, blood spurting out. Yet his gaze remained calm. Using the force of the heavy blow, his figure retreated like a cannonball. Want to escape? Stay! The old monster, furious, sent forth a green palm print from afar. Lin Chen was in midair, forcibly twisting his body, and slashed back with his blade. The blade light collided with the palm print, erupting with a loud bang. Spitting out another mouthful of blood, but his speed did not decrease. Instead, it increased, vanishing into the denser mist outside, like a shooting star disappearing in the blink of an eye. Chase! He's heavily injured and can't run far. The old monster military officer and others, shocked and furious, immediately prepared to pursue. However, at this moment, the enormous crimson pill furnace underwent another strange transformation. The furnace body flashed with a furious red light, emitting a deep, mournful humming sound. Suddenly, with a loud bang, a massive fissure split open. An even purer and more violent pill fire mixed with a strange medicinal fragrance gushed forth from the crack, instantly engulfing the great hall. Simultaneously within the pill furnace, several brilliant streams of light seemed to emerge along with the pill fire, shooting in different directions. The core of the pill furnace. It's the Dan essence. And the pill recipe, jade slip. Grab it. The group, who had just been ready to chase out, suddenly froze in their steps. Compared to a wounded kid who had fled with unknown treasures, the core treasures erupting from the pill furnace were clearly far more enticing. Especially for the old monster from the Danxia sect and the military. After a brief hesitation, their attention was immediately drawn back to the strange occurrence of the pill furnace frantically rushing towards the spewing streams of light. A new round of even fiercer competition erupted instantly. Deep in the mist, Lin Chen stumbled forward for several miles, only confirming that no one was pursuing before he violently coughed up a few mouthfuls of congealed blood, leaning against a withered tree to sit down.
His wounds were slowly closing under the great healing talent, but his internal organs were in turmoil, and his primal energy had been greatly depleted. He quickly swallowed a few healing pills, then took out a small piece of earth core jade essence to consume the pure vitality, rapidly stabilizing his injuries. After catching his breath, he then took out the two items he had snatched from the hidden compartment. The grayish ring was of an ancient style devoid of any patterns, yet made of a peculiar material. When probing with spiritual energy, he was met with an extremely strong restriction. This restriction vaguely shared a similar aura with the Tianyun order, but was far more complex. Lin Chen attempted to approach with the Tianyun order, and the ring trembled slightly, as if the restriction loosened just a bit, yet it remained impossible to open. Requires a specific method or a higher cultivation level to unlock. Lin Chen furrowed his brow and carefully stowed the ring away. Being hidden in such a secret location and protected by a powerful restriction, it must contain valuable items. Next, he looked at the thin, dark-colored bone fragment. The bone felt icy to the touch, resembling jade, yet not jade. Its front was engraved with dense, minuscule ancient characters recorded directly in a method of spiritual imprint. Lin Chen immersed his spiritual energy within. The true explanation of Tianyun alchemy. The opening 5 ancient characters caused Lin Chen's heart to tremble. This was a legacy of alchemy. Moreover, judging by the summary at the beginning, it was one of the core legacies of the alchemy path of the Tianyun sect, encompassing everything from basic medicinal herb identification and heat control to advanced alchemical formulas, pill condensing techniques, and even supreme secret arts such as using pills to attain the Tao and refining spirit with pill fire. The recorded pill recipes range from ordinary pills needed by martial artists to those required by masters and martial kings, and even higher-grade spiritual pills. Everything one could imagine. Although much of the content was obscure and profound, which Lin Chen, with his near-zero alchemical cultivation, could not comprehend, this was undoubtedly a vast treasure trove capable of driving any alchemist to madness. It's actually a legacy of alchemy. Lin Chen's eyes burst forth with a gleam of joy. Although he currently was not skilled in alchemy, with this legacy, he could eventually replicate an alchemical talent and refine pills on his own. The efficiency of resources in alchemy is far beyond simply ingesting spirit medicine. Moreover, the status of an alchemist is revered everywhere, providing an excellent means to acquire resources. This adventure was worth it. Lin Chen carefully stowed the bone fragment in his bosom. The value of this bone fragment in some respects even surpassed all the spirit medicines and pills he had obtained previously. This was yet another significant foundation for his future cultivation journey. After resting for a moment, once his injuries stabilized somewhat, he immediately rose and resolutely headed in the direction opposite to the pill furnace ruins, once again submerging into the dense mist. This place was not suitable for lingering. He had to quickly leave, find a safe location, thoroughly heal his injuries, and study the gains from this encounter. Deep within the mist, inside a hidden cave completely veiled by natural rock and thick vines, fluorescent stones cast a soft, muted glow. Lin Chen sat cross-legged, an ancient bone fragment that recorded the Tianyun Dandao Jinjia true exposition of the Tianyun pillcraft spread before him alongside several relatively young auxiliary herbs he had risked retrieving from the outskirts of the alchemical furnace ruins. 3 days had passed since the harrowing struggle over the alchemical furnace ruins. With the earth core jade marrow and his drank healing talent, his wounds had already mended and his cultivation had even sharpened from repeated clashes and the marrow's nourishment. Over these 3 days, apart from necessary recuperation and vigilance, he had poured nearly all his attention into this alchemical inheritance. The Tianyun Dandao Jinjia proved to be the Tianyun sect's core pillcraft legacy, vast and all-encompassing. From the most basic properties of herbs and their mutual affinities and counteractions to classifications of fire seeds and methods of control, and further to the selection and maintenance of furnaces, culminating in the central alchemical hand seals, pill condensing meditations, and pill-grade discernment. All were explained with crystalline clarity and profound subtlety. The many formulas recorded within opened Lin Chen's eyes. Countless pills he had never heard of boasted seemingly impossible effects. He drank in the knowledge like a parched man at spring water, knowing theory must be welded to practice. After grasping the basic procedure for refining the simplest Huichi Dan return chi pill, Lin Chen resolved to attempt it. Lacking a proper furnace, he simulated earthly fire with his own yuan power, using his palm as the crude hearth to control temperature. Fortunately, the Huichi Dan required only a few 10-year spirit herbs, ordinary enough. Yet the very first step, extracting the herbal essence, left him battered and bruised. The manual stipulated the use of a gentle, steady wanhua, slowly coaxing the active constituents from the herbs while stripping away impurities and preserving the purest medicinal potency. Such work demanded exquisitely precise, stable regulation of flame temperature and yuan output, and an acute perception able to clearly see every subtle fluctuation of medicinal energy within the plants. Lin Chen had always considered his yuan control competent, his crank cultivation talent granting him fine command, but the moment he attempted the task, reality proved otherwise. If the yuan simulated flame grew even slightly too fierce, the herbs charred to black. If he held back, the active power would not be coaxed forth. Worse still, he discovered his perception of the herbs' internal, exceedingly subtle flows of medicinal energy was hazy and sluggish. It was as if he were peering through a dense fog, unable to pinpoint the precise moment to shift heat or to strip away impurities at their optimal point. 1 attempt 2-3. After burning through more than a dozen sets of herbs, the so-called herbal liquids he produced were either murky and laden with impurities or had lost the bulk of their potency, 1/10 effective at best. Even the best result fell far short of the inheritance's description of a brew that was crystal clear, its aroma concentrated, yet unbound. Is it that my control lacks the necessary finesse? Or, Lin Chen frowned and paused, recalling the text's remarks on alchemical talent. In pillcraft, beyond diligent study, an innate dance sense or fire sense was indispensable. This talent was not a mere cultivation aptitude, but an extraordinary affinity and sensitivity to the nature of flora and to the subtlest shifts of energy. Those born with such a gift learned pillcraft with half the effort and limitless prospects. Absent it, even the most thorough theory and delicate yuan control often yielded meager returns. Perhaps it is the lack of alchemical talent, the thought surfaced, and a small weight settled in his chest. After a long silence, Lin Chen exhaled and tossed the herbs and the failed brew aside. The fact was plain: in the art of pillcraft he lacked that crucial innate dance sense or fire sense. He could press on, by sheer force of will, and with superior mental and yuan control, he might become a competent alchemist capable of producing some low to mid-grade pills. But to attain a master's level, or to forge those miraculous medicines described in the inheritance, the prospects were slim. Moreover, the road would consume enormous time, energy, and resources with poor return. Indeed, no one is perfect. One cannot chew more than one can swallow. Lin Chen shook his head, not overwhelmed by despair. Martial cultivation remained his foundation. Pillcraft was only an aid. Since his aptitude in this path was mediocre, it made far more sense to invest his limited time and resources into what he did excel at, raising his cultivation and combat strength quickly. Once his power had sufficiently increased, he could procure needed pills or recruit skilled high-ranking alchemists. The Tianyun Dandao Jinjia inheritance still held immense value. Unable to open the dingy ring for the time being, he set it aside and carefully stowed the bone fragment. Just as he prepared to end his seclusion and leave the cave to continue exploring Yunwu Zhe for other chances or suitable talent targets, the Sihai Shanghui Xian rank guest token hanging at his waist trembled slightly and cast a gentle white light. A guild transmission. Lin Chen's spirit leapt, and he immediately probed the token with his spirit. The guest token marked identity and housed a simple transmission array able to receive urgent or important messages from the guild within a certain range. The white light projected lines of clear characters in front of him. Shun Wanjuan's tone read, "Guest Lin, take this, as if we met in person. It is reported that in the northwest of the secret realm at the center of Zhuixing Lake, a 9-storied ancient tower has suddenly appeared, suspected to be one of the core hubs of this realm. The tower possesses a spirit and has set its own rule. Anyone with bonage under 30 and cultivation below master may enter to attempt its trials. The tower is divided into 9 layers, each layer presenting its own test. The higher the layer one clears, the richer the rewards bestowed by the tower spirit, rumored to include lost martial arts, rare pills, divine weapons, and even unique inheritance opportunities. Currently, young prodigies from all factions have converged beneath the tower. Our guild has also dispatched several promising youths. This tower is rife with both opportunity and danger. If you are willing, make haste to Zhuixing Lake to try your luck. Upon arriving at the lakeshore, you will find our temporary gathering point. Han Yu and others will be present. Wanjun." The message was brief, yet when Lin Chen read it, his eyes instantly flared with fierce light. A 9-storied ancient tower. Trial rewards. Bonage under 30. Below master. It was as if the stage had been crafted for him. Bonage. This body was only 16 or 17 years old. His cultivation now stood at the peak of the great martial list, a combat prowess that need not fear ordinary masters. More importantly, the site would draw together the foremost young talents of Haiqing and the surrounding regions. Zhou's sword scion, the Su family's formation prodigy elites from Tianwu Academy, the young assassins of Enying Gu rising stars from the military command, and that aberration from the Su family, he once crossed paths with Su Wuye, who possessed brank cultivation and a brank blade talent. A chance to copy a talent. Lin Chen's pulse quickened. His next opportunity to replicate an aptitude would come within these days. If he could find a suitable target near the ancient tower and duplicate a brank cultivation talent, or an even rarer gift, his speed of advancement
and potential would soar again. Zhuishing Lake. Lin Chen immediately summoned the various maps he had obtained. Zhuishing Lake lay to the northwest of Yunwu, Zhe, roughly 700 to 800 li from his current position. At his present pace traveling at full speed, he could arrive in less than half a day. I must go. Lin Chen no longer hesitated. The slight regret over his inadequate alchemical talent was swept away by this new far greater opportunity. He cleared the traces in the cave his form flickered, and he had already left standing on a high slope as he gazed toward the northwest. The distance of 700 to 800 miles was nothing more than half a day under Lin Chen's full exertion of his great speed talent. When the humidity in the air suddenly thickened and a vast, boundless lake shimmering with dark blue waves appeared on the horizon, Lin Chen knew he had arrived at the Falling Star Lake. Before he could approach the lake's edge, a cacophony of mixed, powerful auras surged towards him. The scene before him moved even Lin Chen, who was used to grand spectacles. The Falling Star Lake stretched endlessly, its surface calm as a mirror reflecting the overcast sky. In the center of the lake stood a magnificent, ancient-looking nine-story tower, its entire body presenting a quaint bluish-gray hue. The tower's body was constructed of an unknown material soaring into the clouds, measuring at least 100 feet tall, with each eave adorned with uniquely shaped copper bells that rang melodiously in the wind, their sounds seemingly capable of cleansing the soul. On the surface of the tower, numerous intricate and profound runes could be faintly seen circulating, emanating a vast, desolate, and unassailable spiritual pressure. Even from the distant lake, that pressure could be clearly felt. This was indeed the legendary ancient tower. Just from a distance, one could sense its extraordinary nature. At this moment, the lakeshore was already a sea of people, a dense crowd swarming like ants along the several miles of the lakeside, certainly numbering in the thousands. The sounds of chatter, discussions, shouts, and even occasional conflicts mixed together, creating a tumultuous, rich hues of various elemental energies, fiery blood auras, sharp sword intents, and heavy fist forces intertwined and clashed, stirring the elemental energy of this area into chaos. Unlike the previous disorder at the entrance of the ruins and the pill furnace, the Falling Star Lake now, although crowded and noisy, had faintly formed a kind of order. The best areas of the lakeshore directly facing the ancient tower were occupied by several major forces, each clearly delineated, setting up simple camps and formations, with elite warriors patrolling back and forth to maintain order in their respective areas. Occupying the central and most spacious area was the military. The dark black military flags fluttered loudly, with hundreds of fully armed, fiercely spirited soldiers forming a strict square formation, their weapons standing like a forest, the atmosphere filled with a sense of impending slaughter. To the left of the military was the Zhou family. Dozens of Zhou family warriors armed with long swords and exuding fierce auras surrounded a delicate tent. Outside the tent, two old masters who had appeared at the core of the ruins sat cross-legged, their eyes, like lightning, continuously scanning the lake and the ancient tower, across their expressions still grim, clearly indicating that the deaths of Zhou Tong and Zhou Zhenghong had cast a heavy shadow over the Zhou family's mission. To the right of the military was the Wang family. The Wang family camp had a rugged style primarily made of large rocks and animal skin tents. The giant-like master sat in the center, his expression still grim, exuding an aura that warned others to stay away. Further to both sides were the Tianwu Academy, the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce, the Loose Cultivator Alliance, and some other medium and small-sized forces camps. The camp of the Tianwu Academy was orderly, with more than 10 young students under the guidance of their mentor, either sitting quietly to recuperate or whispering in discussion, their demeanor refined. The Loose Cultivator Alliance remained disorganized, but the largest factions had also delineated their territories, restricted by their leaders. The camp of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce was located diagonally behind the military, not the best position, but spacious enough. Within the camp were a dozen tents with dozens of guards and staff busily at work. A flag of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce stood at the front of the camp. Lin Chen concealed his aura, maintaining the appearance of an ordinary mid-level Grand Marshal Master, and walked towards the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce camp. As he approached the camp, two guards with formidable auras immediately stepped forward to block his way. Halt! This is the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce's territory, no entry for outsiders. The guards scrutinized Lin Chen warily. Lin Chen said nothing more and directly revealed his dark golden Shen-grade guest token adorned with star patterns. Upon seeing the token, the guards' expressions changed immediately. After a careful inspection, they instantly became extremely respectful. So it's Master Guest from the Chamber of Commerce. My apologies for not recognizing you. Please enter. Manager Han has instructed that if a guest elder arrives, you must be introduced immediately. One of the guards hurriedly led Lin Chen into the camp, directly to a larger tent in the center. As the tent flaps were lifted, Han Yueyang, Rui Shan, and Lu Qing were all present.
Except for Lu Qing, who was organizing some herbs, the other three seemed to be whispering about something, their expressions not looking good. Upon noticing someone entering, they immediately looked up. When they saw that it was Lin Chen, the four had different expressions. Han Yu's eyes first flashed with surprise, then became complex as he stood up and cupped his fist, saying, "Lin Guest Elder, you have arrived." His tone compared to before outside the ruins lacked the subtle rejection and coldness, now infused with a hint of caution, even a trace of reverence. He evidently already knew some of Lin Chen's achievements in the ruins through certain channels, at least aware that he could emerge unscathed from such chaos, clearly not someone to be trifled with. Yang Rui and Shirshan also stood up, their expressions somewhat awkward, particularly Yang Rui, whose gaze flickered momentarily. Only Lu Qing nodded at Lin Chen as a form of greeting. "Manager Han, everyone, I trust you are well." Lin Chen returned the greeting, his expression calm. "Thanks to the blessings of the guest elder, it seems I have emerged unscathed." Han Yu gave a wry smile and invited Lin Chen to sit while Lu Qing served tea. "Lin Guest Elder acts alone, you must have gained a lot, right? President Shen sent word that the guest elder might come, but I didn't expect it to be so soon. It's just a few gains." Lin Chen downplayed it, directly cutting to the point. "Manager Han, President Shen mentioned the ancient tower and the trial. What are the specifics? Is it possible to enter now?" When the ancient tower was mentioned, Han Yu's expression became serious, and Yang Rui and the others perked up their ears. "The specific rules are that about a day ago, the ancient tower suddenly rose from the center of the lake, its body illuminated with light, to announce," Han Yu said solemnly. "As President Shen stated, those under 30 years of age and not yet at the master level can attempt to challenge the tower. The tower has 9 levels, each with different trials. They could be illusion labyrinths, combat tests, or assessments of comprehension, temperament, and even other aspects. Each person has only one chance to challenge the tower. If they fail or are teleported out, they cannot enter again. The higher the levels cleared, the richer the rewards granted by the tower spirit. Moreover," he paused, a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes, "it is said that if one can clear the 6th level, they will qualify for the preliminary inheritance recognized by the tower spirit, potentially obtaining the true core inheritance clues of this ancient tower and this secret realm. If one can clear the 9th level, the rewards are unimaginable. Is anyone allowed to enter now?" "How is the situation with the tower?" Lin Chen inquired. "The tower gate has yet to open," Han Yu replied. "The glowing characters on the tower indicate that it will open when the starlight reflects the lake moment arrives. We speculate that it may be around midnight tonight, when the power of the stars is at its peak, reflecting on the surface of the lake. Therefore, various factions are waiting here. As for the situation of entering the tower, no one knows yet. However, judging by the imposing presence of this ancient tower, the challenges within are undoubtedly not simple." Lin Chen nodded, gazing at the majestic ancient tower outside the tent. "Which young experts from various factions are likely to enter?" Lin Chen asked, focusing on what mattered most to him. Han Yu's expression grew serious. "Almost all the eligible young geniuses have arrived. On the military side, the most renowned is the young blood spear Luo Cheng, a deputy of Captain Zhao, who is at the peak of the great martial master level, known for his fierce spear techniques and combat power that nearly matches a master. The Zhou family naturally has the sword master Zhou Xian, who is said to have received the true transmission of the Zhou family's thunder sword technique. His sword intention approaches perfection, and he is also at the peak of the great martial master level, making him a favorite for this tower challenge. Although the Wang family has lost Wang Gang, 2 body refinement geniuses have arrived, Wang Meng and Wang Lai, both at the late stage of the great martial master level with formidable physical strength. The Tianwu Academy has sent 3 elite inner courtyard members, led by Chu Feng, who is also at the peak of the great martial master level and is said to possess a rare wind attribute talent, granting him extraordinary speed. The Loose Cultivator Alliance also has several formidable figures, but the most noteworthy is the Shadow Pavilion. He lowered his voice. A young man from the Shadow Pavilion, codenamed Phantom, has never revealed his true appearance. His aura is eerie and elusive, and those targeted by him rarely survive. This person is also at the peak of the great martial master level." Lin Chen casually asked, "What about the Su family? Did they not come?" However, he was secretly concerned about Su Wuya. "The Su family has also arrived," Han Yu said, "but their camp is rather low-key, not revealing much. The leader is a formation genius named Su Ming at the late stage of the great martial master level. However," he hesitated for a moment, "I heard that the true prodigy of the Su family, Su Wuya, seems to have come as well, but his whereabouts are even more secretive, rarely showing himself. It is said that this person possesses terrifying knife skills and is also at the peak of the great martial master level, making him one of Zhou Xian's strongest competitors." Su Wuya has indeed arrived. Lin Chen was resolute in his heart. With a level cultivation talent, this target was one he must achieve. However, since Su Wu's movements are covert, he would need to find an opportunity to approach and replicate. Additionally, Han Yu added, besides the local forces from Haicheng, there seem to be some young experts from other regions who have rushed here upon hearing the news mingling among the loose cultivators. Their strengths are unknown, but they should not be underestimated. This tower challenge can be described as a gathering of heroes of fierce contest. Lin Chen remained silent. The situation was even more complex than he had anticipated. With so many geniuses gathered, the competition would undoubtedly be intensely fierce. However, that makes it even more interesting, doesn't it? Is there anyone from the Merchant Association entering? Lin Chen looked at Han Yu. Han Yu smiled wryly. Yang Rui and Shan have all passed 30 and do not meet the conditions. Only Lu Qing and 2 other young managers qualify. Lu Qing is at the peak of the Martial Master level, while the other 2 are at the early stage of the Great Martial Master level. Our primary role is still to assist and gather intelligence. As for the tower challenge, it may be difficult to compete with those top geniuses. President Shin's intention is also for us to prioritize our safety if we can achieve something that would be best, but if not, there's no need to push ourselves. He looked at Lin Chen, his tone sincere. Lin Kiking's strength is unfathomable, and this tower challenge may be our Sihai Merchant Association's greatest hope. If Kuching encounters Lu Qing and the others in the tower, please take care of them. The association will surely reward you handsomely. Lin Chen nodded in agreement. Lu Qing is a decent woman with expertise in pill toxins. She might be useful. Just as several people were conversing, a sudden uproar and cries of surprise arose from outside the tent. Look, the tower has changed. Light. The tower is glowing. Is someone going to open it early? Lin Chen and the others immediately rushed out of the tent, only to see the majestic ancient tower in the center of the lake, its surface shimmering with bright runes, especially the first layer, which radiated a soft white glow. A more distinct and overwhelming spiritual pressure spread out, suppressing the noise on the lakeshore considerably. Then a gigantic, glowing character reappeared on the tower, each character clear and vivid, visible to all starlight, is approaching the tower gate, will open. Those under 30 years of age who have not yet reached the master level may enter the tower to compete. The space within the tower is independent of life and death, depend on fate. Those who reach the 9th level may obtain my true transmission of Tianyun. True transmission of Tianyun. These 4 words ignited a frenzy along the lake shore like drops of water in boiling oil. It's Tianyun sect. Indeed, it is the place of inheritance of the ancient Tianyun sect. The 9th level. Ascending to the 9th level will grant true transmission. Let's fight for it. We must get in. Countless young martial artists' eyes erupted with fervent light, cracking their knuckles, eager to try. Even top talents like Zhou Xian, Luo Cheng, and Xu Feng stood up, their gazes sharp as they locked onto the ancient tower, their fighting spirits surging. True transmission of Tianyun. Lin Chen murmured, gripping the shadow blade tightly. It seems this ancient tower is not only related to rewards, but may also point to deeper secrets of the Tianyun sect, perhaps connected to the Tianyun order and the true understanding of pill techniques he has obtained. The night completely enveloped the falling star lake, the sky resembling a massive ink-soaked velvet cloth, gradually illuminating countless dazzling stars. Tonight there is no moon, yet the starlight is exceptionally bright, its cold radiance pouring down from the 9 heavens, sprinkling upon the vast lake's surface, reflecting the starry images, creating a dreamlike scene that seems to connect heaven and earth. Starlight reflects the lake. The time has come. Someone shouted, and in an instant the previously bustling lakeshore fell silent, as if a pin could be heard dropping. Thousands of gazes, regardless of which faction they belonged to, regardless of their cultivation level, and regardless of their intentions, were now all intensely, eagerly, and nervously focused on the towering ancient tower at the center of the lake. As if in response to the multitude of attention, the white halo blooming from the first layer of the tower suddenly intensified. Following that, the second layer, the 3rd layer, up to the 9th layer. The entire 9-story ancient tower resembled a massive torch suddenly ignited, with the copper bells at each eave crazily swaying, producing a harmonious sound that echoed like heavenly music or war drums. The runes flowing on the surface of the tower also detached at this moment, transforming into countless radiant ancient characters swirling around the tower, like living spirits, ultimately converging at the tower's base into a massive luminous gate over 10 feet in diameter, continuously spinning, composed of pure starlight and runes. Inside the gate, the light and shadow danced, as if leading to another world, radiating powerful and stable spatial fluctuations along with an ancient and majestic force of invitation. The tower gate has opened. After a brief silence, a roar akin to a mountain crashing and a sea surging erupted. Charge. Opportunities are right before our eyes. True transmission of Tianyun, I am coming. The eager young martial cultivators, long restrained, surged forth like a floodgate unleashed, roaring heaven-shaking cries as they transformed into streaks of light, darting toward the colossal starlit gateway at the lake's heart, like countless silver carp leaping upstream. In that instant, factions and temporary alliances crumbled into irrelevance before the imminent world-defying opportunity. All shared but one thought: break in. Seize the advantage. Let us go? Lin Chen drew a deep breath within the Sea-High Trading Consortium camp, nodded firmly to Lin Chen and the two other young stewards, and all four shot forward simultaneously. Lin Chen did not unleash his full speed. Instead, he matched the pace of Lin Chen and the others, blending seamlessly into the vanguard, rushing toward the luminous gate. His body grew weightless. Light and shadow whirled before his eyes. The familiar sensation of spatial transmission washed over him, though gently. When his vision cleared, he found himself standing in an utterly alien realm. Beneath his feet lay a vast, unbroken expanse of solid black metallic floor, faintly luminescent and stretching infinitely beyond sight. Above arched a profound, star-dappled vault, cosmic nebulae seeming to swirl within its depths, casting down a cool, ethereal radiance. The air hung thick with an aura of ruthless martial austerity and iron-blooded resolve. Towering walls of the same obsidian metal rose on all sides, polished mirror smooth, reflecting his own indistinct silhouette. This was the first tier of the ancient pagoda. At that moment, hundreds had already flooded in, figures thronging, voices clamoring. Yet before them the air rippled like water, coalescing rapidly into distinct forms. They were war constructs, each clad in standardized leather armor, gripping long blades, their faces blurred, yet their auras resonating closely with those of the cultivators present. Each construct emitted energy fluctuations precisely calibrated to match the cultivator it faced, exactly equal in cultivation level. The Tianyun trial begins here, intoned a vast, emotionless voice, genderless, and piercing directly into the soul, and from this tier onward, it is a contest of pure combat strength. Tier 1 battle against an equal. Victory grants advancement, defeat expels you from the pagoda. Time limit 1 incense stick. The moment the voice faded, hundreds of war constructs activated in unison, crimson light blazing from their eyes, as they lunged without flourish toward their designated opponents. Blades cleaved the air, trailing razor-edged gusts. Kill. After a fleeting moment of shock, fierce combat erupted instantly. Roars of fury, clashing steel, explosive bursts of primal energy, and muffled cries of pain filled the entire first tier in an instant. Before Lin Chen too, a war construct coalesced, wielding a black longsword identical in form to his own shadow veil blade, its aura dense and imposing, clearly a peak great martial artist. It spoke no word. In a single fluid motion, it became a black afterimage, its blade descending straight for Lin Chen's face, heavy and resolute, carrying the unadorned, battle-forged essence of slaughter itself. It mimics my cultivation level, but its swordsmanship. Lin Chen's gaze remained calm. He did not shift his footing, merely tilted his body slightly aside. His shadow veil blade, launched later, yet arriving first, slid upward along the construct's blade edge. A flawless execution of the Dragon Veil sword arts. Hidden dragon emerges from the abyss. Clang. Steel met steel. Sparks exploded outward. The construct staggered backward a step, then instantly steadied itself, and shifted its technique, now echoing traces of the Dragon Veil sword art with uncanny agility. Interesting, adaptive learning. A subtle ripple stirred within Lin Chen's mind. He held nothing back. Activating his Class C speed proficiency, he vanished, reappearing instantly to the construct's left. His shadow veil blade became a gray thread, silent and lethal, slicing toward the juncture of its neck and shoulder. The construct reacted with astonishing swiftness, swinging its blade up to parry. Yet Lin Chen's speed surpassed its reflexes, his trajectory unervingly precise. SHHRRK. Its black blade was deflected aside, Lin Chen's edge carved deep across its scapula, drawing forth a viscous emerald green, lubricant-like fluid. The construct's movements faltered ever so slightly. It ends now. Lin Chen granted no reprieve. Blade and body moved as one. Executing dragon, roaming the 4 seas, waves of light engulfed the construct from every direction, scoring over a dozen wounds across its frame. The final strike, dragon soaring through 9 heavens, descended like a mountain, shattering its skull with thunderous finality. The construct froze, then dissolved into shimmering black motes. Before Lin Chen lay a crimson pill the size of a dragon's eye, gleaming with metallic luster, and a low-grade spirit crystal. Crimson blood pill. Low-grade spirit crystal. Victors advanced to Tier 2. The emotionless voice sounded again, and a guiding beam of light descended, enveloping Lin Chen. Light shifted. Lin Chen stood upon Tier 2, similar in structure to the first, yet more expansive and austere. Before him 2 war constructs materialized, both wielding long swords, both radiating the same peak great martial artist aura. Tier 2 dual combat against equals. Victory advances, a defeat expels. Time limit 1. The 2 constructs attacked in perfect synchrony, one from left, one from right. their blades weaving a net of light coordinating with eerie cohesion to seal off most of Lin Chen's evasion routes. Two opponents. Time to be serious. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened, activating both his Class C speed proficiency and Class B sword proficiency simultaneously. He abandoned pure adherence to the Dragonveil sword art, instead weaving into each stroke the nascent essence of rupturing currents, a principle he had only just begun to grasp. His body flowed like a celestial dragon, his blade flashed like lightning. Empowered by dual proficiencies, his speed eclipsed theirs, his strength utterly overwhelming. Each slash carried the indomitable will to sever all things, sharp, absolute, inevitable. One construct attempted a coordinated strike. He evaded, then reversed his blade to sever its sword arm. The other lunged from behind, but Lin Chen, as if eyes blazed upon his back, spun midair, driving a devastating kick into its chest. His Class C strength erupted, caving in its torso, sending it hurtling backward, only to be bisected mid-flight by his pursuing blade. Defeating the pair took several seconds longer than Tier 1. His reward, 2 Tiger Soul Pills and 2 low-grade Spirit Crystals. Once more the guiding light descended. Tier 3. Only a single war construct awaited Lin Chen, but its aura made his pupils contract sharply. Initial master level. Though newly ascended, its foundation seemingly unstable, the sheer magnitude of its energy layer and life pressure far surpassed any great martial artist, undeniable and absolute. Tier 3 combat across cultivation tiers. Victory advances, a defeat expels. Time limit 1 incense stick. A transcendental challenge, leaping an entire major cultivation boundary to face a master. Even the weakest, most unsteady master tier construct would reduce most peak great martial artists to despair. It moved, not drawing a weapon, but launching a single bare-fisted strike. A deceptively simple punch, yet it gathered ambient primordial energy, condensing into a massive housesized crimson fist seal that plummeted like a meteor, bearing crushing, suffocating pressure straight toward Lin Chen. This was the hallmark of a master's nascent command over the heavens and earth. Excellent. Lin Chen's eyes blazed, not with fear, but with roaring, unquenchable battle fervor. He had long yearned to test the true gap between himself, unleashing everything, and a master. Class C speed, Class C strength, and Class B sword proficiency ignited in full unison. The Tai Su stellar scripture surged to its zenith. Stellar spiritual energy roared through his meridians. He did not evade. Instead, he channeled every ounce of strength, spiritual energy, and indomitable will into his shadow veil blade, and met the colossal fist seal with a single decisive slash. This strike bore no name, not rupturing currents, but fused his entire understanding of sword Tao brute force, shattering artifice, pinpoint precision, fracturing overwhelming scale. Cut! His blade light condensed into a singular razor-thin line, colliding heat-in with the dark red fist seal. Boom! A deafening cataclysm erupted. The next morning, Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes in the quiet room, the brilliance of stars and the glow of crimson gold fleeting in his gaze. His breath. Lin Chen's entire body shook violently, blood and chi surged within him, and his right arm, which held the knife, felt slightly numb. He was jolted backward, sliding over 10 yards and carving 2 deep trenches in the ground. The dark red fist mark was forcibly cleaved apart by this strike, dissipating into nothingness. The battle puppet opposite him also staggered slightly. To withstand a blow from a master without injury, my strength is indeed not inferior to that of an ordinary master in the early stages. Lin Chen's heart steeled, and his fighting spirit surged. Before the battle puppet could strike again, he took the initiative to attack. At full clevel speed, his form transformed into countless elusive afterimages, relentlessly assaulting the battle puppet. The knife light was like a sudden storm, targeting the joint's energy core and other vital points. The battle puppet swung its fists, creating gusts of wind as it clashed with Lin Chen. Lin Chen pushed his body technique, knife technique, speed, and strength to their limits, resembling a slippery dragon darting through the fierce attacks of the battle puppet, continuously inflicting wounds upon it. Although the battle puppet had extremely strong defenses and the wounds were shallow, they accumulated over time, causing its movements to slow and the energy radiance on its surface to gradually dim. The final strike. After a prolonged battle, a fierce light flashed in Lin Chen's eyes as he deliberately exposed a flaw. The battle puppet indeed fell for the trap, unleashing a punch towards his chest. Lin Chen did not dodge or evade, summoning the starry primordial energy and clevel strength to their peak, gathering it in his left fist. He countered with a punch of his own, colliding hard against the battle puppet's fist. Boom! The clash of their fists sounded like 2 small mountains colliding. A trickle of blood seeped from the corner of Lin Chen's mouth, and his left arm creaked under the strain, but he did not retreat a single step. The battle puppet's fist was jolted upward, leaving its center wide open. Now's the time. The shadow blade emitted a clear ringing sound, and a blade light honed to perfection and embodying the essence of cutting the flow, resembling a venomous dragon emerging from its lair, sword from below, precisely penetrating the battle puppet's armpit and piercing through its chest to strike its energy core. Crack! It sounded like glass shattering. The advancing form of the battle puppet suddenly froze, its crimson electronic eye flickering rapidly a few times before dimming swiftly. Its massive body swayed twice before crashing to the ground, dissipating into black light. Cough! Lin Chen leaned on his knife, coughing up a mouthful of blood, his left arm filled with sharp pain, and his internal organs felt the impact. Challenging a master, even the weakest battle puppet, was not easy. He quickly consumed a healing pill. Challenge succeeded. Rewards: 1 piece of blood gold essence, 1 medium-grade primordial crystal, and 1 minor recovery pill. The rewards were much richer than the previous 2 levels. Blood gold essence was a rare material for forging earth-grade weapons, while the medium-grade primordial crystal had purer energy. A guiding light descended. After a moment's adjustment, Lin Chen stepped into the light. 4th level. 2 battle puppets in the early stages of master. 5th level. 3 battle puppets in the early stages of master, coordinating seamlessly, faintly forming a 3-element battle formation. The battle grew increasingly arduous and brutal. Lin Chen revealed all his trump cards. His clever speed and strength talents provided him with the capital to contend with masters, while his bevel knife technique talent and the essence of cutting the flow were key to breaking through. He no longer pursued a quick resolution, but instead utilized his speed to maneuver, seeking opportunities to break through the formation, taking them down one by one. Each battle took considerable time, and he began to accumulate real wounds with his level healing talent working overtime. The rewards he obtained became increasingly precious, including a frenzy pill that could briefly enhance combat power, jade marrow ointment for repairing meridians, and even a jade slip containing fragmented notes on earth-grade body techniques. When he passed through the 5th level drenched in blood and his breath uneven, he was transported to a small independent space for respite, where only 7 or 8 people remained. Zhou Xian, bloodstained in white robes, yet the ancient sword he carried still sang, sword energy, soaring into the sky. Luo Cheng, leaning on a blood spear, bore several gaping wounds, yet his killing intent was even more intense. Chu Feng, his clothes torn, breath slightly disordered, yet his gaze remained bright. Yu Han appeared somewhat faded, but his aura grew increasingly mysterious. Brothers Wang Meng and Wang Lai supported each other, both covered in wounds, yet their ferocity did not diminish. There was also a young stranger with a resolute face wielding dual halberds alongside a petite figure obscured by a large cloak, her face hidden. Those who made it this far were truly monsters who could dominate their peers in combat power, even able to challenge beyond their rank. Each bore the marks of fierce battles, and as they exchanged glances, a blend of caution and fighting spirit intertwined. 6th level. 4 early-stage master battle puppets, forming a 4 symbols battle formation. A calm voice echoed, announcing the next challenge. Everyone's expression changed. For masters forming a formation wielded power far beyond mere addition. They could likely threaten even mid-stage masters. The difficulty had escalated geometrically. 7th level. 5 early-stage master battle puppets, forming a 5 elements battle formation. 8th level. 6 early-stage master battle puppets, forming a 6 harmonies battle formation. 9th level. Replicate the self. To conquer the self and break through one's shackles is to find the true self. The defeated will either sink or perish. The final piece of information regarding the 9th level left everyone breathless. Replicate the self. Overcome the self. This meant that the opponent on the 9th level would be an exact copy of oneself, possessing the same cultivation talent, martial skills, and combat awareness, possibly even the same thought patterns. This was far more terrifying than facing any formidable foe, for what one needed to defeat was the existence that understood them best, one that shared the same potential and combat wisdom. This challenge tested not only combat strength, but also the courage, wisdom, and potential to seek breakthroughs in dire situations. Silence spread throughout the small buffer space. Some revealed fear in their eyes, while others erupted with even stronger fighting spirit. To overcome oneself. Lin Chen tightened his grip on the knife handle, his eyes gleaming with unprecedented brilliance. With replicated talent, level knife techniques, clever speed, and strength, and numerous trump cards, how could one win against an identical version of oneself? This was undoubtedly the greatest challenge he had faced on his martial path thus far, but it was also the greatest opportunity. If he could break through, both his strength and mindset would undergo a qualitative leap. After a stick of incense, you will be transported to the 6th level. You may choose to forfeit and exit the tower. The voice provided the final choice time. No one moved. Those who had come this far possessed a will as solid as iron. How could they retreat out of fear? A stick of incense quickly passed. The guiding light descended, enveloping all remaining individuals. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chen stepped into the light. The next 3 levels would be true hellish trials. Meanwhile, the self at the 9th level awaited quietly at the tower's peak. The 6th layer, the 4 symbols battle array. 4 early-stage battle puppets encircled and attacking. Lin Chen fought desperately, utilizing the exquisite combination of clever speed and level swordsmanship to seize the fleeting opening during the array's transformation, forcibly severing the connection between a battle puppet and the array, with the true meaning of flow severing, breaking through the battle formation and ultimately slaying the 4 battle puppets one by one. He also paid a heavy price, with claw marks deeply etched into his back visible down to the bone and his internal organs shaken. The 7th layer, the 5 elements battle array. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, 5 battle puppets in a cycle of mutual support and restraint, the array harmonious and ever rejuvenating. The battle reached a brutal extreme. Lin Chen pushed his body technique, swordsmanship, speed, and strength to the limit, struggling for survival within the deadly 5 elements rotation. In the end, he was drenched in blood, his left arm's bones shattered, and multiple gaping wounds on his chest and abdomen. With a nearly self-destructive resolve, he managed to pass through the 7th layer. As the 5 elements battle array collapsed and the 5 battle puppets dissipated into black light, Lin Chen felt as if all his strength had been drained, his vision darkening, nearly fainting on the spot. The Martial King level healing elixir life creation pill automatically flew into his mouth, its immense medicinal power protecting his heart, veins, the remaining vitality of the earth core jade essence flowing within him, and his level healing talent operating frantically, barely pulling him back from the brink of death. He was teleported to a small independent buffer space. It was empty, with only a simple array providing thin spiritual energy and basic protection. Lin Chen collapsed on the ground, finding it difficult to even move a finger, a piercing pain coming from his severed arm, and his internal organs felt as if they were on fire, with every breath tinged with a metallic taste. He knew that his injuries were severe. Had it not been for the life creation pill and the earth core jade essence, he might have already perished. Restoring his combat strength would take at least 10 days to half a month. The 7th layer has reached my limit. Lin Chen felt bitter in his heart, yet a hint of relief remained. The terror of the 5 elements battle array far exceeded his imagination, and merely surviving it was already a stroke of luck. The 8th layer involved 6 masters forming the 6 harmonies battle array, while the 9th layer would require facing oneself. In his current state, entering would be tantamount to seeking death. As he struggled to operate his techniques, guiding the medicinal power to heal, the light curtain of the buffer space flickered again, and another figure was teleported in. Dressed in moon-white attire, untainted by dust, with a long sword at his waist, his handsome, yet cold face belonged to Su Wuya. Compared to Lin Chen's miserable state, Su Wuya's condition was far better. He breathed steadily, his robes bearing only a few inconspicuous burn marks and creases, his complexion slightly pale, yet his aura remained deep and calm. As his cold eyes opened and closed, a sharp intent of the sword flickered. Clearly, passing through the 7th layer of the 5 elements battle array was no easy feat for him either, but he was far from suffering any critical injuries. As Su Wuya entered the space, his gaze swept across and instantly fixed upon Lin Chen, who lay collapsed on the ground, breathless, with a blood-soaked severed arm. A hint of faint surprise flickered in his eyes, seemingly not expecting that besides himself someone could also pass through the 7th layer, and in such a tragic manner. He did not speak or approach, merely walking to another corner of the space, sitting cross-legged, taking out a fragrant pill to consume, and closing his eyes to adjust his breathing. Even while adjusting his breath, he naturally emanated a cold aura that warned others to stay away, along with a faint yet sharp sword intent that prickled the skin. After about the time it takes to burn an incense stick, Su Wuya slowly opened his eyes, a brilliant light shining within, as if his exhaustion had recovered significantly. Casting a glance at Lin Chen, who was still struggling to heal and looked weak, he suddenly spoke, his tone flat and cold, devoid of emotion. To be able to pass through the 5 elements battle array in such a grievous state, your swordsmanship is commendable. It was merely luck, not comparable to young Master Su. Lin Chen felt a shiver in his heart, not expecting Su Wuya to take the initiative to speak. He coughed up a mouthful of clotted blood, his voice hoarse and weak. The 7th layer must not have satisfied young Master Su either. Su Wuya remained non-committal, his gaze directed towards the upper part of the buffer space, where a faint transmission fluctuation leading to the 8th layer could be sensed. The 8th layer, the 6 harmonies battle array, 6 early-stage masters, the array is even more formidable. He spoke calmly, as if stating a fact. The 9th layer requires defeating oneself. In my current condition, let alone the 8th layer, even recuperating to leave this place will take some time, Lin Chen replied, with a bitter smile, struggling to prop up half his body with his functioning right hand, revealing his empty, simply bandaged severed arm. It seems that the ancient tower's opportunity is not destined for me. Su Wai's gaze returned to Lin Chen, lingering for a moment on his grievous injuries, his eyes seemingly flashing with a hint of understanding, perhaps accompanied by a trace of aloof indifference typical of top-tier geniuses. To him, a competitor who was grievously injured and already out of the game posed no threat at all, even unworthy of further concern. A wise choice. Su Wai's tone remained flat. On the path of martial arts, one must know when to advance and retreat. Forcing oneself into the impossible will only lead to demise. You are right, young Master Su. Lin Chen lowered his gaze to conceal the expression in his eyes, his tone even weaker. May I ask if young Master Su intends to continue challenging the 8th layer or even the 9th layer? Su Wei did not answer immediately. He closed his eyes again, seemingly sensing something, or perhaps making final adjustments. After a moment, he opened his eyes, a flicker of intense and pure battle intent igniting within his cold gaze as he stepped forward, gradually approaching Lin Chen. The path of oneself can only be broken by oneself. I wish to give the 9th layer a try. His voice was not loud, but carried an unwavering determination. Clearly the challenge of defeating oneself held a fatal allure for him. A glint of brilliance flashed in Lin Chen's eyes as he realized that Su Wei had come within reach of his copying ability. Copy level cultivation talent. Success. The level cultivation talent was now within grasp. Lin Chen erupted with joy internally, but he dared not show any expression on his face. Instead, due to the forced mental exertion, his complexion paled further, and his breath became erratic, coughing more violently. Su Wei seemed to be pulled back to reality by his coughing, glancing at him, his brows furrowing slightly, seemingly finding this wounded person somewhat troublesome, yet he did not say anything further. Take care of yourself. Su Wei left this last remark and no longer looked at Lin Chen, turning around and stepping decisively into the transmission light column leading to the 8th layer. To him, the battle against oneself was far more important than dealing with a heavily injured stranger. Only after Su Wai's figure completely vanished into the light column did Lin Chen finally relax his back, soaked with cold sweat. He did not dare to delay, immediately gathering all his focus to heal, waiting for his injuries to stabilize before integrating the level cultivation talent. The 8th layer, the 6 harmonies battle array. The 9th layer, the battle against myself. Lin Chen silently recited in his heart, looking towards the direction of the vanished light column, a complex expression flashing in his eyes. He sensed Su Wai's confidence and arrogance. Indeed, he was a terrifying opponent, a true genius in the sword path. His sword momentum had already risen to 30% due to the inheritance of the /heaven sword art, while Su Wai's sword momentum had reached at least 70%, achieving great success. However, the future self will ultimately surpass him. Lin Chen's lips curled into a faint cold arc. The level cultivation talent would be the foundation for him to surpass everyone in the future. He no longer hesitated, focusing his spirit and communicating with the tower spirit. I give up continuing to challenge the tower and request to be teleported away. A gentle light descended, enveloping his battered body. The next moment he had vanished from the buffer space, appearing outside the ancient tower by the Starfall Lake on an open space not far from the Four Seas Merchant Association's camp. The night was heavy, silent as the grave, with only the rippling surface of the lake and the distant lights of the camp. His sudden appearance did not draw much attention. Lin Chen oriented himself, dragging his battered body toward the Four Seas Merchant Association's camp, struggling onward. At this moment, he had only one thought in his mind: to heal as quickly as possible, integrate his talent, and then leave this place of strife, digesting the astonishing and rich gains from this ancient tower journey. As for the battles at the tower's peak and the true inheritance, for now, they were of no concern to him. By the shores of the Falling Star Lake, the night was as dark as ink. Lin Chen dragged his broken body, struggling to catch his breath as he staggered back to the edge of the Seahai Merchant Association's camp under the cover of night. The guards on duty spotted a blood-soaked figure with a severed arm and a faint breath approaching from afar. They immediately became alert and surrounded him, drawing their blades. "Who goes there?" The sharp shout echoed painfully in the silent night. Lin Chen forced himself to raise his intact right hand, revealing the dark golden token of the Seahai Merchant Association. Under the moonlight, the starry patterns on the token glimmered with a faint light. "It is Lin Chen." A sharp-eyed guard recognized the token and, aided by the torchlight, saw Lin Chen's tragic appearance. He gasped in shock and hurriedly stepped forward to assist him, exclaiming, "Quick! Get someone here. Lin Chen is gravely injured." The camp was instantly stirred. Han Yueyang, Rue Shirshan, Lu Qing, and others rushed out from their tents upon hearing the news. When they saw Lin Chen being supported by the guards, almost unrecognizable, even the usually composed Han Yu couldn't help but change his expression drastically. Lu Qing covered her mouth, her eyes filled with shock and disbelief. In that moment, Lin Chen's body was riddled with dozens of deep wounds that could be seen down to the bone, some of which were still slowly oozing blood. His chest, back, and sides bore no intact flesh. His breath was so faint it resembled a dying candle in the wind ready to extinguish at any moment. Only his eyes, though bloodshot and weary, retained a chilling calmness and sharpness deep within. Heavens! Lin Chen, what has happened to you? Han Yu quickly stepped forward, wanting to check his injuries, but unsure where to start, his voice trembling slightly. Having wandered for many years, he had seen countless severely injured individuals, but it was rare to find someone who could remain conscious after such brutality. What kind of terrifying battle must he have endured? It's nothing. I want. Lin Chen's voice was hoarse, almost squeezed out from his throat. Arrange for me a completely quiet and safe healing room. I need to heal. No one must disturb me. Quick, come to my place. My tent has reinforced soundproofing arrays. Lu Qing snapped back to her senses, and quickly said, being proficient in alchemical poisons, she had some emergency supplies in her tent. Everyone hurriedly lifted Lin Chen and brought him into Lu Qing's tent. Lu Qing swiftly cleared a clean area, laid out soft animal hides, and took out several bottles of the best external injury ointments and internal pills. Han Yu personally set up layers of guard outside the tent, ordering that no one should come close, activating the array, capable of blocking any investigation from those below the master level. Lin Chen, take these healing pills first, it'll handle your external wounds. Lu Qing handed over several fragrant pills to Lin Chen, worry etched in her eyes. Thank you. Lin Chen didn't hesitate, opened his mouth to swallow the pills, then carefully scraped off a third of the Shengxing Zhaohua pill obtained from the ancient tower, before swallowing that as well. The overwhelming medicinal power immediately spread through him, like sweet rain falling on parched earth, rapidly nourishing his nearly exhausted life force. The residual medicinal power of the Earth Heart Jade Essence was also activated. Combined with his level healing talent, it began to madly repair his damaged body, bones, meridians, and organs. Lu Qing carefully cleaned his wounds, applying the best hemostatic and regenerative ointments and bandaging them with specially made gauze. Seeing those deep wounds that exposed bone and even injured internal organs, she was horrified, unable to imagine how Lin Chen had managed to walk out of the ancient tower in such a severely injured state. Miss Lu, how is the situation outside? Lin Chen closed his eyes to recuperate, projecting a weak mental inquiry. While bandaging, Lu Qing softly replied, since you and young Master Su entered, others have gradually entered the ancient tower as well, but very few have come out, and most of them were injured, stopped at the earlier levels. Currently only you and young Master Su have entered the 7th level. After young Master Su entered the 8th level, the tower's radiance has remained unchanged, and the outcome is unknown. It seems that important figures from the military, the Zhou family, and the Wang family have fallen within the tower, and the atmosphere is tense. President Shen also sent a message inquiring about your situation. Lin Chen nodded slightly, no longer speaking, as all his focus sank deep within, guiding the medicinal power, combining it with the Taishu Star True Resolution, and began the arduous healing process. Time passed silently during the healing. The Shengxing Zhaohua pill proved to be a king-level holy medicine with astonishing effects. Coupled with the boundless vitality of the Earth Heart Jade Essence and his level healing talent, Lin Chen's injuries began to stabilize and improve at a visible speed. 3 days later, Lin Chen's external wounds had mostly healed. The internal injuries were about 70 to 80% healed, and his elemental power had recovered by 30 to 40%. The most dangerous moment had passed. Lin Chen did not immediately emerge from his healing, but took out the gray ring obtained from the secret compartment in the pill furnace ruins. Previously, he couldn't open it due to the overwhelming restrictions, but now with the Tianyun order, he might give it a try. He pressed the Tianyun order against the ring, simultaneously wrapping a thread of spiritual power around it, attempting to communicate. Sure enough, the ring trembled slightly, and the powerful restrictions on its surface melted away like ice and snow swiftly retreating. His spiritual power successfully penetrated inside. The interior space of the ring was not large, only about 10 feet square, but the items stored within made Lin Chen's breath hitch. The first thing that caught his eye was 3 small jade vials, each labeled Barrier-Breaking Pill, Spirit-Nurturing Pill, Nirvana Pill. The Barrier-Breaking Pill can assist a peak Grand Martial Master in breaking through the Master Bottleneck, increasing the success rate by 30%. The Spirit-Nurturing Pill nourishes and strengthens the Divine Soul, greatly beneficial for condensing the true meaning of martial arts in the future, and even creating one's own techniques. The Nirvana Pill is a legendary healing holy medicine. As long as there is a breath left, even if the Dantian is shattered and the meridians severed, there is still a great chance of restoring to the original state. Its value is incalculable. These 3 bottles of pills are likely the most precious collection of the owner of the alchemy relic. Besides the pills, there were several pieces of various colored spirit energy-rich top-grade, or as clearly materials for refining earth-level or even higher-grade divine weapons. And several dull-colored jade slips that emitted strange fluctuations. As Lin Chen's spiritual power swept over one of the slips, contained the alchemical insights and unique recipes of the owner of the alchemy relic throughout his lifetime. Although it was not as comprehensive as the Tianyun Alchemy True Resolution, some unique insights and obscure recipes within held significant value. Another slip contained a more detailed, albeit incomplete map of the Yunwu Marsh secret realm, especially the core area of the Tianyun sect ruins, marking some dangerous forbidden zones and suspected treasure points, one of which pointed directly to the depths beneath the ancient tower. There was also a jade slip with severely incomplete information seemingly related to some soul contract or inheritance restriction, which could not be deciphered for the time being. This is the real big harvest. Lin Chen felt exhilarated. The barrier-breaking pill and spirit-nurturing pill are crucial for his future breakthrough to master and creating his own techniques. The nirvana pill even grants him another life. Those maps and information also hold immense value. He carefully transferred the contents of the ring to his storage space, and then safely stored the gray ring itself. This ring itself is also a treasure made from special materials which might be useful in the future. After completing these tasks, Lin Chen's condition had recovered to about 50 to 60%. His regenerated left arm had also grown to the elbow, although weak it could move slightly. It is time. A glint of determination flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. Fusion, a level cultivation talent manifested. There was no cataclysmic display, yet a deeper transformation, one that resonated with the very source of life, and the world's spiritual energy unfolded quietly. If a level cultivation talent is a high-efficiency furnace for absorbing and refining primal force, then a level talent is a Tao body that produces a certain resonance and attraction with the world's qi. At the instant of fusion, Lin Chen felt as if every pore of his skin widened, establishing an intimate, unobstructed connection with the outer spiritual energy. Without deliberately activating any technique, the surrounding spiritual energy flowed into him spontaneously, like rivers returning to the sea, threads of power seeping in and being swiftly refined and absorbed. His comprehension of the Taishu Star True Scripture, his attunement to the force of the stars, and his command of the subtle articulations within his practice all became suddenly clearer and many times deeper. Previously sluggish and obscure points cleared as if a veil were lifted. He could even faintly see the particles of spiritual energy of different attributes in the air and the profound currents and transformations between them. His cultivation efficiency increased by far more than tenfold compared to when he had a level talent. This improvement was essential and permanent, meaning his future rate of advancement would reach astonishing heights. The fusion process lasted a full day. When all fell still, Lin Chen opened his eyes with a sense of inverted starfields lay within them, fathomless and deep. He inhaled gently. The sparse spiritual energy in the tent gathered into a visible breath of wind that flowed into his mouth and nostrils. With a subtle thought, the Taishu Star True Scripture ran on its own. The star primordial force within surged like great rivers, purer, more condensed, and full of vitality than before his injury. His cultivation, rooted at the pinnacle of a great martial master's foundation, became firmer with an implicit sense of flawlessness. Level cultivation talent, truly terrifying. Feeling the roaring power within and the ease with which he commanded the world's qi, his heart swelled with this talent combined with the Taishu Star True Scripture and the Dixing Yusue, he was confident he could soon push his cultivation to the true extreme of a great martial master, laying the most solid groundwork for a future breakthrough to grandmaster, and even for composing his own technique. He rose slowly and stretched his limbs. Though his wounds had not fully healed, they no longer posed a serious problem. He changed into a clean, dark, gray training suit, contracted his aura, and resembled an ordinary latest-stage great martial master. He dismantled the formation in the tent, lifted the flap, and stepped outside. Morning had come, a sunlight filtered through the mist and scattered across the lake. Han Yue, Lu Qing, and the others had kept watch nearby. Seeing Lin Chen emerge with most of his injuries healed, they could not hide their astonishment. Such grievous wounds recovering to this degree in 3 days was almost miraculous. Han Yu hurried forward, incredulous. Lin Chen, are you fully recovered? No longer a problem. Thank you for your concern, Lin Chen replied, cupping his hands in thanks. His gaze swept the camp. The atmosphere felt heavy. Has something happened outside? Han Yu's expression turned grave as he lowered his voice. While you secluded yourself these 3 days, the ancient tower reached a conclusion. The Su family's Su Wuya failed on the 8th floor. He was gravely wounded, transmitted out of the tower, and taken away by his clan. It was said that on the 8th floor within the 6 Harmony War Array he fought fiercely, but was overwhelmed. Only by resorting to a secret method did he barely escape. His injuries were severe and would take months to mend. As for the 9th floor, no one had set foot upon it. Su Wuya had halted at the 8th. Lin Chen understood. The 6 Harmony War Array, formed by 6 grandmasters, was truly formidable. Though Su Wuya was powerful, he had not yet reached Grandmaster, that he fought on until overwhelmed testified to his prodigious talent. However, having obtained Su Wuya's level cultivation talent, the balance had shifted. The gap between them would only widen in the future. Moreover, Han Yu continued, Chairman Shen sent an urgent dispatch. According to military monitoring, the stable period of the secret realm's entrance may have less than 2 months remaining. The entrance was slowly destabilizing. When it finally faltered, those still inside might be swept away by spatial turbulence, their fate uncertain. The chairman ordered us to conclude exploration, and after finishing current matters, prepare to withdraw. Lin Chen, what do you think? 2 months, Lin Chen nodded. That was still ample time. His gains on this trip far exceeded expectation. Although the ancient tower offered opportunity in his current state, there was little point in challenging the 8th or 9th floors immediately. Moreover, holding the Tianyun Ling, he sensed faintly that with this token, he might be able to return to the secret realm at will. The tower's trials might not be a one-time affair for him. He tried sinking his spirit into the Tianyun Ling and mentally contacting the lakeside ancient tower. Sure enough, a faint feedback carrying authorization flowed back. Bearer of the Tianyun Ling will be regarded as a candidate for the core inheritance of the Tianyun sect. Trials of the ancient tower may be repeated. However, levels already cleared will not grant baseline rewards. Only by surpassing previous records, or by being the first to clear previously uncleared levels, may one receive further bestowals. As he suspected, the Tianyun Ling truly conferred privilege. One could ascend the tower indefinitely, but levels already passed would no longer yield rewards. This meant that once his strength increased, for example after breaking through to Grandmaster, he could return to attempt the 8th and 9th floors and claim the fabled Tianyun Jinchuan. Furthermore, as his power grew, the tower's spirit might adjust the difficulty, presenting higher trials and rewards. This, he realized, was one of the true values of the Tianyun Ling. Lin Chen felt suddenly enlightened. With this Ling in hand, the Yunwu's secret realm, and especially the ancient tower, had effectively become a private proving ground and reservoir of resources for him. Of course, that depended on him having sufficient strength to attempt it. Manager Han, my wounds are no longer an issue. I plan to explore the secret realm a while longer, then leave on my own to rendezvous with Chairman Shun and Haiching, Lin Chen told Han Yu. He did not wish to travel with the main force. Lone exploration offered greater freedom and made it easier to seek other opportunities and cultivation talents. Han Yu seemed to have anticipated Lin Chen's decision and did not press him. He only nodded. Very well. Take care. The Merchant Guild will break camp this afternoon and withdraw. You may present your token to find Chairman Shun at the Haiching branch at any time. Until we meet again. After brief farewells, Lin Chen did not linger by the Falling Star Lake. In an instant, he melted into the lakeside mist and thicket, dashing away from the camp. He unfurled the more detailed, incomplete map he had obtained from the Ashen Ring. His target lay to the northeast, an area circled in dark red and labeled Dihua Rongyuan. A tiny ancient annotation warned, local fire violent, suspected birth of a fire spirit, perhaps traces of an anomalous flame. Enter with caution. Fire spirit. An anomalous flame. A scorching light burst into Lin Chen's eyes. A fire spirit is a concentrated, pure fragment of fire-attributed energy born from long ages and rare circumstance, endowed with a sliver of sentience. It can assist the cultivation of fire-based arts, aiding the wielder in manipulating flame with myriad applications. An anomalous flame is an even higher existence, a manifestation of an ultimate fire law in the world. Each possesses cataclysmic power and is a supreme treasure for refining pills, forging instruments, and cultivating transcendent techniques. To subdue an anomalous flame would produce an all-around elevation of strength and provide incalculable aid to any future attempt to create a new method by integrating the law of fire. Dihua Rongyuan. Fire spirit. Perhaps even an anomalous flame. Lin Chen licked his somewhat dry lips as his heart involuntarily quickened. This was more tempting than anything else, though the risks would be greater. Even the map warned enter with caution. Given his present strength and numerous trump cards, he might well be able to investigate. This is the place. Lin Chen decided in an instant. He needed stronger power and rarer fortunes to face the harsher trials awaiting him. The power of flame was fierce and blazing, full of destruction and rebirth. To master, it would become another formidable ace in his hand. Deep within the misted marshes, the choking vapors thinned, and the damp chill of the air gradually yielded to a dry, searing draft. The towering ancient trees grew sparse, replaced by peculiar shrubs whose leaves were yellowed and curled, yet unnaturally tenacious. The ground shifted from soft sodden bog to cracked hard earth that glinted with a dark red hue. A faint scent of sulfur hung in the air as the temperature steadily rose. The further one pressed northeast, the more pronounced the change became. Half a day later, when Lin Chen crested a crimson ridge riven with honeycombed hollows and scalding tendrils, the scene before him made him come to an abrupt halt. Ahead lay a basin vast beyond imagining. Within the basin, there were not ordinary rocks or soil, but jagged dark red stones like congealed lava. Countless fissures crisscrossed their surfaces, and from those depths a crimson glow seeped forth, exuding blistering heat. Farther in one could vaguely make out churning, roaring crimson magma, emitting a dull gurgle, as if the very heart of the earth were beating. A warped layer of heat-hazed dark red air cloaked the entire basin. The view was blurred and eerie. This then was the place marked on the map as Yuan. Merely standing at the edge, the violent, blazing aura of fire element chi struck him full on. Lin Chen's protective yuan force surged automatically, hissing faintly as it resisted the heat's assault. Such a domineering seed of fire, he thought, his gaze grave. He could feel the earth fire's force was exceedingly pure and ferocious. For those who cultivated fire element arts, it would be a boon, yet for others, especially those without fire aptitude or proper protection, it would be nothing short of a furnace of torment. Even at the periphery, the temperature would trouble a martialist. To venture into the magma would likely test even a great martialist's endurance. Lin Chen did not plunge in at once. He seated himself cross-legged upon a relatively flat, slightly cooler slab of dark red rock at the fringe and attuned his state. With grade cultivation aptitude running, the Taishu Xingqian Jinjie guided the flow of star yuan force within him. Wisps of fire element chi were drawn in, but once inside they subtly repelled and conflicted with his star-leaning yuan power, making the refining laborious and far less efficient than absorbing ordinary or star chi. As he expected, cultivating a non-fire art here would be twice the effort for half the result, and might even prove hard. He had not come to cultivate, however, but to seek fire spirits, and perhaps the fabled Yihui the anomalous. From the relics he had taken in the ancient tower, he produced an ice sexen fu, affixed it to his chest, and felt a coolness spread that offset part of the scorching heat. He tucked several detoxifying mind-clearing pills beneath his tongue as a precaution, pushed his senses to the limit, and stepped cautiously into the range of Yuan. The rocks beneath his feet were blistering. He could sense the heat through the soles of his specially forged boots. The sulfur stench grew sharper, and now and then ember dust flecked with sparks drifted past. Lin Chen slowed his pace and swept his gaze keenly about him. Along the edges of some fissures he noticed strange plants, entirely crimson and flame-shaped, emitting strong fire element chi fluctuations. They were materials for refining fire pills. He harvested several long-lived specimens. After advancing roughly 3 to 5 li, he had encountered no direct danger beyond the heat and harsh conditions. Still, his nerves tightened. He sensed faint, burning, covetous consciousnesses lurking in the shadows, surreptitiously watching this uninvited. Fire spirits, he thought. Records said they were born in places where fire element chi was pure and intense, taking varied forms. Their intelligence was nascent, and by instinct they would attack and devour other energy-bearing life to augment themselves. A red streak suddenly shot from a nearby fissure like a bolt of lightning, aiming straight for Lin Chen. It revealed itself as a fist-sized, ever-writhing crimson flame. At its heart, 2 tiny violent white dots glinted like eyes. Lin Chen was prepared. With a crate speed aptitude, he tilted his body aside as the Yuying Dao slid half an inch from its sheath, its blade casting a cold gleam as it struck the flank of the flame with precision. The blade's material was extraordinary and not easily daunted by such a degree of flame. The crimson fire emitted a piercing infantile hiss, was slapped backward and smashed against a nearby rock. Its light sputtered and waned, then, with a soft pop, scattered into sparks, leaving behind a handful of crimson crystalline grit. Fire spirit essence. Lin Chen's eyes brightened as he drew it into his palm. It was faintly warm, saturated with pure fire element energy, excellent for refining fire pills, talismans, or assisting fire cultivation. This small fragment was worth no less than a mid-grade yuan stone. That fire spirit had roughly the strength of a martialist and little intelligence, attacking by instinct alone. Yet the appearance seemed to be a signal. Immediately from every direction and from various fissures and hollows, 7 or 8 flame clusters of differing sizes and shades from bright crimson to deep red leapt forth. They no longer attacked singly, but loosely formed a ring, their scorching intents entangling with a primitive greed to devour their prey. These fire spirits ranged in strength from martialist up to the threshold of great martialist. They darted unpredictably, astonishingly swift, and could traverse magma and rock crevices that were making them extremely troublesome. Perfect timing to test his skill and gather essence. Lin Chen thought, his eyes flashing cold as he advanced rather than retreated. With crate speed aptitude, he accelerated, his figure dissolving into blurred afterimages amid the 7 or 8 attacking flames. He did not employ a killing move like Duanliu nor unleash his grade blade talent at full. Instead, he pushed the Yulong Daofa to its utmost, his speed far surpassing that of the fire spirits. Blade light wove like an invisible net, enveloping and severing the oncoming flames one by one. HSSSS. 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 A sharp piercing shriek echoed repeatedly as bursts of flame exploded beneath Yueying blade, leaving behind tiny clusters of refined fire essence. These low-tier fire spirits posed little threat to Lin Chen. His formidable physique, abundant protective spiritual energy, and the Ice Heart Talisman shielding his body rendered their simple flame-burning assaults and blunt impacts negligible. In short order, 7 or 8 fire spirits were eradicated. Lin Chen collected over a dozen portions of fire essence, varying in quality, and stowed them away before pressing deeper. As he advanced further into the melted abyss basin, temperatures soared, fiery spiritual energy grew increasingly turbulent in the air. The very rocks beneath his feet began to soften, fissures oozing ever more active magma. The fire spirits encountered grew stronger. Some now rivaled Mytilate, great martial masters in power. Their flames burned darker, shimmering faintly with arcane sigils. Their attacks evolved beyond mere charges into coiling fire serpents, condensed fire spears, and localized magma detonations. Lin Chen's battles grew markedly less effortless. This pace is unsustainable, too inefficient, too draining. And these outer regions surely harbor no truly powerful fire spirits, let alone heteroflame. He halted, paused briefly to regulate his breath, and gazed intently toward the abyss's innermost. Their deep crimson light bled together like a seamless sea. Heat waves warped the air into shimmering mirages. A vast magma lakes churned ominously, radiating an aura of primordial devastation. I must penetrate the core, but the heat and peril there may well be. Lin Chen paused thoughtfully, then withdrew a tattered ash-gray map retrieved from a dull ring. The inscription read, "Melted Abyss of Earth Fire." On the map slightly west of the basin's center, a small mark was annotated in ancient script: Earth Fire Lotus Platform. The locus where extreme yang gives birth to Een. Perhaps the cradle wherein fire spirits gestate and heteroflame slumbers. Natural prohibitions abound, fire elemental currents run chaotic. Proceed with utmost caution. Earth Fire Lotus Platform. Yang at its apex births Een. A subtle ripple stirred within Lin Chen's mind. Yang at its apex birthing Een often signified that amid utter fire dominance a counterbalancing or harmonizing force might emerge, a hallmark condition for celestial marvels. Their powerful fire spirits almost certainly dwelled, and perhaps heteroflame itself. That is where I shall go, Lin Chen resolved. He assessed his condition once more, positioned restorative pills and healing elixirs within easy reach, and clasped in his palm a fire-repelling talisman, retrieved from an ancient pagoda, that could carve a fleeting safe passage through molten rock. Without lingering on the periphery, he activated 70% of his Class C speed proficiency, his form dissolving into a wisp of azure smoke as he darted deftly around visible magma fissures and eruption points, racing westward toward the basin's heart. Deeper still, the environment deteriorated relentlessly. Scorching gusts threatened to desiccate him utterly. The Ice Heart Talisman's glow dimmed rapidly. The air reeked of sulfurous fumes and burning minerals. Inhaling it seared his lungs. The ground turned blisteringly hot and brittle. One misstep would shatter stone, revealing churning. More terrifying still were the sudden magma detonations, fiery columns erupting without warning from cracks towering several zhang high. Only Lin Chen's acute perception and lightning speed spared him repeated catastrophe. Fire spirits encountered grew ever more formidable. Even a golden flame spirit, the size of a calf, its entire body burnished dark gold, radiating power rivaling a peak, great martial master, its movements accompanied by thunderous wind roar. Its flames reached incinerating temperatures, melting forged steel, and it commanded surrounding magma, summoning tidal waves of molten rock. Lin Chen dared not slacken. He unleashed his full Class B blade proficiency, infusing each strike with the profound intent of river severance, to parry and evade. The golden flame spirit proved exceptionally resilient. Lin Chen's most potent slash left only a deep charred furrow upon its hide, failing to deliver a killing blow. Ultimately, he endured a direct hit from a magma wave, closed the distance, and, through sheer mastery of the river severance intent, pierced its flaming core at point-blank range. It fell, yielding a fist-sized dark golden flame spirit crystal, pulsing with intense thermal resonance, its worth far surpassing ordinary fire essence. The battle exacted heavy toll. Lin Chen bore fresh burns and depleted reserves. Yet he dared not pause. Swallowing pills, he pressed onward. At last, after traversing nearly half the melted abyss basin, he arrived at the region marked on the map. Before him lay a secluded circular valley sunk deep into the earth, its floor roiling with magma, a lake roughly 100 zhang across. At its center rose a natural lotus platform, carved from a singular darker jade-like stone, warm to the touch and lustrous as polished obsidian. The platform bore 9 petals, exquisitely formed, each veined with lifelike precision. At its heart, instead of molten rock, pooled a small foot-wide expanse of deep violet liquid. radiating both bone-deep cold and intensely pure fire essence. This liquid stood in stark contrast to the surrounding inferno, yet coexisted with eerie harmony, as if yin and yang danced in perpetual seamless transmutation. Earth-fire lotus platform. Violet extreme cold flame liquid. Lin Chen's pupils contracted sharply. Violet extreme cold flame liquid was a supreme treasure, a rare confluence born over eons within absolute geothermal fury imbued with a trace of ultimate yin essence. It was indispensable for refining peerless elixirs, tempering fire-aligned divine weapons, and even aiding the subjugation of heteroflame. Its value immeasurable. Yet his gaze lingered only fleetingly upon the platform and its violet liquid, then locked unerringly upon the entity hovering above it aflame. No larger than a human head, it shifted ceaselessly, now blooming like a lotus, now soaring as a bird, now gliding like a fish. Its body a translucent ruby-red purity, yet at its core pulsed a radiant golden point blazing like a miniature sun. It burned silently, not emitting oppressive heat, but emanating an inward, chilling majesty and unmistakable sentience. Around it the air remained perfectly still, undistorted, as if the flame had fused seamlessly with space itself. Encircling it hovered three denser, more vivid phantoms, each radiating power dwarfing every fire spirit he'd faced thus far. One resembled a colossal fire serpent, its scales gleaming crimson gold, a swelling crown atop its head. Another took the form of a roaring fire ape pounding its chest, the third vaguely humanoid, clad in armor of living flame, gripping a spear of pure incandescence. Its features blurred, yet its aura unmistakably brushed the threshold of a grandmaster. Fire spirits, and not merely awakened, but nearing full sentience, bordering on corporeal manifestation. Lin Chen's heart lurched violently. Each guardian presented grave peril, especially the humanoid spirit whose oppressive presence eclipsed even the five-element combat automaton from the 7th floor of the ancient pagoda. And that central, ever-shifting crimson gold flame. Could it be heteroflame? His pulse hammered fierce, though its form matched no known heteroflame recorded in lore. Its profound sentience, overwhelming authority, and the pristine, elemental purity of its flame essence proclaimed its transcendence beyond ordinary fire. Likely an unrecorded variant, or a nascent heteroflame newly emergent. At that very instant, Lin Chen's eyes fixed upon the crimson gold flame. A resonant hum vibrated through the air, its surface flickering faintly as though roused from eons long. Then a voice, crystalline, frigid, suffused with sovereign indifference, blasted directly into Lin Chen's soul. Intruder, you disturb my slumber. Surrender your flesh and soul as nourishment. Simultaneously, the three guardian spirits erupted in silent, earth-shattering roars, their combined fire elemental pressure crashing toward Lin Chen at the valley's mouth like a cataclysmic tsunami. The magma lake boiled violently, hurling titanic waves of fire. The entire Earth-fire lotus platform zone surged to apocalyptic temperatures, space itself seeming to ignite. True peril and true destiny lay before him. Lin Chen drew a deep, steadying breath, his eyes ignited with unprecedented ferocity and resolve. Yueying blade slid slowly from its sheath, its blade reflecting the infernal blaze. You crave my flesh and soul. Then prove you possess the strength to claim them. In the molten depths of the earth fire beside the lotus platform, a cold and imposing thought swept in, carrying an immense pressure akin to burning heaven and boiling sea. Yet this time Lin Chen's eyes held no trace of the previous gravity and alarm. The blood-soaked battle in the ancient tower's 7th layer, the life-and-death struggle against the 5 elements battle array, and the covert confrontations with geniuses like Su Wuya had already honed his will and blade intent into something as refined as tempered steel, sharp yet restrained. Facing the 3 fierce guardians whose auras rivaled the peak of great martial masters and even brushed against the threshold of grandmasters, Lin Chen slowly raised his shadow blade. The blade bore no dazzling radiance, only a layer of nearly tangible grayish blade intent that shimmered with subtle starlight, rippling gently like water waves. This blade intent was purer, heavier, and imbued with a truth born from the trials of life and death, severing the illusions. Just right, let me test my further blade intent on you. Lin Chen's voice was calm, yet carried a chilling aura that made one's heart race. Roar! The flame giant ape was the first to lose control, pounding its chest and roaring its massive body, igniting a towering inferno as its fists like mountains crashed down once more. The flame giant python silently submerged into the magma, and the next moment a surge of dark golden flames erupted from the magma beneath Lin Chen's feet, vicious and cruel. The humanoid flame spirit remained steady, its flame spear pointing ominously, the cold spear intent locking firmly onto Lin Chen's soul, poised to strike. The combined attack of the 3 spirits was more fierce than before. However, Lin Chen moved. With a single step, the grayish blade intent domain around him suddenly expanded. Like a massive stone thrown into a calm lake, it stirred up waves of ripples. Wherever the blade intent flowed, the violent, fire-elemental spiritual energy was forcibly pushed aside and suppressed. Even the churning magma momentarily stalled. The blade intent embodying the cut-off truth had reached 60% after the blood battle in the ancient tower, taking on an embryonic form of a certain artistic conception. Though the range was merely 3 zhang around him, within this realm, his will was the law. The powerful and heavy fists of the flame giant ape as they entered the blade intent domain seemed to crash into a viscous and heavy quagmire filled with countless invisible blades. The speed plummeted and the raging flames attached to its fists were gradually weakened, stripped, and severed by the grayish blade intent. Cut! Lin Chen uttered a cold word, the shadow blade slashing upward at an oblique angle, its trajectory mysterious, appearing slow, yet precisely slicing into the gap revealed between the giant ape's fists due to the delay caused by the blade intent. The blade light flashed by without a world-shaking collision. Sizzle. The flame giant ape's massive body suddenly froze, a smooth cut appearing at the junction of its fists, extending upward across its chest and piercing through its back. The condensed flame spirit power that formed its body was instantaneously severed from its core connection by the cut-off truth contained within this strike. The flame giant ape let out a soundless wail, its massive body crumbling apart, transforming into a rain of flames, ultimately leaving behind a pure fist-sized dark golden ape heart flame marrow that fell. From the moment the giant ape launched its attack to its demise, only a breath had passed. Hiss! The flame giant python, enraged, thrashed its body wildly in the submerged magma, unleashing more dark golden flames from various angles, weaving a net. The humanoid flame spirit finally moved its long-prepared flame spear, transforming into a point of golden light, striking first to pierce Lin Chen's brow, the spear intent refined, aiming to penetrate his soul in one go. Lin Chen remained still, merely flipping his wrist as the shadow blade traced a complete arc in front of him. Returning dragon to the sea. The blade light formed a ring, and the grayish blade intent began to rotate and expand, shielding him. The densely spraying dark golden flames crashed into this circular blade intent like a mud cow entering the sea, being cut, separated, and obliterated by the layers of rotating blade intent, none able to approach within 3 feet. And facing the fatal thrust from the humanoid flame spirit, Lin Chen's gaze remained calm, the circular blade intent suddenly contracting, condensing to the tip of the blade, precisely landing on the incoming golden spear light. Ding! Another crisp sound rang out. But this time the humanoid flame spirit trembled violently, the spear tip's golden light directly dissipated by the blade intent refined to the utmost. Its flame-formed body shook violently, staggering back several steps, its aura rapidly declining. Before it could stabilize itself, Lin Chen's third strike had arrived. Puff! The shadow blade pierced smoothly into the humanoid flame spirit's chest, penetrating. The humanoid flame spirit looked down, unable to believe as it gazed at the blade in its chest. The face formed from condensed flames, seemingly revealing extreme shock, before its form shattered, dispersing into flickering lights, leaving behind a somewhat illusory flame spear shadow and a purer spirit general flame heart. The 3 guardian flame spirits, the strongest humanoid flame spirit, had perished. Throughout the entire encounter, Lin Chen had only unleashed 3 strikes, never retreating a single step, nor moving significantly from his position. Only his left sleeve had been grazed by a stray dark golden flame, leaving a small scorch mark, a light injury. This was the result of the enhanced blade intent combined with great blade technique, talent, crate speed, and the qualitative change brought by life or death refinement in the ancient tower. If he were to challenge the tower again, now Lin Chen would not suffer such severe injuries. However, just as the last flame giant python sensed danger and attempted to escape deep into the magma in the center of the lotus platform, the crimson golden flames that had been quietly floating, seemingly coldly observing, suddenly erupted with immense rage. Virum. The entire molten earth fire seemed to tremble with the anger of this crimson golden flame. The magma lake surged into towering waves, countless flames erupted from fissures, and the sky was illuminated in crimson gold. That cold and imposing thought transformed into pure destructive rage and fury at this moment. It watched the essence left behind after the 3 guardian flame spirits dissipated, then looked at Lin Chen, who stood holding the blade, his aura only slightly disordered, as if thoroughly provoked, and also as if sensing a certain threat. Ants, dare destroy my guardians. Seize my resources. Die. A terrifying pressure, tenfold, 100-fold more than before, crushed down on Lin Chen like the heavens collapsing. The crimson golden flames no longer floated, but violently expanded and surged, transforming into a roaring sea of crimson gold flames that enveloped half the valley. At the center of the sea of flames, that dazzling golden point shone like the sun, radiating a terrifying heat and light capable of incinerating all. This time it would no longer be an observer, but would personally take action. Though its intelligence seemed low, its actions were driven more by instinct and emotion, yet these instinct-driven attacks were more direct, more violent, and more lethal. The crimson golden sea of flames surged. Countless flames, spears, firebirds, fire dragons, and fire lotuses, all formed from the purest flame spirit power, rained down on Lin Chen like a torrential downpour. Each attack contained enough terrifying power to seriously injure or even kill an ordinary peak great martial master. What was even more frightening was that this assault covered the entire valley, leaving no way to evade. Finally, you decided to take matters into your own hands. Lin Chen's gaze was intensely serious, yet he showed no fear. He had long anticipated that dealing with the guards would undoubtedly provoke the wrath of the main opponent. Faced with the overwhelming assault of the crimson golden sea of fire, he pushed his speed to its limits, his figure transforming into countless indistinguishable afterimages within the valley. The phantom blade danced, creating a misty curtain of light that continuously slashed and blocked the incoming fiery attacks. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions resounded endlessly, turning the entire valley into a purgatory of flames and blade light. Lin Chen pushed his body technique and blade technique to the extremes, skirting the edge of the sea of fire. Each strike was precisely aimed at the weakest points of the fiery attacks, using the essence of disruption to weaken their power. However, the primal attack of the strange fire was simply too strong and too numerous. Soon several new wounds appeared on Lin Chen's body, charred and painful. The high temperature scorched his protective energy, producing a hissing sound as the energy rapidly drained away. The medicinal pills he consumed could not nearly keep up with the intensity of this consumption. I cannot continue to exhaust myself like this. Lin Chen's mind raced. This strange fire seemed to have boundless energy connected to the entire inferno abyss, while he was just a rootless reed. While struggling to fend off the attacks, Lin Chen seemed to move casually towards several specific positions in the valley. Each movement allowed him to narrowly evade the deadly encirclement of the sea of fire, while his feet emitted a faint glow of energy, quietly merging into the scalding ground. The crimson golden flames seemed oblivious to Lin Chen's small actions, still engulfed in fury, controlling the sea of fire and continuously compressing Lin Chen's space to move. The flames grew denser, the temperature soared, and the attacks became increasingly violent. Lin Chen's situation appeared increasingly dire, with more wounds on his body, his breath fluctuating violently, and beads of sweat forming on his forehead, clearly indicating a significant drain of energy. Yet his eyes remained calm, even carrying a glint of cunning triumph. Just as the crimson golden sea of fire was about to completely engulf Lin Chen, the central golden point seemed to carry a sense of victory and difference, preparing to unleash a final strike to reduce this ant to ashes, consuming its flesh and soul essence. Now is the moment. Lin Chen suddenly let out a long howl, unleashing nearly half of his remaining energy along with his powerful mental force. No longer used for defense or attack, but instead fully activating the nodes he had previously laid out. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, 5 beams of dazzling light of different colors erupted simultaneously from the unremarkable corners of the valley, as well as from the central position where Lin Chen stood. The beams shot skyward, intertwining in midair, and instantly forming a massive net of light that covered the entire valley. Countless complex runes flowed on the net, emitting powerful waves of suppression, confinement, and energy isolation. The small 5 elements spirit confinement array. Lin Chen called out softly, his face instantly paling like paper, his breath dwindling to the extreme, clearly showing that setting up and activating this formation had drained his last bit of energy and immense mental effort. This array was one of the rewards he obtained after defeating a battle puppet comparable to an early-stage master on the 5th level of the ancient tower. It was a rather mystical portable confinement formation, especially effective against energy life forms, but the conditions for setting up and activating it were harsh, requiring the injection of different attribute energies at specific positions with a massive maintenance cost. His seemingly desperate dodging and movements earlier were precisely to secretly lay down the 5 base nodes for this formation. In the end, he risked his life to draw the full force of the strange fire's attack, compressing the battlefield all to limit its range of movement to the core of the formation and make the strange fire ignore the subtle fluctuations of energy on the ground. The 5-colored net of light suddenly contracted like a net, trapping the furious crimson golden sea of fire along with the core golden point within. Boom! The crimson golden flames emitted a sharp, angry, and incredulous hum. It struggled violently, the crimson golden sea of fire crashing against the 5-colored net, which trembled violently, flickering uncertainly, as if it could shatter at any moment. However, the formation had already taken shape and was specifically designed for energy confinement, making it not so easy to break through. Moreover, this strange fire possessed low intelligence and acted purely on instinct, becoming even more frantic after being trapped, leading to even greater consumption. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Chen swallowed several pills, again forcing out the last trace of energy in his meridians to fully activate the formation. The net of light tightened further, forcibly compressing the range of the crimson golden sea of fire. The fiery brilliance quickly dimmed, and the core golden point flickered unsteadily, its energy visibly weakening. Clearly, the previous wave of frenzied attacks combined with its current struggle within the formation was an immense drain on this strange fire, which was not yet fully mature, or rather in a special state. In this tug-of-war, the five-colored light net gradually stabilized, completely confining the crimson golden flames within a small space of about 10 feet. The flames grew languid, their brilliance dimming, with only the golden point still stubbornly flickering, but its pressure had diminished significantly. I did it. Lin Chen felt a sense of relief wash over him, nearly collapsing to the ground. His energy was completely drained, his spirit exhausted, his body covered in burns, in a severely weakened state. But he held on, retrieving a carefully prepared cold jade box inscribed with heavy sealing runes. He approached the confined crimson golden flames cautiously, controlling the formation to slowly draw the weak flames along with the dim golden point into the cold jade box. As the flames entered the box, the lid of the cold jade box closed automatically, the runes on its surface suddenly glowing and emitting a chilling aura, sealing the box completely. A faint wave of reluctance emanated from within the box, but it quickly fell silent. The suffocating heat and violent fire elemental energy in the inferno abyss were also rapidly calming and dissipating with the sealing of the strange fire. The lava lake ceased its boiling, returning to a slow flow. Lin Chen carefully stored the cold jade box and collected all the monkey heart flame, marrow python spirit flame, crystal spirit general flame heart, and the purple extreme cold flame liquid from the center of the lotus platform left by the three guard fire spirits. After completing all this, he could no longer hold on, collapsing to the ground with his back against the scorching rock, gasping for breath, yet a relieved smile appeared on his face. The strange fire is in hand. Though it is merely in its nascent form, in a special state, and nearly drained, its essence remains intact. As long as he recovers and finds a safe place preparing the necessary aids, he would have a great chance to refine and subdue it. This place is not suitable for long stays. Lin Chen struggled to rise, discerning the direction, and dragged his weary and heavily injured body toward the outside of the molten abyss. He needed to find an absolutely safe place quickly to recover his injuries and energy, and then begin refining this hard-earned crimson golden strange fire. The inferno abyss returned to silence, as if the battle just now had never occurred. Deep within a concealed cave entirely shrouded by creeping vines and toxic miasma, approximately 100 li from the infernal flame abyss, the residual potency of the life-generating alchemical pill, the surging vitality of earth core jade marrow, and the synergistic effects of numerous healing elixirs converged within Lin Chen's body, repairing the grievous wounds sustained in his battle against the heteromorphic flame. Superficial burns accelerated by his Class D regeneration talent had already scabbed and sloughed away, revealing newly regenerated skin. Severed meridians were meticulously reconnected and broadened, stronger, more resilient than before. His fierce confrontation with the three flame spirits and the heteromorphic flame's primordial essence, though perilous beyond measure, functioned like celestial fire tempering gold, repeatedly refining and purifying his primal energy until it grew denser, purer, and faintly suffused with searing heat. 5 days, 5 uninterrupted days of relentless recovery and cultivation. When Lin Chen opened his eyes once more, starlight blazed with crystalline clarity within his gaze, his aura settled deep and still as an abyss. Not only had all injuries vanished, but his cultivation had also advanced further, to the pinnacle of great martial master, standing on the very threshold of the Grandmaster barrier, awaiting only the decisive spark. Once the heteromorphic flame was fully refined, he would seek the opportunity to transcend into Grandmasterhood. My condition has been restored to optimal. Lin Chen exhaled slowly, releasing a breath laced with faint sulfur and ember glow, his eyes flashing with piercing resolve. He turned his palm upward and withdrew a cold jade casket inscribed with layered sealing talismans. Though icy to the touch, the casket pulsed faintly, a suppressed, defiant, yet undiminished heat emanating from within. That crimson gold heteromorphic flame, though weakened and sealed by array suppression, remained unscathed at its core, merely slumbering in temporary quiescence. Next, he retrieved the violet supreme cold flame liquid, a mere square foot in volume, obtained from the heart of the lotus dais. The deep violet liquid rippled gently within its jade vial, radiating staggering cold, yet paradoxically brimming with intensely concentrated fire spirit energy. Its touch numbed the flesh with bone-deep frost distinct from the casket's inert chill. This was the profound, Yin-like cold born of fire pushed to its absolute zenith. Yin arises from extreme yang, the violet supreme cold flame. Only by employing this as a medium to harmonize yin and yang and subdue the flame's toxic fury can such a domineering heteromorphic fire be properly refined. Lin Chen's mind flashed with passages from the true compendium of Tianyuan alchemy on taming and refining celestial and terrestrial marvel flames alongside obscure techniques gleaned from alchemical insights embedded within his weathered ash-gray ring. With preparations complete, Lin Chen's expression hardened into solemn gravity. Refining a heteromorphic flame was no less perilous than mortal combat with a grandmaster, indeed far more so. One misstep would ignite self-immolation, body and soul reduced to ash. Begin. Without hesitation, he carefully poured 1/3 of the violet supreme cold flame liquid into his mouth. The liquid did not deliver expected frost, but instead transformed into an extraordinary torrent, simultaneously glacial and incandescent, surging through his entire being. Its frigid essence pierced marrow deep, threatening to freeze his blood solid, while its latent searing fire spirit energy lanced through his meridians like 10,000 steel needles, scorching, piercing, consuming. Extreme cold and extreme heat raged in violent opposition within him, unleashing indescribable agony. Lin Chen grunted low. His face instantly split between crimson flush and ashen pallor, his body trembling involuntarily. Yet he anchored his consciousness the true scripture of the boundless void, stars blazing at full velocity. His Class B cultivation talent manifested as extraordinary control and adaptability, forcibly guiding and harmonizing these clashing forces along precise meridian pathways, allowing them to gradually permeate and nourish his limbs, organs, and especially his heart and dantian. This process endured for roughly 1 hour. When the internal war between ice and fire subsided, replaced by a singular wondrous sensation of balanced harmony where water and fire coexisted in tranquil synergy, Lin Chen knew the preliminary phase was complete. The violet supreme cold flame liquid had formed a protective flame-harmonizing buffer layer within his. He drew a slow, steady breath, gaze fixed upon the cold jade casket. A thread of primal energy gathered at his fingertip, then gently pressed upon a specific talisman node on the lid. Click! A soft mechanical sound echoed. Then the lid parted just a hair's breadth. In that instant, a crimson gold flame, suppressed for days, ferocious and sovereign, bearing the will to incinerate all existence, erupted from the casket like a caged beast breaking free. Though diminished to little more than fist size and dimmed in brilliance, its core, a single unwavering golden point, still radiated indomitable, awe-inspiring majesty. Sensing Lin Chen's intent, it emitted a silent, furious, contemptuous shriek, and shot forward as a streak of crimson gold light, aiming straight for his face. Even in weakness, it would immolate this audacious ant who dared imprison and covet it. Perfect. Lin Chen, utterly prepared, neither flinched nor evaded. Instead, he opened his mouth wide and activated the secret art he'd readied, generating immense suction. With a single deliberate swallow, he drew the raging crimson gold flame deep into his abdomen. Ugh! An indescribable cataclysmic heat detonated within Lin Chen, like swallowing a sun mid-supernova. The crimson gold inferno surged down his throat, charring every vessel, fiber, and bone in its path. Tissues wailed under unbearable strain, blackening, carbonizing in an instant. Even the buffer layer forged by the violet supreme cold flame liquid could only marginally delay this annihilation. Agony, beyond any prior suffering, drowned his consciousness in a single searing wave. His viscera, burned, his soul itself seemed poised to dissolve into ash. The crimson gold flame rampaged through his dantian, unleashing waves of scorching fury and savage volatility, seeking to consume him utterly from within. That golden core blazed with searing light, assaulting his divine sense with an ancient, indifferent celestial will, cold, aloof, omnipotent, aiming to assimilate and erase him entirely. Subdue. Refine. A silent roar tore through Lin Chen's mind. The true scripture of the boundless void, stars ignited at unprecedented velocity, flooding his being with radiant stellar energy, engaging the crimson gold inferno in life or death struggle, fusion, and absorption. He guided residual violet supreme cold flame energy, transforming it into delicate icy threads, as if wielded by the most masterful artisan, constantly infiltrating, neutralizing, and directing the flame's most volatile essence, shielding vital meridians and organs. This was an ultimate contest waged at the microscopic level, will against will, energy against energy. His primal energy burned away, only to be instantly replenished and reborn by his Class B talent, drawing in the cave's sparse spiritual energy. His meridians Dantian, even his divine sense, all endured hellish torment and forging. Time lost all meaning. Each heartbeat stretched into an eon. The crimson gold flame's resistance weakened steadily. It had not anticipated such terrifying resilience, or such uniquely adaptive energy capable of not merely resisting but subtly merging with it. Amid endless pain and resistance, Lin Chen's consciousness sank into a transcendent state. He perceived the essence of flame, not merely destruction and heat, but light vitality, the genesis of civilization, the burning of stars, the pulse of life itself. He sensed within that crimson gold flame an ancient vast truth of fire echoing the core of dying stars, and deeper still within that golden point the purest, most tyrannical law of annihilation. Fire consumes all, yet also births anew. Fierce and unrestrained, yet serene and inward bound. Its power lies in burning, in transformation, in intensity, in immortality. Countless revelations about flame erupted within him like a volcanic surge, resonating and interweaving with insights from the true scripture of the boundless void stars on stellar energy. Were stars not eternal flames burning across the cosmos? And could flame not possess the might to obliterate stars themselves? Gradually within his Dantian, the once rampant crimson gold flame began to still and contract, not battling his stellar energy, but entering a slow, arduous fusion. Strands of crimson gold flame energy, now shimmering with starlight, peeled away and merged into his primal energy, circulating throughout his body, tempering flesh and meridians, rendering them stronger, more vibrant, more alive. And his original great-edged sword intent, imbued with the truth of severance, quietly evolved, enriched by his newfound comprehension of flame's truths, burning, transformation, intensity, and immortality. How long had passed? A day, or perhaps several days. A deep resonant hum, wong, shook the cavern as Lin Chen, seated in meditation, suddenly trembled from head. From his body erupted a blazing sovereign crimson gold radiance, vast and profound as starlight itself. Though not blinding, it carried an ineffable majesty and sentient vitality. Within a 3-zhang radius around him, temperature surged violently, air warped, and the cave floor and walls shimmered with incandescent heat, stones softening edges glowing faintly red. At the heart of that crimson gold light, specks of stellar luminescence swirled like distant nebulae, lending an aura of profound mystery. Slowly Lin Chen opened his eyes and raised his right hand, focusing his will. With a soft exhale, a slender flame bloomed upon his fingertip, crimson gold edged, with flickering stardust, burning with serene, unwavering grace. The flame obeyed him like an extension of his own flesh, supple, sentient, alive. No distortion rippled the air around it, yet its terrifying heat and annihilating essence made even Lin Chen's breath catch in awe. It is done. Lin Chen gazed at the leaping crimson gold stellar flame, dancing on his fingertip, eyes alight with unrestrained elation. At last he had preliminarily refined and tamed this alien fire. Though full mastery, effortless instinctive command would demand further tempering and nurturing, its primordial essence had already fused with his being, becoming an inseparable part of his power. Yet greater wonder awaited. Lin Chen suppressed the flame, then gathered his spiritual intent in. With a thunderous surge, boom, an invisible searing incinerating will exploded outward from his core, as if capable of igniting the void itself and reducing all existence to ash. This will differed utterly from his earlier blodescence, fiercer, hotter, charged with raw aggression and utter devastation. The nascent fire essence, though newly awakened and still fragile, far less refined than his blodescence, its fundamental form the fire essence has finally been forged. Lin Chen felt the pulse of this newborn potent force within him, a tide of exhilaration swelling in his chest. In combat, it could augment his strikes with scorching fury, burning away opponents' chi and even their soul essence. In defense, it could manifest as a blazing barrier, incinerating incoming energy. In cultivation, it accelerated the refinement of his physical body and chi, sharpening his perception and absorption of fire elemental spiritual energy. Even more, it could merge seamlessly with his blodescence, forging a singular fire blade essence. Most crucially, it laid an unshakable foundation for his future self-crafted cultivation art, integrating the law of fire itself. The Tai Su stellar scripture charted the path of stars, each essence a celestial archetype. 10,000 paths converge at the Tao. One day, he would paint constellations across the heavens. His ultimate art would synthesize all schools, transcending boundaries. Rising, Lin Chen stretched his limbs. A cascade of crisp, crackling sounds echoed through his joints. His blood roared like a dragon, his chi surged like a river. Every motion exuded a fierce, contained power, radiant with inner heat. His injuries healed, his cultivation advanced, an alien flame tamed, the fire essence awakened. The expedition into the earth fire crucible had yielded rewards beyond all expectation.
Time to depart the realm and head for Haiqing. Lin Chen's gaze pierced beyond the cavern mouth. The stable phase of the realm's entrance likely lasted only another month. He needed to rendezvous with Shun Wanjun in Haiqing to consolidate his gains and prepare for his breakthrough to the Grandmaster rank. Once he attained that pinnacle, should opportunity allow, he would return to challenge the tower once more. Dismantling the cave's formation, Lin Chen vanished, reappearing instantly outside. The earth-fire crucible had transformed him. His strength and foundational depth had undergone a qualitative leap. Yet he felt no complacency, nor did he rush to leave this perilous opportunity-rich realm of mist and fog. With nearly a month remaining before the entrance destabilized, he resolved to conduct one final meticulous exploration and harvest. Guided by his acute spiritual sense and a far more detailed map drawn from the dusty ring he'd acquired, Lin Chen moved like a peerless hunter, threading silently through marked zones of danger and bounty deep within the mist-fog marsh. He avoided core sanctums like the ancient tower or the earthfire crucible, instead targeting relatively safer locales. Ancient herb gardens, mineral veins, and peripheries of formidable beast lairs, where time had quietly amassed rare treasures. One such site marked on his map as the Thousand Miasma secluded valley lay deep within a toxic swamp and nurtured several rare herbs, exclusively adept at countering poisons and illusions. Relying on his formidable physique, his nascent command over fire essence, and antidote pills gifted by Lu Qing, Lin Chen slipped into the valley with painstaking care, evading a swarm of phantom venom moths famed for psychic assaults and volatile toxin clouds, and secured 3 500-year-old mind-purifying venom-dispelling orchids alongside dozens of other detoxifying herbs. Another location, a frigid lake bottom mapped as bearing a cold iron quintessence vein, drew his attention. Shielding himself with stellar chi, Lin Chen plunged into the bone-chilling waters, slew several cold-aligned guardian beasts, and extracted fist-sized chunks of cold iron quintessence, sufficient to forge top-tier mystic-level weapons, as well as accompanying ice spirit stones. Following his map, he also located the ruins of an ancient sect's abandoned beast-taming garden. Though its cultivated spirit beasts had long since perished or mutated across millennia, their former dens teemed with extraordinary herbs nourished by residual beast essence, such as dragon blood grass and phoenix marrow flowers, peerless ingredients for pills fortifying blood chi and corporeal resilience. Guarding these treasures were several mutated beasts inheriting fragments of primordial bloodlines, nearly peaking at the high-rank tier. Lin Chen dispatched them one by one, wielding his enhanced prowess and the crimson gold stellar flame, reaping abundant spoils. Beyond deliberate hunting, Lin Chen encountered several hostile predators, scattered cultivators lusting after his solitude or noble scions attempting to seize herbs he'd discovered. His answer was always the same: the flash of his blade and the dance of crimson gold flame upon his fingertips. Most conflicts ended with foes either dead or fleeing grievously wounded. From these encounters, he supplemented scarce resources and honed his newly acquired fire essence and alien flame with ever greater precision. As days passed, his storage space swelled with astonishing speed. Centuries-old herbs filled multiple large jade caskets, including prime specimens aged 500 to 600 years, some nearing a millennium. Rare ores, metals, and spirit woods piled high. Beast materials and heart blood overflowed. Over 20 vials of high-rank beast heart blood alone, including residual essences from apex-tier predators. Materials of mid and low-rank abundance required meticulous sorting, so he allocated dedicated storage bags for each category. Herbs, ores, beast components, pills and talismans, cultivation manuals, and miscellaneous artifacts, each meticulously classified. Their collective value likely surpassed the entire heritage of minor or mid-tier clans in Haiqing. They would sustain his cultivation for years, even fund the founding of a sect should he choose. Yet his greatest treasure remained, as always, his own ascendant strength. His cultivation had reached the absolute peak of the great martial master rank, his bloodessence forged with ruthless dominance, his fire essence newly kindled, the crimson gold stellar flame preliminarily tamed, his brank cultivation aptitude terrifyingly efficient, his crank speed and physical might formidable beyond measure, all coalescing into an overwhelming advantage, enabling him to triumph over foes far above his nominal rank. One day, while extracting the final droplets of earth-fire spirit milk from a small spring marked on his map, Lin Chen sensed a subtle shift. He withdrew the guest token of the Four Seas Mercantile Guild, its surface now faintly warm, inscribed with luminous script. Fluctuations at the realm's entrance intensify. Stability window, 10 days remaining. Return swiftly. Shen Wanjun. The message was terse, urgent. So the hour has come. Lin Chen pocketed the token and turned his gaze toward the approximate direction of the realm's exit. It was time to leave. Even the greatest fortune demanded survival to claim it. If trapped within this crumbling realm torn apart by spatial turbulence, all would vanish into oblivion.
Without hesitation, he dissolved into a wisp of near-invisible azure smoke, racing toward the exit at full velocity. His vastly enhanced cultivation granted him sublime control over speed. Ordinary beasts along his path failed even to register his passage. 2 days later, Lin Chen was approaching the entrance of the secret realm located in the area known as Ghost. The number of martial artists encountered along the way gradually increased, each one moving hurriedly, their auras either exhausted, excited, or grim, clearly all adventurers preparing to retreat. The mutual vigilance among them deepened, yet they tacitly refrained from conflict. At this moment, leaving the secret realm was the top priority. In the distance, the cleared camp was already visible, along with the spatial rift at the center, still slowly rotating, but with its edges less stable than before, faint black cracks flickering intermittently. The military flags continued to fly, and the soldiers guarding the area appeared even more solemn, systematically organizing the evacuation and checking the tokens of those leaving. Among the crowd, Lin Chen spotted the team from the Four Seas Merchant Association. Han Yue, Lu Qing, and others were present, directing the remaining personnel and supplies preparing to pass through the entrance. They looked somewhat travel-worn, a few less in number than when they entered, but the core personnel were all present, indicating that their journey had yielded some rewards, albeit at a significant cost. Lin Chen did not approach immediately. Instead, he observed from a distance for a moment, confirming that there were no abnormalities before concealing his aura and walking towards the Four Seas Merchant Association team. Lin Chen. The sharp-eyed Lu Qing was the first to spot him, a relieved smile spreading across her face as she waved eagerly. Han Yue, Yang Rue, and Shan also looked, overseeing Lin Chen safe and sound, even with a seemingly more solid aura, their eyes reflecting a mix of complex emotions, envy, respect, and a hint of relief. Regardless, Lin Chen's return was a good thing for the association. Lin Chen, you have finally returned. Han Yu quickly approached, clasping his fists, his tone more polite than before, even carrying a hint of respect. President Shun has already departed for Haiqing to attend to matters and instructed me to wait here for you. The entrance to the secret realm has become increasingly unstable. We must leave as soon as possible. Thank you for waiting so long, Mr. Han. Everything on my side is fine. Let's depart now. Lin Chen nodded. With the Four Seas Merchant Association's guarantee, his exit procedures were handled swiftly. The soldiers merely checked his guest token and scanned it with a special artifact before waving him through. Stepping into the somewhat chaotic spatial rift, he felt the familiar sensation of teleportation, albeit with a few more bumps and instability than when he entered. Moments later, the light and shadows shifted before his eyes, and he found himself back on the damp, solid ground at the edge of Yunwu Marsh. The familiar swampy wind hit him, and in the distance loomed the imposing outline of Haiqing. Though he had only been gone for a few months, it felt as if an entire era had passed. The caravan from the Four Seas Merchant Association was already waiting outside. Everyone mounted their armored steeds and sped towards Haiqing. On the way, Han Yu briefly reported to Lin Chen about the association's activities during this trip. They had explored several outer ruins and resource points, obtaining some spiritual herbs and ores, but had also lost a few personnel. After the ancient tower, they did not delve deeper, instead following Shun Wanjin's instructions to conserve strength and collect resources. Han Yu wisely refrained from asking too much about Lin Chen's movements after the ancient tower. President Shun has prepared a residence for you at the Yunhai Pavilion in Haiqing. It's a serene place with a small, gathering spirit formation, allowing you to reside and cultivate in peace. President Shun has put in a lot of effort for you. Lin Chen nodded. The Yunhai Pavilion seemed to be the Four Seas Merchant Association's place for hosting distinguished guests, indicating that Xin Wanjun had increasingly valued him. The armored steeds moved swiftly, and by evening the grand gates of Haiqing were already in sight. Compared to when he left, the city gates appeared even more heavily guarded, with a noticeable increase in the flow of people entering and exiting, many of whom bore injuries or displayed strong auras, clearly martial artists who had just emerged from the secret realm. On the city walls, the frequency of soldier patrols had also increased. Haiqing, due to the opening of the Yunwu Marsh secret realm, had evidently become more tumultuous, with opportunities and dangers coexisting. The caravan successfully entered the city, passing through bustling and noisy streets before finally arriving at a relatively quiet district in the west of the city. Here the buildings were exquisite, the environment beautiful, and the guards strict, precisely the Yunhai Pavilion under the Four Seas Merchant Association. Han Yu led Lin Chen into one of the most tranquil, independent courtyards, complete with a small garden, artificial hills, and flowing water. After giving the maid a few instructions, he wisely took his leave, allowing Lin Chen to familiarize himself with the surroundings. The courtyard was indeed nice, elegantly furnished, and the concentration of spiritual energy was clearly higher than outside, indicating that a well-crafted gathering spirit formation had been arranged. It had a quiet room, a training room, and a study with a dedicated maid responsible for daily needs. Lin Chen dismissed the maid standing alone in the courtyard gazing at the last rays of sunset in the sky. His journey in the secret realm had officially concluded, and the harvest exceeded his expectations. Next, he needed to digest these gains, consolidate his cultivation, and attempt to break through to the master realm. At the same time, he had to begin preparations for creating his own techniques. Haiqing was a deeper pool than he had previously seen, with the Zhou family, Wang family, Su family, Tianwu Academy, the military, and the Shadow Pavilion. Various forces intertwined. He needed to be more cautious and also rely on the strength of the Four Seas Merchant Association to gather more information and resources. First, settle down. Tomorrow, I will visit Shun Wanjun and casually learn about the latest situation in Haiqing. Lin Chen planned in his heart. He turned and entered the quiet room, activating the formation to isolate himself from the outside. He did not begin cultivating immediately, but first categorized and carefully sorted out the gains from this secret realm expedition. He considered which items were for daily cultivation, which were for breakthroughs which could be sold or exchanged, and which needed to be kept secret, gradually forming a clear plan in his mind. After completing all of this, he sat cross-legged, his mind sinking into his body as he began to run the Tai Su Starry Sky True Solution to consolidate the rapidly increasing cultivation level from this journey, while carefully comprehending the newly born fire force that resonated faintly with the starry essence and blade intent. Outside the window, Haiqing's lights gradually lit up as the night deepened. This vast city continued to operate at its own pace, devouring the blood and fire from the secret realm while nurturing new legends. Within the quiet room, starlight and golden-red flames intertwined, shimmering and flowing slowly. The next morning, Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes in the quiet room, the brilliance of stars and the glow of crimson gold fleeting in his gaze, his breath becoming increasingly steady and harmonious. After a night of meditation, the fatigue from days of travel faded away, and he adjusted his state to the peak. Changing into a neat blue outfit, he concealed his aura and set off to visit Shun Wanjun at the Sea Merchant Association headquarters. It seemed Shun Wanjun had anticipated his arrival, as he was already prepared with fragrant tea in the study. Upon seeing Lin Chen enter, a hint of uncontainable astonishment flashed in his eyes. After appraising him up and down, he exclaimed, "Young Lin, in just over a month your aura. I find it somewhat unfathomable. It seems the harvest from the secret realm far exceeded my expectations." Lin Chen smiled slightly and cupped his hands in response. "Chairman Shun is too kind. It's merely a matter of some opportunities and having narrowly escaped death. But Chairman, you appear to be in good spirits and your demeanor is composed. Your cultivation must have made significant progress." The two exchanged a few pleasantries before taking their seats. After the maid served tea, Shun Wanjun dismissed everyone else, activated the soundproofing array in the study, and his expression grew serious. "Young Lin, you arrived at just the right time. I have some urgent matters to discuss with you." Shin Wanjun got straight to the point. "You just came out from the secret realm. Do you know that now in Haiqing it is already a brewing storm?" "Oh, please enlighten me, Chairman." Lin Chen's heart sank as he set down his teacup. Shun Wanjun sighed, stroking his beard. "The news regarding the Yunwu Marsh secret realm is ultimately impossible to conceal. Moreover, its value far exceeds our initial estimates. A complete secret realm suspected to belong to the ancient major sect Tianyun sect contains a 9-story ancient tower of inheritance and may even harbor legacies of martial kings, or even higher. Such news is enough to shake the entire northern region. Currently, there are still several days until the secret realm closes, but the news has already spread through various channels to surrounding counties and even further. Every day, a large number of external martial artists flock into Haiqing, including many master-level experts and even representatives from super cities ruled by martial saints have quietly arrived. Representatives from super cities ruled by martial saints. Lin Chen's pupils contracted. A martial saint is a terrifying existence that surpasses a martial king, truly standing at the pinnacle of the continent. The city they govern must certainly be the core of the most elite forces in the northern region. Indeed, Shun Wanjun's expression was grave. "According to the intelligence from our association, at least 3 superpowers spies or advanced personnel have already entered Haiqing. They are from the Tianjin City Zhou family's headquarters, the Jinggang City Wang family's ancestral grounds, and the most mysterious, the Xinglua City Tianji Pavilion. The Zhou family of Tianjin City, the Wang family of Jinggang City, and the Tianji Pavilion of Xinglua City." Lin Chen silently noted these 3 names. The Zhou family of Tianjin City must be the main sect of the Zhou family in Haiqing, with influence spread throughout the northern region, and their power is unfathomable. The Wang family of Jinggang City is the same. The Tianji Pavilion of Xinglua City is even more enigmatic, renowned for intelligence calculations and formations, and their strength cannot be underestimated either. They are here for 2 reasons: to confirm the authenticity of the secret realm and assess its value, and perhaps Shun Wanjun lowered his voice. They are also after the Tianyun true transmission from the 9th level of the ancient tower, as well as other core inheritances that may exist within the secret realm. It may even involve deeper schemes. Lin Chen asked, have they managed to enter the secret realm? He held the Tianyun token in his hand, aware of some core secrets of the secret realm, and paid special attention to this matter. The entrance to the secret realm has not yet completely closed, but it is already very unstable. Only those with special tokens or exceptionally powerful individuals dare to take the risk to enter. As far as I know, a young swordsmanship genius from the Zhou family of Tianjin City, said to have mastered sword techniques to a profound level, has entered the secret realm heading straight for the ancient tower. The Wang family of Jingang City has also sent a body-refining prodigy whose physical strength is unmatched and has similarly entered the secret realm. The people from Tianji Pavilion appear to be secretive. They seem to have not entered directly, but are gathering intelligence and mapping the secret realm. Lin Chen's heart sank. Indeed, real trouble was only just beginning. The local forces in Haicheng had yet to be settled, and now these behemoths had extended their tentacles here. He possessed the Tianyun token, exotic fire, and many core secrets of the secret realm. Once exposed, it would surely bring about a deadly calamity. In addition to this, Shin Wanjun continued. The influx of a large number of external martial artists has disrupted the original balance of power in Haicheng. The military pressure has increased, significantly strengthening city defenses and patrols. Local strong families like the Zhou Wang Su and Li families are also actively preparing for battle, recruiting allies and expanding their strength. The loose cultivator alliance is even more turbulent, with many external experts joining, challenging the position of the original leaders. The Shadow Pavilion has become even more active, reportedly taking on many big contracts targeting those fortunate individuals who possess treasures and have returned from the secret realm. In summary, Haicheng today is like a volcano on the verge of eruption. It appears calm on the surface, but in reality it is fraught with hidden dangers. Any spark could ignite a massive chaos that engulfs the entire city. Shin Wanjun concluded, his eyes full of worry. Lin Chen remained silent for a moment, digesting this information. The situation is even more complex and perilous than he had anticipated. Although he had made great strides in cultivation, he was far from being able to roam freely in Haicheng. One misstep could lead to being crushed by those colossal forces. Thank you for informing me of this, Chairman. Lin Chen sincerely expressed his gratitude. May I ask what suggestions you have? My suggestion is to keep a low profile and avoid drawing attention. Young friend, your harvest from this secret realm journey must be considerable, but this also means you have become a target for certain opportunists. With the mix of dragons and snakes in Haicheng, where experts abound, rashly sticking your head out will easily make you a target. It is better to act low-key for now, using the excuse of retreating for cultivation to ride out this storm. Once the secret realm is completely closed, those external forces may either leave or reach a new balance with local powers. After the situation clarifies, you can then plan your development. Of course, if you trust me, you can entrust some resources you want used to our Sea Merchant Association for handling. Our association has a stellar reputation and extensive channels, and we can definitely exchange what you need while ensuring confidentiality and safety. Additionally, we also have some hidden industries and bases available for you to take refuge or retreat temporarily. Shin Wanjun's advice was prudent and truly the most stable choice at present. Lin Chen indeed needed time to digest the gains from the secret realm, to break through to the master realm, and to prepare for creating his own techniques. Rashly getting involved in the power vortex of Haicheng is not a wise move. Chairman's golden advice. Lin will remember it well. Lin Chen again cupped his hands. Just right, I do have plans for a period of seclusion. As for resource handling, I'm afraid I'll have to trouble the chairman a lot. No problem, no problem. Shun Wanjun, seeing that Lin Chen had accepted his advice, revealed a pleased smile. Rest assured, I will make proper arrangements for you. I will have people strengthen the guards at your courtyard in the Yunhai Pavilion to ensure no one disturbs you. If you need any cultivation resources or intelligence information, just let me know. Thank you, Chairman. Lin Chen thought for a moment, then took out a few items from his storage space: a clear heart detox orchid aged 500 years, a fist-sized piece of cold iron essence, and a small vial of earth fire spiritual milk obtained from the earth fire spiritual spring. These are all valuable rewards from his journey, but not the most core or sensitive items. Chairman, could you help me appraise these items? If convenient, please handle them for me and exchange them for the spirit stones needed for cultivation or some materials for pills that assist in breaking through the master bottleneck. If it's not convenient, they can also be auctioned by the association. Shin Wanjun took these items, his eyes suddenly brightened. Clear heart detox orchid, cold iron essence, and earth fire spiritual milk. These are all rare treasures. Young friend, you truly have extraordinary fortune. Rest assured, I will ensure you get a great price for these items. Coincidentally, our association will hold a small internal auction in a few days, attended by trusted old customers. These items will definitely fetch a high price. Lin Chen nodded and chatted with Shen Wanjun about the current distribution of power in Haiqing, as well as the taboo figures to be aware of. Shen Wanjun spoke freely and thoroughly, providing Lin Chen with a clearer grasp of the situation in Haiqing. 1 hour later, Lin Chen bid farewell to Shen Wanjun and left the Merchants Guild headquarters. He did not return straight to Yunhai Pavilion. Instead, he wandered the streets as if aimless, bought some everyday necessities, and quietly observed the state of the city. Sure enough, many unfamiliar faces had appeared in the thoroughfares, their auras disparate. Numerous eyes held caution and inquiry. Markets that had once thrummed with life now carried a grim, ominous tension. Lines at the city gates grew longer and inspections tightened. The air itself bore the oppressive sense of a storm about to break. It seems the tranquil days are soon to end. Lin Chen thought inwardly. He did not linger, quickened his pace, and returned to the private courtyard of Yunhai Pavilion. He activated the courtyard's protective arrays and set additional warning and isolation formations outside his meditation chamber. Only then did Lin Chen sit cross-legged and begin preparing for his coming seclusion. He did not attempt an immediate breakthrough to the Zhongshe bottleneck. Though his foundations were firm, surpassing into Zhongshe was no trivial matter and demanded meticulous preparation. He planned to spend some time refining the insights gained from the secret realm, especially the fusion of blade momentum with the force of fire and the harmonization of the exotic flames with the Taishu Xingchen Jinjia, to further distill and perfect his cultivation until it became seamless and immaculate. Time passed like water slipping away in silence. In the blink of an eye, Lin Chen had closed himself within the meditation chamber of Yunhai Pavilion for 7 full days. During those 7 days, he did not rashly assault the unseen barrier that lay between De Wuxi and Zhongshe. Instead, he calmed his heart and gathered every experience, battle, and revelation from the secret realm like precious treasures, savoring them one by one and integrating them until they became part of him. The moment has ripened. On the 7th night, when all was still, Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was serene, free of joy or sorrow, suffused only with an absolute, honed concentration. He flipped his hand and produced the Pazhang Dan he had obtained from the gray ring. The pill was the size of a longan, perfectly round, its luster warm as jade, and emitting a fresh, profound medicinal fragrance. Merely inhaling it made the bottleneck within him seem to loosen ever so slightly. Without hesitation, Lin Chen placed the Pazhang Dan into his mouth. The pill dissolved at once. A gentle, yet overwhelmingly grand medicinal force swept through him. That power did not strike like a violent storm, but fell like the most deft spring rain, silently nourishing, seeping into every fold of his body, merging with his meridians, flesh, bone, and even his dantian. A low hum passed through him as his body trembled. The star-like yuan power, already saturated in his dantian, was as if a detonating stone had been cast in, boiling, rotating, and compressing in an instant. A tremendous suction formed, ravenously devouring the Pazhang Dan, unleashed might, and drawing in the pure spiritual energy from the heavens and earth around him. His great cultivation aptitude now exerted itself to the fullest extent. The ambient spiritual energy of the entire Yunhai Pavilion area was drawn, as though by a tether, toward Lin Chen's meditation chamber, forming a visible pale mist that flowed into him through his mouth, nose, and pores. Lin Chen guarded his mind, and following the breakthrough methods recorded in the Taishu Xingchen Jinjia, guided his raging yuan force to strike at that invisible wall for the first time. With a thunderous impact, he shuddered, his face flushed crimson. The barrier held firm, and its counterforce churned his qi and blood. When one attempt failed, he tried again without discouragement. He adjusted the circulation of his yuan force, gathered strength, and assaulted the barrier anew. The second, the third strike. Each blow rose in intensity, and the barrier began to tremble, faint lines of light appearing across its surface. The Pazhang Dan medicinal potency poured out endlessly, supplying him with immense energy, while his great aptitude granted exquisite control, allowing him to steer the force precisely and avoid damaging his foundations through reckless impact. After countless assaults, when Lin Chen felt his yuan power and while slipping toward their limits, a sound like fragile glass cracking echoed from deep within him. That once impregnable Zhongshe barrier at last revealed a hairline fissure under his ceaseless pounding. Lin Chen's gaze blazed. He gathered every remnant of strength, the Pazhang Dan final medicinal surge, and the totality of his will and belief into an irresistible torrent, directing it at that fissure for a final, most brutal assault. A cataclysmic roar shattered his consciousness. The invisible wall that had stood between De Wuxi and Zhongshe exploded asunder. The world's spiritual energy, as if granted an outlet, poured into Lin Chen at a speed 10 times fiercer than before, instantly being refined and absorbed into his newly formed Zhongshe-level yuan force. At the moment of breakthrough, his physical body was also purified by a force that seemed to spring from the very source. His bones grew denser and tougher, faintly gleaming like jade. His blood surged, as if a mighty river brimming with vigor. His internal organs were strengthened, and their functions markedly enhanced. Skin membranes and muscles tightened, elastic and resilient, their defenses greatly heightened. Within his dantian, the formerly gaseous starry yuan power had now condensed into a slowly rotating nebula-like whirl of liquid yuan force. This liquid yuan force was of a quality leaps beyond what he had known. Yet what surprised Lin Chen most was the change that had occurred deep within his sea of consciousness. At the instant he broke into Zongshi, his spirit and will seem to shatter some constraint and suddenly expand outward. He could see. He perceived the tracks of yuan flow within the formation patterns carved on the meditation chamber walls with crystalline clarity. He saw the faint glint of dew refracting light on the courtyard's leaves. He perceived the even breath of a hibernating snake 3 feet beneath the earth. He discerned the multicolored particles of spiritual energy drifting in the air, each representing a different attribute. This kind of seeing was not with his eyes, but with a new force born of the soul, spiritual force. Spiritual force had been born. So this is spiritual force. A clear realization rose in Lin Chen's heart. Beyond the transformation in yuan quality, it was the birth of this spiritual force that made Zongshi far exceed previous ranks. Spiritual force could be projected outward to probe and observe with ruthless precision. It could be lent to offense and defense to massively amplify combat power, and it offered an irreplaceable aid in comprehending the true meaning of martial ways and the laws of heaven and earth. He tried gently to condense the newly born spiritual force and extend it forward. Like an invisible arm, the spiritual force slipped through the chamber wall, reached into the courtyard, and even touched the etched lines of the protective formation on the wall, sensing the ebb and flow of its energy. At a thought, he drew it back like a tide, then attached it to the Yuying Dao. Instantly, his control over the Yuying Dao reached an unprecedented subtlety. It was as if the blade had become part of his body, though every whisper of airflow along the edge registered with crystalline clarity in his mind. Spiritual force. Truly wondrous in its applications. Lin Chen rejoiced inwardly. Eagerly he immersed his spiritual force into his comprehension of sure, momentum, and directional force. Previously his grasp of blade momentum and the momentum of fire had relied on flashes in battle and innate inclination, like blind men groping at an elephant, knowing the existence but not the essence. Now aided by spiritual force, he could see the composition of his blade momentum, an invisible web woven from his will, the blade's true intent, and his understanding of the law of severance. He could also see the essence of the fire momentum, the laws of destruction and rebirth inherent in the exotic flame's origin, which when fused with his own yuan power and will formed a singular energy field. With spiritual forces blessing, those previously vague fragments of law became clear and vivid. His comprehension of sure advanced at a rate never before possible. Where insights once required hundreds of battles to mature, now a brief sitting yielded fresh attainment. No wonder they say that after Zongshi is where one truly begins to touch the great path of martial cultivation. This spiritual force is the first key to knock upon the gate of the Tao. Lin Chen reflected. He consolidated his newly achieved realm and soothed the remaining turbulence in his Zongshi yuan force until it settled and flowed in perfect order. Feeling the surging might within his body, the lively spiritual force in his sea of consciousness, and the now more distilled and lucid blade and fire momentum, Lin Chen knew he had been reborn. He rose slowly, stretched his limbs, and a crisp, resonant crackling issued from his frame. He did not deliberately exude pressure, yet a natural aura befitting a Zongshi-level powerhouse spread outward, causing the air within the chamber to stiffen subtly. Zongshi realm. I have finally attained it. Lin Chen clenched his fist, savoring the strength that surpassed all he had known, confidence glinting in his eyes. Now if he faced Su Wuye again, even if his opponent had also broken into Zongshi, Lin Chen was confident of victory. If he returned to the ancient tower's 8th floor, he believed he could by sheer force shatter the Six Harmonies war formation. Of course he understood that Zongshi was only a new starting point. Ahead lay Wu Wang Wusheng and even loftier realms. He still had the thorny path of founding his own cultivation method to tread. Morning sunlight filtered through the lattice window, bathing the tranquil chamber in a gentle glow. Lin Chen slowly concluded his cultivation, sensing the surging master-level yuan energy coursing through his meridians and the vibrant spiritual force pulsing within his consciousness. His lips curved into a faint, satisfied smile. 3 days had passed since his breakthrough to the master realm, and his foundation had fully stabilized. His command over spiritual force grew increasingly refined and effortless. Rising to his feet, Lin Chen's gaze settled upon several jade caskets nestled in the corner of the chamber, each brimming with spirit herbs. These were painstakingly gathered from a secluded realm, their ages ranging from 100 to 500 years, diverse in species, potent in essence. If refined into pills, their efficacy would multiply several-fold, greatly aiding Lin Chen in consolidating his master cultivation and even paving the way for future ascension to higher realms. Alas, he possessed no innate talent for alchemy. To stand before a mountain of treasure, yet remain unable to harness it. What a pity, Lin Chen murmured, shaking his head. Though he possessed the peerless alchemical compendium, true interpretation of the Tianyun pill, Tao, his innate limitations rendered diligent study futile. Rather than squander time, he resolved to seek another path. A thought crystallized in his mind: replicate alchemical talent. If he could locate an individual endowed with exceptional alchemical aptitude and transfer that gift, these spirit herbs would fulfill their highest purpose, and his cultivation journey would flow ever more smoothly. Within Haiqing, master alchemists or prodigies must surely exist. If only I could identify the right candidate. A flash of sharp insight gleamed in Lin Chen's eyes. He resolved at once to venture forth and gather intelligence. Lin Chen donned a simple azure robe and suppressed his aura to mimic that of a newly ascended grand martial artist before departing Yunhai Pavilion for the headquarters of the Sihai Mercantile Guild. Upon hearing of Lin Chen's arrival, Shen Wanjun immediately set aside his affairs and received him personally. His eyes widened slightly upon seeing Lin Chen. He scrutinized him from head to toe, then hesitated. Young Master Lin, your aura, has it changed again? Lin Chen offered a faint smile, offering no concealment. Fortune favored me. I recently broke through to the master realm. A master? Shen Wanjun shot upright, astonishment and disbelief flooding his expression. He stared fixedly at Lin Chen, speechless for a long moment. How could this be? Barely 10 days had elapsed since Lin Chen emerged from the secluded realm. Yet this young retainer had already surged from peak grand martial artist to the exalted master realm. Such speed defied all precedent. Congratulations, honored retainer Lin. My deepest felicitation. Shen Wanjun drew a deep breath, quelling the tempest within his heart, then bowed formally with both hands raised, a gesture of profound respect. In the entire history of our Sihai Mercantile Guild, never before has such a youthful master graced our ranks. Your prospects are boundless, honored retainer. You flatter me, Elder Shen. Lin Chen replied, waving a hand with serene composure. I come today seeking your counsel on a matter. Please speak freely. I shall answer without reservation. Shen Wanjun's tone now carried heightened warmth and reverence. A master so young embodied incalculable potential, worth every effort to cultivate as a cherished ally. Lin Chen said, I acquired a cache of spirit herbs within the secluded realm, of fine quality, but lacking alchemical expertise, I risk letting them languish unused. I understand Haiqing hosts an alchemist association where masters frequently gather. Might you know any alchemists of exceptional mastery, or perhaps introduce me to one? Shen Wanjun paused thoughtfully. Seeking an alchemical master is no great difficulty. The Sihai Mercantile Guild maintains long-standing ties with the Alchemist Association. Several of its senior elders are personal acquaintances of mine. However, his tone shifted. Ordinary alchemists would struggle to refine your secluded realm herbs. Their age and potency demand consummate mastery. True masters, however, are often eccentric and reluctant to undertake commissions unless substantial favor or compensation is offered. Lin Chen nodded, acknowledging the reality. He had never intended to commission a pill refinement. His true aim was identifying the ideal subject. He asked then, Elder Shen, do you know of any alchemical master scheduled to appear publicly soon? Perhaps delivering lectures or hosting exchanges? Shen Wanjun's eyes lit up. You ask most fortuitously. Tomorrow at noon, Master Dan Qingzi, a distinguished honorary elder of the Alchemist Association, will deliver an open lecture on alchemical principles in the association's Hall of Discourse, guiding aspiring disciples. Master Dan Qingzi stands unrivaled among Haiqing's alchemical masters, rumored capable of refining earth-ranked supreme-grade pills. His Azurewood pill Dao technique is legendary, his disciples numerous, his prestige towering. He delivers such lectures every 3 days, drawing crowds of alchemists and emissaries from myriad factions eager to absorb his wisdom. Master Dan Qingzi. A spark ignited within Lin Chen's mind. Will tomorrow's lecture be open to the public? What qualifications are required for entry? Shen Wanjun replied, the Hall of Discourse has limited seating. Access is strictly regulated. 2 categories of attendees are permitted. First, scions of Haiqing's major powers, or those vouched for by influential figures. Second, registered alchemists of the association regardless of rank, who present valid credentials. He paused, then smiled. Given your current standing, as a profound tier retainer of the Sihai Mercantile Guild and a newly ascended master, I retain sufficient influence to secure you a seat. Should you wish to attend, I shall dispatch a steward to the association immediately to reserve your place. Lin Chen's heart lifted, though his expression remained composed, as he bowed deeply. Then I am profoundly grateful for your assistance.
I have long held deep fascination for the pill Tao. It would be a rare privilege indeed to receive Master Dan Xingzi's instruction. A mere trifle, no gratitude necessary. Shen Wanjun promptly summoned a steward and issued quiet instructions. The man departed without delay. Honored retainer Lin simply arrive at the Alchemist Association tomorrow at the appointed hour, announced the Sihai Mercantile Guild's name, and you shall be escorted inside. Shen Wanjun smiled warmly. My sincere thanks, Elder Shen. Lin Chen replied, once more exchanging light conversation about recent developments in Haiqing before taking his leave. Leaving the guild headquarters, Lin Chen strolled the streets with unburdened ease. Tomorrow's visit to the Alchemist Association promised not only an audience with Master Dan Xingzi, but also access to a gathering of countless alchemists. In such a setting, employing his talent replication ability to discreetly assess and identify suitable candidates would prove infinitely more efficient than wandering blindly. Alchemical talent. Once secured, these spirit herbs will fulfill their destined purpose. As Lin Chen pondered, his steps grew lighter, carrying him swiftly back to Yunhai Pavilion. The next day, as dawn broke, Lin Chen had already risen and hung the guest token of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce at his waist before stepping out the door. The Alchemist Association is located in the central area of Haiqing, about half an hour's journey from Yunhai Pavilion. Lin Chen walked leisurely, observing the pedestrians on the street along the way. As expected from Shen Wanjun's words, the number of foreign martial artists in Haiqing was increasing, with people of various accents and attires everywhere, and a tense atmosphere filled the air. When he arrived in front of the association, he saw a majestic three-story pavilion standing before him. A plaque with golden characters on a black background hung above the entrance, inscribed with the words Alchemist Association in strong brush strokes, with a faint aroma of medicine wafting around. Several people were already queuing in front of the door, including well-dressed scions of noble families and plain-clothed alchemists who carried a faint scent of herbs, conversing in low voices. Lin Chen stepped forward, and immediately a steward in a gray robe approached him and politely asked, "Young sir, are you here to listen to Master Dan Xingzi's lecture? Do you have a recommendation letter or an alchemist's certificate?" Lin Chen took out the guest token of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce and handed it over, saying, "I am Lin Chen, a guest from the Sihai Chamber of Commerce recommended by President Shen here to listen to the master's teachings." The steward accepted the token and examined it carefully. He then took out a roster to compare and immediately smiled, saying, "So, it is young Master Lin from the Sihai Chamber of Commerce. My apologies. President Shen has already sent word. Your seat has been reserved. Please follow me." Lin Chen followed the steward through the crowd and entered the association's main hall. A rich aroma of herbs greeted him. The hall was elegantly furnished with various illustrations of medicinal materials and fragments of alchemical recipes hanging on the walls, while a few apprentices were organizing the medicine cabinets. The steward guided him through the hall and arrived in front of an independent lecture hall at the back. The lecture hall was semicircular and could accommodate over 200 people. At this moment, more than half the seats were already filled. The steward led Lin Chen to a seat in the third row near the center before bowing and withdrawing. Lin Chen sat down and discreetly scanned the entire hall. Most of the people in the lecture hall had calm auras and bore a faint scent of herbs, clearly being alchemists. There were also a few like him, dressed in fine clothes and with steady auras, likely disciples or guests sent by various factions to audit the lecture. He suddenly noticed a young woman in her early 20s sitting in the front row on the left side of the lecture hall. She wore a light blue dress, her features were beautiful and graceful, and she was engrossed in reading a yellowed ancient text. Around her, there was an unusual fluctuation that harmonized with the surrounding herbal aroma and spiritual energy, as if she were a walking spirit herb herself. Such a strong affinity for the Tao of alchemy. Lin Chen's heart stirred. His mental energy could clearly sense that this woman had an exceptionally keen sensitivity to the surrounding medicinal aura, even drawing the medicinal energy to gather around her. This talent is not something an ordinary alchemist could compare with. If I could replicate her alchemical talent. Lin Chen secretly noted her appearance and aura, but did not rush to take action. He needed more observation to confirm her talent level and see if there were other more suitable targets. Just then, a figure slowly walked onto the podium at the front of the lecture hall. It was an elderly man dressed in a moon-white robe with white hair and a thin face, holding a whisk. His aura was ethereal, and a glimmer of light flickered in his eyes. As he stepped onto the podium, the entire lecture hall fell silent, and all eyes were focused on him. "Master Dan Xingzi has arrived," someone whispered. The old man was the honorary elder of the Haiqing Alchemist Association, Dan Xingzi. Dan Xingzi scanned the audience, nodded slightly, and spoke in a gentle, yet clear voice. "Today, I shall discuss with you some insights on the harmonization of medicinal properties from the Qingmu Danjue. If there are any inaccuracies, I hope you will correct me." After speaking, he lightly waved his whisk, and a vibrant blue flame surged from his fingertips, causing the temperature in the entire lecture hall to rise a few degrees. A rich breath of life spread out, invigorating everyone present.
Lin Chen's gaze sharpened, and he felt a slight shock in his heart. Master Dan Kingsley's alchemical skills were not only unfathomable, but his cultivation level was likely far beyond that of an ordinary master. He might even have touched the threshold of a martial king. It seems that the depths of Haicheng are even greater than I imagined, Lin Chen thought to himself, his attention focusing more intently on the podium. Meanwhile, he activated his talent replication and began to carefully explore the talents of every alchemist present. His goal was to find someone with sufficiently high alchemical talent and then replicate. In the lecture hall, Master Dan Kingsley's voice was gentle and clear, like a stream flowing into the hearts of every listener, causing the audience to nod frequently, entranced. Lin Chen sat in the third row, appearing to listen attentively, nodding occasionally, as if immersed in the master's explanation. In reality, he had already activated his talent replication to investigate the talents of everyone in the hall. Since breaking through to the master level, the range of his talent replication had expanded to 100 meters. At this moment, sitting in the third row, he was close enough to explore the talents of everyone in the lecture hall. Human Dan Kingsley. Cultivation talent B grade. Alchemical talent B grade. Flame talent D grade. As expected, Dan Kingsley's alchemical talent was B grade, just as Lin Chen had anticipated. If there were no A grade talents in the hall, he would replicate Dan Kingsley's B grade alchemical talent. C grade alchemical talent. D grade alchemical talent. D grade alchemical talent. E grade alchemical talent. B grade alchemical talent. Time passed unknowingly. When Dan Kingsley finished discussing the last point, waved his whisk to extinguish the blue flame at his fingertips, the entire lecture hall fell into a brief silence before erupting into warm applause. At this point, Lin Chen was still investigating the talents of the crowd. Today's lecture ends here. If there are any questions, feel free to consult the association's library or ask your respective mentors. Dan Kingsley nodded slightly, his gaze warmly sweeping over the entire audience. Everyone stood up, preparing to leave. However, Dan Kingsley did not immediately leave the podium, but raised his hand to signal everyone to remain calm. Clearing his throat, he said loudly, "Everyone please hold on, I have an announcement to make." Those who were about to leave immediately stopped, looking curiously towards the podium. Although Dan Kingsley was highly respected, he had always been low-key and rarely announced anything in public. Today's solemnity was clearly unusual. Dan Kingsley's gaze fell upon the young woman in the light blue dress in the front row on the left, his eyes revealing unhidden admiration and fondness. "I am getting old, and although many disciples have inherited my alchemical skills, very few can receive my Today I am fortunate to encounter a genius in alchemy whose talent and comprehension are unparalleled in my lifetime. After much consideration, I have decided to accept her as my closed-door disciple and impart all my knowledge to her." As soon as these words were spoken, the hall erupted in an uproar. Master Danxing intends to accept a closed-door disciple. Moreover, this disciple is the one he personally acknowledged as a talent in alchemy. Everyone present followed Master Danxing's gaze and saw a young woman in a green dress slowly stand up, bowing gracefully to him. Her voice was clear and melodious. "Disciple Yunlan pays respects to Master." Yunlan. This name? I've never heard of it. Which family does she belong to? Looking at her plain attire and gentle demeanor, she doesn't seem like a child from a prominent family, or rather she appears to come from an ordinary household. To be so highly regarded by Master Danxing, this girl's talent in alchemy must far exceed our imaginations. Whispers rose and fell, countless gazes focused on Yunlan, filled with envy, jealousy, curiosity, and inquiry. Yet Yunlan remained calm, seemingly indifferent to the gazes upon her, simply bowing respectfully to Master Danxing as she accepted the apprenticeship. As guessed by many, she indeed did not hail from a wealthy family. She was merely the daughter of an ordinary herbal merchant, having an extraordinary affinity for herbs since childhood. It was by chance that Master Danxing discovered her, marveling at her talent, which led him to make an exception and take her as a disciple. Master Danxing nodded in satisfaction, personally helping her up. He turned to the crowd and said, "Yunlan possesses exceptional aptitude. It is both her fortune and my honor to accept her as my disciple. I hope everyone will take care of her in the association in the future." The crowd congratulated her, and the lecture hall became extraordinarily lively. Lin Chen sat in his seat, his gaze fixed on Yunlan, while a storm of emotions surged within him. At the moment Master Danxing announced his acceptance of a disciple, he had quietly activated his copying ability to probe Yunlan's talent information. Human Yunlan. Cultivation talent grade B. Alchemy talent grade A. Spiritual soul talent grade C. Grade B cultivation talent. Grade A alchemy talent. Grade C spiritual soul talent. Although the cultivation talent is only grade B, the grade A alchemy talent is the highest level he has ever seen. No wonder Master Danxing holds her in such high regard. This girl's potential in alchemy is simply limitless. Grade A alchemy talent. If I could copy it. Lin Chen took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement. Without any hesitation, he immediately activated his copying ability. Copying Grade A Alchemy Talent. Success. The Grade A Alchemy Talent is now in his possession. Lin Chen was overjoyed inside, but his face remained calm. He politely joined the crowd in applauding, congratulating both Master Danqing and Yunlan. Today's harvest far exceeds my expectations, Lin Chen mused. His original goal was merely to obtain Master Danqing's Grade B Alchemy Talent, but unexpectedly he encountered such a talent in Yunlan and directly copied her Grade A Alchemy Talent. This was simply a pleasant surprise. With Grade A Alchemy Talent, he could not only fully utilize the spiritual herbs he collected from the secret realm, but also use this as a foundation to delve deeper into the true explanation of Tianyun alchemy. In the future, he might even become a legendary alchemist. This was undoubtedly a tremendous boost to his martial path. After I return, I will proceed with the fusion. Lin Chen suppressed the urge to fuse immediately and slowly walked out of the lecture hall with the crowd. Haicheng, truly a wonderful place. He smiled slightly, striding towards the direction of Yunhage. Upon returning to his residence, Lin Chen activated all protective formations, sitting cross-legged in the quiet room, and slowly closed his eyes. In the quiet room, Lin Chen sat cross-legged, beginning to fuse the Grade A Alchemy Talent. This process was not as painful and intense as breaking through a realm. Rather, it felt like a gentle spring breeze, nurturing without sound. Lin Chen's perception quietly changed as the spiritual energy permeating the air began to present different colors and textures in his perception. The fragrance of flowers and herbs drifting in from outside could be clearly distinguished by him, revealing the medicinal properties of each plant. Even the flowing essence within his body seemed to reveal the subtle attributes that interacted with various medicinal materials. This was the qualitative change brought by Grade A Alchemy Talent, an innate affinity and insight into the properties of herbs and the flow of energy. For an entire day and night, Lin Chen immersed himself in the process of fusing his talent. When he opened his eyes again, he slowly raised his right hand. With a slight movement of his mind, a wisp of crimson golden flame rose from his fingertips. Unlike before, at this moment his perception of the flame reached an unprecedented level of precision. Grade A Alchemy Talent truly lives up to its name. Lin Chen murmured to himself, excitement flickering in his eyes. The talent had been fused, and next came the practice. He stood up and exited the quiet room, arriving at the front hall of Yunhage. A maid was wiping the tables and chairs. Seeing him come out, she quickly bowed and asked young Master Lin what order. I need to purchase an alchemy furnace and a set of basic alchemy tools. Do you know where in Haicheng I can find a quality alchemy furnace for sale? The maid thought for a moment and replied, returning to young Master, the largest artifact shop in the city is the Baibao Pavilion, located on the west side of the city on Zhuke Street, just a quarter of an hour's journey from here. There you can find all sorts of alchemy furnaces, medicinal cauldrons, and tools, and it is said that they also have exquisite items brought in from outside. If you are going, I can guide you. No need, I can go myself. Lin Chen waved his hand, changed into an inconspicuous gray robe, and suppressed his aura to mid-level Grand Master before stepping out. Baibao Pavilion was indeed renowned. Its three-story building was intricately carved and grand. The first floor displayed various weapons, armor, and daily utensils, a dazzling array. The second floor featured alchemical pills, talismans, and formations materials. The third floor housed various precious instruments, including alchemy furnaces. Lin Chen went straight to the third floor. A middle-aged steward in a brocade robe approached him with a beaming smile. Esteemed young master, are you here to see alchemy furnaces? We just received a batch of top-quality goods, including purple copper furnaces shipped from the south and mysterious iron furnaces crafted by northern artisans, all of excellent quality. Lin Chen nodded. Lead the way to take a look. The steward guided him to a row of display shelves on the inner side of the third floor. On the shelves were dozens of alchemy furnaces of various sizes, made from different materials and in different shapes. Some were entirely crimson, engraved with exquisite cloud patterns. Others were pitch black and heavy, plain and unadorned. Some were small and exquisite, suitable for carrying. Lin Chen's spiritual sense quietly spread out like an invisible net, enveloping the alchemy furnaces. He walked slowly, lightly brushing his fingers across the surfaces of several furnaces, sometimes tapping to listen for echoes, and at times closing his eyes to sense. Seeing his skilled movements and focused demeanor, the steward was secretly amazed and dared not disturb him, merely waiting quietly nearby. Finally, Lin Chen stopped in front of an alchemy furnace that was dark red with 3 legs and 2 ears, and ancient flame patterns carved on its body. This furnace was about half a person tall, with a diameter of over 2 feet at the mouth, warm to the touch, and its striking sound was crisp and lingering, echoing endlessly. What is the origin of this furnace? Lin Chen inquired. The steward immediately stepped forward to introduce it enthusiastically. Young master has great discernment. This furnace is named the Qiyan Ding, made from the unique Qiyong iron found near volcanoes in the south,
mixed with a small amount of fire copper essence during casting. It conducts heat quickly and has strong insulation, making it the best for refining fire attribute alchemical pills. It is said to be crafted by a renowned blacksmith, and it took our shop considerable effort to acquire it. Lin Chen nodded slightly. His spiritual sense had already penetrated the furnace, confirming that the internal structure was uniform with no hidden cracks or signs of repair, and the material was indeed of high quality. More importantly, the size and weight of this furnace were perfectly suited to his current needs. How much is it? Lin Chen asked directly. The steward held up 3 fingers, 30,000 low-grade spirit stones. This price is not considered expensive for a high-quality alchemy furnace, but also not cheap. Lin Chen did not haggle, but took out the spirit stones to pay in full, then stored the alchemy furnace in his storage space, and turned to leave Baibao Pavilion. Upon returning to Yunhage, Lin Chen rearranged the quiet room. He cleared a space in the center of the room, placed the Qian Ding steadily on it, and set up several simple fire-gathering formations and protective formations around to prevent excessive temperature or accidents during alchemy. With everything prepared, Lin Chen did not immediately begin alchemy. Instead, he first retrieved the bone fragment inscribed with the true scripture of heavenly cloud alchemy and submerged his spiritual sense into it, meticulously studying the foundational chapter on pill refinement. The advantage of his rank alchemical aptitude now revealed itself unmistakably. Terms once obscure and arcane, along with intricate, profound alchemical formulas, now unfolded before him as elemental units, effortlessly comprehensible. Even by intuition alone, he could discern potential flaws in certain prescriptions and mentally simulate refined alternatives. Foundational treatise. Herb identification. Flame control. Pill condensation technique. As Lin Chen read, he silently rehearsed each principle within his mind, unaware that 2 full hours had slipped away. When Lin Chen opened his eyes again, calm resolve shimmered within them. He turned his palm upward and summoned a batch of spirit herbs gathered from a secret realm, modest in age though still centuries old, yet deemed mere practice material among his treasured reserves. He intended to begin with these, attempting to refine the simplest of pills: Qi replenishing pills. Qi replenishing pills ranked as Tier 3 lower rank pills designed to rapidly restore primal energy. Their process was straightforward, their ingredients common, making them the ideal entry point for novice alchemists. Lin Chen drew a deep breath, settled into lotus position before the vermilion flame cauldron, and placed both hands upon its thermal conduits, channeling a slender thread of stellar primordial energy into its body. A gentle tremor coursed through the cauldron as its internal formation activated, gradually ascending in temperature. Lin Chen carefully modulated his energy output, sustaining a mild, unwavering heat within. Simultaneously, he flicked his fingertip. A wisp of crimson gold heteroflame spiraled into the cauldron's base, merging seamlessly with its innate flame. This step, warming the cauldron, was an essential preliminary, ensuring uniform thermal distribution to prevent medicinal potency loss during herb introduction due to localized temperature disparity. After roughly 1 teacup's duration, the cauldron's internal temperature stabilized. Without hesitation, Lin Chen lifted the first herb, a 3-leaved Qi replenishing grass, and cast it inside. Hiss! At the moment of entry, the herb emitted a faint whisper. Lin Chen's spiritual sense, razor-sharp and omnipresent, guided the cauldron's flames like invisible hands, enveloping, heating, and extracting the herb with surgical precision. Amplified by both his rank alchemical aptitude and formidable spiritual sense, he could perceive the herb's internal energetic architecture with crystalline clarity, exerting exacting control over flame fluctuations and even anticipating its pharmacological responses across varying thermal thresholds. The first herb's extraction concluded flawlessly. A droplet of emerald green translucent essence hovered mid-cauldron, radiating a fresh, delicate fragrance. Without pause, Lin Chen introduced the second, then the third herb, each extraction pursued with uncompromising perfection, purging impurities to their utmost, while preserving only the most refined medicinal essence. Once all herbs had been extracted and several luminous, chromatically distinct essences floated suspended within the cauldron, the most critical phase commenced: fusion and condensation. This stage tested an alchemist's mastery of herbal affinities and absolute command over flame dynamics. Herbal properties might synergize or clash. The sequence, temperature, and timing of fusion demanded flawless execution. The slightest deviation risked degrading pill quality or triggering catastrophic cauldron explosion. Lin Chen held his breath, amplifying his spiritual sense to its zenith, delicately guiding the floating essences toward one another in the precise order prescribed by the true scripture of heavenly cloud alchemy, drawing them near, letting them touch, then merging them seamlessly. Crimson gold heteroflame danced erratically beneath the cauldron, surging and receding in unpredictable waves. Beads of sweat glistened along Lin Chen's temples, but his hands remained immovable as stone, his energy flow utterly unwavering. Second by second, time flowed onward. As the final thread of medicinal essence fused perfectly into the nascent pill core, a flash of brilliance ignited in Lin Chen's gaze, and his palm struck the cauldron's rim with decisive force. Condense. Temperatures plummeted within the cauldron. Under the dual influence of focused spiritual guidance and abrupt thermal contraction, the slowly rotating pill core swiftly shrank, solidified, and coalesced into 3 lustrous jade-green pills, each the size of a longan, their surfaces smooth and radiant, suffused with a subtle inner glow. At the instant of completion, the vermilion flame cauldron resonated softly, releasing a rich, intoxicating fragrance that saturated the entire meditation chamber. Lin Chen gestured lightly. The 3 chi-replenishing pills soared from the cauldron into a waiting jade vial he had prepared beforehand. He lifted one, inhaled its aroma, gently examined its surface closely, and a quiet, satisfied smile bloomed across his face. Their hue was pure, their fragrance deep and resonant, their surfaces flawless, smooth, unblemished, without fissure or imperfection. Though merely Tier 3 lower-rank pills, their appearance alone bespoke upper-tier excellence. For a novice attempting alchemy for the very first time, such achievement bordered on the miraculous. An rank alchemical aptitude, truly extraordinary. Lin Chen reflected inwardly. Throughout the process, his command over herbs, flame, and cauldron felt less like learned skill, and more like instinctive, seamless fluency. Techniques demanding years of disciplined practice manifested naturally in his first attempt. Yet he did not rest on this success. Instead, he sat cross-legged, once more entering tranquil cultivation to replenish his expended primal energy and spiritual sense. Upon full recovery, he resumed refining. First chi-replenishing pills, then healing pills, followed by spirit-aggregating pills and mind-cleansing pills, producing 4 or 5 Tier 3 lower and mid-rank pills in succession. With each refinement, he distilled insights, refined his technique, and heightened efficiency, until by the final attempt his success rate for Tier 3 mid-rank pills soared beyond 80%. Though failures occurred, 2 batches exploding, wasting precious herbs. Each misstep deepened his understanding of herbal affinities and sharpened his mastery over flame modulation. When he sealed the final batch of spirit-coalescing pills into its vial, the night sky outside blazed with stars. Unbeknownst to him, he had refined pills continuously within the meditation chamber for 7 or 8 hours. Enough for today, Lin Chen murmured, rising to stretch limbs grown stiff with stillness. Gazing at the row of 7 or 8 jade vials neatly arranged upon the table, a profound sense of accomplishment swelled within him. These pills, though only Tier 3 mid or lower rank, excelled in both quantity and quality, commanding considerable value if sold openly in the market. More significantly, today's practice had grounded him in the fundamental procedures and techniques of alchemy, fully validating the extraordinary edge conferred by his rank alchemical aptitude. Tomorrow I shall attempt Tier 3 upper-rank pills, and once my technique matures further, I may employ those century-old spirit herbs to refine earth-rank pills, accelerating my own cultivation. Anticipation gleamed in Lin Chen's eyes as he calculated his next steps. He tidied the cauldron and tools, dispelled residual medicinal qi from the chamber, and only then lay down to rest. At dawn the next day, Lin Chen awoke early, his spirit refreshed and vitality brimming. After a brief wash and a light breakfast, he returned to his meditation chamber and sat cross-legged before the crimson flame cauldron. Having already mastered the refinement process for Rangxian mid-to-lower grade pills the previous day, his goal today was to advance to Rangxian upper-grade pills. Rangxian upper-grade pills demanded far greater rigor. Older herbs, more intricate extraction techniques, and exquisitely precise control over flame temperature and spiritual focus during pill formation, exceeding mid-to-lower grade requirements by more than 1 tier. Many alchemists devote their entire lives without ever achieving stable mastery over Rangxian upper-grade pill refinement. Yet Lin Chen possessed in a rank alchemical talent, formidable spiritual energy, and the celestial gold flame stellar fire, a rare celestial marvel, granting him unwavering confidence in conquering this challenge within a short span. With a flick of his wrist, he produced a batch of herbs. All over a century-old 300-year purple vein, Lingji 200-year, jade marrow flower on 150-year spirit-stabilizing grass. Such ingredients would ignite envy in any alchemist beyond these walls, yet among his secret realm spoils they ranked merely average. Today's target is the spirit-accumulating pill, Lin Chen murmured, recalling its entry in the true compendium of Tianyan alchemy. A Rangxian upper-grade pill, it fortified cultivation foundations and solidified one's core essence, precisely what he needed after recently breaking through to the Grandmaster realm. He drew a deep breath, placed both palms upon the crimson flame cauldron, and slowly infused it with primal energy. A resonant hum vibrated softly. The cauldron trembled faintly as its temperature began to rise.
His spiritual sense extended like invisible tendrils into the cauldron, perceiving every subtle gradient of heat, adjusting primal energy output with flawless equilibrium. Once internal temperature stabilized, he commenced herb insertion. First came the purple vein Lingji. Its entry into the cauldron triggered gradual softening and release of medicinal essence beneath the embrace of golden crimson stellar fire. Lin Chen's spiritual focus sharpened to a razor's edge, precisely modulating flame intensity to extract pure essence from the Lingji while purging impurities with surgical precision. This meticulous process lasted roughly the duration of a tea infusion. When a vial-filled, richly aromatic essence hovered serenely within the cauldron, Lin Chen gave a slight nod and introduced the second herb. Jade marrow flower, spirit-stabilizing grass, dragon whisker root. Each herb under his hands became a meticulously calibrated component, refined, purified, and transformed into distinct orbs of luminous essence suspended in perfect order within the cauldron. Extraction concluded successfully. Next came fusion and pill coalescence, the most arduous phase of Rangxian upper-grade refinement. Medicinal properties grew vastly more complex with subtler interplays of synergy and antagonism. The slightest miscalculation risked catastrophic energetic conflict, nullifying all prior effort. Lin Chen held his breath, pushing his spiritual energy to its absolute limit, guiding each orb of essence with painstaking care, drawing them near, aligning them, and merging them in strict sequence. Golden crimson stellar fire danced erratically at the cauldron's base, its temperature surging and receding unpredictably. Sweat beaded upon Lin Chen's brow, yet his hands remained immovable as stone, primal energy flow unwavering. Seconds bled into minutes. As the final thread of essence seamlessly integrated into the nascent pill core, a flash of brilliance ignited in Lin Chen's eyes, and his palms slammed down upon the cauldron. Coalesce. Internal temperature plummeted instantly. The slowly rotating pill core, guided by spiritual intent and thermal shock, rapidly contracted, hardened, and condensed into 3 plum-sized pills, soft lavender in hue, lustrous and smooth, their surfaces shimmering with gentle ethereal radiance. A low, resonant hum emanated from the cauldron the moment the pills formed, releasing an intense, fragrant aura, several times richer than yesterday's chi-replenishing pills. Lin Chen gestured lightly. The 3 spirit-accumulating pills soared from the cauldron into a waiting jade vial he had prepared. Their color was pure, their fragrance profound, their surfaces flawless, no fissures, no imperfections. Though this marked his first attempt at Rangxian upper-grade refinement, the quality already reached mid to high standards. Success, Lin Chen thought, a quiet certainty settling within him. He did not rest on this triumph. Instead, he seated himself again in meditation, restoring depleted primal energy and spiritual force. Once fully recovered, he refined 2 more batches of spirit-accumulating pills, maintaining over 70% success rate, with quality steadily improving. Rangxian upper-grade refinement is now assured, Lin Chen reflected, gazing at the 3 vials of pills in his hand. Rather than pressing further, he retrieved a new set of herbs. Far older, far more potent, 500-year dragon blood ginseng, 600-year ice heart, jade lotus, and a fist-sized fragment of golden flame spirit crystal retrieved from the infernal magma abyss. These ingredients were sufficient for earth-rank pill refinement, pills crafted specifically for grandmasters and those who transcended them. Their refinement posed challenges several-fold greater than Rangxian upper-grade pills, not only demanding superior extraction technique and finer flame control, but also requiring profound intuitive mastery of herbal energetics. Countless alchemists spend lifetimes striving, yet never succeed in forging even a single earth rank. But Lin Chen possessed a rank alchemical talent, formidable spiritual energy, the celestial gold flame stellar fire, and the true compendium of Tianyan alchemy, a peerless treatise guiding his path. He resolved to attempt it, and chose the stellar flame spirit refining pill, an earth rank lower grade formula, centered upon dragon blood ginseng, augmented by ice heart, jade lotus, and other rare herbs, and catalyzed by fire affinity spirit crystals. This pill dramatically refined primal energy and strengthened the physical body, offering immense benefit to grandmaster cultivation. More crucially, its formula harmonized perfectly with his grand void stellar scripture and the celestial gold flame stellar fire, making refinement markedly more intuitive. Lin Chen studied the formula thrice, committing every step, every herb's unique properties, and every thermal variation to unshakable memory. Then he closed his eyes and meditated for a full hour, refining his state to absolute peak condition. When he opened them again, his gaze was utterly still, calm, deep, and unbroken. He began preheating the cauldron, this time with extraordinary care, holding its internal temperature within an infinitesimally narrow range, deviation imperceptible. Then he commenced herb insertion. First, dragon blood ginseng. This 500-year herb pulsed with overwhelming vital energy and fierce fire affinity, The moment it entered the cauldron, it emitted sharp, sizzling sounds, as if straining to break free from the flame's grasp. Lin Chen's spiritual sense tightened like an invisible shackle, pinning it firmly in place, while the celestial gold flame's stellar fire permeated it, gently extracting essence with deliberate, unhurried precision. This process consumed half an hour. When a crimson, blood-like essence, radiating vibrant life force and searing heat, finally hovered within the cauldron, sweat glistened on Lin Chen's temples. Extracting just this primary ingredient cost as much energy as refining an entire batch of Rangshan upper-grade pills. Without pause, he added the Ice Heart Jade Lotus. This 600-year herb carried extreme cold energy, an absolute antithesis to the ginseng's blazing heat. Upon contact inside the cauldron, violent repulsion erupted, nearly triggering an explosive failure. Lin Chen's heart lurched. Instantly, he surged his spiritual energy to maximum, forcibly segregating the two essences while fine-tuning flame temperature, using the celestial gold flame's stellar fire itself as a bridge to delicately reconcile their opposing natures. This delicate balancing act was perilous beyond measure. One misstep could obliterate all medicinal potency or even shatter the cauldron. Lin Chen concentrated, utterly oblivious to sweat tracing down his cheeks and pooling silently on the floor. Gradually, under the stellar fire's mediation, the ginseng's scorching heat and the lotus's glacial chill began to intertwine, forging a singular harmonious yin-yang equilibrium. Lin Chen exhaled softly, then introduced the remaining auxiliary herbs, each extraction, fusion, and reconciliation executed with meticulous knife-edge caution. When the final herbs had been refined and their essences floated in the cauldron, vivid orbs of varied hues, Lin Chen had expended nearly half his primal energy and spiritual force. Yet he dared not relax, for the most critical stage, pill coalescence, had only just begun. He inhaled deeply, channeling every ounce of spiritual energy, guiding the orbs of essence toward one another in precise sequence and proportion as dictated by the formula. This fusion proved infinitely harder than any prior. Earth-rank essence was overwhelmingly potent, mutual resistance surged stronger, almost sentient, defiantly resisting unification. Jaw-clenched, Lin Chen pushed flame temperature to its absolute zenith while molding the unruly essences with raw spiritual might, kneading them together as one would dough grain by stubborn grain. Time stretched, viscous and endless, until Lin Chen sensed his spiritual reserves nearing hum. A deep, resonant vibration rose from the cauldron. The nascent pill core, now rotating steadily, emitted a soft, warm, and serene glow. A surge of elation flashed across Lin Chen's mind, but he wasted no time, immediately activating the coalescence mantra to guide the core's contraction and solidification. Yet at the very cusp of formation, a subtle anomaly struck his awareness. The internal energetic balance within the core had deviated minutely, but critically. No. His heart seized, but correction was already impossible. A muffled puff echoed. The nascent core instantly dimmed, crumbling into charred dross that reeked of acrid, burnt bitterness. Failure. Lin Chen stared at the residue at the bottom of the cauldron, remaining silent for a moment before slowly exhaling a breath of turbid air. Earth-grade pills are indeed not easy to concoct. He shook his head, not feeling too disheartened. The first attempt at refining an earth-grade pill resulted in failure, which was to be expected. Let's try again. Lin Chen did not hesitate, taking a few pills to recover his spiritual and mental energy, then closed his eyes to meditate for an hour. Once his state was restored, he prepared to open the furnace again. This time he adjusted the temperature curve of the flames, being particularly careful when merging the Ice Heart Jade Lotus, gradually harmonizing its coldness with the scorching heat of the Dragon Blood Ginseng in a gentler manner. Refining, merging, harmonizing, and congealing pills. Every step was taken with utmost caution, not daring to be careless in the slightest. As the pill embryo in the cauldron began to slowly shrink and solidify, emanating a soft and warm glow, Lin Chen's heart surged to his throat. Congeal. He clapped his hands on the cauldron, causing the internal temperature to drop sharply, and the pill embryo quickly took shape. Buzz. A crisp, buzzing sound rang out. The cauldron lid automatically popped open, and 3 pills, each the size of a dragon's eye, bright red, and with a faint shimmering surface, flew out of the cauldron, landing into the jade bottles that Lin Chen had already prepared. A rich and intense medicinal fragrance instantly filled the entire quiet room, even penetrating the array and spreading into the courtyard. Lin Chen picked up one pill and examined it closely in front of him. The pill's color was pure blood red, with a smooth and round surface and a faint shimmering glow that made it seem as if a miniature star was sealed within. Starfire Congealing Pill. Succeeded. Lin Chen let out a long sigh of relief, a genuine smile spreading across his face. Though the first attempt failed, the second succeeded, and the quality was excellent, which was enough to prove his talent and potential in the art of alchemy. He did not stop there, continuing to sit cross-legged and adjust his breathing to restore his state before opening the furnace again. With the experience from the first 2 attempts, the third and fourth rounds of refining went much more smoothly. Although he encountered some minor setbacks during the process, he resolved them one by one. In the end, he successfully refined 3 batches of Starfire congealing pills, totaling 9 pills, achieving a success rate of over 70%. For a novice, just getting acquainted with Earth-grade pills, this was an unbelievable achievement. With these Starfire congealing pills, my cultivation should advance further. Lin Chen looked at the 9 jade bottles in his hand, filled with a sense of accomplishment. He stored the pills away and cleaned the cauldron and tools before getting up and leaving the quiet room. The sunlight poured down warmly. Lin Chen stood in the courtyard, stretched lazily, and felt completely. After several consecutive days of pill refining, though it was exhausting, his mental strength became more refined and resilient through constant consumption and recovery. His understanding of medicinal properties and control over the timing had also reached a new height. Next, it's time to make good use of these pills to consolidate my cultivation. Lin Chen gazed into the distance, a glimmer of anticipation sparkling in his eyes. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, Lin Chen had been in the Yunhai Pavilion for over half a month refining pills. During this half-month, he had hardly stepped outside, fully immersed in the art of alchemy. The terrifying learning speed brought by his grade alchemy talent, combined with the crimson gold Starfire, the true solution of heavenly cloud alchemy, and his powerful mental strength allowed his alchemy skills to advance at an astonishing pace. From initially being able to refine only low-grade mystic pills, he now could stably refine mid-grade earth pills, maintaining a success rate of over 70%. If this progress were known to the outside world, the entire city of Haiqing's alchemists would surely be left astonished. It is known that many alchemists spend their entire lives without reaching the standard of mid-grade earth pills, yet he achieved this in less than a month. One day, Lin Chen sorted and categorized a new batch of pills, placing them into jade bottles, labeling them, and preparing to send them to the Sihai Chamber of Commerce for processing. Over the past half-month, he had sold some pills through Shen Wanjuan, exchanging them for a large amount of spirit stones and rare medicinal materials, with both sides enjoying a pleasant cooperation. He changed into a neat blue long robe, tied the storage bag containing the pills around his waist, and left the Yunhai Pavilion, heading to the headquarters of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce. Upon hearing of Lin Chen's visit, Shen Wanjuan received him in his study as usual. But when Lin Chen took out the batch of pills and placed them on the table, Shen Wanjuan's expression instantly changed. This is... Shen Wanjuan picked up a jade bottle, poured out a pill the size of a dragon's eye, bright red, and with a faint glow sniffed it, carefully examined it closely, and his voice trembled slightly. Mid-grade earth. Red blood fusion pill. Lin Keqing, did you refine this? Lin Chen picked up a teacup, took a gentle sip, and spoke with an indifferent expression. I was just idle and refined a few batches. The quality is acceptable, so I brought them for the president to have a look. Just refined a few batches. The quality is acceptable. Shen Wanjuan's mouth twitched slightly, a storm surging in his heart. Though he was not an alchemist, he had been in the chamber for many years and had dealt with countless pills, so he had an eye for quality. The red blood fusion pill before him was of pure color, with a rich yet subtle medicinal fragrance and a shimmering surface, clearly of superior quality. Such quality in mid-grade earth pills would be the best, even if Master Dan Kingsley himself were to handle it. What shocked him even more was that how long had it been since Lin Chen started dabbling in alchemy? Half a month. To refine mid-grade earth pills in just half a month. What kind of talent is this? Simply monstrous. Shen Wanjuan took a deep breath, suppressing the shock in his heart, and said solemnly, Lin Keqing, your accomplishments in alchemy have surpassed what I can assess. I need to report this to the president. Lin Chen was slightly taken aback. President. The true master of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce's Haiqing branch is President Liu Zhongyuan. Shen Wanjuan spoke with respect. President Liu is a powerful figure in the martial king realm, rarely dealing with affairs, but when it comes to truly major matters, he still needs to make the decision himself. A talent like Lin Keqing in alchemy is worth him seeing in person. Lin Chen's heart stirred. A martial king powerhouse. It was his first encounter with such a level of existence since he arrived in Haiqing. He nodded. In that case, please have President Shen arrange it. Shen Wanjuan immediately summoned a trusted manager and whispered a few instructions. The manager received the order and hurried away, returning in about half an hour, whispering a few words in Shen Wanjuan's ear. Shen Wanjuan nodded and stood up, addressing Lin Chen. Lin Keqing, the president is requesting your presence. Please follow me. Lin Chen followed Shen Wanjuan through the layered courtyards of the commerce headquarters until they arrived before an independent pavilion tucked deep within the rear garden. The pavilion's exterior was simple and elegant, flanked by several stalwart pines and cypresses. Its tranquil surroundings formed a striking contrast with the bustle of the shops out front. 2 black-clad guards with solemn auras stood at the door. Upon seeing Shen Wanjuan, they inclined their heads slightly and did not obstruct them. Shen Wanjun pushed the door open and Lin Chen followed closely behind. Inside the pavilion's furnishings were spare devoid of excess ornament, a few pearwood tables and chairs, and a landscape painting on the wall whose brushwork was restrained yet evocative. A handsome middle-aged man of perhaps 40 with 3 wisps of long beard stood with his hands behind his back by the window, gazing at the pines in the courtyard as if lost in contemplation. He wore a moon-white robe and a jade crown. His bearing was scholarly and gentle, yet his deep-set eyes flickered with a sharp light, as if capable of piercing the human heart. The moment Lin Chen stepped into the room, he felt a faint yet oceanic pressure settle over him, so natural and pervasive that his inner vital force momentarily faltered. A Wu King-level powerhouse, and of considerable depth. Chairman, the guest has arrived. Shen Wanjun bowed respectfully, his tone deferential. Lu Zhongyuan slowly turned and fixed his gaze on Lin Chen. His look was not harsh, yet it seemed to strip away every guise and reach straight to the soul. Lin Chen felt as if an invisible force had swept over him. His inner force and mental fluctuations seemed laid bare beneath that gaze. Junior Lin Chen pays respects to Chairman Lu. Lin Chen answered without servility, cupping his hands in salute. Lu Zhongyuan's eyes lingered on him for a moment, a trace of approval appearing. Not bad. Such a young grandmaster with a solid foundation, harmonious breath, and a remarkably pure fire elemental force within. It seems you found considerable opportunity within the secret realm. Lin Chen felt a chill run through his chest. He had not revealed his alternate flame, yet the other had seen the presence of fire elemental energy at a glance. The perception of a Wu King was indeed terrifying. Your discernment is keen, Lin Chen replied calmly. I did encounter certain fortunes. Lu Zhongyuan nodded and turned his attention to the small bottle Shen Wanjun held. With a gesture, the jade vial flew into his hand. He poured out a pill, rolled it between his fingers, and brought it to his nose to sniff. Earth tier mid-grade. Qi Shui Rong Yuan Dan. Its potency is extracted cleanly, the heat control precise. Though the pill crafting technique is slightly raw, its essence has been seized. Lu Zhongyuan's appraisal was precise and professional. You refined this pill, eh? I did, Lin Chen answered. Lu Zhongyuan returned the pill to the vial and fell silent for a moment, then asked, does the pill you refined work on a Wu King? Lin Chen was briefly taken aback, then understood Lu's implication. He pondered a moment and answered truthfully, at present the Earth tier mid-grade pills I can stably craft have very limited effect on a Wu King level powerhouse. But with sufficient materials, I am confident I could attempt to refine Earth tier superior grade pills, or even certain rare prescriptions recorded to benefit a Wu King. He was not speaking idly. The Tianyun Dandao Xinjia indeed documented formulas potentially effective for a Wu King, but they demanded extremely rare ingredients and posed great difficulty. With his current skill, success remained unlikely. Yet, given ample materials and practice, he believed he could overcome those formulas in time. A gleam flashed in Lu Zhongyuan's eyes. After a pause, he smiled and said, excellent. A young man with such ambition is rare. He walked a few paces with his hands behind his back as if weighing something, then stopped and regarded Lin Chen with a gentle yet unequivocal tone. Lin, allow me to make you an offer. Please speak, Lin Chen replied. If you choose to sell the pills you craft, give Sihai Shanghui priority. In return, the guild will provide you with comprehensive protection and support. Your status as a guest advisor will be elevated to gold rank, granting you the privileges of an elder. All your medicinal purchases within the guild will be supplied at cost. The guild will also prioritize buying your pills at a 10% premium. Lu Zhongyuan paused before continuing. He regarded Lin Chen with deep eyes. Do not look down on Sihai Shanghui, because it dominates only Sea City. Even powers from super cities like Tianjin City or Jinggang City must show me some courtesy when they enter Sea City. As long as you are on Sihai Shanghui's ground, no one will dare lay a hand on you. Lin Chen's heart jolted. Gold rank guest advisor. It was the highest rank within Sihai Shanghui's guest system, second only to an honorary elder with vast privileges and authority. More importantly, Lu Zhongyuan's personal promise of protection, a Wu King's patronage, was in Sea City's increasingly murky waters tantamount to a deathless pardon. He did not hesitate. He rose and cupped his hands solemnly. Thank you for your great favor, Chairman. I will not fail your trust. I shall study the alchemical arts diligently and provide the guild with more high-quality pills. Very good, very good. Lu Zhongyuan nodded with satisfaction and patted Lin Chen's shoulder. Young man, work hard. I have faith in you. He turned to Shen Wanjun. Wanjun arranged the subsequent matters. Yes, Chairman. Shen Wanjun bowed and accepted the order. Lu Zhongyuan glanced at Lin Chen, once more smiled faintly, then turned and walked deeper into the pavilion. His figure soon vanished behind a screen. Shen Wanjun straightened and looked at Lin Chen, emotion filling his eyes. Guest advisor Lin. No, now I should call you Elder Lin. You are the fastest rising guest advisor I have seen in decades, bar none. Lin Chen smiled faintly. I still owe my thanks to Chairman Shun for his recommendation.
You earned this yourself, Shen Wanjun waved his hand. Your alchemical talent even moved Chairman Liu to see you in person and make such promises. It is a rare honor. From this day, as a gold-rank guest advisor, cultivate yourself. Well, your prospects are boundless. Lin Chen nodded, discussed some further guild matters with Shen Wanjun, and then took his leave. They stepped out through the guild gates into warm sunlight. Lin Chen's mood was buoyant. Today he had not only demonstrated his alchemical skill, but had also won the recognition and protection of Sihai Shanghui's upper echelon. A Wu King powerhouse, truly a double blessing. With Sihai Shanghui's backing, I need no longer worry about procuring ingredients for my pills. And with a Wu King's protection, my safety is secured. Lin Chen plotted as he walked briskly back to Yunhai Pavilion. He did not slacken his pace upon returning to his meditation chamber. He seated himself and resumed reading the chapters on Earth-tier superior-grade pills in the Tianyun Dandao Xinjia. His promise to Lu Zhongyuan had not been made lightly. To truly win and keep this Wu King's sustained attention and support, he would have to produce genuine results. Earth-tier superior-grade pills, with my present attainment, my success rate is only about 30 to 40%. I need far more practice and accumulation, he thought to himself. He rubbed the bone slip that recorded alchemical techniques between his fingers, a steadfast light, kindling it. But I possess a great alchemical talent, the Qijin anomalous flame, the Tianyun Dandao Xinjia, and now the full resources of Sihai Shanghui behind me. Give me time, and I will achieve it. The tranquility of Haiqing did not last long. On this day, Lin Chen was studying the true explanation of the heavenly cloud pill path in his quiet room, when he suddenly felt a faint tremor from the ground, followed by a subtle heart-pounding fluctuation, coming from afar, as if something terrible was happening. Furrowing his brow, Lin Chen rose and walked out of the quiet room into the courtyard. He saw that the once clear sky above Haiqing was now faintly tinged with a dark red hue, as if something had stained it. A restless air pervaded the atmosphere, and the noise of the city was louder than usual, with faint cries and the sounds of hurried footsteps echoing. Something has happened. Lin Chen felt a surge of ominous premonition. Just then a sharp sound of breaking air was heard as a black-clad guard from the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce landed in the courtyard, kneeling on one knee, his expression anxious. Elder Lin. President Shun requests your immediate presence at the headquarters of the Chamber of Commerce for urgent matters. Lin Chen did not ask further, and immediately followed the guard to the headquarters. When he entered the conference hall, he saw it was already filled with people. Shen Wanjun sat in the main seat, his expression grave. On either side sat over a dozen high-ranking officials from the Chamber of Commerce, and several formidable guest experts, all with solemn faces. Seeing Lin Chen enter, Shen Wanjun nodded slightly, indicating him to take a seat. Now that everyone has arrived, I will speak directly. Shen Wanjun stated bluntly, his voice low and urgent. We have just received an urgent report from the military. There has been a major incident in the Yunwu Marsh secret realm. Lin Chen's heart tightened as he listened intently. Several major forces, including the Zhou family of Tianjin City, the Wang family of Jingang City, and the Tianjai of Xinghua City, have clashed fiercely in the core area of the secret realm over a treasure. In the fierce battle, they triggered the spatial foundation of the secret realm, causing the internal space to collapse, resulting in a massive spatial rift. Shen Wanjun paused, his tone becoming even graver. This rift connects to an unknown space deep within the secret realm. From that rift, a large number of ferocious beasts are continuously surging out. Ferocious beasts. Someone exclaimed in surprise. There are already ferocious beasts in the secret realm. What's so strange about that? If it were only ordinary ferocious beasts, it wouldn't be a concern. Shen Wanjun shook his head, a flicker of apprehension in his eyes. The problem is the ferocious beasts emerging from the rift are not species originally present in the secret realm. They hail from a world on the other side of the rift, including many powerful existences at the Master and Grandmaster levels. Moreover, he took a deep breath and revealed the most shocking news. According to the military's distant reconnaissance by a martial king, there is a respect-level ferocious beast lurking on the other side of the rift. The aura of that ferocious beast is comparable to that of a martial sovereign. Martial sovereign. The conference hall erupted in an uproar. A martial sovereign is a being above a martial king. In the entire northern region, the number of martial sovereigns is extremely limited, each one a towering pillar of strength in their respective territories. If a martial sovereign-level ferocious beast were to descend upon Haiqing, the consequences would be unimaginable. The good news is that the current spatial rift is not stable enough to allow martial sovereigns to pass through. Shen Wanjun added that respect-level ferocious beast cannot come over for the time being. It can only command ferocious beasts below the Grandmaster level to cross the rift. However, his expression grew even more serious. If the spatial rift is not suppressed, it will continue to expand over time. Once the rift expands enough for that respect-level ferocious beast to pass through, the entire Haiqing and the surrounding counties will face a catastrophic disaster.
The conference hall fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was processing this shocking news. Lin Chen's brow furrowed tightly, his mind racing. He had gained much in the secret realm and was well aware of the mysterious and perilous nature of that space. Now that the secret realm has collapsed, the spatial rift has appeared, and the ferocious beasts are surging out. This is no longer a problem that a single force can resolve. It concerns the survival of the entire Haiqing. What does the military say? Lin Chen asked. Shen Wanjun looked at him and replied, the military has issued an urgent mobilization order summoning all martial artists above the martial master level in the city to gather near the entrance of the secret realm to establish a defense line and block the spread of the ferocious beasts. At the same time, the military is urgently contacting the surrounding cities requesting reinforcements and seeking ways to reach higher-level powerhouses to suppress the spatial rift. Shen Wanjun paused and added, our Four Seas Chamber of Commerce, as one of the largest chambers in Haiqing, naturally received the order to assist in the defense. The president has ordered that all guards and guest experts above the martial master level must participate in this defensive action. Elder Lin, although you are a distinguished golden-level guest, this matter is of great importance, and I fear that. I understand. Lin Chen interrupted him, his expression calm. When the nest is overturned, there are no complete eggs. If Haiqing falls, I will have no peaceful days to live. I will participate. Shen Wanjun showed a hint of gratitude in his eyes. Elder Lin is deeply principled. I thank you on behalf of the people of Haiqing. Lin Chen waved his hand and asked, what is the specific situation? How fierce is the assault of the ferocious beasts? Where is the defense line set up? Shen Wanjun took out a map, spread it on the table, and pointed at an area in the northwest direction of Haiqing. The entrance to the secret realm is here. The spatial rift is currently near the entrance. The military has already established 3 defense lines centered around the rift. The first defense line is the closest to the rift, manned by elite martial artists from the military and major forces responsible for intercepting the main force of the ferocious beasts. The second defense line is slightly farther, composed of martial artists from various families and loose cultivators responsible for support and intercepting any that slip through. The third defense line is the outermost, tasked with alerting and evacuating civilians. He looked up at Lin Chen. The president hopes that Elder Lin can go to the first defense line. On one hand, Elder Lin is a master-level martial artist with outstanding combat power. On the other hand, there will surely be significant casualties among the frontline martial artists, so having an alchemist like Elder Lin there can provide timely treatment for the injured and stabilize morale. Lin Chen nodded. No problem. When do I depart? There is no time to lose. You must leave today. Shen Wanjun said the military has arranged a special teleportation array that can quickly send reinforcements to the first defense line. If Elder Lin has nothing else to prepare, you can depart in half an hour. All right, I will go back to get some things and come immediately. Lin Chen stood up, cupped his hands to Shen Wanjun, and turned to leave the conference hall. Returning to Yunhage, Lin Chen quickly packed the necessary items: pills, medicinal materials, an alchemy furnace, weapons, and some emergency supplies. Arriving at the location of the teleportation array, he saw that over 100 martial artists had already gathered there, each exuding a formidable aura, clearly elite from all factions in Haiqing. Among the crowd, Lin Chen spotted some familiar faces: Zhao Xiaowei from the military, Zhou Xian from the Zhou family, the Wang brothers Wang Meng and Wang Lai Chu Feng from the Tianwu Academy, and several young geniuses he had seen in the ancient tower. At this moment, they all wore solemn expressions, clearly aware of the dangers of this mission. Lin Chen's arrival caught the attention of some people. After all, he was now a golden-level guest of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce with a status that was not to be underestimated. Zhou Xian glanced at him with a scrutinizing look, but said nothing. The Wang brothers snorted coldly, evidently having little regard for the people of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce. Lin Chen ignored their gazes, found a corner to stand and closed his eyes to meditate, and awaited the activation of the teleportation array. After a moment, a beam of light flashed as the teleportation array activated. Lin Chen felt a blur before his eyes, and the surrounding scenery changed in an instant. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a completely unfamiliar place. The air was thick with the pungent smell of blood and the stench of ferocious beasts, while deafening shouts of battle roars of ferocious beasts and the clanging of weapons colliding filled his ears. In the distance, a massive, twisted spatial rift emitting a dark red glow stretched across the horizon, resembling a gruesome scar, with all sorts of grotesque, ferocious beasts surging from the rift like a tide rushing toward humanity's defense line. He had arrived at the first defense line. Lin Chen took a deep breath and gripped his shadow blade tightly. He knew that the days ahead would entail a grueling and extraordinary battle. Yet in his eyes there was no fear, only a blazing fighting spirit. The tide of ferocious beasts. Just right time to test my newly refined pills and my freshly comprehended sword technique. With a slight smile, he flickered and charged into the bloody battlefield. In the moment the teleportation light dissipated, the deafening roars and sounds of battle engulfed Lin Chen like a tidal wave. The flame-maned lion tiger with a lion's head and tiger's body, the iron-shelled poison lizard covered in dark blue scales, the tearing wind eagle with wings spanning several feet and spitting wind blades, and the rock-armored rhino moving in packs like mobile fortresses. Various ferocious beasts ranging from martial masters to grand masters, densely packed and seemingly endless. The human defense line consisted of massive metal barriers, earthen fortifications, and temporarily arranged formations. The soldiers formed a neat square with blades and spears standing like a forest and arrows raining down steadfastly, blocking wave after wave of beast tide. Warriors from various factions darted across the front line, hunting down the powerful beasts that broke through the defenses. The sounds of battle cries, screams, and the roars of fierce beasts intertwined, filling the air with a strong smell of blood and char. Lin Chen took a deep breath, suppressing the shock within him. He knew this was not a drill but a real life-and-death battle. He did not rush into the front line, but observed for a moment, familiarizing himself with the rhythm of the battlefield. Despite the multitude of ferocious beasts, they were disorganized and fought individually. As long as the defense line was not breached, it could be held. He noticed that although the beast tide was fierce, there were also many strong warriors on the human side. Captain Zhao from the military was leading a squad of elite soldiers, firmly holding a critical pass, with their spears striking like dragons, sending beasts flying. Zhou Xian, Wang Meng, Wang Lai, and Chu Feng were also leading their teams, fighting fiercely along the defense line. It's my turn now, Lin Chen decided, no longer hesitating, and leaped down from the high platform into the battlefield. He did not immediately unleash his full power, but kept his cultivation at the early stage of Grandmaster, utilizing the floating dragon sword technique, combined with his clever speed talent, moving agilely among the beast horde. The shadow blade transformed into streams of gray light, accurately targeting the vital points of each ferocious beast, killing them in one strike, without lingering. His movements were incredibly swift, gliding through the dense beast horde like a swimming fish. Often the beasts did not react before their heads were severed. In just a brief moment, he had slain more than 10 martial master-level beasts, and 2 early-stage grandmasters drenched in blood, yet unharmed. This performance quickly caught the attention of nearby warriors. Who is that? Such swift swordsmanship. It's Lin Chen from the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce. I heard he just broke through to Grandmaster recently. His combat power is terrifying. With him holding the line, the pressure on our side has lessened significantly. Lin Chen paid no heed to their discussions. As he fought, he quietly activated his copying talent, probing the talent information of the surrounding beasts. His mental power acted like an invisible radar, scanning each ferocious beast and reading their talent information. Flame-maned lion tiger strength talent, clevel fire affinity level. Iron-shelled poison lizard defense talent, clevel toxicity talent level. Tearing wind eagle speed talent, clevel wind affinity level. Rock-armored rhino strength talent, clevel defense talent, clevel. Most ferocious beasts had talents ranging between C and D levels, with only occasional elite individuals possessing C or B level talents, but none were particularly outstanding. Lin Chen was not in a hurry. His copying opportunities were precious and must be used wisely. He needed to find a target with a sufficiently high-level talent that would be useful to him. While fighting, he consciously moved deeper into the beast tide. The closer he got to the spatial rift, the higher the level of beasts appeared, and the greater the probability of encountering high-level talents. Roar! Suddenly, a sharp, piercing screech echoed from not far away. Lin Chen turned towards the sound and saw a strange, ferocious beast, entirely dark green and resembling a leopard but the size of a calf, swiftly weaving through the beast horde. Its speed was astonishing, flickering like a ghost among the densely packed beasts. With every appearance, a human warrior would be torn apart by its sharp claws. Such incredible speed. Lin Chen's pupils constricted. His clever speed talent was already among the best in its tier, but this beast's speed was even a notch above. Moreover, it could change directions nimbly, while moving at high speed, seemingly unaffected by inertia. Lin Chen immediately activated his copying talent to probe the information of that ferocious beast. Target Gale Shadow Leopard level mid Grandmaster speed talent, level stealth talent, level wind affinity, level speed talent. Lin Chen's heart jolted. This was the highest level speed talent he had seen so far. If he could copy it, his speed would experience a qualitative leap. At that time, even when facing Grandmasters, he would be confident of not falling behind in speed. This is it. A glint of determination flashed in Lin Chen's eyes as he locked onto his target. He did not rush forward immediately, but first observed the combat style of the Gale Shadow Leopard. He found that this beast was extremely cunning, never directly confronting strong opponents, but targeting isolated or engaged warriors, striking once and retreating without delay. Its speed was so fast that many warriors did not even catch a glimpse of its shadow before falling into a pool of blood. To catch it, I cannot pursue it recklessly. Ooh, I must be clever. Lin Chen quickly formulated a strategy in his mind. He feigned ignorance of the Gale Shadow Leopard continuing to battle with the ordinary ferocious beasts around him, intentionally moving closer to the area where the Gale Shadow Leopard operated. At the same time, his mental power quietly locked onto the ferocious beast, keeping a close watch on its every move. Finally, after a successful ambush, the Gale Shadow Leopard seemed to notice Lin Chen, the isolated target. Its pair of ghostly green vertical pupils locked onto Lin Chen, its body slightly crouched. In the next moment, it transformed into a dark green shadow pouncing towards Lin Chen's side. Its speed was so fast that it left behind a series of afterimages in the air. Here it comes. Lin Chen smirked inwardly. This was exactly what he had been waiting for. Just as the claws of the Gale Shadow Leopard were about to touch the back of Lin Chen's neck, he suddenly swayed, unleashing his clever speed talent to its utmost, sliding out several feet, at an extremely tricky angle, narrowly evading this fatal blow. The Gale Shadow Leopard's claw missed, seemingly surprised, but it reacted swiftly, adjusting its position upon landing and pouncing towards Lin Chen once more. However, just as it turned around, Lin Chen had already stabilized his position, and the shadow blade transformed into a streak of gray light, slicing upwards towards its abdomen. This strike was perfectly timed, angled, and swift, precisely the emerging dragon from the abyss, from the floating dragon sword technique, specifically designed to counter high-speed targets. The Gale Shadow Leopard let out a sharp screech, forcibly twisting its body in midair, narrowly dodging the strike, but its abdomen was still grazed by the blade, leaving a shallow wound. After landing, it warily stared at Lin Chen, and for the first time a hint of trepidation appeared in its ghostly green vertical pupils. It seemed to realize that this human was not to be trifled with. But Lin Chen would not give it a chance to retreat. Seizing the advantage, he unleashed his clever speed talent to the extreme, transforming into a flurry of afterimages and launching a torrential assault. The shadow blade in his hands came alive, sometimes resembling a swimming dragon, sometimes like a venomous snake, sealing off all escape routes for the Gale Shadow Leopard. Though the Gale Shadow Leopard was faster under Lin Chen's exquisite swordsmanship and powerful mental lock, it was forced to retreat, repeatedly accumulating new wounds all over its body. It attempted to escape several times using its speed, but Lin Chen anticipated its moves in advance and blocked its path. Now's the time. In the heat of battle, Lin Chen caught a minor mistake from the Gale Shadow Leopard. It lost its balance slightly while evading one of his strikes. A glint of brilliance flashed in Lin Chen's eyes as he unhesitatingly activated his copying talent. Copying level speed talent. The copying was successfully completed. With the target achieved, Lin Chen no longer held back. The shadow blade emitted a clear ringing sound as a streak of exquisitely condensed gray light flashed, accurately penetrating the Gale Shadow Leopard's throat. The Gale Shadow Leopard's movements abruptly froze, its ghostly green vertical pupils filled with reluctance and disbelief, then slowly collapsed, twitching a few times before becoming still. Lin Chen stood with his blade retracted, breathing slightly heavily. Although the fight was brief, he had expended considerable energy and vitality to subdue this ferocious beast with level speed talent. However, it was all worth it. The level speed talent was now in his grasp. Integration complete. Brank speed talent. Lin Chen closed his eyes, sinking his consciousness deep into the recesses of his mind to guide the nascent comprehension of speed's fundamental law, gently weaving it into his body and soul. The integration of the Brank speed talent proceeded far more smoothly than Lin Chen had anticipated. When that profound insight into velocity fully fused with his being, he felt as though reborn, utterly transformed. The surrounding air was no longer an invisible resistance, but a pliant medium he could harness. The flow of wind became vividly perceptible to him, like countless intangible pathways guiding him in the shortest possible time to any destination he willed. He slowly opened his eyes. Before his gaze the world seemed to slow, yet not because time itself had dilated, but because his perception and reflexes had ascended to an entirely new tier. A Brank speed talent truly lives up to its legendary reputation. Lin Chen clenched his fist, savoring the surge of newfound power within his veins, a faint, confident smile curling at the corner of his lips. He did not rise immediately. Instead, he remained seated in lotus position for several moments, stabilizing the newly integrated talent through quiet cultivation, before rising steadily and re-entering the battlefield. This time his speed surpassed his previous peak by more than double. His figure darted through the beast horde like a phantom, so swift that many ferocious beasts failed even to register his presence before their heads parted from their bodies. In his hand, the shadow veil blade dissolved into streaks of ashen light, scythes of death harvesting life without mercy. His movement traced no fixed path, now a gale's fleeting shadow, now a specter's sudden apparition, utterly confounding the beasts whose instincts were honed against the predictable patterns of human martial artists. Nearby cultivators watched breathless and wide-eyed. That's Lin Chen, the honorary advisor of the Sea Merchant Guild. How has his speed increased so dramatically? Just now he stood over there, and in the blink of an eye he was already here. What martial art is this? With him on our side, the pressure upon us has eased considerably. Lin Chen paid no heed to the murmurs. His focus remained locked upon battle, and upon adapting moment by moment to his newly acquired speed talent. The Brank speed talent bestowed far more than mere locomotive swiftness. It elevated his reaction speed, attack speed, and even the velocity of his thought, enhancing every facet of combat cognition. He needed to master this unprecedented rhythm of battle swiftly, converting raw potential into tangible lethal prowess. Days bled into one another amid slaughter and strife. The war between human cultivators and ferocious beasts raged unceasingly for 3 full days and nights. Wave after wave of beasts surged forth, relentless, seemingly infinite. Though the human front lines faltered several times under overwhelming assault, they ultimately held firm. Through the coordinated efforts of the military department major sects and independent cultivators, confining the beasts' range strictly within 10 li of the spatial rift. Over those 3 days Lin Chen scarcely slept. By day he fought on the front lines, by night he employed alchemy to heal the wounded, and occasionally refined urgently needed pills for frontline replenishment. His renown spread rapidly across the defensive line, not only for his ghost-like blade artistry and preternatural speed, but also for his peerless alchemical skill capable of snatching life back from the jaws of death. Many gravely wounded cultivators, on the very brink of oblivion, were pulled back from the netherworld by his hands. Honorary Advisor Lin, another casualty. A soldier rushed toward Lin Chen's makeshift infirmary, bearing a blood-soaked warrior upon his shoulders. Lin Chen set aside the pill vial in his hand and stepped forward without hesitation to assess the injury. The warrior was young, a soldier whose chest bore a deep, bone-exposing gash torn by a beast's claw, blood pulsing freely, breath shallow and fading. He can be saved. Lin Chen swiftly retrieved several pills, crushed them into powder, and applied the mixture directly to the wound, then administered a heart-protecting pill and guided its essence with his primordial energy to fortify the heart's vital meridians. Within moments the young soldier's breathing steadied, and a faint flush of color returned to his pallid cheeks. Carry him away for proper rest. No martial exertion for 3 days. Lin Chen instructed. Thank you, Honorary Advisor Lin. The soldier wept with gratitude as his comrades carried him off. Lin Chen wiped the blood from his hands, only to pause mid-motion as a sudden commotion erupted in the distance. He lifted his gaze and saw beyond the rear of the front line a procession advancing swiftly toward them. At its head strode a middle-aged man clad in obsidian black armor, his aura as profound and immovable as a mountain. The martial king of the military department stationed at the front lines, General Hua Yuan, the Lord of the Northern Marches. Behind him walked over a dozen elders draped in gray robes, each holding arcane artifacts or formation discs. The elite masters of the Formation Masters Association, their auras deeply concealed, yet their eyes gleaming with piercing brilliance. General Hua has arrived. And the Formation Masters Association, what do they intend? Could it be they mean to seal the rift? Cultivators along the front line whispered in speculation. Lin Chen set down his work and watched intently. He knew well, unless the spatial rift was sealed, the beast tide would never cease. Though humanity had temporarily stabilized its defenses, prolonged attrition would inevitably grind them down. Sealing the rift was the only true resolution. General Hua Yuan strode to the front line's edge, his gaze, sharp as lightning, sweeping across the distant rift and the ceaseless torrent of emerging beasts. After a moment's silence, he turned and spoke quietly to the formation masters behind him. The lead formation master nodded, drew forth an ancient weathered scroll from his sleeve, and unfurled its dense arrays of intricate runes and interwoven lines covered its surface, shimmering with a soft, ethereal radiance, an aura both primordial and vast. That is, the Earth Deer Supreme Formation, the 4-symbol heaven-sealing formation. A knowledgeable formation master gasped aloud. The 4-symbol heaven-sealing formation. The legendary ancient formation said to seal spatial rifts. Who would have imagined the Formation Masters Association possessed such a treasure? Amidst the crowd's awestruck exclamations, the Formation Masters sprang into action. Centering their efforts upon the rift, they began erecting formation foundations across a radius of several. Each foundation required 81 specially forged formation flags, each inscribed with complex runes and activated only by pure, refined primordial energy. It was a monumental, painstaking endeavor. Under constant harassment from beasts, the Formation Masters fought and built simultaneously, progress agonizingly slow. General Hua Yuan himself took command, leading an elite detachment to shield them, cutting down any beast daring to approach. Seeing this, Lin Chen voluntarily joined the protective cordon. His break speed talent proved invaluable. He appeared instantly wherever danger loomed, slaying beasts attempting to sabotage formation foundations before their blades even cleared their sheaths. Day 1, Day 2, Day 3. The formation's construction endured for 7 full days and nights. When the final flag was driven into its designated position, the lead formation master exhaled deeply and proclaimed, "Formation complete. Activate the formation." At his command, 108 foundation points flared with blinding radiance across the entire area. Beams of multicolored light shot skyward, intertwining, converging, until they coalesced into a colossal 4-hued dome enveloping the entire spatial rift. Upon the dome's surface materialized the ethereal visages of the 4 celestial beasts: azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise, roaring with earth-shaking might, radiating an immense oppressive force of suppression. The spatial rift, still disgorging beasts without pause, shuddered violently the instant the 4-hued dome descended upon it. The torrent of emerging beasts visibly dwindled. The rift's expansion too appeared arrested, as if bound by an invisible, irresistible will. It worked. The formation is active. The rift is suppressed. A thunderous cheer erupted along the front line. Many cultivators wept openly, embracing one another in shared trembling relief. After 7 days and nights of relentless struggle, hope had finally pierced the gloom. Yet, just as jubilation swelled, Ruawar, a deafening, heaven-rending roar erupted from the rift's abyssal depths, a sound saturated with boundless fury and sovereign authority, like the bellow of a demon lord risen from the 9 nether realms, sending waves of primal dread shivering through every soul present. Then, claws massive and scaled in dark crimson burst forth from the rift, slamming with cataclysmic force against the 4-symbol heaven-sealing formation's dome. Boom! An earth-shattering detonation shook the heavens. The 4-hued dome convulsed violently, its light flickering erratically, fissures spiderwebbing across its surface. "It's that sovereignty or beast. It's attacking the formation," someone cried out in terror. General Hui Yuan's expression hardened. In a single stride he appeared before the dome, his hand gripping a pitch-black spear radiating bone-deep cold. He thrust the spear forward. A beam of condensed razor-sharp energy lanced through the air, striking the protruding claw with pinpoint precision. Clang! Metal shrieked against scale. The claw recoiled violently, repelled by sheer force, vanishing back into the rift, followed by a guttural, enraged bellow, but it did not emerge again. General Hui Yuan lowered his spear, his gaze icy as he stared into the rift. The 4-symbol heaven-sealing formation has taken initial shape. The fiend cannot break through, for now. Yet the formation remains unstable. It requires continuous energy infusion to hold. Everyone, our duty now is to guard this ground until the formation solidifies completely. His voice, resonant as a bronze bell, echoed across the entire front line. "Yes," came the unified, resounding reply, morale surging anew. Lin Chen stood among the ranks, gazing at the 4-hued dome sealing the rift, and then at his own shadow veil blade still slick with blood, calculating silently in his mind. The spatial rift is temporarily suppressed, but the peril remains. That sovereignty or beast will inevitably seek ways to breach the seal. Time grows scarce. He needed to ascend, swiftly, not only in cultivation realm, but in combat efficacy and self-preservation alike. To achieve that he required greater resources, rarer opportunities, and above all, more potent talents. "Once this crisis ends, I must return to Haiqing," Lin Chen murmured inwardly. The radiance of the 4 symbols sealing heaven array continuously enveloped the menacing rift in space, day and night. Since the formation successfully activated, the scale of the beast tide has significantly diminished. Although sporadic ferocious beasts occasionally pass through the rift, they no longer posed a threat. The patrol teams on the defense line were more than capable of eliminating them at the first opportunity. The pressure on human warriors greatly decreased, and the tension they had held for days finally relaxed. Lin Chen had stationed himself at the defense line for several more days. Aside from routine patrols and vigilance, he utilized his free time to delve deeper into the art of alchemy, creating some much-needed healing elixirs for the front lines. His reputation within the army grew increasingly prominent, and many soldiers greeted him respectfully as Master Lin Dan or Lin Keqing. But he knew in his heart that he was no longer needed here. After the 4 symbols sealing heaven array was solidified, the primary task of the defense line shifted from resisting the beast tide to monitoring the rift. This task was sufficient for the patrol teams of the military and the Array Masters Association. Lin Chen's presence here was merely a waste of time and energy with little significance. More importantly, this prolonged battle made him acutely aware of a problem: he lacked sufficient martial art. Reflecting on the battles of these days, he had relied almost entirely on his innate talent and basic sword techniques to hold on. His brank sword technique talent granted him an extraordinary understanding of the way of the sword, while his brank speed talent provided him unmatched mobility among his peers. His crank strength talent and fiery crimson flame offered powerful offensive capabilities. But what else was there? The dragon soaring sword technique was sufficient in the early stages, but as he faced increasingly formidable enemies, including masters, grandmasters, and even the elite ferocious beasts lurking deep within the rift, the limitations of this sword technique had become glaringly apparent. Lacking support from advanced martial skills, his fighting style was singular, devoid of explosive killing moves and means to handle complex situations. If it weren't for my brank talents and the aid of the flame, I would have likely perished in the beast tide long ago. Lin Chen was well aware of this. He needed stronger and more comprehensive martial arts, techniques for body movement, swordsmanship, defense, and secret arts. He needed to supplement all of them, and these resources could be most readily provided by the Sihai Merchants Association within Haiqing. One day Lin Chen approached a military officer responsible for frontline logistics and requested to return to Haiqing for rest. The officer glanced at him and nodded, saying, "Lin Chen, you've worked hard these days. It's time to go back and rest. We have things monitored here, and nothing major should happen for now. You should return and recuperate. If there's a need, we will notify you." "Thank you, General." Lin Chen cupped his hands in gratitude, said farewell to a few familiar soldiers and alchemists, and stepped onto the teleportation array back to Haiqing. As the light flashed when he opened his eyes again, he had returned to Haiqing. The atmosphere in the city was much calmer compared to when he left for the front lines. Although discussions regarding the beast tide and the rift could still be heard in the streets, the public's emotions had stayed. The military and various major factions promptly announced the latest developments from the front lines, and the news of the successful four symbols sealing heaven array was undoubtedly a shot of adrenaline. Lin Chen did not linger on the streets and headed straight back to Yunhai Pavilion. Pushing open the courtyard door, the familiar courtyard came into view. Though he had only been away for a few days, it felt as though a long time had passed. He first took a bath and changed into a clean long shirt, then went to the quiet room, sitting cross-legged to reflect on the experiences and gains of this period. In terms of cultivation, his initial stage as a master had been thoroughly stabilized, and there was even a subtle trend toward advancing to the mid-stage. This was thanks to the grueling battles of recent days and the effects of continuously consuming elixirs, like the Starfire Refining Essence pill. In terms of talent, the fusion of his brank speed talent was complete, elevating his speed and reaction capabilities to a whole new level. Combined with his crank strength talent and brank sword technique talent, his overall combat power was now among the top tier at the same level. In the realm of alchemy, through this period of practice, he had mastered the art of crafting mid-grade earth-level elixirs, and his success rate for high-grade earth-level elixirs had also improved. If he could find suitable materials, he was confident that he could conquer high-grade and even top-grade elixir formulas in the near future. However, the shortcomings in his martial arts were increasingly evident. "The dragon soaring sword technique can no longer meet my needs." Lin Chen shook his head. This sword technique had accompanied him through the most difficult times, but now he required stronger martial skills to match his talents and cultivation. He stood up, deciding to visit the Sihai Merchants Association's Scripture Pavilion. As one of the largest merchant associations in Haiqing, the Sihai Merchants Association had accumulated countless martial arts texts, alchemical formulas, and array secrets over the years. Although true top-tier legacies would not be easily revealed given his current status as a golden-level guest elder, he should have access to plenty of valuable resources. He arrived at the association's headquarters and found Shen Wanjun explaining his purpose. Shen Wanjun laughed heartily. "Elder Lin, have you finally decided to enrich yourself? Your previous abilities relied entirely on talent and a single sword technique, and I have long wanted to advise you to learn more martial arts, but I was afraid you might think I was being too meddlesome." "Now it's a good thing," replied Lin Chen with a wry smile. "I was too busy before. Now I have no choice but to learn." That's right, Shen Wanjun stroked his beard. "With your golden-level guest elder status, the association's Wuxiang Pavilion is open to you. It houses most of the martial arts texts collected by our Sihai Merchants Association over the years, ranging from Xian level to Earth level, and even a few fragments of heaven level works. If you're interested, you can take a look." Wuxiang Pavilion. This was the first time Lin Chen had heard this name. That's the most core scripture repository of the association, and ordinary guest elders can't even get close. Shen Wanjun explained. "Come, let me take you there." Shen Wanjun led Lin Chen through the many courtyards of the association's headquarters, arriving at an inconspicuous stone tower. The stone tower had 3 stories built entirely of dark blue-black stone, its surface covered with the marks of. The tower door was tightly closed, and sitting cross-legged at the entrance was a white-haired old man, his eyes slightly closed, his aura faint, as if merging with the surrounding stone walls. Lin Chen's heart tightened. The aura of this old man made it impossible for him to gauge his depth. He was at least a martial king-level expert. "Elder Lu, this is Elder Lin, a golden-level guest elder
who has come to select martial arts from the Wuxiang Pavilion. Shun Wanjun respectfully bowed to the old man. The old man slowly opened his eyes, his murky gaze sweeping over Lin Chen, giving a slight nod, without speaking, only raising his hand to wave. The runes on the tower door lit up, emitting a low rumble as it slowly opened to the sides. The Wuxiang Pavilion had 3 levels. The first level contained Xian-level martial arts, the second level contained Earth-level martial arts, and the third level, Shen Wanjun paused, contains some incomplete heaven-level martial arts and ancient inheritance copies. With your current permissions, you can freely browse the first and second levels, while the third level requires approval from the president. You can look around for now, and if you find anything you like, just take a copy with you. Lin Chen nodded, stepping into the Wuxiang Pavilion. Inside the tower was a different world, the space, much larger than it appeared from the outside. Tall rows of bookshelves were neatly arranged, filled with books, scrolls, bamboo slips, and animal skins of various materials, with even a few stone tablets etched with runes. The air was filled with a faint scent of ink and the aroma of aged paper. Lin Chen took a deep breath, his gaze becoming fervent. Let's begin. He walked towards the first row of bookshelves, reaching out to take a yellowed animal skin scroll, and slowly unfolded. Lin Chen stood before the bookshelves on the first floor of the Wuxiang Pavilion, his gaze sweeping across row upon row of ancient scrolls as his spiritual sense quietly unfurled, like an invisible net, capturing the subtle aura emanating from each tome. The Wuxiang Pavilion truly lived up to its reputation as the core scriptorium of the Sea Trading Consortium, its collection far richer than he had imagined. Even this single floor housed over 1,000 martial manuals, encompassing fist techniques, palm strikes, legwork, body movement arts, saber methods, swordsmanship, spear techniques, as well as body-refining cultivation arts, breathing disciplines, and esoteric treatises, each more dazzling than the last, overwhelming the senses. He did not rush to open any volume. Instead, he strolled slowly along the shelves, gaining a broad understanding of the pavilion's entire archival layout. Then he walked directly toward the section marked Saber Techniques. The saber was his most familiar weapon, and the very foundation of his martial path. Though the Yulong saber art no longer suited his current cultivation level, he had no intention of abandoning the saber path. Rather, he sought a more formidable, more resonant saber lineage, one perfectly aligned with his present state. Dozens of saber manuals lined the shelves in that section, ranging from profound rank lower grade to earth rank middle grade. Lin Chen leafed through them one by one, nodding, occasionally shaking his head at others. Crazed Wind Saber Art, profound rank upper grade, emphasizing speed and fluidity, its strokes swept like gales scattering fallen leaves, ideal for battlefield chaos. Yet its forms verged on flamboyance, lacking a decisive lethal core technique. Mountain Sundering Saber Art, earth rank lower grade, emphasizing raw power and explosive force, one strike capable of cleaving mountains asunder. Yet its cultivation threshold was exceedingly high, demanding extraordinary physical strength and consuming vast reserves of spiritual energy. Shadow Kill Saber Art, earth rank lower grade, emphasizing concealment and ambush, its blade striking like a phantom, lethal unseen. Yet it leaned heavily toward assassination, offering little in direct open combat. As Lin Chen turned each page, he silently weighed their merits and flaws, but none stirred true inspiration within him. What he needed was a saber art uniquely suited to his Brank Saber Affinity, Brank Speed talent, and his Vermilion Gold Divine Flame. Swift, ruthless, explosively potent, and rich with tactical versatility. He moved deeper into the section, arriving at its innermost recess. Here far fewer manuals occupied the shelves, only a dozen or so, but each exuded an aura markedly denser, weightier than those he had examined earlier. Earth rank upper grade saber arts. Lin Chen's spirit quickened as he began examining them one by one. Blazing Flame Cleave, earth rank upper grade, fueled by fire elemental spiritual energy, its blade blazing like wildfire, scorching all within the 8 directions. When perfected, it could unleash conflagrations capable of immolating heaven itself, an awe-inspiring power. Yet it demanded complementary fire-based cultivation arts and exquisite control over flame intensity. A subtle ripple stirred within Lin Chen. Possessing the Vermilion Gold Divine Flame, he was uniquely blessed to cultivate this art. Still, he withheld judgment, turning instead to examine the remaining manuals. Void Piercing Saber Manual, earth rank upper grade, fusing saber intent with spiritual sense, each stroke piercing illusionary veils to strike directly at the opponent's core consciousness. At peak mastery, it could sever delusion and assault the enemy's soul itself. Yet its cultivation demanded exceptional spiritual strength and profound insight. Nine-Tide Saber Art, earth rank upper grade, its momentum surged like ocean waves, each crest surpassing the last, 9 layers converging into boundless destructive force. Yet its refinement required prolonged cultivation, demanding extensive time for accumulation and internalization. Lin Chen examined them all,
his resolve gradually crystallizing. Just as he turned to retrieve blazing flame cleave, his gaze suddenly snagged on an unassuming dust-dulled scroll tucked away in the corner. The scroll lay haphazardly wedged into the lowest shelf thick with dust, as if long abandoned. Lin Chen bent down, lifted it, and blew away the grime. Upon its weathered surface 4 archaic characters were inscribed. Stellar Ember Saber Cannon. A quiet pulse stirred within Lin Chen. Stellar Ember. An uncanny resonance echoed between this title, his Tai Su Stellar Scripture, and his vermilion gold Stellar Divine Flame. Slowly he unrolled the parchment, his eyes tracing the opening passage. Ember ignites the prairie, though faint it cannot be extinguished. So too is the saber way born in obscurity, forged in stellar sparks, and destined in culmination to incinerate heaven itself. The Starfire Blade Classic is not an ordinary technique manual, but a legacy that narrates the path of merging blade intent and fire force. It does not detail specific moves, but teaches how to fuse one's own blade intent with the power of flames, thereby giving rise to an ever-changing blade force. The 3 styles of blade techniques are: the first, Starfire, scorching the plains, which breaks through the surface with precision, overcoming strength with weakness, revealing the truth in the minutiae. The second, Beacon Fire, connecting the heavens, where the blade force surges like a tide, continuous and unending, suitable for group battles and protracted engagements. The third, the Fire, that consumes the fuel, which places one in a life-and-death situation to unleash a strike surpassing all limits, a lethal move for survival. Each style contains profound insights into blade intent and fire force, requiring cultivators to comprehend, evolve, and create their own unique blade techniques. This is exactly what I desire. Lin Chen's eyes burst forth with a blazing light. The Starfire Blade Classic seems tailor-made for him. He possesses level blade technique talent with an understanding of the blade path far exceeding that of ordinary individuals. He has the Crimson Gold Starfire, mastering the control of flames, and he possesses formidable mental strength, allowing him to precisely manipulate the fusion of blade force and fire force. With the combination of these 3, practicing the Starfire Blade Classic will definitely yield twice the result with half the effort. Without hesitation, he decided that this was it. In addition to the Starfire Blade Classic, Lin Chen also selected a martial art from both the movement and secret art sections. For movement, he chose a mid-grade, earth-level technique called Flowing Light and Shadow. This movement technique focuses on explosive bursts and changes of direction over short distances, complementing his level speed talent, allowing for exceptional maneuverability and agility in combat. For secret arts, he selected a low-grade, earth-level technique called Congealed Yuan Explosion. This secret art can temporarily burn one's yuan force, unleashing combat power far exceeding normal levels. Although there will be a period of weakness afterward, it is sufficient to turn the tide in critical moments. The 3 martial arts each have their own strengths and complement each other. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction, holding the 3 scrolls as he approached the registration desk at the entrance of the Wanxiang Pavilion to report to the white-haired elder. The elder glanced at him, then at the 3 scrolls in his hand, and a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. The Starfire Blade Classic. Are you sure you want to choose this one? Lin Chen was slightly taken aback. Do you have any advice, senior? The elder paused for a moment and slowly said, this Blade Classic has been in the Wanxiang Pavilion for decades, and several have attempted to cultivate it, yet none have succeeded in grasping its essence. It demands exceptionally high blade path comprehension and flame control from the cultivator, making it difficult for ordinary people to master. Are you sure you want to select it? Lin Chen smiled faintly, his tone calm, yet firm. Senior, rest assured, I have my own measures. The elder looked deeply at him, said no more, and waved his hand, indicating he could leave. Lin Chen tucked the 3 scrolls into his bosom, bowed to the elder, and turned to exit the Wanxiang Pavilion. The sunlight cascaded down warmly. Lin Chen stood before the Wanxiang Pavilion, taking a deep breath, his heart filled with anticipation. The Starfire Blade Classic, Flowing Light and Shadow, Congealed Yuan Explosion, these 3 martial arts will become the crucial foundation for him to fill in the gaps and ascend to a higher level. Next, it's time to train diligently. He gazed in the direction of the Cloud Sea Pavilion with a resolute light flickering in his eyes. He seemed to already envision that in the near future, when he mastered these 3 martial arts to perfection, his combat power would reach an astonishing level. After leaving the Wanxiang Pavilion, Lin Chen did not immediately return to the Yunhai Pavilion, but instead procured a batch of supplies necessary for cultivation in the city, including healing elixirs, spiritual liquids for restoring vitality, and some incense for calming the mind, while comprehending martial arts. He sensed that this time of secluded cultivation of the Starfire Blade Classic would likely take a considerable amount of time. Upon returning to the Yunhai Pavilion, he first sat in silence for half an hour, adjusting his state to its peak. Then he took out the yellowed animal skin scroll, slowly unfolded it again, and meticulously read through the general outline, and the first move, Starfire, blazing the plains of the Starfire Blade Classic, 3 times word by word. The powerful mental strength and memory brought by his A-level alchemy talent played a significant role at this moment. Those obscure and profound verses were quickly dismantled, analyzed, and reconstructed in his mind, transforming into clear diagrams of the energy flow and blade momentum. Starfire blazing the plains. Striking with a point to break a surface, using the weak to overcome the strong. Lin Chen closed his eyes, lightly gesturing with his fingers on his knees, simulating the trajectory of the blade's movement. He did not rush to achieve results, but instead thoroughly understood the theory before rising and heading to the courtyard. The moonlight fell like water, illuminating the garden. Lin Chen drew the shadow blade, which glimmered with a cold light under the moon. He took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. The verses of the first move of the Starfire Blade Classic flowed gently in his mind. He did not deliberately urge his spiritual energy, but instead allowed his mind to settle, feeling the flow of the night breeze, the drifting spiritual energy in the air, and the unusual golden fire within him, like a slumbering star slowly rotating deep within his dantian. Then he moved. There was no dazzling light of the blade, no sharp sound of breaking air, just a simple stab thrusting straight out. On the blade's edge there was not even a trace of spiritual energy fluctuation, as if it was merely a cat. However, upon close observation one could notice that at the moment the blade thrust out, a minuscule, almost imperceptible spark of golden fire flickered at the tip of the blade before vanishing. That was the power of the unusual fire, compressed to the utmost, condensed at the tip of the blade. Not enough yet. Lin Chen sheathed the blade and frowned. He felt that he was still a bit short in comprehending the true meaning of striking with a point to break a surface in Starfire blazing the plains. Although the spark had condensed the power of the unusual fire, it had not truly integrated with his blade, intent appearing somewhat stiff. He did not feel discouraged and continued to practice repeatedly. From slow to fast, from awkward to smooth, from deliberate to natural. Under the moonlight his figure repeatedly drew and sheathed the blade, repeating the same action. Sweat soaked his clothes, only to be dried by the intense heat emitted by the unusual fire. His arms began to ache and his spiritual energy was continuously depleting, yet his eyes grew brighter. Unaware of how much time had passed when he thrust the blade out again. Sizzle. A faint sound, almost like fabric being torn, emanated from the tip of the blade. A finely condensed, hair-thin golden blade light shot out from the tip of the blade, instantly piercing into a practice stone 3 zhang away. The practice stone, over half a person's height, trembled slightly, leaving a small hole the thickness of a finger, deep and unfathomable. The edges of the hole were smooth as a mirror, as if drilled through by an extremely sharp bit. Lin Chen stood with his blade sheathed, looking at the small hole, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. Starfire blazing the plains. It's done. Though it was merely a glimpse of the path, there was still a long way to go before true mastery, but this strike had already proven that his direction was correct. Compressing and condensing the power of the unusual fire at the tip of the blade, combined with blade intent, erupted in an instant, demonstrating immense penetrating power, enough to break through the defenses of most martial artists at the same level. He did not stop to rest, but continued to practice. He needed to imprint this feeling in his body, forming muscle memory, so he could naturally execute it in battle. A sleepless night. When the eastern sky turned pale, Lin Chen had practiced Starfire blazing the plains over 1,000 times. Though he could not yet perform it at will, he was already able to stabilize its execution, and its power steadily increased with each repetition. He sheathed his blade and exhaled a long breath of turbid air. Although his body was exhausted, his spirit was exceptionally invigorated. The Starfire Blade Classic is indeed profound. Just the first move possesses such power. If he were to master all 3 moves. Lin Chen's eyes filled with anticipation. He returned to his quiet room, consumed several elixirs to restore his vitality, and sat cross-legged to adjust his state for half an hour. Once his condition was restored, he did not continue practicing the blade techniques, but instead took out the scroll of flowing light and shadow, the body technique manual. The blade technique is for killing enemies, while the body technique is for preserving life. The two complement each other and are indispensable. He opened the scroll of flowing light and shadow and began to study it. This body technique emphasizes explosive speed and direction change over short distances, harmonizing with his level speed talent. Practicing to perfection allows one to change direction multiple times in an extremely short distance, making it utterly impossible for enemies to track their movement. Flowing light and shadow. The body like flowing light, the shadow leaving no trace. Lin Chen silently recited the verses and began to attempt it in the courtyard. At first his movements were somewhat awkward, with noticeable pauses and stiffness during direction changes. However, with his level speed talent as a foundation, his understanding of speed surpassed that of ordinary individuals, and he quickly found the feeling. He practiced repeatedly, transitioning from a straight sprint to sharp turns, from a single direction change to continuous shifts, and from level ground to utilizing terrain. His figure in the courtyard grew faster and more elusive. Eventually, he even produced multiple afterimages, as if several Lin Chen were moving simultaneously in different positions, dazzling to behold. That's about enough. Lin Chen stopped breathing slightly heavier, but his eyes were filled with joy. Although he had only scratched the surface of flowing light and shadow combined with his level speed talent, it had already elevated his body technique to a new level. In battle, this could be a crucial factor in changing the tide. He did not continue practicing Convergence Blast. That secret technique was risking placing a significant burden on the body not suitable for practice when fatigued. He planned to wait until he was fully recovered before attempting again. In the following days, Lin Chen hardly left his home, dedicating himself entirely to the cultivation of the three martial arts. During the day, he practiced the first move Starfire, blazing the planes of the Starfire Blade Classic, and the basic footwork of flowing light and shadow. At night, he would sit cross-legged to restore his vitality, while also studying the mental formula of Convergence Blast to prepare for his cultivation. His life became extremely regular and monotonous. Yet each day he could feel his progress. His blade technique grew increasingly refined, his body technique became more agile, and his control over power became ever more exquisite. One day, while practicing blade techniques in the courtyard, Lin Chen suddenly heard a hurried sound of footsteps outside the gate. Shortly after, a guard from the Seahai Merchant Association appeared at the entrance, kneeling on one knee, looking anxious. Elder Lin. President Chen requests your immediate presence in the conference hall. Something big has happened. Lin Chen furrowed his brow and sheathed his blade, asking what is the matter that is so urgent. The guard raised his head, his voice trembling slightly. The spatial rift. That revered level ferocious beast has struck again. The four symbols sealing heaven formation is about to collapse. When Lin Chen arrived at the Four Seas Merchant Guild's council chamber, it was already filled with attendees. Shen Wanjun sat at the head of the table, his face ashen. On either side stood the guild's senior managers and several guest elder cultivators, all bearing grim expressions. A suffocating tension hung thick in the air. Upon seeing Lin Chen enter, Shen Wanjun gave a slight nod, silent permission to take his seat. Now that everyone is present, I shall speak plainly, Shen Wanjun declared without preamble, his voice low and urgent. We have just received an urgent report from the front lines. The four celestial sealing array has developed fissures. Though braced for ill tidings, the chamber still echoed with muffled gasps. How could this be? Wasn't the array confirmed stable? One manager blurted out. Shen Wanjun shook his head, a flicker of helplessness crossing his eyes. It was stable at first. But last night that sovereignty beast launched another assault, targeting the exact same point with relentless force for an entire night. Though our formation masters strained every sinew to sustain it, the array sustained irreparable damage. It remains functional, for now, but should it suffer another heavy blow, collapse is imminent. That sovereignty beast, is it nearly able to cross through? A trembling voice rose. Shen Wanjun fell silent for a breath, then slowly nodded. The Formation Masters Association reports the beast is actively reinforcing the fissure. It cannot yet pass. But if the array fully fails and the fissure escapes suppression, the beast will forcibly descend within no more than 3 months. 3 months. Silence swallowed the chamber whole. All understood its meaning. A sovereignty beast descending upon Haicheng would reduce the city to ash. No soul spared. Lin Chen's brow furrowed deeply, his fingers tapped softly against the armrest. He had once sensed that sovereignty beast's aura from afar on the battlefield, a crushing, soul-shaking dread. Even now, having ascended to the Grandmaster realm, he felt like an ant gazing up at a celestial dragon. What does the military department say? Lin Chen broke the silence. Shen Wanjun turned to him. General Hui Yuan has dispatched an urgent plea to the royal capital requesting sovereignty cultivators to seal the fissure. Yet the capital lies far away. Even if such masters depart immediately, 2 months will pass before they arrive. 2 months. Lin Chen murmured, the words hanging like frost. They must hold the line for at least 60 days. Until reinforcements came. Not merely hold, Shen Wanjun added gravely. The Formation Masters Association states that repairing the 4 celestial sealing array demands a rare material, starfall sand. Starfall sand. A spark ignited in Lin Chen's mind. He recalled the name from the true compendium of Tianyun alchemy, a mineral infused with stellar essence used in supreme formations and rare elixirs. Where can starfall sand be found? Lin Chen asked. Shen Wanjun offered a wry smile. That is precisely the crux. To my knowledge, within 1,000 li of Haicheng, only one place may yield it, Meteorite Vale. Yet that vale is infamous, a death-haunted land perpetually shrouded in toxic miasma, swarming with savage beasts. Several expeditions have entered, few returned, and those who did bore grievous wounds. And even if one survives entry, finding sufficient starfall sand remains uncertain. Meteorite Vale. Lin Chen committed the name to memory. He voiced no commitment, but inwardly he weighed the perilous journey. His rank speed proficiency and vermilion gold aberrant flame granted resistance to both miasma and beasts. Securing enough starfall sand could buy precious time. Time to stabilize the array, time to prepare time. The military department and major factions are already mobilizing a second wave of reinforcements to bolster the front lines, Shun Wanjun continued. Simultaneously, volunteers are being recruited to seek starfall sand in Meteorite Vale. The reward is extraordinary, but so is the risk. I pause here to emphasize, as a pillar of Haiching, the Four Seas Merchant Guild cannot stand aside. I have resolved to dispatch a small team into Meteorite Vale. Today's gathering seeks your counsel and your willingness to join this mission. A brief hush fell over the chamber. Several guest elders exchanged uneasy glances. The Vale's grim reputation needed no retelling. Was risking death for coin truly worth it? Then, a calm, unwavering voice cut through the stillness. I will go. All eyes snapped toward its source, Lin Chen. A flash of surprise crossed Shun Wanjuan's face, then softened into quiet pride. Elder Lin, are you certain? Meteorite Vale spares no one. Not even grandmasters dare claim safe passage. I am well aware of its perils, Lin Chen replied serene. Yet if the four celestial sealing array falls and the sovereignty or beast descends, Haiching becomes a crucible of fire, and I too shall burn. Better to strike than wait for annihilation, to seize one slender thread of hope. He paused, then added, moreover, I possess knowledge of starfall sand, and means to counter both miasma and beasts. Success is not impossible. Shin Wanjun studied him long and deep, then nodded slowly. Very well. If Elder Lin stands resolute, I shall not impede you. Name your needs. I shall provide the finest armaments, spirit pills, and companions from the guild's elite cadre. Thank you, Master. Guildmaster Lin Chen bowed. Shin Wanjun then detailed Meteorite Vale's intelligence, its coordinates, terrain, known beast species, and miasma patterns, while Lin Chen absorbed each detail, posing incisive questions. After the meeting, Lin Chen left the chamber and returned to Yunhai Pavilion to prepare for his journey into Meteorite. He polished his Shadow Veil blade meticulously, then inspected his storage space. Spirit pills, medicinal herbs, formation flags, all accounted for. Pausing, he added the Starfire Saber Manual and the Flowing Light Fleeting Shadow Cultivation Manual. Opportunities for refinement en route would not be wasted. Meteorite Vale. Standing in the courtyard, Lin Chen gazed into the distant horizon, his gaze profound and unyielding. He knew the path ahead teemed with mortal peril. Yet he also knew towering trees do not sprout in greenhouses. True masters are forged only in the crucible of life and death, and this expedition might become the very forge that tempered his spirit to greater heights. Let it be a land of dread or a grave. Lin Chen fears nothing. The next morning, Lin Chen rose early, making all the necessary preparations, and donned a deep brown outfit suitable for movement. When he arrived at the entrance of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce, Shin Wanjun was already waiting there with 3 warriors. Elder Lin, these 3 are your companions for this journey, Shin Wanjun said as he stepped aside to reveal the 3 individuals behind him. The leader was a sturdy man in his 30s, standing 8 feet tall with a tiger-like back and a bear-like waist, bearing a broad-bladed heavy sword on his back. His aura was solid, indicating he was at the mid-stage of master rank. He clasped his fists towards Lin Chen and said, I am Tai Feng, the head of the chamber's guards responsible for ensuring Elder Lin's safety on this journey. Lin Chen returned the gesture, saying, Thank you, Leader Tai. The second individual was a slender, sharp-featured, middle-aged man who had several leather pouches hanging from his waist and was playing with a few throwing darts, his eyes sharp like a hawk. He grinned, revealing a set of white teeth, and said, I am Ho Chi, a scout and pathfinder. If Elder Lin requires any intelligence, feel free to command me. The third individual was a young woman appearing to be in her early 20s, dressed in a blue outfit with a pretty face, but an expression of unyielding determination. She cupped her hands towards Lin Chen and said, I am Qin Wei, a formation master under the tutelage of Elder Chen from the Formation Master Association. I am here to assist Elder Lin in locating and identifying the star sand. Lin Chen returned the bows in order, nodding to himself in approval. The 3 individuals chosen by Shan Wanjun each had their specialties. Tai Feng was strong and capable of serving as a frontline protector. Ho Chi was experienced and adept at scouting and tracking. Qin Wei was proficient in formations and could identify star sand. This arrangement was indeed well thought out. Everyone, this journey is perilous, so be sure to support each other and return safely, Shun Wanjun urged earnestly. Yes, the 4 responded in unison. After bidding farewell to Shun Wanjun, they mounted the swift horses prepared by the chamber and sped off towards the northwest. The Meteor Valley was located about 300 miles northwest of Haiching. At a fast horse's pace, it would take approximately 2 days to reach. On the way, Lin Chen gradually became familiar with the 3 companions. Tai Feng was straightforward and spoke candidly. Ho Chi was a chatterbox endlessly recounting his youthful adventures, often with embellishments that enlivened the atmosphere. Qin Wei, in contrast, remained relatively silent, mostly engrossed in thumbing through a thick formation manual, occasionally glancing up at the road before returning to her own world. Lin Chen did not waste time quietly contemplating the mysteries of the Nine Heavens mystic art and the flowing light and shadow technique while on horseback. With his current powerful mental strength, even without consciously meditating, he could multitask practicing while traveling. 2 days later, the group finally arrived at the outskirts of Meteor Valley. From a distance, Meteor Valley lay nestled within a desolate hilly area with a narrow entrance flanked by towering cliffs. The cliff faces a strange dark red, as if burned by fire for ages. A faint grayish-purple mist enveloped the valley, and even at noon, the sunlight could not penetrate that layer of mist, giving the entire valley a sinister and oppressive atmosphere. A subtle, slightly sweet and foul odor permeated the air. It was miasma. Everyone be cautious. This miasma is toxic, and prolonged inhalation will erode your vital energy and harm your lungs. Qin Wei took out several small porcelain bottles from her bosom and distributed them to everyone, saying, "These are the miasma-repelling pills I made. Place one under your tongue to protect against the miasma for 1 hour." Lin Chen accepted a bottle, poured out a pale green pill, sniffed it at his nose, and nodded, saying, "The quality is good. Miss Qin's alchemy skills are quite impressive." Qin Wei was slightly taken aback, seemingly surprised that Lin Chen could discern the pill's quality at a glance, though she did not elaborate. The four of them each took the miasma-repelling pill, checked their equipment again, and cautiously stepped into Meteor Valley. The moment they entered the valley, the light suddenly dimmed. The grayish-purple miasma drifted through the air like a veil, obstructing visibility to only a few dozen feet. The ground was covered with rubble and cracks, and occasionally they could see the desiccated bones of unknown creatures half buried in the sand, exuding a decayed odor. "Everyone stay close to me, and do not wander off." Tai Feng unsheathed the broad-bladed heavy sword from his back, leading the way. Ho Chi, like a nimble monkey, climbed up one side of the cliff to keep watch from above. Lin Chen and Qin Wei walked in the middle, maintaining a tight formation as they slowly delved deeper. The initial stretch of the path was relatively calm. Aside from the occasional startled lizard darting out from the crevices, they encountered no immediate danger. However, Lin Chen's instincts told him that beneath this calm, danger lurked. Indeed, after advancing about 3 miles, an unexpected change occurred. Whoosh! A shadow suddenly darted out from the miasma to the left front, moving with lightning speed, directly lunging at the leading Tai Feng. It was a giant python, pitch black and as thick as a barrel, with a triangular head bearing a sharp horn, opening its maw wide to reveal its white poisonous fangs, striking towards Tai Feng's throat with a foul wind. "Come on!" Tai Feng was unruffled, letting out a loud shout as he swung his broad-bladed heavy sword, striking down with immense force onto the giant python's head. Bang! A dull thud resounded as the giant python was sent flying, crashing against the nearby rock wall, emitting a wretched hiss. However, its tough skin and flesh meant that this blow did not inflict a fatal injury. Instead, it provoked its rage. It coiled its body, raised its head, and fixed its crimson, vertical slit pupils on Tai Feng, hissing threateningly. "It's the one-horned ink-scale python, a ferocious beast at the initial stage of master rank." Qin Wei quickly identified the beast, warning its scales are highly poisonous, so don't let it bite you. Tai Feng snorted coldly, about to strike again, but Lin Chen stopped him. "Let me handle this." Lin Chen drew the shadow blade and stepped forward. He did not rush to attack, instead slowly closing his eyes and taking a deep breath. When he opened his eyes again, his gaze was incredibly sharp, as if he could pierce through all illusions. The first move of the Nine Heavens mystic art, Starfire, scorches the plains. No dazzling blade light, no piercing sound of the air, just a simple, straightforward stab. On the blade's edge, a faint, nearly imperceptible red-golden spark flickered and vanished. The one-horned ink-scale python seemed to sense the danger, emitting a sharp hiss as it suddenly spewed a mouthful of dark green venom, shooting towards Lin Chen like an arrow. However, that red-golden blade light, arriving after the venom, pierced through it and precisely entered the giant python's wide-open maw. A soft sound. The one-horned ink-scale python's movements abruptly halted, its crimson vertical pupils filled with disbelief. In the next moment, a muffled thud echoed from within its head, and a stream of red-golden flame erupted from its eyes, ears, mouth, and nose, turning its entire head into a charred skull. The massive body crashed to the ground, twitching a few times before falling still. Tai Feng, Ho Chi, and Qin Wei stared dumbfounded. A single strike. Just one strike. And it had killed an initial stage master rank ferocious beast. "Elder Lin, your sword technique." Tai Feng swallowed hard, looking at Lin Chen with newfound respect. It was just luck. Lin Chen sheathed his sword, maintaining a calm demeanor. "Let's continue moving forward." He did not elaborate further, but his confidence in the power of the Nine Heavens mystic art had deepened. This strike, starfire, scorches the plains, compress the power of the strange fire into a single point at the blade's tip, providing tremendous piercing capability, proving exceptionally effective against such tough-skinned ferocious beasts. From the initial stage one-horned ink-scale python to the mid-stage three-tailed poison scorpion, and then to the latest stage ironback. From the initial stage one-horned ink-scale python to the mid-stage three-tailed poison scorpion, and then to the latest stage iron-backed song bear. Each encounter turned into a life-and-death struggle. A day later, the four had ventured several dozen miles into Meteor Valley, having slain no fewer than 20 ferocious beasts, with the spoils of beast cores and materials filling half of a storage bag. However, they had yet to find any trace of the star sand. "Miss Chen, are you sure the star sand is in this valley?" Ho Chi wiped the sweat from his forehead, asking with some doubt. Chen Wei was crouched down, carefully examining a bare rock layer, and replied, without looking up, "According to ancient texts, there is indeed an abandoned mine deep within Meteor Valley, which was the main site for extracting star sand hundreds of years ago." Chen Wei was crouched down, carefully examining a bare rock layer, and replied, without looking up, "According to ancient texts, there is indeed an abandoned mine deep within Meteor Valley, which was the main site for extracting star sand hundreds of years ago." Half a day. Lin Chen glanced at the sky. It was already afternoon, and if they continued forward, they might not return to the valley's entrance before dark. Traveling at night in a valley filled with ferocious beasts would greatly increase the danger. He pondered for a moment and made a decision. "Let's keep moving forward and aim to reach the mine before dark. If we can find the star sand in the mine, we can spend the night there and return tomorrow." The others had no objections, and after a brief rest, they continued to head northwest. However, they were unaware that deep within the abandoned mine a pair of crimson eyes had quietly opened, waiting for the arrival of prey. As the sky darkened, the gray-purple miasma became even more intense in the twilight light. The four quickened their pace and finally arrived at the abandoned mine pit mentioned by Chen Wei before nightfall completely descended. The entrance to the mine was hidden beneath a steep cliff, partially obscured by dense vines and rubble. If not for Chen Wei's careful identification using the topographic map from ancient texts, it would have been difficult to discover this entrance. The entrance was irregularly oval-shaped, about wide enough for two people to walk side by side, leading into a deep corridor that was pitch black and impossible to gauge its depth. A cold, damp breeze blew out from the depths of the corridor, carrying a faint scent of decay and a subtle metallic tang. This must be the place. Chen Wei put away the map, her eyes gleaming with excitement. According to the records, this mine used to be the main source of star sand for Meteor Valley, and it was quite productive before being abandoned. If we can find an unmined vein, our mission here will likely be accomplished. Lin Chen stood at the entrance, his spiritual sense quietly probing into the corridor to sense the situation within. The corridor twisted and turned deep within the mountain. His spiritual sense extended several dozen zhang, yet it still hadn't reached the end, and he detected no obvious signs of ferocious beasts. However, the faint metallic scent made him feel an unsettling apprehension. "Everyone be careful, stay close to me, and avoid touching anything suspicious," Lin Chen cautioned as he stepped into the corridor first. Typhon followed closely behind, gripping his wide-bladed heavy sword, his gaze vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Ho Chi brought up the rear, holding several flying darts, his ears twitching slightly to catch any faint sounds. Chen Wei walked in the middle, holding a softly glowing illumination pearl that dispelled the surrounding darkness. The corridor was much deeper than imagined, with numerous branches resembling a maze. Chen Wei occasionally stopped to compare the map with markings on the rock walls, guiding everyone through the bends and continuing to descend. Along the way, scattered mining tools could be seen. Rusted pickaxes, decayed wooden supports, and shattered mine cart remnants, all eroded beyond recognition by the passage of time. The traces of these veins have been here for hundreds of years. Chen Wei touched a dim, glimmering vein mark on the rock wall, her tone filled with sentiment. The scale of mining back then was quite large, but it seems to have suddenly stopped one day. "I wonder what happened. Perhaps they encountered something terrifying," Ho Chi murmured, earning a glare from Typhon. Lin Chen remained silent, but his spiritual sense maintained a high level of vigilance. He always felt that this mine was shrouded in an indescribable sense of oppression, as if something was watching them from the shadows. After walking for about half an hour, the path suddenly opened up. At the end of the corridor was a vast underground. The cavern was several dozen zhang wide and over 10 zhang high, with countless stalactites hanging down from the ceiling, refracting colorful light under the illumination pearl's glow. The ground of the cavern was uneven, littered with a large amount of rubble and discarded ores. In the center of the cavern stood a massive altar made of black stone. The altar was circular, about 5 zhang in diameter, and 1 zhang tall, its surface covered in dense, twisted, and eerie runes. At the center of the altar stood a stone pillar as thick as 3 people could embrace, with a fist-sized pitch-black shimmering crystal embedded at the top. "That is
The mother vein of star sand. Qin Wei exclaimed, her eyes bursting with disbelief. What a large piece. If we bring it back, not only can we restore the formation, but even set up a 4 symbols sealing heaven formation would be more than enough. Lin Chen's gaze, however, was not on the star sand mother vein, but was fixed firmly on the altar. The moment his spiritual sense touched the altar, he felt an extremely cold and evil aura, as if the altar itself was alive and breathing. Not good. Lin Chen suddenly drew his shadow blade, shouting sharply, "Retreat." Before his voice had faded, the black star, sand mother vein at the center of the altar erupted with blinding light. Immediately after, the runes on the entire altar seemed to come alive, twisting and moving, emitting a chilling wave. Boom. The entire underground cavern began to tremble violently, with stalactites falling from the ceiling. In the center of the altar, a pitch-black crack slowly opened, and a terrifying aura seeped out from the fissure. Roar. A soul-shaking roar echoed from the crack. Immediately after, a claw covered in black scales with tips glimmering coldly suddenly shot out from the crack, crashing down on the edge of the altar, shattering the hard black stone into pieces. A creature entirely black and resembling a giant ape with 3 blood-red eyes slowly crawled out. It stood about 3 zhang tall, its body covered in scales as tough as steel, and its 3 blood-red eyes filled with ferocity and greed locking onto the 4 intruders. Not good. It's the 3-eyed demon ape. A beast of sovereign level. Qin Wei's face turned pale, her voice trembling. How could it be here? Tai Feng and Ho Chi's faces also changed drastically, instinctively tightening their grips on their weapons. A beast of sovereign level was equivalent to a great master. Among their small team, the one with the highest cultivation, Tai Feng, was only at the mid-level of the master realm. Facing a beast equivalent to a great master, they stood almost no chance. Lin Chen's expression was equally serious, but he did not panic. His spiritual sense quickly scanned the 3-eyed demon ape, probing its innate information. Beast, 3-eyed demon ape. Power talent grade. Defense talent grade. Fury talent grade. Grade power and grade defense. This 3-eyed demon ape was undoubtedly the strongest opponent Lin Chen had encountered thus far. With his current strength, he could only resist for a while. Facing a beast of great master level Heathen, he had almost no chance of victory. But at this moment, they had nowhere to retreat. The only exit was behind the 3-eyed demon ape. To obtain that star sand mother vein, and to survive leaving this place, they had to defeat this creature. Tai Feng, you and I will restrain it, Heathen. Ho Chi looked for an opportunity to attack its eyes. Qin Wei set up a formation to limit its movements. Lin Chen quickly issued orders, his voice calm and decisive. Understood, the 3 replied in unison. Though their hearts were uneasy, Lin Chen's composure inspired them, steadying their minds. The 3-eyed demon ape seemed enraged by the audacity of these weak humans to provoke it, letting out an earth-shattering roar, and its massive body lunged at Lin Chen, who stood at the forefront. A giant claw covered in black scales with a shriek that tore through the air came crashing down on Lin Chen. A glint of light flashed in Lin Chen's eyes as his great speed talent and the flowing light and shadow technique activated simultaneously, narrowly evading that deadly strike. Boom. The giant claw struck the ground, creating a pit several feet deep in the hard rocky floor, debris flying everywhere. That was close. Lin Chen's heart tightened, but he showed no sign of hesitation. With a flicker, he charged forward again, the shadow blade transforming into a grayish blade, light piercing directly at the knee joint of the 3-eyed demon ape. First move of the Starfire blade technique. Starfire scorches the plains. A streak of crimson gold blade light condensed at the tip of the blade, instantly embedding itself into the knee joint of the 3-eyed demon ape. Sizzle. The blade light penetrated its body, and the 3-eyed demon ape let out a pained roar, its massive frame stumbling slightly. Though this strike did not inflict a fatal injury, it successfully enraged it, and completely drew its attention to Lin Chen. Well done. Tai Feng shouted loudly, his wide-bladed heavy sword swinging down with immense force toward the back of the 3-eyed demon ape. Ho Chi also struck, simultaneously launching several flying darts like meteors toward the 3 blood-red eyes of the 3-eyed demon ape. Meanwhile, Qin Wei quickly set up several array flags around the altar, a pale yellow light shield slowly rising, attempting to limit the movements of the 3-eyed demon ape. The roars of the 3-eyed demon ape reverberated through the underground cavity, rattling loose stones that cascaded to the floor. Although its massive body looked ponderous, its movements were unervingly swift. Each lunge rent the air with a shriek, and where its great claws struck, hard rock was torn apart as if it were soft tofu. Lin Chen pushed the flowing light, fleeting shadows body technique to its limit, his great speed talent turning him into a flurry of afterimages in the narrow hollow, evading the 3-eyed demon ape's relentless assaults. His wraith shadow blade flickered out from time to time. Crimson gold sparks gathered on its tip as it struck precisely at the ape's joints, armpits, and eyelids.
those comparatively weak points of defense. Threads of reddish-gold blade light pierced the demon ape's flesh. The wounds were shallow, but the searing agony of the exotic flame made the beast only more enraged. Its 3 blood-red eyes locked unblinkingly on Lin Chen as it unleashed furious roars, its bulky frame surging forward in a desperate attempt to rend the small, elusive human to pieces. "Elder Lin, we will assist you," Tai Feng shouted, hefting his broad-bladed greatsword and bearing down from the flank with a crushing blow aimed at the ape's waist. The 3-eyed demon ape was forced to split its attention. One massive claw swept out and met Tai Feng's heavy blade in a collision of brute force. A clang like ringing metal filled the cavern. Tai Feng felt an irresistible force slam into him. His hand burst open, and he was thrown backwards, slamming into the rocky wall as a strip of blood escaped from his mouth. "Commander Tai!" Ho Chi cried out, launching a storm of flying darts toward the ape's 3 blood eyes in an attempt to cover Tai Feng. Distracted by the projectiles, the demon ape had to shut its eyes. The scales on its lids deflected the darts with a metallic clatter. Though the darts caused no real harm, they bought Tai Feng a moment to catch his breath. "I'm fine," he gritted, rising and wiping the blood from his mouth as he tightened his grip on the greatsword. "This beast hits with terrifying strength." Lin Chen's mind raced. This could not continue. The demon ape's defenses were too stout. Their strikes could wound, but not kill. If the beast adapted to their attack rhythm or unleashed some sweeping killing technique, it would be difficult for any of them to escape unscathed. His gaze fell upon the huge stars and mother, or lodged at the center of the altar. "Commander Tai Ho Chi Miss Chin," Lin Chen said swiftly while dodging the ape's blows, "they'll keep this brute occupied. You 3 seize that stars and mother, or, once you have it, do not linger. Withdraw immediately." Tai Feng hesitated. "Elder Lin, you alone." "Trust me," Lin Chen interrupted with unshakable certainty. "I have the speed advantage but cannot catch me. The faster you act, the safer I am." Tai Feng gritted his teeth and finally nodded. "Very well. Elder Lin, take care." He turned to Ho Chi and Qin Wei. "Let us go." While the 3 moved silently along the cavern's rim, closing in on the altar, the demon ape's attention remained riveted on Lin Chen. Lin Chen took a deep breath and simultaneously pushed the Starfire Blade scripture and the flowing light fleeting shadows technique to their extremes, launching an even more ferocious assault on the beast. "Beast, over here." He blurred across the ape's front, the wraith shadow blade condensing into a streak of crimson gold that stabbed straight for the vertical blood-red pupil at its brow. The demon ape seemed to sense the threat of that strike and answered with an earth-shaking roar. All 3 blood-red eyes flared with uncanny scarlet light as a violent aura detonated outward. It did not dodge. Instead, it opened its cavernous jaws and expelled a jet of inky black energy straight at the crimson gold blade light. The 2 forces collided midair with a thunderous explosion. The chaotic energy currents swept everything around, whipping up stones and dust into a gray, blinding haze. Lin Chen was slammed by a tremendous backlash, skidding backwards several yards. The right hand that gripped his blade tingled numbly. Alarmed, he realized the demon ape was stronger than he had anticipated. Yet at that moment, his peripheral vision caught Tai Feng and the others. They had already succeeded in moving behind the altar. Tai Feng raised his broad greatsword and cleaved hard at the base of the altar's central stone pillar. With a clang, a crack spidered across the pedestal. 2 more blows followed. The pillar began to shake violently. The demon ape, sensing the attack, whipped its head around and let loose an even angrier roar when it saw Tai Feng and company assaulting the altar. It abandoned its pursuit of Lin Chen and lunged toward the altar instead. Lin Chen's eyes flashed cold, and he slid back into the creature's path. Clasping his blade with both hands, he poured every scrap of his primordial force and the scarlet gold exotic flame into the wraith shadow blade. Flames of reddish gold roared along the blade, warping the very air with their heat. Starfire Blade Scripture Second Form, Beacon of War. He had only recently comprehended this second form, and was not yet proficient, but there was no time for hesitation. He slashed. The crimson gold flame blade surged out like a tidal inferno, a sweeping blaze that rushed to engulf the demon ape. The strike was meant to halt, not to slay. The sudden conflagration forced the beast to halt its advance with a resentful roar, its great claws tearing apart the incoming flame blade to shreds. Seizing the brief interruption, Tai Feng drove his 4th stroke. With a brittle crack, the pedestal could no longer bear the blows but finally gave way. The entire pillar lost its support and slowly toppled. The black stars and mother, or lodged at its peak, tumbled free. Qin Wei was quick. She produced a specially made cloth pouch engraved with sealing runes, caught the rolling stars and mother, or, and tied the bag shut in one swift motion. "Retreat!" Tai Feng shouted, covering Qin Wei and Ho Chi as they dashed for the exit. The demon ape, seeing this, erupted into uncontrollable fury. A violent swell of red light poured from its 3 blood eyes as a more savage, more terrifying aura burst forth. Its body began to swell at a visibly alarming rate. What was already enormous grew even more hulking. From between its black scales seeped faint veins of dark red light. "This is bad," Qinwei cried. "It is going berserk." Typhon pulled Qinwei and Ho Chi without looking back, sprinting for the corridor entrance. Lin Chen felt that heart-stopping surge of berserk energy as well. He knew that a maddened beast would grow much stronger, while its intelligence plummeted, reduced to pure killing. That was both danger and opportunity. He did not retreat with Typhon and the others. Instead, he charged straight at the ape as it fell into its berserk state. "You want to kill me? Come and try," he taunted, pushing the flowing light fleeting shadows to absolute extremes as he weaved left and right in the cavern, leaving a trail of afterimages. True to expectation, the ape's mind dulled in its fury. Lin Chen's provocation utterly enraged it, its three blood-red eyes fixed on him, and it unleashed a deafening roar, charging like a moving mountain. Lin Chen fought, while retreating, leading the demon ape step by step in the opposite direction from Typhon and the others. After roughly the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, he judged that they had gone far enough and ceased to bait the beast. He waited for an opening. As he dodged one of the ape's swipes, he pivoted sharply and shot like an arrow toward the passage entrance. The demon ape's claw fell upon empty air. Seeing the detestable human trying to flee, its rage reached a boiling point. It pursued blindly toward the corridor, but its bulk, swollen by berserk power, made the narrow passage. With a thunderous crash, it barreled into the rock at the passage entrance, sending shards flying and shaking the entire cavern. The impact collapsed a large portion of the entrance, sealing it even more tightly. Lin Chen glanced back at the beast, now jammed in the entrance and roaring madly, but unable to give chase, and allowed himself a short, relieved breath. A berserker's intellect truly does fall. Otherwise it would not have trapped itself, he murmured, shaking his head. He did not linger, and instead raced back along the way he had come, toward the mine's mouth. When he burst out of the pit and saw the starlit sky again, Typhon and the others were anxiously waiting outside the entrance. Their faces relaxed into expressions of relief at his return. "Elder Lin, are you all right?" Typhon asked with concern. "I'm fine," Lin Chen waved off. "The beast is stuck in the corridor for now and cannot pursue. We must leave this place quickly before it frees itself." They dared not linger and departed Meteorfall Valley through the night. Qinwei patted the rune-bound pouch that held the stars and mother ore and smiled brightly. "With this mother ore, the four-element sky-sealing array can be repaired. Haiqing can be saved." Lin Chen looked toward the distant faint silhouette of Haiqing, but felt no ease. He knew this was only a temporary victory. The threat posed by that exalted grade ferocious beast had not been eliminated. When the outline of Haiqing reappeared in their sight, it was already the afternoon of the next day. The four of them had been traveling relentlessly, taking turns to ride, and finally returned to Haiqing before sunset. At the city gate, the guards, upon seeing the members of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce and hearing that they had brought back the Star Sand Mother, did not dare to be negligent, and immediately allowed them passage, sending riders to swiftly inform the military department and the Association of Array Masters. The four of them headed straight for the Association of Array Masters. The president of the association, an old man with white hair and a gaunt face, had already received the news and was waiting at the entrance with several core members. When he saw the bulging sealed bag in Qinwei's hand, a spark of barely concealed excitement erupted in his eyes. "Quick, bring it here to take a look." The old man's voice trembled slightly. Qinwei carefully placed the bag on the table, unsealing it to reveal a fist-sized piece of pitch-black star sand mother ore, subtly shimmering with starlight. The moment the mother ore appeared, the air in the entire room seemed to grow heavier as a vast and ancient power of the stars spread out. Indeed, it is Star Sand Mother ore, and of such high quality. The old man cradled the ore in both hands as if it were an unparalleled treasure, his eyes reddening with excitement. With this ore in hand, repairing the four symbols sealing array and even reinforcing it to 3 times its original strength will be no difficult task. As these words were spoken, everyone present let out a sigh of relief. Lin Chen felt a slight loosening in his heart, but he did not let down his guard and asked, "How long will it take to repair and reinforce the array?" The old man pondered for a moment and held up 3 fingers. "At least 3 days. During these 3 days, the mother ore needs to be ground into powder, mixed into a special array ink, and then several array masters must simultaneously work to redraw the reinforcement runes on the array base. There can be no interruptions during this time, otherwise all previous efforts will be in vain." 3 days. Lin Chen nodded. "Then I will trouble you masters during these 3 days. We will do our best to hold off the front lines. Elder Lin can rest assured, I guarantee with my life that within 3 days the 4 symbols sealing array will be rejuvenated." The old man promised solemnly. Lin Chen then explained a few details before leaving the Association of Array Masters with Typhon and the others. They handed over the harvest from the Fallen Star Valley journey. Besides the Star Sand Mother, or there were also materials from the ferocious beasts they had slain along the way and beast cores to be handled by the chamber. Shen Wanjuan, seeing the abundant harvest, couldn't stop smiling and immediately rewarded the four of them, generously promising to record a great merit for them. Back at Yunhai Pavilion, Lin Chen could finally take a good rest. After bathing and changing into clean robes, he sat cross-legged in the quiet room, but did not fall asleep immediately. With closed eyes, he adjusted his breathing, silently reviewing the gains and losses from this trip to the Fallen Star Valley. In terms of cultivation, after a series of fierce battles, the initial realm of the Grandmaster was more stable, and he had faintly touched the threshold of the mid-stage. If he continues to cultivate normally after several months of hard work, he should be able to break through smoothly. In martial arts, the first move of the Starfire Blade technique, Starfire Raging Plains, had become quite proficient, while the second move, Beacon Fire Connecting the Sky, had also been preliminarily grasped. Although it was not yet perfect, it had already taken shape. The movement technique, Flowing Light and Shadow, had also been fully honed in actual combat, and the combination with the Blevel Speed talent had become increasingly harmonious. The only regret was that the Blevel Strength and Blevel Defense talents of that three-eyed demon ape could not be replicated. At that time the situation was critical, and being able to retreat completely was already a feat in itself, leaving no opportunity to replicate. However, he was not greedy. The Blevel Speed talent had already significantly enhanced his combat power, and he understood the principle of not overreaching. Next, I will wait for the array to be repaired, and then prepare to break through to the mid-stage of Grandmaster. Lin Chen had a clear plan in his heart. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, Lin Chen did not leave the house and focused on his cultivation. He repeatedly refined the second move of the Starfire Blade technique, Beacon Fire Connecting the Sky, making it even more proficient. He further integrated the Flowing Light and Shadow technique with the Blevel Speed talent, striving for a smoother transition in combat. On the evening of the third day, a messenger from the Association of Array Masters hurriedly arrived with good news. The 4-symbol sealing array had been successfully repaired and reinforced. Upon receiving the news, Lin Chen immediately rushed to the Association of Array Masters. When he arrived at the entrance of the association, he saw the white-haired old man standing there with a radiant face, accompanied by several array masters who were also beaming with joy. "Elder Lin, we have not failed your expectations." The old man cupped his hands and said, "The 4-symbol sealing array has not only been completely repaired, but has also been reinforced to at least 3 times its previous strength. Even if that elite beast strikes again, it will not easily break through." 3 times. Lin Chen's heart shook. This number far exceeded his expectations. Not only that, the old man continued, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "We also utilized the residual materials from the Star Sand Mother, or to add a rebound rune to the array during the reinforcement process. If that beast attacks the array again, part of its attack power will be rebounded back by the array, harming itself. Although it won't deal a fatal blow, at least it will make it suffer a bit and not dare to strike easily again." After hearing this, Lin Chen felt a great sense of reassurance. With this reinforced 4-symbol sealing array, Haiqing would be safe at least for the next few months. And in those few months, it would be enough time for reinforcements from the royal capital to arrive. "Thank you for your hard work, masters." Lin Chen solemnly bowed to several array masters. "This is a contribution to benefit Haiqing and save countless lives. On behalf of the people of Haiqing, I thank you all. Elder Lin is too kind." The old man hurriedly helped him up, saying, "If it weren't for your risking your lives to retrieve the Star Sand Mother, or we would have had no means to assist, even with our knowledge of arrays. If we are to talk about contributions, you are the biggest contributors." After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Lin Chen took his leave. Stepping out of the Association of Array Masters, the night breeze brushed against his face, carrying a hint of coolness. Lin Chen looked up towards the distance in the direction where the spatial rift lay. Although it was far away, he felt as if he could sense that the reinforced 4-symbol sealing array was like a gigantic light shield, firmly suppressing that hideous rift. "I must grow stronger. I need to become stronger, for only by becoming stronger can I grasp my own future." Lin Chen clenched his fists, his eyes shimmering with determination. Peace. That elite beast would eventually find a way to break through the seal, and if the reinforcements had not arrived by then, Haiqing would likely become a deserted city. "I must grow stronger. I need to become stronger, for only by becoming stronger can I grasp my own future." Lin Chen clenched his fists, his eyes shimmering with determination. After the reinforcement of the 4-symbol sealing array was completed, Haiqing welcomed a rare tranquility. The spatial rifts were firmly suppressed, and occasionally a few low-tier ferocious beasts that slipped through were quickly eliminated by the patrol teams. The tense atmosphere in the city gradually dissipated, and the lives of the common people returned to normal. Although the shadow of that supreme ferocious beast still loomed above, at least for the short term, it could not break through the seal. Lin Chen's life also returned to a regular training rhythm. Every morning, he practiced his sword, studied alchemy in the morning, refined his body techniques and secret arts in the afternoon, and meditated to refine his chi at night, consolidating his cultivation. Days passed filled with fulfillment, yet monotony, but he found joy in it, for he could clearly feel himself improving day by day. A month later, the cool-down period for copying his talent was over. Lin Chen did not hesitate. He had long decided on his goal of grade strength talent. In his encounters with the three-eyed demon ape, he had deeply realized the shortcomings of his insufficient power. Though his speed was enough to look down upon his peers, facing opponents with strong defenses lacking sufficient power often made it difficult to inflict fatal damage. If he could possess a grade strength talent combined with his grade speed talent and the Starfire Sword Classic, his combat power would experience a qualitative leap once again. He spent several days searching for a suitable target in Haicheng. Eventually, he discovered a soldier stationed near the military base who had just returned from the front lines. He was a peak master, a robust man, said to possess innate divine strength, who had once torn apart a latest-stage ferocious beast with his bare hands. Lin Chen quietly activated his copying talent, successfully copying the soldier's grade strength talent. The fusion process went smoothly. When the understanding of the power laws merged into his body, Lin Chen felt as if he had undergone a transformation. His muscles became tighter and stronger, and his bones denser and tougher. With every exertion, he could feel a surge of immense power erupting from within. He even had the illusion that even without activating his yuan energy, he could shatter a piece of Qinggang rock with sheer physical strength. A month later, the cooldown for copying talent was once again over. This time, Lin Chen chose the healing talent. Although he possessed a grade healing talent, it was far from sufficient in high-intensity battles. If he could have a higher grade healing talent, both his sustained combat ability and survival ability would be great. Through the intelligence network of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce, he learned about a ferocious beast near Haicheng known for its healing ability, a latest-stage master bloodscale lizard. This ferocious beast possessed extremely strong healing capabilities. Even when suffering fatal injuries, it could recover within a short time. Lin Chen personally took action, slaying it, and successfully copied its grade healing talent during the battle. After merging the grade healing talent, Lin Chen noticeably felt subtle changes in his body. His metabolism accelerated, the speed of wound healing increased significantly, and even his mental state improved greatly. In the past, after several days of continuous training, he would feel fatigued. Now, however, he was brimming with energy, as if he had inexhaustible stamina. In the third month, the copying talent was once again available. This time, Lin Chen set his sights on the swordsmanship talent. His current swordsmanship talent was grade already among the top tier among his peers, but it was insufficient for him to comprehend sword intent beyond his level. If he could possess a grade swordsmanship talent, his understanding and comprehension of the sword path would reach an astonishing level. At that time, the efficiency of practicing the Starfire Sword Classic would greatly increase, and he might even be able to deduce deeper sword techniques on his own. However, a grade swordsmanship talents are exceedingly rare. He searched for an entire week, traversing the streets and alleys of Haicheng, probing the talent fluctuations of countless martial artists, yet he still could not find anyone with a grade swordsmanship talent. Even that person, hailed as the #1 swordsman of the younger generation in Haicheng, Zhou Xian, had only a grade sword talent, still falling short of a grade swordsmanship talent. Indeed, it is something one can only encounter by chance. Lin Chen sighed, yet he did not feel disheartened. He settled for a grade swordsmanship talent, finding a martial artist who was a lone mercenary active near Meteorite Valley. His swordsmanship was fierce and sharp, and it was said that he once single-handedly slayed a peak master ferocious beast. Lin Chen spent some resources to spar with him, and quietly copied his grade swordsmanship talent during their. After the fusion, Lin Chen felt that while his swordsmanship talent had not undergone a qualitative change, it had indeed become purer. The previously obscure parts of the Starfire Sword Classic now appeared much clearer upon review. The mastery of the second form fire beacon connecting heaven also improved from a mere glimpse to a small accomplishment. Though the grade swordsmanship talent has not transformed into a grade, it is currently the best choice I can find. Lin Chen was not dissatisfied with this. He knew that as long as he persisted in copying the grade sword talent and merging it with his own talent, his sword talent would eventually break through to a grade. When that time came, his sword talent would naturally achieve a breakthrough. 3 months of dedicated training had led to a tremendous transformation in Lin Chen's strength. In terms of cultivation, he had already touched the threshold of mid-stage master, just one step away from a breakthrough. This was thanks to the terrifying efficiency of the grade cultivation talent and the continuous use of earth-grade pills. In terms of martial arts, the first form of the Starfire Sword Classic, Starfire Conflagration, had reached great perfection, while the second form Fire Beacon connecting heaven had also attained a small accomplishment. The movement technique flowing light and shadow combined with grade speed talent could now produce 4 afterimages simultaneously during combat, making it difficult for opponents to defend. The life-saving secret skill Congealing Yuan Blast he had also initially grasped. Although he did not dare to use it lightly, it was sufficient to become a trump card that could turn the tide of battle at a critical moment. What delighted him the most was the progress he made in understanding momentum. His sword momentum after 3 months of relentless honing and sedimentation had already reached 90%. When the sword momentum unfolded within a radius of 30 feet, it became his domain. In this domain his sword was faster, fiercer, and more accurate, while every move of the enemy would be suppressed by his sword momentum. With my sword momentum at 90%. One step further, and it will be sword intent. Lin Chen stood in the courtyard, holding the shadow blade, feeling that connection with his sword momentum, filled with anticipation. Sword intent, that was a higher level above sword momentum. Those who comprehend sword intent can use their words and actions to draw upon the power of heaven and earth for their own purposes. With a single strike, mountains and rivers change color, with another all things fall silent. That is the realm of truly touching the threshold of the Tao and necessity for every martial king. If I can comprehend sword intent, even when facing powerful martial kings, I will have the strength to resist rather than be suppressed and unable to move. Lin Chen's eyes glinted with determination. Lin Chen sheathed the shadow blade and looked up at the distance. The light of the 4 symbols sealing array was faintly visible in the night sky, like a gigantic light shield guarding Haiqing. The threat of that supreme ferocious beast still existed. The reinforcements from the royal capital had yet to arrive. But he was no longer the Lin Chen who had to flee in a panic before the Grand Master ferocious beast 3 months ago. If I were to face that 3-eyed demon ape now. Lin Chen clenched his fists, feeling the surging power within him, a slight smile at the corners of his mouth. I am 70% confident I can slay it. The tranquility of Haiqing was completely shattered on a blood-red dawn. That morning Lin Chen was practicing his sword in the courtyard when he suddenly felt a suffocating pressure descending from the sky. The terror of that pressure far exceeded anything he had ever experienced before. Even the supreme beast trapped on the other side of the spatial rift was nothing compared to the vastness and brutality of this aura. He suddenly looked up, his pupils constricting. Above Haiqing, the spatial rift that had been firmly suppressed by the 4 symbols seal for 3 months was now wildly twisting and expanding. The reinforced array's light shield flickered violently, emitting a burdensome humming sound, as if it could shatter at any moment. Within the rift, 2 massive dark red-scaled claws were simultaneously tearing their way out from either side. Each claw was as large as a house, radiating overwhelming ferocity, as if it intended to shred the entire sky into pieces. 2 supreme beasts. A storm of shock stirred within Lin Chen's heart. One supreme beast had already made the entire Haiqing feel threatened. Now there were 2. Boom! A thunderous roar reverberated as the 4 symbols seal finally could not withstand the simultaneous assault of the 2 supreme beasts, and shattered. Fragments of the array scattered like meteors, illuminating the entire sky. The spatial rift that had been suppressed for 3 months completely lost its restraints at this moment, suddenly expanding to several hundred feet in length, like a black scar stretching across the horizon. Roar! Evo! 2 earth-shattering roars emerged from the depths of the rift. Following that, 2 colossal and despairingly massive figures slowly squeezed out from the rift, descending upon Haiqing. The one on the left resembled a giant ape, its entire body covered in dark red scales with 3 blood-red eyes like burning lanterns, exuding an aura of brutality and bloodthirst. It was indeed the supreme beast that had been trapped on the other side of the rift, the 3-eyed demon ape king. The one on the right was a massive black dragon with a single horn on its head and 4 claws beneath its abdomen, surrounded by a toxic black mist that corroded the air with a sizzling sound wherever it passed. Its cold slit-like eyes looked down upon Haiqing, as if scrutinizing a group of ants. The aura of the 2 supreme beasts was released without reservation, enveloping the entire Haiqing in a terrifying pressure. Countless terrified screams and cries erupted from within the city, and those with slightly weaker cultivation were even knocked unconscious by this overwhelming pressure. It's over, all is lost. 2 supreme beasts. Haiqing cannot withstand this. Despair spread through the city like a plague. At that moment, a majestic and furious voice boomed throughout the city like thunder. Beasts, do not be. A figure shot up from the military headquarters, radiating brilliant golden light, like a blazing sun illuminating the entire sky. It was a middle-aged man clad in golden armor, holding a golden spear with a resolute face and eyes like lightning, exuding an aura of a martial sovereign. The martial sovereign from the military, General Hui Yuan. He pointed his spear directly at the 3-eyed demon ape king and said coldly, "Your opponent is me." The 3-eyed demon ape king let out a disdainful roar and lunged towards Hui Yuan, a massive claw, descending with the power to tear through space. Hui Yuan showed no fear, his golden spear transforming into a shooting star, meeting the giant claw. Boom! The collision at the martial sovereign level unleashed earth-shattering might. The shockwave dispersed the clouds for miles, causing buildings below to collapse in sections and deep cracks to split the ground. General Hui Yuan fought the three-eyed demon ape king, and for a time it was hard to tell who would prevail. But everyone knew this was only temporary. There was still another supreme beast, the black dragon, watching over Haiqing. The black dragon emitted a low growl, its massive body slowly descending with black toxic mist swirling around it, corroding the bricks and stones of the city walls wherever it went. It was evident that it intended to destroy the entire Haiqing. Activate the city defense formation. An urgent voice from the direction of the Lord's mansion rang out. In the next moment, a massive light shield of pale gold rose from the array foundations at the corners of Haiqing.